Chapter 1. Admiring Plum Blossoms in the Snow. On a winter afternoon, as the snow ceased to fall, merchants, unable to withstand the chill, refrained from setting up their stalls. A pristine layer of white blanketed the streets, untouched by any footsteps. A girl clad in a crimson cloak gracefully approached from a distance. With a hint of makeup enhancing her features, her eyes resembled delicate blue lotuses, and her pearly smile was captivating, evoking an aura of elegance. Her slender waist swayed gently in the cold breeze, making her appear especially endearing. She paused before a grove of plum trees, delicately grasping a branch. As the wind rustled the petals, her eyes shimmered, betraying a sense of sorrow. The girl parted her lips, sighing, though the north wind may understand, it should not so easily destroy her. At that moment, a passing scholar stumbled upon this poignant scene. Enchanted by the beauty of the girl lamenting the blossoms, he stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask, fair maiden, what causes your sorrow?" Her eyes glimmered, and she replied softly, "The plum blossoms blooming in winter are a rare sight. If the north wind comprehended the flower's intent, it would refrain from such wanton destruction." The scholar, moved by her compassion, gently remarked, "If the north wind remains unaware of the flower's heart, others shall surely recognize it and protect her." With a melancholic smile, she replied, "Yet who among them would be willing to safeguard this fragile flower? Allow me to be that protector," the scholar declared earnestly. "I am Jiasu, courtesy name Wenhe. May I inquire your name, fair maiden?" Suddenly, Lin Jun, the girl, found herself standing alone before the plum trees, giving her frozen cheeks a firm slap to shake off the reverie. Delighted, Lin Jun smiled faintly, envisioning an enchanting encounter where she would recite poetry, captivating Jiasu and weaving a tale of love at first sight amidst the snow. She began to stamp her feet and exhale puffs of mist, gazing eagerly down the road. The dignified demeanor she initially displayed seemed to have vanished entirely. "Jiasu, do hurry," Lin Jun muttered to herself. "If you do not arrive soon, I shall freeze to death. The winters of ancient times are truly frigid." She was aware that Jiasu would return from the county office around this time, traversing this very street. Thus she awaited him here. As if summoned by her thoughts, a scholar clad in traditional attire strolled leisurely towards her from the end of the path. She tilted her head, scrutinizing him closely, and upon confirming it was indeed Jiasu, she quickly resumed her poised demeanor, sighing dramatically at the plum tree, lamenting the fleeting beauty of spring and the harshness of winter. As Jiazu's footsteps grew nearer, Lin Jun gently turned her head, her gaze flowing with anticipation, softly reciting, "Though the north wind may understand, it should not so easily destroy her." Yet Jiazu's steps did not falter nor slow. He continued on his way, as though he had not even noticed her presence. Lin Jun turned to watch Jiazu's indifferent retreat, her face a canvas of disbelief. How could such a stunning beauty, adorned in vibrant attire amidst the snow and possessing such literary grace, fail to capture his attention? Is this not a tale of love at first sight, as sung in the dramas of old? She mused incredulously. Suddenly, a youthful, cheery laughter, interspersed with coughs, erupted from a nearby corner. Lin Jun turned to find a boy, scantily clad and shivering in the cold, huddled against the wall, laughing heartily while still coughing. "I can hardly breathe. Tell me, dear lady, were you attempting to recite poetry to ensnare a gentleman?" The boy chortled, struggling to contain his mirth. "With your nature, it would take no less than a decade before your true self is revealed." "Who is this impudent child?" Lin Jun retorted, pouting. "You're on the verge of freezing to death, and yet you dare to jest. I could be both a lady and fierce. It is none of your concern." "Dear lady, you misunderstand men. With your approach, you would struggle for 10 years to win one over," the boy replied with a knowing grin. "Instead, how about this? Procure me a warm outfit and a bowl of hot soup, and I shall impart a secret to you." Lin Jun, bemused by the boy's audacity and noticing his severe chill, felt a twinge of sympathy. She bent down and gently pinched his frozen cheek, saying, "Come now, let us go have some soup." Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up, and he scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Sister, you have made a wise decision. Follow my advice, and you shall surely win the heart of your man." Amused by the boy's antics, Lin Jun's earlier disappointment faded, and she led him home, thinking to herself, "What does it matter? There are many days yet to come." Chapter 2. The mission of the female agent Lin Jun brought the nearly frostbitten boy back to her humble abode. She had deliberately chosen to purchase the house in this location to be closer to Jiasu, facilitating her tasks. Upon crossing the threshold, warmth enveloped them. She removed her cloak and draped it over the boy, preparing hot water and dry provisions for him. After a long day of toil and braving the biting winter winds, Lin Jun felt utterly fatigued. She reclined on the couch, intending to steal a brief respite. The boy, however, consumed his rations and drank water with incessant chatter. Big sister, who is that man? Lin Jun closed her eyes in silence. Big sister, how did you come to know him? She continued to ignore him. Big sister, what do you find appealing about him? Where are your parents? Why not enlist a matchmaker? What are your plans moving forward? Could you please be quiet? Lin Jun wished she could bury her head beneath the blankets. The boy, around 10 years of age, was in the throes of voice change, his throat hoarse from the cold, rendering his voice utterly grating. Yet, he persisted in his incessant prattle. The boy shook his head and replied, I cannot. If you do not inform me of your intentions and the current status of your relationship, how can I devise a strategy to assist you? What is your name? Lin Jun arched an eyebrow. The boy eagerly responded, I am Yi-san. I have 2 elder brothers named Yi-da and Yi-er, correct? Lin Jun interjected, halting his rambling. All right, Yi-san, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. I require some rest now. You should eat and drink, and afterwards, do as you please. Go wherever you desire. Yi-san instantly grasped her implication, his bright eyes dimming as he murmured, Big sister, you saved my life. I genuinely wish to assist you in finding a suitable husband. Sighing in resignation, Lin Jun thought to herself, what a suitable husband. Jiasu was short in stature, unremarkable in appearance, perpetually wearing a sullen expression. How could he possibly be a suitable husband? Were it not for the mission at hand, would she even consider pursuing a man of such humble circumstances? Since the age of 7, she had been selected by the National Research Agency for 10 years of training as an agent. Throughout this decade, she not only acquired cultural knowledge like any ordinary child, but also underwent specialized training, including martial arts, needlework, cooking, military strategy, music and dance, and ancient etiquette. All of this was in preparation for the opportune moment, when she would be sent back in time to the Three Kingdoms era, 1800 years ago, to uncover historical truths and cultural legacies. Her objective was to witness and document all events and figures, whether recorded in historical texts or not, without altering history as much as possible. Upon returning to the modern era in the year 223, on the day of a significant celestial event, she would convey the gathered truths back to her time. Experts had meticulously outlined the methods and routes for her mission. She could not rely on her knowledge of past and future to infiltrate any lord's court, for that would unleash chaos upon the world. Furthermore, due to the butterfly effect, history would inevitably diverge, resulting in a reality different from that of 1800 years ago. All the efforts of her and her scientific team would be in vain. Thus, not altering history remained the paramount principle. However, she could not remain in seclusion, confined to a small mountain village, observing the world from a distance. That would neither be safe nor authentic. Moreover, having gone to such lengths, should she not seek to behold Cao Cao's true visage and appreciate the brilliance of his strategists and the valor of his generals? To achieve the dual goals of preserving history and gaining proximity to the truth, the simplest solution was to marry someone who could provide access to historical realities, specifically, to wed Jiasu, a strategist in Cao Cao's service. Jiasu was recorded as a modest yet extraordinary talent, having served under Dong Zhuo and Zhang Xiu before aligning with Cao Cao. Due to not being an old official, he had to act discreetly, living until Cao Pai ascended the throne, surviving for over 70 years. His wisdom ensured a prosperous life, and as a close advisor to Cao Cao, he could be the key to uncovering historical truths. If successful, this would be a monumental boon for future generations. With renewed determination, Lin Jun resolved to win Jiasu's affections. She dedicated herself to mastering singing, dancing, poetry, painting, martial arts, military strategy, cooking, and medicine. Though 10 years was not an extensive duration, she made considerable progress. Whatever Jiasu favored, she would endeavor to embody, vowing to captivate him, or rather, to enchant him. Yet, at present, Jiasu had not yet allied with Cao Cao. He was merely a lowly clerk in a remote county office. After her arrival, Lin Jun spent months searching for Jiasu, and just as she had meticulously planned for a beautiful encounter, she was completely overlooked, with neither having exchanged a word. She was acutely aware that in 2 years, Jiasu would be appointed to another post, and she needed to establish a connection with him before that time elapsed. Chapter 3. Singing for him, Yi San remarked, to capture a man's heart, one must first cater to his preferences. Winter was the perfect season for indulging in sleep, and Lin Jun was nestled comfortably in her couch, savoring her slumber when Yi San's duck-like voice pierced through the tranquility. With great effort, she poked her head out from under the covers and weakly replied, I still have not figured out what he likes. Yi San shook his head, a look of disdain upon his face. Apart from reciting little poems, what else can you do? Lin Jun squinted, a smirk playing on her lips as she propped her head up, confidently declaring, I can do anything. Really? Yi San's expression was rife with skepticism as he continued. I rose early today to inquire, and I learned that your Mr. Jia enjoys listening to operas. Is that true? Now it was Lin Jun's turn to be genuinely intrigued. She promptly sat up and asked Yi San where he had obtained this information. From the county office personnel? Of course. They certainly know what the clerk enjoys. Well done. Lin Jun finally regarded this boy with newfound respect. He was quite clever, and she wondered why she had not thought of it sooner. She reached out to pat Yi San's head. Yi San quickly dodged her hand, exclaiming, It's nearly noon, and you remain in bed. Naturally, you are oblivious to everything. As Lin Jun threw back her covers and began to dress before him, he quickly turned his back, awkwardly stating, You mustn't reveal your true nature in front of him. Otherwise, even with the audacity of a lion, he would never dare to marry you. Lin Jun merely chuckled, remaining silent. She was entirely covered, yet the people of ancient times were still so conservative. However, her modern nature would likely deter anyone from daring to take a liking to her in this era. Nevertheless, she cared little for such matters. Her sole focus was to accomplish the mission. Days passed, and the snow began to melt, with the weather gradually warming. Lin Jun practiced singing alone at home when Yi San burst in. After her nurturing care over the past few days, his cold was nearly gone. How did it go? Lin Jun inquired, tilting her head. Is the location confirmed? Confirmed. Confirmed? Yi San panted. There is an open space behind Jia Su's residence, right next to his bedroom. If you sing there, he will surely hear you. Excellent work, Yi San. Lin Jun smiled and nodded. Tonight, I will prepare a fish stew for you. When Lin Jun traveled back in time, she had brought some gold and silver jewelry with her. Naturally, during the late Han period, gold and silver were not in circulation. Only official copper coins were. Yet, shiny jewelry held value anywhere. She exchanged a few items and instantly became wealthy, living a low-key yet luxurious life. Yi San, having accompanied her these past few days, was also enjoying a life of abundance. Upon hearing about the fish stew, his eyes visibly lit up. Lin Jun excels at extracting seasonings from ingredients that are absent in this era, which renders her culinary skills superior to those of contemporary imperial chefs. It is likely that even the emperor has never tasted such exquisite stewed fish, let alone Yi San, who hails from a humble background. Stewed fish is delightful. However, my dear sister, Yi San scratched his head in confusion. I fear that Jia Shui may not appreciate the song you were singing. Lin Jun chuckled. You are still a child. How could you comprehend the subtlety of the West Chamber? How could I not understand? It is merely a tale of a scholar and a maiden pledging their lives to one another. Yi San retorted, I advise you, do not sing such frivolous tunes. Instead, sing of patriotism and unfulfilled ambitions. Joshua would surely prefer that. A little child remains a little child. Lin Jun shook her head. I am a graceful lady. Would it not be odd for me to sing songs of great achievements? Moreover, I am subtly indicating that we are destined, much like Cui Yingying and Zhang Sheng, to be wed in the future. How shameless. Yi San made a face of disdain and reiterated, no one would dare pursue you like this. When a man pursues a woman, there are mountains between them. When a woman pursues a man, there is but a veil. Lin Jun sighed. You still do not understand the matters of love. You are merely a few years older than I, Yi San protested. The following evening, upon encountering Lin Jun, who was adorned in a pastoral-style dress and holding a bamboo scroll, standing gracefully amidst the woods, he frowned and remarked, Could you refrain from sniffling? It severely detracts from your ethereal beauty. If you stood still, you could easily be mistaken for a fairy. Lin Jun scoffed lightly. Even fairies fear the cold. Do you not see? Has Joshua returned? If he has, I shall sing immediately. If I freeze, it would be unfortunate. Oh, I was just about to say. Yi San deliberately prolonged his words. He did return, but he should be at dinner now. Perhaps we should eat first and then come back. Lin Jun pouted. Little Yi. One must have perseverance in both life and action. If we eat first, it will be completely dark by the time we arrive. He would want to hear such a beautiful tune, and I would hardly be visible. Alas, is he truly dining? You must climb the wall and check. I climbed the wall? Yi-san gazed adorably at the towering wall that loomed above him. Alas, Lin Jun, in exasperation, picked up Yi-san and guided him to peer over the wall, startling him into a loud cry. Quiet down, brother. Lin Jun quickly admonished him. Well, did you see clearly? Yes, I saw him. He is reading in the courtyard. Yi-san squirmed uncomfortably. Please put me down. Do not let him see me. Once Lin Jun had achieved her goal, she set Yi-san down, her years of martial training rendering the task effortless. In contrast, Yi-san's face flushed crimson as he muttered, In a few years, I will be taller than you. Lin Jun ignored him, selected a well-lit spot, cleared her throat, and began to sing. The melodies were ones she had memorized long ago in the modern world. My surname is Zhang. My name is Rong. Courtesy named Junrui. And so, Lin Jun sang sweetly for quite some time, pausing only when the story reached the initial encounter between Zhang Sheng and Cui Yingying. This piece Lin Jun had practiced countless times, and to Yi-san's ears, it was nothing short of celestial. He listened enraptured, and upon her cessation, he eagerly urged, Continue singing. What more is there to sing? Lin Jun lowered her voice. Where is Joshua? Have you seen him come out? I did not notice. Did I miss him? He has not come out. I have been watching closely. Yi-san replied earnestly, Just continue singing. If you sing a bit longer, he will surely appear. Lin Jun felt a pang of disappointment at his words, tossing the decorative bamboo scroll to Yi-san and declaring, Let us conclude for today. It is normal that he does not come out. I shall return tomorrow to sing again. If I sing every day, he will undoubtedly grow curious and come to listen one day. Chapter 4. The art of pursuit. Each day holds a new anticipation. Each day is a fresh adventure. Lin Jun, with the ample wealth she brought from the modern world, had no need to earn money and devoted herself entirely to preparing for her evening singing activities. She meticulously selected outfits, styled her hair, and altered her appearance, remaining busy throughout the day. Yi-san expressed his bewilderment. Sister, could you enlighten me as to why you are so determined to marry Joshua? It is a secret. Lin Jun squinted at her reflection in the copper mirror, which, compared to modern mirrors, appeared exceedingly blurry. I am a woman on a mission, burdened with a national duty. I do not understand. Yi-san rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. I told you, you would not comprehend. As Lin Jun spoke, she deftly groomed her brows. I see that you are deeply infatuated. Yi-san pondered, suggesting that all other reasons were mere excuses. Lin Jun smiled, stating, Provocation is futile against me, child. Do you truly grasp the depths of infatuation? Yet you, what of your studies? Do you not have any responsibilities, idling away your time? Yi-san replied earnestly, You saved me. I vowed to assist you in fulfilling your wishes, and I shall see it through. He sighed helplessly and resumed his role as Lin Jun's little attendant. That day, Lin Jun continued the romantic themes from their previous encounter. This time, she sang while keeping a vigilant eye, anxious not to miss any shadow. Today, she sang of Yingying and Zhang Shang's clandestine meeting, facilitated by the matchmaker. Yet still, Joshua did not appear. Observing Lin Jun's dejected sighs, her sole audience, Yi-san, blushed and said, Sister, your song is too overt. Be cautious that the authorities do not hear it and seize you under some pretext. Is it truly that severe? Lin Jun lamented, Then perhaps I shall sing more subtly in the future. However, regardless of whether Lin Jun's songs were overt or subtle, for several consecutive days, even as she sang of Zhang Shang's journey to the capital and his bittersweet farewell to Yingying, no one emerged from the courtyard. It was as if, was the courtyard soundproof? Late into the night, Lin Jun puzzled over this, unable to sleep, and finally sat up, questioning the air. It is not. Nearby, Yi-san buried his head in the quilt and mumbled, Joshua has surely heard. Do not fret, I will devise a plan for you tomorrow. You have a plan? Lin Jun perked up. I have considered many options. Should I simply barge into his home and sing? Or, do not be foolish. Yi-san's voice suddenly became clear, having lifted his head. If you enter uninvited, and he drives you away on the spot, what then? How will you face him afterward? While taking the initiative is crucial, it should not be so overt. That makes sense. Lin Jun nodded in agreement, surprised that someone so young could grasp such intricate matters. Matters of the heart are no different from others. One must approach them gradually. Yi-san advised, Tomorrow, do not sing. Why? Lin Jun inquired hastily. Zhang Shang has already gone to the capital for the examination. If he becomes a top scholar, will he ever return for Yingying? Yi-san stated. A normal person would be curious about the outcome. Take me, for instance. Thus, regardless of whether he enjoys this dramatic art, he will be intrigued by the conclusion. If you refrain from singing tonight, he will surely become curious and may come to see you. To entice and then withdraw? Lin Jun nodded repeatedly. Your words resonate with me. In the past, someone pursued me, yet I held no feelings for him. He would speak to me daily, bringing gifts, yet I remained indifferent. And then? Yisan asked. Then one day, he simply stopped seeking me out. Perhaps I hurt his feelings, leading him to give up. But when he ceased his visits, I found myself feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Lin Jun reminisced. Did you then go back to find him? Yisan pressed further. Naturally not. I cannot indulge in romantic affairs. I am destined to marry Joshua. Lin Jun spoke of marriage, yet her tone bore a hint of ruthless resolve. Even without the prospect of marriage, I seemed to harbor no exceptional feelings for that individual. I could only hope that Jiasu was a tad more sentimental than you. Yisan lamented, for that would prompt him to come and see you. If someone sang at my doorstep, I would have long since ventured out to ascertain the situation. Lin Jun retorted defiantly, and with that, the two fell silent, each retreating to their own slumber. Nevertheless, on the following day, the very day Lin Jun planned to sing the grand finale, she adhered to Yisan's suggestion. She stood quietly beneath the courtyard wall, gazing in the direction of the Jiao residence, pondering whether today he would emerge to see her, the maiden who sang for him daily. Observing Lin Jun lost in thought, Yisan noted the anticipation shimmering in her clear eyes and felt a surge of confusion regarding her intentions. Why was she so determined to marry the unremarkable Jiasu? The two stood beneath the wall, each with their own thoughts, until the moon ascended in the sky. Seeing Lin Jun's gaze dimming, Yisan could not help but suggest, let us return home today. It is unwise to linger in the chill of the night. Lin Jun nodded in agreement, though she remarked, time is running short. Yisan wished to inquire why time was scarce but held his tongue. Lin Jun lay on the couch, eyes shut, replaying the tale of Jiasu in her mind, contemplating what manner of man he truly was. Indeed, the historical accounts depict Jiasu as deeply cunning, aiding treacherous ministers in their schemes, leading to the demise of countless loyal Han officials, only to later exhibit an almost protective demeanor towards the frail remnants of the Han dynasty. He assisted his superior, Zhang Xiao, in rebelling against Cao Cao, resulting in the death of Cao Cao's beloved son, yet subsequently urged Zhang Xiao to surrender, which, while preserving his life temporarily, ultimately led to Zhang Xiao's suicide due to the guilt of his actions. Meanwhile, Jiasu thrived within Cao's camp, ascending the ranks to the position of Grand Commandant. Historians have struggled to elucidate Jiasu's contradictory behavior, attributing it to his meticulous nature. However, Lin Jun perceived that from the very beginning, Jiasu had only considered his own interests. The fate of the Han dynasty and the lives of common people and soldiers meant little to him. His sole aim was to navigate the chaos of this world and ensure his own survival. If he were indeed such a man, then Lin Jun's desire to draw near him and captivate him would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 5. The heist. Lin Jun and Yisan sat in the courtyard. Yisan remarked, your culinary creations are exquisite. Why not prepare some to present to him? It might stir his heart. Lin Jun replied, that is not feasible. He is too cautious to consume food from an unknown source. Yisan suggested, then perhaps you could sew him a garment as a token of your affection. Lin Jun retorted, could you propose something more constructive? Yisan hesitated, then said, well then. Lin Jun interjected, very well, I have an idea. For someone of Jiasu's temperament, one must resort to risky measures. Yisan was about to inquire how she would execute such a risky plan but caught himself, saying instead, you hardly know him. How can you understand his character? Lin Jun lowered her gaze and replied, I do understand. Without waiting for Yisan to probe further, she continued, I initially intended to disguise myself as a man to approach him, engaging him in discussions of antiquity and strategy, but time does not permit that now. I must become the beauty who rescues the hero. A few afternoons later, Lin Jun, accompanied by her loyal companion Yisan, returned to the place where they first encountered one another, beside the plum grove. This time, Lin Jun eschewed her previous poetic attire, donning instead the garb of a wanderer. Clad in black, her long hair tied high in a ponytail, exuding an air of dashing confidence. Yisan had never seen such a hairstyle before and curiously reached out to touch it. Lin Jun winced as he tugged at her hair and turned to glare at him, inquiring, what are you doing? Yisan quickly diverted the conversation, claiming, at this moment, I truly wish to expose you. Who knows, perhaps the authorities might reward me. Lin Jun quipped, I wonder if the reward would cover the costs of your extended stay at my home. Yisan calculated, it seems insufficient. Fine, I shall let you off the hook today. But should you be caught, do not implicate me. How could that be? You are my little accomplice, Lin Jun teased, playfully pinching Yi San's nose, which had turned red from the cold. Just be careful. You truly won't expose yourself? I feel this is quite perilous. Lin Jun assured him. It will not happen. I have instructed them to be ruthless and show no mercy. Yi San found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he spotted Jia Su approaching, carrying a gray bundle. He exclaimed, "He is coming." Yi San hurriedly tapped Lin Jun. She responded softly, "I see him. Remain silent. We have yet to make our entrance." As Jia Su drew closer, his expression remained calm, clearly unaware of the trap awaiting him. Suddenly, three tall figures, their faces obscured by black cloth, emerged from the shadows, cornering Jia Su against the wall. Startled, Jia Su exclaimed, "I am Jia Su, a scribe of the official court. Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Lin Jun, having struggled for so long, finally heard Jia Su's voice, which was disappointingly devoid of the deep timbre one might expect from a cunning protagonist. The leader of the masked men seized the gray bundle from Jia Su's grasp and menacingly demanded, "Hand over your valuables." Jia Su attempted to reclaim the bundle, but as a scholar, he lacked physical strength and could not overpower them. He said instead, "I do not carry much wealth. Yet, I understand your plight. Otherwise, you would not resort to robbery. I may not have much silver, but I am willing to offer my meager assistance. Allow me to return home, and I shall bring back my wealth to share with you," swearing never to mention this incident again. Upon hearing this, the masked robbers visibly relaxed their grip on Jia Su. Lin Jun, hidden among the plum trees, cursed Jia Su's treachery in her heart. If he were to escape, he would undoubtedly find a way to inform the authorities, never intending to part with any wealth. Fortunately, Lin Jun had made comprehensive preparations, having promised the masked men a substantial reward for merely roughing up Jia Su. They were instructed to disregard any sweet words or excuses he might offer, for otherwise, they would forfeit their promised reward. The masked men did not disappoint Lin Jun. Despite a momentary hesitation, they remained true to their word. They tore the bundle from Jia Su and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Lin Jun listened to Jia Su's cries for help while maintaining her calm vigil amidst the plum grove. Yi San, witnessing Lin Jun's impassive demeanor, incredulously asked, "Is this not the man you admire? Are you truly unmoved by his suffering?" At that moment, Lin Jun felt no sympathy or guilt for Jia Su. She instructed Yi San, "The more he suffers now, the more grateful he will be when I rescue him. Do you understand?" Yi San shook his head, declaring, "The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. If I were to pursue someone, I would never resort to your methods." Lin Jun rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "I do not wish to argue with the child. Very well, it seems nearly time. I shall make my move. You simply stay hidden and observe." "Do you truly think you can take on those masked men?" Yi San expressed concern. Without further ado, Lin Jun plucked a branch from a plum tree and charged forward. As she approached the masked assailants, she wielded the branch like a sword, aiming for their wrists to force them away from Jia Su. The masked men, noticing their employer's approach, feigned ferocity, exclaiming, "Who is this little lady, daring to interfere with our business?" Lin Jun, with an air of nonchalance, declared, "Under the bright sun, how can one commit wrongdoing? Prepare yourself." With that, she unleashed her skills and engaged in combat with the three assailants. Observing from the sidelines, Yi San was rendered speechless by Lin Jun's graceful and agile movements. The masked assailants appeared to show no mercy. However, she effortlessly held her ground against the three, gaining the upper hand and rendering them helpless. Indeed, she seemed to possess skills in every conceivable area. Witnessing this scene, Yi San was overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion. If there were a girl who would learn anything just to win his heart, he would never let her down. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful. There would never be another Lin Jun in this world. Lin Jun effortlessly defeated the masked men, leaving them in a state of disarray. Their eyes filled with astonishment at the prowess of a woman. "Let us flee," they exclaimed. Their original intent had not been robbery, but rather to assist their employer, Lin Jun, in a ruse. Now, faced with defeat, they seized the opportunity to escape. Lin Jun's appearance was strikingly elegant, yet Jia Su remained on the ground, looking quite disheveled. Chapter 6. Jasmine having driven away the robbers, Lin Jun found herself at a pivotal moment. She finally had the chance to converse with Jia Su and nurture their budding relationship. Taking a gentle breath, she leaned down and spoke in the softest tone she had ever used. "Dear sir, are you all right?" Jia Su remained silent, his gaze cast downward. "Oh no. Could he be unconscious?" Lin Jun quickly inquired. "Are your injuries severe? I can take you home." With that, She reached out to support Jia Su's arm. This time, Jia Su finally reacted, instinctively withdrawing from her touch and laboriously moving to retrieve the bundle dropped by the masked men. Observing this, Lin Jun swiftly seized the bundle and handed it to him. To her surprise, Jia Su seemed ungrateful, yanking the bundle back forcefully and, using the wall for support, staggered to his feet without even glancing at her. Noticing his wariness, Lin Jun, emboldened by her act of saving him, persisted, "You can hardly walk. Allow me to assist you." Once steady, Jia Su finally raised his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Jun. She had envisioned many scenarios following the robbery, contemplating how he might look at her, perhaps with admiration, tenderness, or gratitude. At the very least, indifference. Yet, to her dismay, she found only resentment and disdain in his eyes. Never before had someone regarded her with such fierce hostility. Her outstretched hand faltered, suspended in uncertainty. As Jia Su parted his lips to speak, the two heard a distant feminine voice calling, "One he? One he?" A woman in a yellow cotton dress stumbled toward them, rushing to Jia Su and embracing his arms, breathlessly exclaiming, "One he? What happened? Are you seriously injured?" Jia Su's gaze shifted from Lin Jun to the woman in yellow, the harshness in his eyes vanishing, replaced by the tenderness and concern Lin Jun had longed for. He replied softly, "I am fine, Imo Xiang. There is no need for worry." However, Imo Xiang had already begun to weep, sobbing, "When he, let us return home quickly. I will tend to your wounds. Your face is so swollen." Gently brushing away her tears, Jia Su made a playful grimace with his own swollen face, which elicited a smile from her. He then picked up the gray bundle he had dropped earlier and remarked to Imo Xiang, "These are your favorite treats? I specially bought some freshly made today for you to try." Imo Xiang accepted the bundle but did not open it. Instead, she lightly linked her arm with Jia Su's as they walked together, saying, "I will tend to your wounds first." Jia Su smiled and allowed her to lead him away. The two walked hand in hand, their closeness evident. From the moment Imo Xiang appeared, Jia Su did not cast a single glance at Lin Jun, not even a disdainful one. Once he reunited with Imo Xiang, it seemed as if the world had shrunk to just the two of them, leaving Lin Jun standing there like mere air and dust, ignored by all. "Big sister." Yi-san approached, having come closer without her noticing. "Did you know about his relationship with her?" "I did not." Lin Jun's voice trembled. "Did you see the way Jia Su looked at that woman? There is no room for anyone else between them. Do you not think my efforts seem like a joke?" "I do." Yi-san nodded. "That woman is short, plain, and dressed simply. She cannot compare to you. Yet Jia Su treats her with such deference. It truly is a laughable affair." Despite Lin Jun's dejection, Yi-san's words lifted her spirits somewhat. She chose not to say more, simply stating, "Let us return home," before lowering her head to walk away. Yi-san followed closely, linking her arm with Lin Jun's like Imo Xiang had done. Lin Jun glanced at him, meeting his clear, innocent gaze, and smiled helplessly, allowing him to guide her. On their way home, Yi-san could not restrain himself from asking, "Big sister, what will you do?" They must have known each other for quite some time. "I do not know," Lin Jun replied honestly. She genuinely felt at a loss. Yet she had prepared thoroughly. The historical records clearly indicated that when he pledged allegiance to Zhang Xiu, he left his family behind with his former master, suggesting his feelings for them were not particularly deep. She had envisioned that if Jia Su were alone, she would employ all her wiles to win him over. It should not have been overly difficult. After all, how many women in this era were adept at chess and military strategy? If he were surrounded by a harem, Lin Jun would not have feared that either. She had mastered countless strategies for palace intrigue, equipped with wisdom that surpassed 1,800 years. Becoming the favored consort in a harem would be a trivial pursuit. She believed she was fully prepared, only to discover that the cunning Jia Su had developed deep feelings for an ordinary woman. Indeed, she could see it in his eyes. He truly cared for Imo Xiang, and it was a singular devotion. So profound was his affection that even if another woman composed poetry or sang for him, he would remain indifferent. "I will not marry him," Lin Jun suddenly declared, halting in her tracks. You are giving up just like that?" Yi-san asked, surprised. "Did you not have many tricks left to employ?" "Even if I did, it would only provoke his disdain," Lin Jun replied, realizing her tone was laced with melancholy. She clarified, "Their bond is deep. I cannot intrude." Yi-san pondered for a moment before asking, "Sister, are you not envious of such a relationship?" "Me? I am not," Lin Jun reflexively answered. "I was never meant to possess feelings. I was born to fulfill a mission." "Is that so?" Yi San replied softly. I thought you might want someone with whom to share such a bond. Have I been so obvious? Lin Jun sighed helplessly. Just like him, your eyes betray you. Yi San remarked. It is all envy. I find it rather pitiful. You need not pity me. As they spoke, they arrived at Lin Jun's doorstep. She unlocked the door and boldly kicked it open, proclaiming, I will no longer pursue him. Is that true? Yi San inquired. What of your mission? My mission does not rely solely on this path. Lin Jun smiled. There are indeed other avenues, though the alternative may be far more arduous. Perhaps, Yi San nodded. If you choose a different path, someone may treat you just as well. Perhaps, Lin Jun murmured softly. Or perhaps I am simply unworthy of such affection. Chapter 7. Separation. After deciding to abandon the pursuit of Jiasu, Lin Jun returned to a leisurely life of sleeping and eating. Yi San inquired repeatedly about what the alternative path entailed, yet she refrained from divulging it, even to herself, as she found it utterly incredulous. However, whatever one may do, now is not the time. Let us relish the tranquil life while we can. Yet, the restless Yi San never allows Lin Jun a moment's peace. Where are you dragging me off to, you rascal? Lin Jun exclaimed as Yi San tugged her into the bustling streets, feeling quite helpless. Boys of this age are truly insatiable. You spend all your days sleeping, oblivious to the world around you. How can you fulfill your duties like that? Yi San insisted, pulling her along. Hurry, if you delay, you won't witness it with your own eyes. Just as Lin Jun intended to inquire what she was to see, a vibrant wedding procession, adorned in crimson, caught her gaze. The radiant Jiasu, clad in wedding attire and mounted on horseback, appeared strikingly different from his usual somber self. Surely, he is delighted by anything related to Mo Xiang. Is today the day of his marriage? An unexpected wave of annoyance washed over Lin Jun. The overwhelming red and the jubilant crowd served as a stark reminder of her own failures. Yes, Yi San replied. You've been cooped up at home, so you probably don't know. Why bring me here? Lin Jun asked, her expression serious. It's nothing malicious, Yi San responded. I just wanted you to see all of this clearly. You've invested so many years in marrying him. I don't want you to abandon your efforts because of a moment's setback. Lin Jun's gaze fell upon Yi San, who was a head shorter than her. This boy was truly unlike any 10-year-old she had known in her time. Thank you, she said, patting his head. I've already made up my mind. For the first time, Yi San did not shy away from her touch. Instead, he allowed her to stroke his head for quite a while. They stood together, watching the wedding procession grow distant. Sister, may I ask you a question? Yi San suddenly spoke, gazing into the distance. Go ahead, Lin Jun replied. Did Zhang Sheng become the top scholar after leaving Yingning? Yi San inquired. Of course he did, Lin Jun answered. Then, will he return to marry Yingning? Yi San turned to her, suggesting that becoming the top scholar changes everything. Yi San, this is merely a story, not a reality, Lin Jun chuckled. If the author wishes Zhang Sheng to return, he will. If not, he won't. Oh. Yi San lowered his head, reluctant but persistent. What about the author? What ending did he intend? Lin Jun burst into laughter. You are far too obsessed, little San. This tale has two versions. Two endings. One where he returns, and one where he does not. If I were to sing, naturally, I would sing of the happy ending where he returns to marry. All right, I understand. Yi San mumbled, falling silent afterward. Lin Jun, still grappling with her initial failure, was abruptly met with departure. One spring morning, Yi San vanished without a word, leaving behind a bamboo scroll beside Lin Jun's bed. She cursed the ungrateful boy, who had enjoyed her hospitality without offering any form of repayment, daring to leave without notice. Although he often spoke harshly, he genuinely cared for her and was her only friend in this era. His sudden departure truly saddened her. With this thought in mind, she unrolled the bamboo scroll he left behind. Yi San's handwriting was elegant, reminiscent of a woman's grace. Sister, I am not good at farewells, so I can only tell you I have left in this manner. Last month, I received an urgent letter from a friend summoning me back. But I remembered my promise to assist you in fulfilling your wish, so I delayed my departure. It is regrettable that your goals remain unfulfilled. Yet you have spoken of giving up. Remaining here serves no purpose for me, so I must take my leave. I hope we may meet again someday. The weather is cool. I have taken your cloak and will return it to you in the future. What nonsense! Lin Jun angrily tossed the scroll aside. Rather than being upset with Yi San, she was more frustrated with herself. After all this time, she had never inquired where Yi San lived, where he studied, or anything about him. The only thing she knew was his name. Soon, she too would depart from this place. And Yi San had not even left her a forwarding address. How would they ever meet again? In this impending chaotic era, today's parting might signify an eternal separation. Her story would only be recorded by historians, with no chance to document the ordinary Yisan. And this small town would soon fall to the rebellious Yellow Turbans. Jiasu would depart, and so would she. Chapter 8. Infiltrating the military camp. Lin Jun's initial mission had failed. In the years to come, the only way to draw closer to the figures chronicled in history would be to emulate Hua Mulan, disguising herself as a man to enlist in the army. The trope of women masquerading as men has been overly exploited in television dramas. A woman simply dons a mask and male attire, and no one suspects her true identity. However, in reality, this is hardly feasible. The ancients were not blind. Thus, during her training at the base, Lin Jun's instructor prepared her for any situation, teaching her not only music and poetry but also vocal techniques and exceptional makeup skills. With a simple application of powder and ink, she could transform her appearance into that of a man and speak in a genuine male voice. After years of diligent practice, her skills would finally serve a purpose. She pondered whether she truly wished to take this perilous path. If her identity as a woman were discovered in the military, the consequences she hardly dared to contemplate. Perhaps she could still marry. If Jiasu were unavailable, she could wed Sun Yu, or even Cao Cao himself. After much deliberation, she ultimately dismissed this notion. In these tumultuous times, seeking out and captivating that person is exceedingly difficult. Jiasu serves as a prime example. It is akin to living in the 21st century, knowing that Li Yifeng shares the same planet as you yet finding it nearly impossible to reach him, let alone marry him. As a woman, relying on men is fraught with uncertainty and unreliability. Her youth could not afford such risks. Women must rely on themselves. Lin Jun resolved, bolstering her determination. As for whom to support in the army, Lin Jun had already made her choice. This time, Liu Bei was still selling straw sandals, and Sun Quan was but a mere boy. Aside from Cao Cao, the other warlords would not endure for long. She was determined to ally with Cao Cao. Lin Jun chose a location to wait in a town named Xuanzhou. Soon, Cao Cao would pursue Dong Zhuo after a military defeat, taking a brief respite in Xuanzhou to reorganize his troops. This would provide Lin Jun the perfect opportunity to infiltrate his ranks, as his forces would likely be in disarray. Lin Jun sold her house at a low price, gathered her funds and provisions, and purchased a fine steed, setting off for Xuanzhou. Surprisingly, this town was not known for its jujubes. One could only wonder how the ancients came to name it thus. Looking at the dilapidated town, Lin Jun shook her head in resignation. It was more impoverished than she had imagined. Fortunately, its remote location made it unlikely to be caught in the crossfire of war. Lin Jun waited there for a decade. 10 years, from 17 to 27, the most beautiful years of a woman's life, were spent in this wretched town. Though Lin Jun was unwilling to squander her youth in such a desolate place, she had no choice. During these 10 years, due to the emperor's incompetence and the chaos wrought by eunuchs, peasant uprisings erupted everywhere, with government forces dispatched to suppress them, leading to conflicts all around. If Lin Jun were to venture out alone, she would surely fall victim to thieves or bandits, no matter how skilled she was in martial arts. The nation had invested considerable resources in her training. It was not to send her to her doom. Preserving her life was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, during these 10 years, Lin Jun did not remain idle. She abandoned her former habit of sleeping in and instead rose with the sun, practicing martial arts, studying military strategy, and diligently honing her various skills. She memorized the records of the three kingdoms countless times, fearful of becoming lax and forgetting, thus jeopardizing her grand ambitions. As time passed, the villagers of the small town grew increasingly restless, their expressions anxious as they rushed to share news of battles occurring outside. The entire town was shrouded in an atmosphere of terror, yet Lin Jun could hardly contain her excitement. Her opportunity had finally arrived. The sound of hooves clattering intruded upon the once tranquil land, but the footsteps were not spirited or orderly. Rather, they were disordered and despondent. Sitting at home, Lin Jun listened to the cacophony outside, aware that it signified a defeated army. Standing among the villagers, she gazed from afar at the soldiers resting and regrouping by the edge of the forest, their faces etched with the desolation of defeat and the terror of having narrowly escaped death. Remarkably, they did not plunder the village, instilling a flicker of respect in Lin Jun. After all, seizing resources from this defenseless town would have been a trivial endeavor. Suddenly, her keen eyes spotted a young soldier stealthily slipping away from the ranks and into the woods. She was all too familiar with such a figure. There had once been trainees who, unable to endure the rigors of training, had attempted to flee the base, adopting a similar posture as they walked. He was a deserter. Cautiously, Lin Jun maneuvered around behind her house, darting into the small grove and following him, only to stumble upon the soldier nervously glancing about. Hastily shedding his military uniform and concealing it beneath a tree covered with leaves, while he scampered deeper into the woods clad in his undergarments. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Lin Jun hurriedly retrieved the discarded uniform, cradling it in her arms as she made her way home. Upon arrival, she immediately sat before a mirror, preparing to disguise herself as a young man. As she scrutinized her reflection in the bronze mirror, ready to apply powder, she was taken aback to discover that her face remained unchanged from when she was 17. It seemed as though the passage of 10 years had left no mark upon her. Over the decade, she had seldom gazed into a mirror, and the dimness of the bronze had obscured her view, preventing her from noticing this peculiarity. An anomaly indeed. Regardless of how well she maintained herself, there should have been a noticeable difference between 17 and 27. Moreover, in her pursuit of joining the military, she had aimed to appear more rugged, never deliberately caring for her skin. She had trained outdoors through the scorching summers and biting winters. By all accounts, she ought to have been an aging, unmarried village maiden by now. Lin Jun pressed her hand against her chest, convinced that this was a result of radiation, the effects of the time machine on her. The notion of traversing time was nearly inconceivable, yet the machine had employed vast quantities of radioactive elements, which could very well have caused mutations in her body, such as cancer or an extra digit. It was her robust anti-cancer constitution that had initially led to her selection. To her astonishment, her body had indeed been affected, rendering her ageless. The concept of eternal youth, so alluring and enigmatic, would have brought her to tears in the 21st century. Yet now, in the superstitious twilight of the Han Dynasty, both the rulers and the common folk yearned for immortality. In this scientifically bereft era, should anyone uncover her secret, the most favorable outcome would likely be her being boiled and consumed. Lin Jun's heart raced, torn between joy and sorrow, aware that her path toward military service was becoming increasingly perilous. Chapter 9. Military law awaits? Lin Jun had no time to ponder further. Nightfall was imminent, and tonight presented the perfect opportunity for her to infiltrate the army. Tomorrow, the commander might reorganize the troops, making it exceedingly difficult to slip in afterward. She had no other choice. After waiting 10 years for this moment, she could not let it slip away. With trembling hands, she successfully disguised her face as that of a newly crowned youth, then shed her feminine attire, donning the uniform abandoned by the deserter. As she unfurled the uniform, a pungent odor of sweat permeated her small room, nearly causing her to retch, yet she bravely suppressed her nausea and put it on. The uniform was slightly loose, but still manageable, for her height was notably above average for women in ancient times, even surpassing many malnourished men. Transforming into a male soldier, Lin Jun discreetly concealed some valuables within her clothing and, under the cover of darkness, stealthily returned to the woods, quietly rejoining the ranks, taking a seat with her back to the other soldiers. Fortunately, the others did not inquire about her whereabouts or engage her in conversation. They were utterly exhausted, many sprawled on the ground in slumber. To further conceal her identity, Lin Jun lay down as well, squinting her eyes to avoid any chance encounters should someone engage her in conversation. What if that deserter had acquaintances among the troops? The atmosphere among the men was thick with masculinity. It took her a while to acclimate to the air, breathing through her mouth. As darkness deepened, Lin Jun mused that the night would likely pass without incident, allowing her to rest for the time being and confront whatever awaited her come morning. Just as she had begun to drift into a light slumber upon the hard ground, a sudden, thunderous drumbeat erupted nearby. The soldiers surrounding her quickly sprang to their feet, racing toward the source of the sound. Startled, Lin Jun scrambled up as well, following the throng. What chaos was this? She inwardly cursed. Could it be that enemy forces were attacking again? Surely, she couldn't be so unfortunate. The drumming came from a nearby location, and after a couple of minutes of running, they arrived. Upon seeing the spectacle before her, Lin Jun's heart sank. This was worse than battle. It was a nighttime roll call. The troops of the Chow army were well trained, and before the drums had sounded thrice, most of the men had assembled, forming neat rows. As a newcomer, Lin Jun had no idea where to position herself and cautiously took her place at the end of the line. Almost as soon as she had settled, the drumming ceased. At the front of the formation, several torches were lit, illuminating a group of individuals who appeared to be officers. "Count off," a youthful voice commanded. "Yes, young Master Ong," another responded, raising a torch to tally the troops. "Young Master Ong?" Lin Jun's mind raced. There were no noblemen in the ranks, and this Ong must refer to Chao Ong, the eldest son of Cao Cao. Although historical records were scarce, the tale of Chao Ong was vividly etched in her memory. During the famous Battle of Wancheng, Cao Cao, driven by lust, fell into the enemy's trap and was surrounded, with his steed slain by arrows, leaving him nearly trapped. At that moment, his son, Chao Ong, willingly relinquished his mount to Cao Cao, walking alongside to protect his father's escape. Ultimately, Cao Cao fled, while Chao Ong perished in battle. Who but an extraordinary individual could perform such an act? As Lin Jun's mind raced with these thoughts, the officer counting the troops drew closer, torch in hand. A wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to lower her gaze to avoid being discovered as an outsider. But the soldiers beside her stood tall and proud, making it more conspicuous if she bowed her head. Lin Jun endeavored to maintain a semblance of righteous composure, only for the officer to approach her directly. Was it possible that she would be exposed so swiftly? The officer halted before her, eyes wide, demanding, "Where is your weapon?" "What?" Lin Jun blinked in surprise, only then realizing that the soldiers around her wielded long spears or swords, while her hands were conspicuously empty. The darkness had concealed this detail from her. And who knew where the deserter had discarded his weapon? Remaining silent, she lowered her head in acknowledgement of her oversight. A head may be severed, blood may flow, but a weapon must not be lost. The officer bellowed at her, "Have you forgotten military law?" Lin Jun racked her brain for any record of a military law forbidding the abandonment of weapons. Surely, this was a fabrication of his imagination. Yet, these thoughts were confined to her mind. "Military law waits," the officer shouted, perceiving her silence as defiance. Lin Jun, hearing those words, quickly interjected in a masculine tone. "My lord, I beg for mercy. It was truly unintentional. After all, even the lightest of military laws could lead to punishment with the rod." The officer, however, showed no inclination to spare her, preparing to summon others to enforce the law, only to be halted by a figure nearby. "Hold on, General." The speaker was Chao Ong, who had just mentioned the need to tally the number of people. As he approached, Lin Jun discerned his appearance. He appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and handsome. Despite his elevated position, his eyes were gentle, and there was none of the harshness typically associated with military officers. His presence eased Lin Jun's tense nerves slightly. "Young master," the officer said respectfully. "General, you must be most aware of our current situation." Chao Ong replied in a gentle tone. "Our soldiers are mostly inexperienced recruits who have just enlisted. It is natural for them to feel intimidated after engaging in battle with Dongzhu's formidable Xiliang army. We are in a special period, and matters must be handled accordingly." "You speak wisely." The officer nodded in agreement. "There is no lesson to be learned here." Chao Ong turned to the others present, stating, "My father shares your sentiments. Dongzhu has taken the emperor hostage and wreaked havoc across the land, deserving of death by all. The injuries and bloodshed we have endured in this war shall not be in vain. In the future, we will emerge as a stronger army." "Indeed," the soldiers shouted in unison. Lin Jun silently nodded, recalling that historical texts described Chao Ong succinctly as intelligent, courageous, and modest. It was no wonder that Cao Cao had groomed him as his successor. Had he not perished early in battle, the conflicts over succession between Cao Pai and Cao Ji might not have arisen. She was also immensely grateful to Chao Ong for rescuing her moments ago. However, before she could fully relax, a soldier to her left suddenly pointed at her and exclaimed, "Report! He is not one of us." Chapter 10. Exposed. The soldier to Lin Jun's left pointed at her and shouted, "Report! He is not one of us." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun immediately turned to look at him, spotting a short, stocky young soldier with an earnest expression. "This foolish rotund fellow," Lin Jun cursed inwardly. The officer hastily inquired, "What is your name? What do you mean by that?" The stout soldier replied, "I am Zhongcheng from Bingzhou, part of the Firehead army. I distributed rations to everyone tonight, and I did not see him." Lin Jun quickly attempted to defend herself. "I was very tired this evening and did not go to collect rations." Lying was a part of her training, and Lin Jun had long since mastered the art of deceit without a hint of nervousness. Chao Ong then asked, "What is your name?" Lin Jun instinctively glanced at Chao Ong, meeting his sharp gaze. He stared intently at her, causing a flicker of unease within her, but she maintained her composure and replied, "I report, young master, I am Lin Jun. Lin Jun revealed her true name, reasoning that since this group had recently suffered a defeat with many casualties, it was plausible that no one would recognize her, and her name was quite neutral. Chao nodded at her and remarked, "You seem quite young. You must have enlisted not long ago." Lin Jun followed his lead, responding, "Yes, young master. I enlisted recently, and after this battle, I feel somewhat frightened." Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, Chao comforted her, saying, "You have worked hard." Yet, he quickly redirected the conversation, asking, "Are you from the 22nd or 23rd squad? I pity these new recruits. They likely have not returned." The army is organized into squads, similar to modern military units. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun felt a surge of joy, though it was wrong to rejoice over the deaths of others. If all the members of the 22nd and 23rd squads had perished, no one would recognize her. Reporting, "Young master, I am from the 23rd squad," she whispered, careful to avoid being overheard by those standing farther away. A hint of a smile flickered across Chao lips. Lin Jun felt puzzled, and before she could react, the officer, as if awakening from a dream, bellowed at her, "We do not have a 23rd squad. How dare you infiltrate our camp? Speak, who are you? Where did you get that uniform?" Lin Jun's mind raced. Chao had managed to expose her with a single sentence. She quickly knelt, feigning panic as she said, "Young master, general, my name is indeed Lin Jun. I have lived in Swanzhou town for many years and have heard of the current emperor's plight at the hands of Dong the thief. Seeing you generals return from the campaign against Dong Zhuo, I was filled with admiration and wished to offer my assistance in your noble cause. Today, I found the general's uniform discarded beneath a tree and was tempted to pick it up and wear it." Chao regarded Lin Jun thoughtfully, remaining silent. However, the officer growled, "Nonsense. I see you are a spy sent by Dong the thief." Lin Jun hastily put on a look of innocence, explaining, "General, please investigate thoroughly. I have indeed lived in Swanzhou for over 10 years. The officer was about to respond, but Chao waved his hand and said, "Her accent is indeed consistent with that of a local. Dong the thief would not go so far as to send a spy from this area." Having lived in Swanzhou for many years, Lin Jun's accent had unconsciously adapted, inadvertently saving her. She quickly expressed her gratitude to Chao, saying, "Thank you, young master, for your keen insight. I am wholeheartedly devoted to serving my country. Please take me in." Chao bent down to help Lin Jun to her feet, casually squeezing her arm, making her blush. Were it not for her awareness of her current identity as a man, she might have thought Chao was taking advantage of her. Chao, however, remarked nonchalantly, "Your physique is too slight. Participating in battle is no light matter, and you cannot proceed like this." Before Lin Jun could emphasize her own capabilities, Chao continued speaking to the officer, "I have already discussed this with my father. Swanzhou town has a relatively flourishing population, and he plans to publicly recruit soldiers tomorrow to replenish our ranks." The officer was taken aback and replied, "Yes, I shall do my utmost to assist in recruitment." Chao nodded and then addressed Lin Jun, "If you truly wish to join, come to the recruitment tomorrow. If you pass, I shall not obstruct you." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun inwardly chastised herself for her foolishness. She had a legitimate path to enlist but had chosen to sneak in and was caught as a spy. She concealed her emotions and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Chao. He merely nodded, indicating that Lin Jun could leave. Not daring to linger, she hurried away, having narrowly escaped a dire situation. Back at home, Lin Jun reflected on her reckless actions that evening, realizing she had been too hasty and impatient. After waiting 10 years, she had finally received her opportunity, only to squander it in a moment of carelessness. However, it was precisely because she had waited for a decade that she needed to proceed cautiously. That night, Lin Jun meticulously prepared herself to present as a man, reminding herself not to reveal any flaws. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Jun made her way to the recruitment station of Chao's army, where she found numerous young men queuing up. After waiting for a considerable time, it was finally her turn. The recruiting officer inquired, "What is your name?" Lin Jun responded, "My name is Lin Jun." The officer nodded, saying, "Good, you have passed. Go over there to register." "Is that it? I passed?" Lin Jun felt a surge of joy and quickly dashed towards the registration area indicated by the officer. However, just as she was about to reach it, someone called out from behind, "Hold on, she cannot go." Startled, Lin Jun widened her eyes and turned to see Chao leaning against the wall, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "Why not?" Lin Jun retorted angrily, "Didn't you say that I could proceed if I passed?" Chao chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he replied, "Because you are a woman, Lin Jun gasped in shock and vehemently denied. You are mistaken. I am not a woman. She abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, waking from a vivid dream, only to realize that dawn had already broken. What a ridiculous dream, Lin Jun thought, her heart still racing from the encounter with Chao Ong the previous night. After reading so many time travel novels and living among the simple folk of Xuanzhou for so long, she had developed the illusion that ancient people were naive and easily deceived. However, even if Chao Ong or anyone else were exceptionally astute, it would be impossible for them to instantly discern her identity, especially since she had bound her chest so tightly. First, she would set a small goal, to blend in. The path ahead would require careful steps. Chapter 11. Chao Army recruits. The ranks of the Chao Army were even longer than Lin Jun's dreams. The men of Xuanzhou town had long resided in tranquility, with many not having ventured beyond the town for over a decade or two. Now, presented with an opportunity to showcase their ambitions and witness the outside world, they eagerly signed up, albeit ignorant of the hardships of military life. However, it was evident that Chao did not wish to enlist mere rabble. Having faced the formidable Shiliang army led by Dong Zhuo, they understood that while numbers were valuable, quality held even greater significance. Furthermore, accepting too many recruits who had never wielded a weapon would strain their food supplies. The recruiting officer appeared to be a general, exuding authority as he meticulously examined each villager in line. Ultimately, only about 1 in 10 or 12 would be accepted. When it was Lin Jun's turn, she took a deep breath and addressed the general in a clear, resonant male voice, stating her aspiration to serve. Your physique is too frail. Next, before Lin Jun could finish articulating her noble intentions, the general glanced at her and coldly interrupted. A man behind her attempted to step forward, but Lin Jun hurriedly stopped him, explaining, General, though I may not be robust, I have practiced martial arts since childhood and can easily contend with common bandits. Oh? The general finally raised his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Jun seriously. Isn't it the case that those who appear feminine are typically lacking in strength? Come, let us see for ourselves. With that, he stepped into an open area and beckoned her forward. General Xiaohou, a soldier called out, you need not demonstrate yourself, ah? General Xiaohou waved dismissively at the soldier. It's merely a spar, not a fight to the death. Despite his words, Lin Jun found it astonishing. Xiaohou, of high rank within the Chao army and possessing immense martial prowess, she doubted she could defeat him. Yet, she surmised that victory was not the goal. Doing her best would suffice, and winning could spell trouble. Come here, lad, General Xiaohou called to her. Today, we shall test your skills without weapons. Yes, Lin Jun responded, launching herself at him. As they sparred, a gathering of onlookers, men, women, and children, converged on the street. Intrigued by the spectacle, Lin Jun quickly grasped Xiaohou's intention. He sought to draw attention from more villagers while also discouraging those who were merely there for the thrill of signing up. Yet, this mattered little to Lin Jun. She adeptly evaded Xiaohou's punches, biding her time to counterattack. Noticing her agility in dodging his strikes, General Xiaohou was secretly impressed. As she maneuvered to his side and seized the moment to strike his arm with a precise jab, he was caught off guard, his expression darkening. Suddenly, he accelerated his punches, seizing her wrist and pinning her arms behind her back. Ouch! Lin Jun exclaimed in pain, having believed her ambush successful. To her surprise, the general had merely been toying with her, and now he was serious, easily capturing her. Seeing Lin Jun struggle in vain, General Xiaohou chuckled softly and released her, commenting, You possess agility, yet your strength is woefully lacking. Should you enter the barracks, do not become complacent in your training. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun beamed, Thank you, General, for your approval. I have finally passed the first hurdle on this long journey. Xiaohou nodded slightly and added, But do not smile like that. You look like a little girl. Go report over there. Suppressing her smile, Lin Jun acknowledged him and scurried to the indicated spot. After registering her name and age, she joined the other selected recruits in waiting. The recruitment process continued until dusk, and Lin Jun noted that General Xiaohou had stood there all day, attending to every detail, hardly pausing for water. She felt a surge of admiration for him. Subsequently, they were organized into ranks and counted, totaling over 200 individuals. A different officer stepped forward and delivered an impassioned speech meant to instill fervor, extolling the virtues of serving one's country and the dishonor of desertion. While the naive recruits felt invigorated, Lin Jun, having heard such rhetoric countless times during her past as an operative, found herself weary and hungry. When would they finally eat dinner? The officer continued issuing orders, seemingly oblivious to the need for sustenance, sternly stating, "Every day at the hour of the hare. The entire army must assemble for drills. Latecomers will face military law the hour of the hare, roughly translated to around 6 in the morning, later than Lin Jun had anticipated, especially compared to modern military schedules, where assembly times were often much earlier. In her previous training, she had often risen at 4 or 5 in the morning. Thus, she mused, ancient military management was not as harsh as it appeared. As the officer continued his passionate address, Lin Jun's mind wandered when a young soldier rushed up to him, whispering urgently. The officer nodded, his gaze scanning the new recruits, suddenly locking onto Lin Jun's eyes. Oh no, Lin Jun thought, her heart sinking. Had she done something wrong? If she failed to integrate into the army, her future plans would be thwarted. Yet, her fears materialized as the officer pointed directly at her, declaring loudly, "You there? The thinnest one. Step forward." The thinnest one? Lin Jun glanced around nervously. Although there were shorter men nearby, none appeared more frail than she. She raised a finger to herself, feigning innocence. The officer, unimpressed by her act, snapped, "Yes, you. Come here." With orders issued, she had no choice but to step out of line and approach the officer. He slapped her shoulder hard and said to the soldier who had whispered to him, "There you have it, the thinnest one." Likely 1T survived the first battle. Relieved, Lin Jun thought, as long as her identity remained undisclosed, anything else was tolerable. The young soldier, clearly not a low-ranking recruit, arrogantly remarked, "Let us go. Your good fortune awaits." Chapter 12. The Cooking Squad? Good fortune? Naturally, Lin Jun felt elated to leave the front lines. Though her skills were formidable, and as long as she avoided reckless confrontation, she believed she could manage on the battlefield. However, departing was undoubtedly the best outcome. As the young soldier strode purposefully ahead, Lin Jun hurried to catch up, ingratiatingly asking, "Sir, where are you taking me?" The soldier, pleased to be addressed as Sir, raised an eyebrow and replied leisurely, "You'll find out when we arrive. Fear not. It's a place everyone in the army dreams of going." Except for that officer who was reluctant to let anyone go, Lin Jun silently added. The Chao army's encampment was not extensive, and they soon came to a halt. "Here," the soldier said, gesturing to a disheveled pile of belongings by the roadside. "You'll be working here." Lin Jun squinted, finally realizing the heap was a chaotic assortment of bundles. Tentatively, she asked, "So I'm in charge of watching the luggage?" "Watching luggage?" The soldier barked. "You're now part of the cooking team. Hurry up and start cooking. We're starving." Lin Jun was acutely aware that this was essentially an ancient cooking brigade. Considering this, it indeed seemed like a favorable position. However, Lin Jun mustered the courage to inquire, "So, am I to manage this alone?" At this moment, the young soldier recalled that no one was present in the cooking brigade and awkwardly scratched his head, his attention still fixated on the bundles of rations. He glanced around and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Zhong Chung, come over here." Not far off, beneath a large tree, a hefty shadow trembled. Lin Jun couldn't help but admire the soldier's keen eyesight. The shadow struggled to rise and, as it approached, Lin Jun recognized him. "Oh, Zhong Chung. No wonder the name sounded familiar. He was the one who betrayed me that day." "Betray? We are not on the same side," the plump Zhong Chung retorted, addressing the soldier. "Didn't I request for people?" "For people?" The soldier chuckled, pointing at Lin Jun. "If it weren't for this fellow being so scrawny, the general wouldn't have the heart to send him to his demise. You have no one else, and now we are short-handed everywhere, so just make do." He then turned to Lin Jun, instructing, "From now on, you will follow his lead in the cooking brigade. I assure you, you will fare better than he does." With that, he departed, leaving Lin Jun and Zhong Chung exchanging bewildered glances. Sighing, Zhong Chung lamented, "Had I known yesterday that I would point you out, I would have preferred to have someone assist me today." Lin Jun quickly chimed in, "Lord Zhong, your loyalty is commendable." Zhong Chung, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Flattery 1T help. Come along and get to work." "Yes, I'm coming." Lin Jun eagerly followed, intrigued by the ancient military's dining practices during campaigns. After a moment's thought, she asked, "Are we the only ones here? Where are the others?" "Hold on." Zhong Chung paused, pointing to a pile of rags by the roadside. "Drag a bag over here." "Understood." Lin Jun promptly retrieved a bag filled with rice. Although heavy, her physique was resilient, allowing her to carry it with ease. Zhong Chung nodded slightly in approval. They soon arrived at a large pot, and he instructed, "Pour it all in." Lin Jun complied, tearing open the bag and emptying its contents into the pot, only to discover it was millet, which she had only occasionally consumed as porridge. used as a staple. It could be rather coarse and unpalatable. Tend to the fire and stir occasionally to prevent it from burning, Zhong Chung advised. I'll prepare a meal for the Lord and the generals. Oh. Lin Jun nodded thoughtfully, realizing the lords must have their own private kitchens. She inquired further. What about the others? Surely, they won't be eating just this millet? What else do you expect? Zhong Chung replied. Once it's nearly done, we'll tear up 2 heads of cabbage and toss them in. Remember, tear them small. 2 heads? Lin Jun asked incredulously. For such a large pot. Only 2 heads of cabbage? This pot is large enough for me to bathe in. Still too few? Zhong Chung sighed. You people from Swanzhou are quite fortunate. Many have just perished, so we have more vegetables to spare. On ordinary days, it's typically just 1. Oh, then I shall tear them smaller. Lin Jun washed 2 large cabbages and ripped the leaves into pieces as small as her palm, reflecting, warfare truly is arduous. If I were in the 21st century, stirring this pot, others would surely think I was preparing pig feed, for it resembles it so closely. While stirring the millet, Lin Jun noticed soldiers approaching with bowls. The bowls of this era were small and shallow, similar to those she had used in the home of Swanzhou. However, the soldiers' bowls were plate-sized. They swarmed around, encircling Lin Jun and the pot, their expressions a mix of eagerness and anticipation. Zhong Chung timely appeared with a ladle, assisting Lin Jun in serving the soldiers. Although the soldiers were impatient, Lin Jun observed their discipline. Each extended their bowls in turn without any jostling. Take note. Lin Jun reminded herself of her diligent role as an agent, committed to documenting all aspects of ancient life. After all, in decades to come, if she returned and her team inquired about the 3 Kingdoms period, she wouldn't want to disappoint them by being unable to provide answers. Chapter 13. I want to meet a notable person. The lengthy line gradually dwindled, and despite Lin Jun's decent stamina, her arms ached. Zhong Chung tossed the ladle back into the pot and clapped his hands, saying to Lin Jun, All right, eat up and tidy this place. I'll take the meals to the Lord and the generals. Deliver meals to the Lord? Lin Jun's heart raced at the thought. The Lord he referred to was none other than Cao Cao. She finally had a chance to encounter him. Lord Zhong, Lin Jun began, but was interrupted by Zhong Chung. What are you doing, swallowing your saliva? Zhong Chung glared at her. You wish to deliver food? I suspect you want to sneak a bite. He dismissed her, insisting, not a chance. Wash the pot. With that, he left, not allowing Lin Jun any room to protest. Undeterred, she thought, I have plenty of time ahead. Having joined Chao's army, how could I not eventually meet Cao Cao? Cheerfully, she set about eating and cleaning the pot. The meal was bland and difficult to swallow, yet the soldiers seemed to enjoy it, showcasing their resilience. Remarkably, aside from those on guard duty, the other soldiers were resting, while only they in the cooking brigade continued to toil, needing to rise early to prepare breakfast. Lin Jun mused that the cooking brigade was not as comfortable as rumored. Moreover, given the meager, pig-like fare, it was difficult for her to eat much. Before long, Zhong Chung returned, observing Lin Jun had nearly finished cleaning up and reassured her. These next few days will be busy. I've reported to General Xiahou, and he mentioned recruiting more personnel soon, allocating a few to our cooking brigade. Lin Jun pondered deeply. Although Cao Cao suffered defeat in this battle, he had won the people's hearts, and soon, many would rally to his side. Noticing her silence, Zhong Chung added, All right, don't overthink it. Once you're done, hurry off to rest. Rest already? That's splendid. Lin Jun thanked Zhong Chung eagerly and selected a dry spot to sleep on the ground like the other soldiers. Be ready to switch with me at the hour of the pig, Zhong Chung reminded her. All right, wait, what? Lin Jun asked, puzzled. Switch what? Switching the night watch. Zhong Chung looked at her incredulously. Oh, you're new here and don't know. We're responsible for guarding all this grain at night. But we guard? Lin Jun still struggled to grasp the reality, given the multitude of guards outside. The external guards are for preventing thieves. We are here to watch for internal threats, Zhong Chung clarified. What if someone comes to pilfer the rations? Now, sleep quickly. I'll call for you when it's time. Lin Jun felt a wave of despair wash over her. Did this mean they would have to stand guard each night until reinforcements arrived? How could it be so arduous? She inwardly cursed Jia Su 100 times, blaming him for not marrying her and thus condemning her to this hardship. Before long, Lin Jun fell asleep, only to be awakened by Zhong Chung. She was unsure how he knew the exact time, but since he called her, she had no choice but to rise for the shift change. It is now the early summer, with pleasant temperatures and a lack of mosquitoes, creating a comfortable atmosphere. However, The torches are lit at a distance, and the surroundings are shrouded in darkness. Lin Jun decides to sit on the grain pile to avoid dozing off, in case someone truly comes to steal the food. In truth, she finds it hard to believe that anyone would steal the unprocessed grain, as one would need the means to cook it first. Reasonably, she supports her own thoughts, concluding that the approaching shadow must simply be passing by. Wait, there is indeed a figure. Startled, Lin Jun leaps up from the grain, drawing her short knife and assuming a defensive stance. Given that she is backlit, even someone with sharp eyesight should struggle to see her clearly. The figure indeed approaches their cooking area, touching this and that, presumably searching for something to eat. A thief. To her surprise, Lin Jun realizes that Zhongcheng's words were prophetic. Stealthily, she creeps up from behind the intruder, preparing to subdue him in one swift motion. However, just as she strikes, the figure unexpectedly spins around and seizes her arm. Such swift reflexes. Lin Jun is momentarily stunned, her heart sinking. Could it be that her once formidable skills have diminished to mediocrity in this ancient battlefield? Despite struggling against the likes of General Xiahou, she finds herself easily subdued by this petty thief. Furrowing her brow, Lin Jun attempts to slice at him with her knife, forcing the thief to relinquish her grip. She has no intention of genuinely harming him, only aiming to subdue him. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the thief does not flee after disarming her. Instead, he effortlessly snatches the knife from her grasp. While his agility is slightly inferior to hers, Lin Jun's training has predominantly occurred in daylight, leaving her lacking in skills for nocturnal combat. The thief, evidently more experienced in the dark and possessing greater strength, now holds the advantage. With her weapon lost, Lin Jun has no choice but to call for help. However, before her voice can escape, the figure envelopes her in his embrace, his hand tightly covering her mouth. "Shh. Quiet," he whispers, leaning his head close to her ear. "I am not a thief." "Of course, you're not a thief." Lin Jun struggles, emitting muffled sounds. But it proves futile. His arm presses firmly against her chest, constricting her breath, causing her immense discomfort. The thief pulls her closer, allowing her to see his face. Yet their embrace feels overly intimate. Were it not for her awareness of her male disguise, she might have thought herself in a compromising situation. Fortunately, he lacks the typical masculine demeanor of a soldier, which brings her some relief. With the distant firelight illuminating the area, Lin Jun finally recognizes the thief's face, or rather, it seems he wishes her to see it. "It's you? It's you?" they exclaim in unison. "Greetings, young Master Chow." Lin Jun feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Attacking the eldest son of Cao Cao is hardly a move for maintaining her reputation. "You are the one who infiltrated that day." "Lin Jun?" Chaoang recalls her name with surprising clarity. "I didn't expect you to actually come in. I thought your petite frame would prevent you from passing through." "Indeed, I knew you were not genuinely wishing for my enlistment," Lin Jun silently muses. "Yes. Thank you for the guidance, young master." She bows her head, suspecting that Chaoang is merely hungry and seeking something to eat. "Please wait a moment. I will prepare some food for you." No, that's not necessary," Chaoang quickly clarifies. "It's not for me." "Then for whom?" Lin Jun inquires, puzzled. "My father." Chaoang sighs heavily. You must know that after his defeat, he has been filled with regret and frustration, having not eaten a morsel for nearly 2 days. He keeps saying he cannot eat, and I am genuinely worried. Lin Jun's heart aches for him as she responds. I have not heard any soldiers express grievances against the Lord. In truth, she had not heard any complaints, as she had been assigned to the fire brigade upon her arrival, and had only interacted with the solitary plump soldier, leaving her little opportunity to gather such information. Chaoang offers a polite smile, clearly skeptical. If there were another army of lords, even just one, to march alongside my father, we would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Lin Jun nods in agreement, naturally continuing, indeed. The other lords were not genuinely interested in rescuing the emperor or the Han dynasty. The chronicles depict Cao Cao's recent defeat in vivid detail, where he and several other lords united to confront Dong Zhuo and rescue the emperor. Yet, in the end, only he and Sun Jian, Sun Quan's father, were willing to commit troops, with Sun Jian ultimately being betrayed by Yuan Shu, leaving Cao Cao to fight alone and suffer defeat. Chaoang's brow furrows as he fixes his gaze on Lin Jun, asking, "How do you know this so well?" Lin Jun, realizing she has momentarily forgotten her guise as a mere country recruit, responds, "Our village of Xuanzhou is quite close to Luoyang. So many tidings reach us." Chaoang remains unconvinced. Even with such proximity, it is unlikely you could grasp the sentiments of the other lords. Their soldiers cannot comprehend it. let alone a newcomer from a village like yours. Seeing the lingering doubt on Chowang's face, Lin Jun swiftly changes the subject. It cannot be good for the Lord to have gone 2 days without food. I shall prepare something for him. Chowang surveys the surroundings and shakes his head. Forget it. The noodles sent over today, my father could not eat, much less the corn porridge. We can only wait for him to resolve his inner turmoil. With that, he turns to leave. History has never recorded Cao Cao as being despondent after his defeat, and Lin Jun's curiosity about the truth of history swells within her. Moreover, the rare opportunity to meet this legendary figure of chaos in the world is one she does not wish to miss. However, with only some cabbage and corn at her disposal, what could she possibly prepare? Surely, there must be meat hidden away, that wretched Zhong Cheng. Where has he concealed it? Just as she feels the urgency rising, her eyes catch sight of glistening pears hanging from a tree. There is indeed a pear tree here. Young Master Ong, she calls out. Please hold on. It is quite normal for my lord to have not eaten for 2 days, especially with such worries. How about I prepare some soup for him to drink? It would surely alleviate his discomfort. Chowang quickly responds, soup would be good, but there are no livestock left in the camp. How can we make it? Are you planning to purchase from a peasant household? Soup does not necessarily require meat or bones. Given that my lord has been fasting for an extended period, consuming rich and greasy food would only cause nausea. Lin Jun replies mysteriously. Fruits can also be used to make soup. Please wait a moment. Without waiting for further questions from Chowang, she rushes to the pear tree and picks several sparkling fruits. During her years in Xuanzhou, she has observed that villagers prefer meat over vegetables and fruits. These pears grow abundantly, yet they are not particularly favored by the locals. After washing the pears, she realizes she cannot find her short knife, which was taken from her during the earlier scuffle with Chowang. With a determined spirit, she approaches him. Young Master Ong, would you kindly return my knife? Chowang chuckles helplessly, handing the knife back to her. Here you go, but please refrain from using it on me again. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Lin Jun feigns gratitude before swiftly peeling the pears, cutting the flesh into small pieces, adding them to a pot of water, and retrieving some syrup, what we would now refer to as sugar, to include in the mixture. The sugar has become more precious than salt, typically reserved for high-ranking individuals, and was unearthed by her while tidying up the pots and bowls. However, she could not find any meat. Chowang remarked that there were no livestock in the barracks, suggesting that meat truly was scarce. As he gazed at Lin Jun, who was igniting the fire, he hesitated and asked, why add syrup to the soup? There are soups seasoned with salt, and there are those with syrup as well. Lin Jun, with an air of certainty, replied that their leader had not eaten anything and must be feeling weak and disoriented. Consuming syrup could restore his energy, which was the best course of action. She successfully lit the fire, covered the pot, and awaited the pear and meat to cook. It would take a considerable amount of time, and she pondered what she might discuss with her superior, but the thoughts eluded her. Lin Jun continued to fan the flames, starting with high heat before reducing it once it reached a boil. Surprisingly, it was Chowang who initiated the conversation, commenting, I have never seen anyone eat pears in such a manner. Lin Jun sensed an underlying meaning in his words. Although Cao Cao was not a prominent warlord, his family had always been in positions of authority, and Chowang had grown up in privilege, yet he had never experienced such a refined way of consuming pears, which might have struck him as peculiar. We have an abundance of sour jujube pear trees, so this is how we always eat them, Lin Jun replied nonchalantly. The great and avant-garde people of the sour jujube. Chowang did not respond further. As the flames flickered higher, Lin Jun finally dared to look directly at Chowang in the well-lit surroundings. On this night, he was not clad in armor but wore a dark outer garment with a wide collar that revealed the inner garment beneath. She understood, as Han people had a penchant for such attire, often leaving their underclothes exposed. Perhaps due to the approaching summer, the weather was slightly warm, and Chowang had not even fastened his inner garment properly, revealing a shallow V-shaped neckline, which appeared casual and even somewhat alluring. Though he had reached the age of maturity, where he would typically don a ceremonial cap, the military environment was evidently less formal. Furthermore, this young man seemed to take greater care with his appearance than the average soldier. His body and hair appeared freshly washed, with his dark locks casually tied at the back, cascading over his shoulders, still slightly damp. Seeing him in such an unguarded state, Lin Jun couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, in stark contrast to his strict and formal demeanor during the midnight drum summonings. She had always preferred those who were unconcerned with trivialities, like her former mentor, who never criticized her various skills. Are you judging me? Chowang suddenly inquired, tilting his head slightly. Lin Jun snapped back to reality, realizing her scrutiny had been so apparent. She quickly defended herself. No. I just found your attire today rather casual, yet quite elegant. It captivated me. Chaoang, who had been leaning against a tree, stood up straight upon hearing her words. Glancing down at his clothing and almost immediately noticing the open collar of his inner garment, hastily fastening it. The soldiers in the barracks were accustomed to long periods without contact with women, and it was rumored that some developed unusual preferences as a result. This lad wouldn't. Better to secure the collar for safety. Lin Jun, observing his flustered attempts to adjust his attire, felt a chuckle rising within her but restrained herself, remembering her mentor's advice to speak less and act more after her arrival in this world. Too many words could lead to misfortune. Chaoang noticed her suppressed laughter and, without reservation, asked, Lin Jun, I have a question. Have you always looked this way? With such a boyish charm? Were you ever mistaken for a girl in your childhood? Upon hearing this, Lin Jun silently cursed Chaoang for his pettiness. It was merely a fleeting glance at her chest. She retorted, Young master, you have been traveling with the Lord for years. So you may not be aware that women now favor a delicate appearance like mine. I am quite popular in my village. Though she said this, it was only her first day in the military, and Chaoang was the second person to comment on her feminine appearance. Even General Xiaoho had remarked upon it multiple times. However, she had no choice. Lacking facial hair, she could not apply makeup to appear more mature, or it would seem disingenuous. Oh? Chaoang inquired, intrigued. Have you married? Not yet, Lin Jun replied earnestly. The world is not at peace. How can one settle down? She then recalled that Chaoang had died young, without leaving any descendants, and even his age was not documented in historical records. Seizing the moment, she mustered the courage to ask, Have you married, young master? Not yet. Chaoang shook his head. These past few years have been spent on the move. How could I concern myself with such matters? Oh, Lin Jun nodded internally, realizing it wouldn't be long before the Chao family thrived, providing opportunities for him to marry. It was a pity that alas, fate seems to favor the handsome. At such a young age, you have yet to marry and are now serving in the military, which is arduous. Chaoang seemed disinterested in discussing his marital status and shifted the conversation back to her, asking, Have you found anything difficult to adjust to? Not at all. Lin Jun shook her head, denying any difficulties, though she internally lamented the poor food, lack of a proper bed, and the necessity of night shifts. Chaoang smiled warmly and said, You need not deceive me. I won't hold it against you. When I first joined the military, it was truly unbearable. Sometimes, I would go several days without sleep, but I have grown accustomed to it now. Why could you not sleep for several days? Lin Jun asked. Is there no one to take over shifts? As a leader, how could one rest while others labor? Chaoang paused before continuing. The Yellow Turbans favored nighttime ambushes 2 years ago. Vigilance was necessary. Lin Jun, when you become a general, you must be diligent and compassionate to your soldiers. Yes, young master, Lin Jun replied, slightly bowing, but inwardly she chuckled at the notion of her becoming a general. It was amusing that Chaoang, despite his youth, was so adept at flattery, concerned that their group of new recruits might struggle with the hardships of military life. Coming to paint a rosy picture of her future as a general, it was of no use to her. No matter how arduous the conditions, she would endure. And she had no intention of becoming a general. Suddenly, a sweet aroma wafted into Lin Jun's nostrils. The sweet pear soup was ready. Chaoang seemed to sense the fragrance as well, and curiously leaned closer to see. Lin Jun lifted the pot's lid, and the scent of the pears mingled with the sweetness of the syrup, causing her to swallow involuntarily. It had been over a decade since she had tasted sugar. She had previously claimed that the people of the sour jujube loved this dish, a clear deception. She quickly ladled a bowl of the hot soup and offered it to Chaoang, exclaiming, Young master, please have a taste. Chaoang took a spoonful of the sweet soup and nodded in approval, saying, It tastes delightful. Lin Jun beamed with pride. Although the syrup used in ancient times was cane sugar rather than rock sugar, she had managed to replicate a similar flavor. Let us hurry and present it to the Lord, Lin Jun said excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of meeting the legendary Cao Cao. Chaoang gazed down at the bowl of sweet pear soup, stirring it with his spoon before accepting it from her, saying, You have worked hard today, Lin Jun. Not at all, not at all, Lin Jun replied, yet a twinge of suspicion arose in her heart. Was Chaoang bidding her farewell? Indeed, he did not call for her to accompany him, turning to leave with the bowl in hand. Lin Jun hurried after him, flattering, Young master, the soup is too hot. Allow me to carry it. Chaoang halted and looked at her with surprise, asking, What? Are you not on night duty? Lin Jun hesitated, realizing she had forgotten her duty. How could she abandon her post? Was Zhong Chung still here? But Zhong Chung was asleep. Would it be appropriate to wake him? No. That would be too strange. Chaoang chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but you need not follow me." "Yes, young master." Lin Jun despaired, lamenting the missed opportunity to meet Cao Cao. Although there would be future chances to see him, they would likely be from a distance, rendering his face unrecognizable. As Chaoang gradually distanced himself, Lin Jun couldn't help but scold herself for her foolishness. She should have remembered that she couldn't go and refrained from boiling the pears. However, reflecting on her conversation with Chaoang, she realized it had been fruitful. Cultivating a good relationship with him would certainly ease her integration within the military camp in the future. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind her, prompting Lin Jun to turn around, only to discover that Zhong Chung had awakened and was savoring the sweet pear soup she had prepared. What a nuisance. If he had awakened earlier, she could have accompanied Chaoang. "You're awake," Lin Jun greeted Zhong Chung with a hint of annoyance, while he happily relished the dish. "Not bad, kid," Zhong Chung remarked, licking his lips in praise. "I didn't realize you were so skilled." "I want some too," Lin Jun replied, shaking the pot to reveal that the pear soup was nearly gone. "Oh, you want some?" Zhong Chung laughed. "You're already eager to eat? But do you know who else might want some?" Lin Jun, sensing an underlying implication in his words, asked in confusion, "Who else wants to eat?" "What do you mean?" Zhong Chung chuckled again, and Lin Jun found his false mirth unappealing. He continued, "Since your pear soup is commendable, I thought I might offer you some guidance." Lin Jun fell silent, still pondering where she had gone wrong. Zhong Chung added, "Have you forgotten? Young Master Ong also mentioned that your soup was quite good. But he didn't Lin Jun stammered. "What? He didn't say he wanted to eat?" Zhong Chung rolled his eyes, exasperated. He's the eldest son, concerned for his father's health. If he said he wanted some, it would diminish his stature. Did you not notice that he remained silent while stirring the soup in the bowl for quite some time? Child, there's much for you to learn. Lin Jun felt a surge of realization. Indeed, her emotional intelligence was woefully lacking. She should have served the first bowl to Chaoang before offering one to Cao Cao. Now, not only had she failed to do so, but she had also inadvertently offended Chaoang. "What should I do now?" she asked the now-reclined Zhong Chung, feeling despondent. It would be too awkward to serve him another bowl. Zhong Chung stretched lazily and replied, "It's fine. Our young master Ong has a grand demeanor. Just be mindful in the future." Noticing Lin Jun fiddling with the remaining sweet pear soup, he quickly warned, "There's only one bowl left. Don't eat it. If the Lord enjoys his meal later and wishes for another bowl, you'll need to keep some aside, or it'll be troublesome." Gratefully, Lin Jun nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhong." Zhong Chung merely grunted before drifting back to sleep. Sitting alone by the stove, Lin Jun intertwined her fingers, feeling quite disheartened. Perhaps her prolonged stay among the simple-minded people of Xuanzhou had rendered her rather naive, unable to read the nuances of social interaction. Those who thrived in the military camp were all astute individuals, and if she wished to carve out a place for herself, she needed to think more critically before taking action. She gazed up at the sky, where the pollution of the Han Dynasty was nearly non-existent, revealing a multitude of stars that had never graced her sight in the modern world, bringing a slight solace to her restless heart. Lin Jun felt utterly lost. Though the nation had granted her nearly 40 years to traverse time, she had already squandered nearly 11 of them and had only just begun. She needed to seek the truth of history without altering it. How she longed to listen to Cao Cao and his strategists and generals discuss military matters, but the rigid hierarchy within the army left her at a loss for how to approach it. Each day of delay meant a day lost in acquiring vital information, a waste and a failure for both her and her team. At last, dawn broke, and Lin Jun, exhausted, could barely keep her eyes open, yet Zhong Chung remained asleep, and she dared not rest. The familiar sound of drums echoed, and in an instant, the soldiers sleeping on the ground sprang to their feet, rushing to assemble. Lin Jun felt invigorated and quickly shook Zhong Chung awake, calling out, "Lord Zhong, wake up. It's morning. Time to assemble." Zhong Chung frowned at her words, wiping drool from his lips with his sleeve, and replied irritably, "Why the commotion? Our fire brigade doesn't he need to assemble in the morning?" Oh, Lin Jun's heart leapt with joy. So the fire brigade didn't he have morning drills? Though displeased at being awakened, Zhong Chung rose and urged her to prepare breakfast, as the soldiers would need to eat after their morning training. Together, they made a corn porridge that Lin Jun found unappetizing, yet the soldiers, accustomed to simpler fare, seemed to enjoy it. Finally, after cleaning up the cooking utensils, Lin Jun felt a wave of relief wash over her. The next meal wouldn't be until evening, and she could afford to take a good nap. After all, the ancients typically had only 2 meals a day, one around 9 in the morning and another in the evening. Seeing Lin Jun sprawled on the ground, Zhong Cheng asked in confusion, "Why are you lying down? Planning to leave? Leave for where?" Lin Jun asked, still dazed. "For training." "Of course," Zhong Cheng replied matter-of-factly. "You didn't think our fire brigade only cooked, did you? I see that all we do?" Lin Jun questioned again, bewildered by her tumultuous life, now faced with cooking, night shifts, and training. "Get up. Don't be late," Zhong Cheng said, pulling her by the collar. "If you get scolded, that's your problem. Don't drag me down with you." Thus, Lin Jun, on the verge of dozing off, was dragged by Zhong Cheng to an open area where the training was taking place, led by General Xiahou, the very man who had personally recruited soldiers and sparred with her. Now, they were practicing with spears, and Zhong Cheng and Lin Jun found their places at the end of the line. Upon their arrival, General Xiahou merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from chastising them for their tardiness, displaying a degree of understanding. Lin Jun had practiced spear techniques before, having trained with a wooden stick during her 10 years in Swanzhou, so she should have had a slight edge over the average soldier. However, the spear was exceedingly heavy, whether due to its material or her diminished physical condition since her time travel, or perhaps the lack of rest from the previous night. She found it nearly impossible to keep up with the others. As General Xiahou shouted commands, correcting those who faltered in their movements, Lin Jun knew her own execution was lacking. Yet he seemed to recognize that her struggles stemmed from insufficient strength and did not specifically correct her. Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Jun's forehead, and she stole a glance at Zhong Cheng, only to be astonished by how agile he was despite his bulk. His movements were precise and effortless, his excess weight seemingly posing no hindrance. Though he had only rested for 4 or 5 hours, Zhong Cheng was vibrant and energetic. Lin Jun realized she had severely underestimated the ancients. She had thought that with her skills, returning to the past would make her a standout, yet she couldn't even meet the average standard. Regrettably, she hadn't thought to ask Zhong Cheng how often they rested during training, which would have provided her with something to anticipate. But then, a twist of fate arrived. A messenger approached, relaying a message to General Xiahou, who nodded in response before addressing the training soldiers. "The Lord has summoned me for a matter. You may continue your practice, but do not become complacent." With that, he departed with the messenger. "They're gone." Lin Jun beamed at the retreating figure of General Xiahou, her demeanor brightening. With the commander away, who would continue training diligently? Yet, to her astonishment, the earnest soldiers persisted in their rigorous practice. Why were they so obedient? Shouldn't they take a break now that the general had left? Lin Jun's face fell in despair. It seemed the ancient methods of indoctrination far surpassed those of the modern era. Chapter 17. Caught in the act, the soldiers' training continued unabated despite the departure of their commander, which left Lin Jun astounded. Yet, she herself could hardly keep up, holding her gun low and lethargically trailing along at the back of the line, where no one would notice her. However, it wasn't long before her actions caught the attention of Zhong Cheng, who immediately began making exaggerated gestures at her. Unable to explain, Lin Jun merely adopted a woeful expression to indicate her exhaustion. She couldn't comprehend why, after a night watch, one wouldn't rest during the following day. Zhong Cheng, however, was unyielding, glaring at her with intense scrutiny, as if his eyes would pop out, continuously mouthing something. Lin Jun squinted and attempted to decipher Zhong Cheng's lip movements. Work? What could that mean? Oh no, Master Chow? A cold sweat broke out on her brow as she turned to face Chow Ong, who was watching her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. How long had he been stealthily lurking behind her? Whenever he looked at someone with that gaze, it was never a good sign. What was the punishment for slacking off during training? Had she truly broken the rules? Noticing that Chow Ong had no intention of speaking, Lin Jun hastily refocused, mustering her strength to keep up with the others. Yet, mere moments later, beads of sweat began to cascade down her face again. Although she couldn't see Chow Ang's full face, she could feel his gaze fixed upon her, unwavering. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she hadn't touched up her makeup in over a day. Now, with all this perspiration, would her makeup be ruined? The ancient methods of cosmetics relied on powders and ink, which, while not as dramatic as modern techniques, could still lead to unsightly results if mixed with sweat. If Chow Ong noticed, would he realize her predicament? Chow Ong approached her, shaking his head. "Your stance is incorrect." Lin Jun let out a slight sigh of relief. You're holding the gun too far forward. This will strain your right arm, which is why you're fatigued. As he spoke, he moved behind her, holding the gun with both hands, encircling her waist and adjusting her grip on the weapon to demonstrate the optimal positioning. Lin Jun nodded in understanding, realizing that modern rifles, being lighter in construction, allowed for a more forward grip. In contrast, ancient weapons were heavier due to material scarcity, necessitating a different handling approach. Try again, Chawang instructed, releasing his hold. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jun, though her hands rested on the gun, exerted no effort, causing the weapon to slip from her grasp. Both reacted instinctively, bending down to retrieve it, but Chawang, being quicker, seized the rifle first, inadvertently colliding his wrist against Lin Jun's chest. The impact was quite forceful, enough to elicit a pained gasp from her, instinctively prompting her to shield her chest with her arms and bend forward like a shrimp. No, she thought. She couldn't display such overt femininity. In an instant, she regained her composure, suppressing the pain and straightening up through gritted teeth. Chawang, having unexpectedly assaulted her twice, wore a peculiar expression, akin to someone witnessing a dog climbing a tree. Upon meeting Lin Jun's embarrassed gaze and clenched teeth, he swiftly regained his usual demeanor. Practice harder, he commanded casually before striding away. Lin Jun mused that perhaps he thought of himself as too delicate, easily pained, and thus dismissed her. Thankfully, he did not order any punishment for her earlier laziness. After Chawang's departure, Lin Jun employed the grip technique he had demonstrated, finding the spear thrust exercises considerably less taxing, and resolved not to slack off any longer. Fortuitously, her renewed diligence paid off, as General Xiahou returned shortly thereafter, having approached from behind them. If he had caught her slacking, it would have been disastrous, especially after admonishing her to exert herself. The soldiers trained until midday before taking a brief respite, and as the afternoon session resumed, Lin Jun felt her arms growing numb, fatigue overwhelming her. Ultimately, it was Zhong Cheng who salvaged her from further exertion. After merely an hour of practice, he halted, indicating that she should do the same. After exchanging pleasantries with General Xiahou and receiving his permission, the two of them returned their weapons and departed. As Lin Jun walked back, tears of relief nearly spilled from her eyes. At last, she could cease her training. Zhong Cheng, observing her emotional response, remarked with exasperation, "Why are you so happy? You still have work to do upon returning. You'll need to prepare porridge soon. Honestly, your physique isn't up to par. Perhaps you should consider requesting to go home. General Xiahou likely wouldn't hold it against you, given your frail appearance." That was out of the question. Lin Jun had worked too hard to get here, yet she couldn't help but ask Zhong Cheng, "I still don't quite understand. Why do we have to train during the day after pulling night watches? How can our bodies endure this? Other soldiers only have to stand watch for an hour at most, but we have to endure for half the night. It's a special period," Zhong Cheng explained. "Once we return to Dongjun, we won't have to stand watch anymore. The number of soldiers in the Firehead army will increase, and it won't be so exhausting." Lin Jun grasped his point. She cautiously pressed her lips together, yet she understood that remaining in the Firehead army was not a viable long-term solution. Days spent cooking, training, and sleeping were not conducive to real combat. They would ultimately be rendered useless when the time came to fight. Though she had no desire to go to battle, remaining idle in the Firehead army, exhausted and deprived of information, was unacceptable. She needed to devise a plan to transfer to another department, ideally, one with clerical duties. However, personnel transfers were notoriously difficult. After all, in modern society, securing a comfortable position often required extensive networking. Surely, the same held true in ancient times. She needed to align herself with influential individuals, and perhaps Chawang would prove to be a suitable ally. Chapter 18. An opportunity indeed. Chawang seemed like a promising choice. Although she was unaware of his official position, his status as a nobleman would likely facilitate the transfer of a mere soldier. More importantly, despite his astuteness, he demonstrated a gentle and accommodating nature, as evidenced when he refrained from indulging in ice sugar pear and later took the time to instruct her in proper gun handling. General Xiahou was also one of the few individuals Lin Jun had grown familiar with in the camp, yet it was clear that he held high expectations for his subordinates. He had initially recruited Lin Jun based on her remarkable combat skills, and if he were to discover her desire to transfer to a less demanding role, he would surely be displeased. Thus, she resolved to pursue Chawang. He was organized and logical. She needed to present him with a compelling reason for her transfer. Over the next few days, she endured grueling training while contemplating her strategy, yet she had not encountered Chawang again and was left wondering what kept him so occupied. She lamented the monotony of her existence, yearning for the day they would return to Dongjun, the base of Cao Cao, where everything would become considerably simpler. Unexpectedly, opportunity arrived quietly one evening while Lin Jun was serving food to the soldiers. She sensed a shift in their demeanor. Unlike their usual, fixated expressions on the porridge, they were now whispering among themselves. Sensing something amiss, she sidled up to them, disregarding the need to wash the buckets. "Gentlemen, what seems to be the matter? You all appear rather glum." One soldier looked at her in surprise before replying, "You're not aware? Oh, being from the Firehead Army, I suppose that's understandable. Here's the scoop. The latest news just broke that some of us may not receive new uniforms." "What? New uniforms?" Lin Jun was taken aback. She had just received a set of uniforms a few days prior when she joined. Indeed, summer is fast approaching. You wouldn't want to wear this heavy attire, would you? It would be unbearable. The soldier remarked, "I heard our new uniforms were meant to be transported on 3 carts, but after our last defeat, we lost 2 of them during the retreat. That means most of us are left without new clothes." Another shorter soldier seemed more optimistic, chuckling, "Well, Li, why not be a bit selfless? If you don't take yours, it gives us a chance." Just as Li was about to retort, Lin Jun quickly redirected the conversation, asking, "Aren't we supposed to return to Dongjun soon? There should be clothes available there." The shorter soldier replied, "You must be new to Swanzhou. The distance to Dongjun is over half a month's journey, and it's all on the main road, with no shade at all. Wearing these back, we'd surely faint from the heat. Then why not make some more?" Lin Jun inquired. She knew there were plenty of tailors in Swanzhou. She had heard that young Master Chao had approached the town's tailors, but Lord Chao planned to depart in a few days and asked them to make so many garments in just 3 days. They were unwilling. Li frowned. Lin Jun nodded in understanding. It seemed the tailors were reluctant due to the low pay. Problems that could be solved with money were not real problems. After bidding farewell to the soldiers, Lin Jun returned, thinking to herself that Chao Ong would soon owe her a favor. Although her mentor had advised her to alter history as little as possible upon arriving in the 3 kingdoms, the absence of any historical record regarding the lost uniforms suggested it had not caused significant repercussions, or perhaps it had been resolved by others later on. Therefore, assisting Chao Ong in finding a solution would likely not disrupt the future course of events. That night, she exchanged shifts with Zhong Cheng, taking the latter half of the night. During the first half, instead of resting, she slipped out under the pretext of needing to stretch her legs. After mingling for some time, she had figured out the whereabouts of the Lord and the young masters. Their residences were merely modest tents. She stealthily approached the tent of young Master Chao. To her surprise, there was light emanating from within. Young masters had it good, able to afford oil lamps. After years in Swanzhou, she had never even seen a shadow of one. A guard stood watch outside the tent. Lin Jun introduced herself directly to the soldier. "I am Lin Jun of the Firehead Army, and I have urgent matters to discuss with young Master Ong." Before the soldier could respond, they heard Chao Ong's voice from within, "Come in." The soldier immediately lowered his weapon and opened a path for Lin Jun to enter the tent. Chao Ong's tent was not as spacious or comfortable as depicted in dramas. It was so low that Lin Jun could not stand upright, let alone Chao Ong, who towered over her. Inside, there was merely a bed and a desk, with a small oil lamp and a few scrolls scattered atop it. If one were to time travel back to the modern era, it would resemble a scene from the poorest, unelectrified mountain village. "What brings you here at this hour?" Chao Ong inquired, setting down his scrolls in surprise. "Young master, I have recently heard that the soldiers have lost their summer clothing, is that correct?" Lin Jun asked cautiously. As expected, Chao Ong frowned slightly upon hearing her question, responding nonchalantly, "Yes, but there is no need for alarm. We are finding ways to resolve this issue." Lin Jun realized that Chao Ong did not appreciate her mentioning this, perhaps thinking she was worried about the lack of clothes and had come to pry for information due to their acquaintance. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to say, "Didn't you seek out the town's tailors the other day? They are unwilling to produce so many garments within a few days?" Chao Ong tilted his head, his piercing gaze fixed on her as he replied, "It's not that they are unwilling. They simply want us to pay 3 times the price." Lin Jun understood that 3 times the price was no trivial amount, especially when military funds were tight and unlikely to stretch that far for clothing. Feeling uncomfortable under Chao Ang's almost penetrating gaze, Lin Jun knelt down, lowering her head. "I am grateful for the care you have shown me these days, and today I wish to contribute my efforts to alleviate your concerns." "What do you propose?" Chao Ong asked. "I grew up in Swanzhou and am quite familiar with the town's tailors and seamstresses. I would like to persuade them to take on this order at the original price. Lin Jun offered. Chaoang stood up and approached her, crouching down to ask softly, "How confident are you?" "I will do my utmost," Lin Jun replied firmly, meeting Chaoang's gaze without flinching. "Very well, come with me tomorrow," Chaoang agreed readily, patting her shoulder. Lin Jun felt relieved at his decisiveness. Had she encountered someone more prideful or concerned about appearances, they might have simply sent her away. She took her leave, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." "All right, go ahead," Chaoang nodded. As Lin Jun turned to exit the tent, she glanced back to see Chaoang returning to his desk and picking up his scrolls again. A wave of melancholy washed over her. With Chaoang's diligence and dedication to both the arts of war and governance, he could potentially become a wise ruler if only he could live a little longer. Unable to resist, she remarked, "Young master, reading by oil lamp is quite hard on the eyes. For a leader, not having good eyesight can be quite troublesome." Chaoang looked at her in surprise, contemplating her words before responding. "I understand. Thank you." Realizing she had spoken too freely, Lin Jun hurriedly slipped out. Chapter 19. Persuasion. The next morning, after completing her duties with the Firehead Army and touching up her makeup, Lin Jun was taken by Chaoang to the town to engage in persuasion efforts. The thought of avoiding morning training made her feel elated, and she practically floated as she walked, realizing that mental tasks suited her far better than physical labor. Upon arriving in the town, Lin Jun pondered and said to Chaoang, "Young master, the women here tend to be quite afraid of soldiers. You are tall and sturdy. If you accompany me, they may be frightened. How about you stay here at this tea house? I should return in an hour or two." "All right," Chaoang agreed, seemingly at ease with her reasoning, even if it was somewhat flimsy. In truth, the local women preferred young men like Chaoang, and his presence could have yielded better results. However, Lin Jun preferred he remain unaware of this. The women not only admired young men but also cherished shiny jewelry. They often worked tirelessly, crafting items to sell in Luoyang in exchange for pretty trinkets. Lin Jun had once witnessed a woman trade for exquisite garments she had sewn for a finely polished bone hairpin. Once she had separated from Chaoang, Lin Jun hurried to the shop owned by the loquacious widow Zhao. Zhao was a well-known figure in the town. After her husband's death years ago, she had remained unmarried. Sharp-witted and enterprising, she had made considerable profits from her tailoring business, but spent it just as lavishly, living quite freely. At that moment, the shop was empty. "Zhao, is business good?" Lin Jun, having frequently visited Zhao's shop to purchase dresses, knew the widow might not recognize her in her current attire. Widow Zhao, thinking a customer had arrived, quickly emerged from the back to greet her, only to scowl upon seeing a young soldier in uniform. "Why are you here again? Didn't I make it clear? 3 times the price. No negotiation." Anticipating this response, Lin Jun smiled instead of getting angry, saying, "Ah, Widow Zhao, you must have heard that our Chao army lost their summer clothing while trying to assist the emperor against Dongzhuo. We are currently short on funds and cannot afford to pay 3 times the price. I don't care why you lost your clothes. Do you know how many we need to make? And they must be completed in just a few days. Do you want to ruin my eyesight?" Widow Zhao retorted, glaring at Lin Jun. "If you can't pay 3 times the price, then there is nothing to discuss." "Very well then." Lin Jun feigned disappointment, saying, however, "We currently have no cash on hand. What do you think of this?" With a subtle motion, she revealed a delicate bracelet from her sleeve and placed it before Widow Zhao. Upon seeing the gleaming bracelet, Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest as she eagerly picked it up for closer inspection. "What material is this bracelet made of?" she inquired. Lin Jun replied with great seriousness, "This was a gift from the emperor to our Lord Chao during his official tenure. It is a precious jade." In truth, the bracelet was merely a synthetic material brought from the modern era, worth only 50 to 60 coins in the shop. When Lin Jun traversed into this world, her mentor, concerned about her potential poverty and suffering, had gifted her numerous pieces of jewelry and jade to exchange for currency, as gold and silver were not commonly circulated, and it was impossible to replicate Han Dynasty currency. Widow Zhao cherished the bracelet, yet her astuteness did not escape her. With a slight pout, she asked, "Though the bracelet is lovely, we have no idea of its value. You won't expect us, the seamstresses of this town, to share just this one bracelet, will you?" Lin Jun smiled and reassured her, "Of course not. Each of you will receive one as a deposit, and upon delivery, our army will pay the remaining balance. We shall not underpay for the garments." However, Widow Zhao was not as elated as Lin Jun had anticipated. She gazed down at the bracelet, furrowing her brow in silence. Understanding the unspoken concerns of a fellow woman, Lin Jun quickly added, "In truth, I have heard that you, Aunt Zhao, are the most skilled seamstress in town. It is said that your sewing is both fast and exquisite. We wish to reward only you with this bracelet. Though Widow Zhao initially felt a thrill at receiving the bracelet, the notion that every seamstress in town would also receive one diminished her pride in showing it off. Reluctantly, Widow Zhao conceded, "Very well, let us proceed as such." While she had been persuaded, this was not Lin Jun's ultimate aim. She rummaged through her sleeve once more, this time retrieving an even more exquisite hairpin, which was far more eye-catching than the bracelet. The hairpin was indeed to Widow Zhao's taste. Her eyes widened in admiration as she exclaimed, "What is this?" With a smile, Lin Jun replied, "Auntie, since your skills are unmatched, we would never shortchange you. This hairpin is your special reward. But please, do not mention it to the other seamstresses. If they come to cause trouble with our army, we would have no other hairpins to offer them and would have to reclaim yours. Rest assured, I am known for my discretion." Widow Zhao beamed, eagerly rubbing her hands together as she reached for the hairpin. Yet Lin Jun did not pass it immediately. Instead, she said, "Auntie, there is a small favor I would like to ask of you." "What is it?" "Speak freely," Widow Zhao responded amiably. "I'm not certain where the other seamstresses are located in town. Would you be so kind as to guide me? We can discuss matters together," Lin Jun inquired, winking as she handed over the hairpin. Widow Zhao happily accepted it, concealing it in her bosom, stating, "That will be easy. I am well acquainted with these fellow seamstresses." With that, she led Lin Jun out of the shop, locking the door behind her as they set off to find the other seamstresses. As Lin Jun had anticipated, not every seamstress was eager to accept the bracelet. Given the tumultuous times, they preferred immediate payment for food rather than a trinket that could not easily be converted into cash. "Wasn't it agreed that we would only accept triple the price?" grumbled another seamstress, Aunt Li, to Widow Zhao. "Sister Zhao, how can you change your mind so quickly?" Widow Zhao slapped her thigh in exasperation. "Oh, little Li, how can you be so short-sighted? Can you truly acquire such a fine bracelet for triple the price? Trust me, I would never lead you astray. Besides, the wages for the garments will still be paid upon delivery. We are not losing out, are we?" Though Lin Jun could have uttered these words herself, as an outsider, her influence would not carry the same weight as that of the familiar Widow Zhao. To Lin Jun's surprise, Widow Zhao's effectiveness exceeded her expectations. Within just an hour, all the seamstresses in town had received their bracelets and commenced their work, promising delivery in 3 days. Seeing the task accomplished with ease, Lin Jun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Widow Zhao was exceedingly cordial as she escorted her to the tea house at the town's edge. From a distance, Lin Jun spotted Xiao Ong seated there, staring in astonishment at her early return. Chapter 20. Having received the reward, the return journey. Widow Zhao, beaming with joy, assured Lin Jun, "Rest easy, military officer. I have given my word that the delivery will be made in 3 days." Lin Jun feigned seriousness. "You must keep a close watch. Our army is set to depart in 3 days, and we cannot afford any delays." Widow Zhao was so eager to reassure Lin Jun that she practically offered her heart and trust, repeatedly promising before bidding her farewell and hurrying home to admire her new hairpin. Meanwhile, Xiao Ong, who had witnessed the entire exchange, gazed incredulously at Lin Jun, who appeared quite pleased with herself. After a moment of silence, he beckoned her to return to the military camp. On their way, Xiao Ong walked at a leisurely pace. Yet his tone was grave. "Have I mentioned to you? Our army cannot afford to pay triple the price?" "I know," Lin Jun replied, somewhat puzzled. Such a crucial detail was not something she could forget. "I negotiated at the original price. Please do not tell me you are not prepared to pay the original price either. That would truly leave me in a dire situation. Did you genuinely negotiate the original price?" Xiao Ong suddenly halted, turning to grasp Lin Jun's shoulders in disbelief. "Indeed. I had a good rapport with these women in the village. It was no trouble for me to ask for their assistance. I had mentioned that the women in the village all liked someone like me," Lin Jun said nonchalantly, concealing the fact that she had offered additional jewelry. "You have done well." Admiration shone in Xiaoing's gaze, for he knew that when he personally approached Widow Zhao, she had stubbornly insisted on a triple price, even attempting to take advantage of him. To secure the deal, he had endured quite a bit, and now he felt utterly outmaneuvered. "Upon my return, I intend to report your achievements to my father and ensure you receive a reward," he added. Lin Jun's eyes sparkled as she realized an opportunity had arisen. With a sudden bow, she earnestly said, "Young master, there is no need for a reward for Lin Jun. I do have a small request." Xiao Ong raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Speak." Feigning sorrow, Lin Jun explained. The reason I have not married and joined the army is that I suffer from a peculiar ailment, and I do not wish for others to see my condition. Therefore, I request that upon our return to Dongjun, you arrange for a private residence for me, if it is not too much trouble. Of course, Chaoang responded, surprisingly agreeable. Lin Jun exhaled softly, relieved. Initially, she had intended to request a complete reassignment, but given that she had only just begun to establish her worth, making such a grand demand seemed excessive. She settled for the notion of a private living space, which would also help her maintain her secret identity. Most importantly, Chaoang, being a true gentleman, did not press her about her mysterious ailment. Thank you, young master. Rest assured, my affliction is not contagious. Lin Jun expressed her gratitude with fervor. Chaoang waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. The two returned to the military camp together. True to his word, within just 2 days, Cao Cao dispatched someone to award Lin Jun some monetary rewards. More importantly, news of her successful resolution of the summer military uniforms spread throughout the camp, and she quickly became a celebrated figure, with everyone praising her whenever they encountered her. Chaoang, it seemed, was quite modest, attributing all the credit to Lin Jun. However, as the saying goes, fame brings trouble, and Lin Jun's newfound popularity resulted in invitations to bathe in the river, leading to a rather uncomfortable situation where she could only sneak away to wash herself at midnight. Fortunately, their time stationed at Xuanzhou was drawing to a close. The widow Zhao and her companions faithfully delivered 300 sets of summer military uniforms by the evening of the 3rd day, receiving their payment at the original price without mentioning the matter of the bracelet. On the morning of the 4th day, a general announced that the army would set out back to Dongjun. Dongjun, still the stronghold of Cao Cao, was indeed a place where, as Chaoang and Zhong Cheng had remarked, life would become considerably easier. However, for Lin Jun, the past half-month spent waiting to return to Dongjun felt like the longest period of her life. The scorching sun, the weight of armor and weaponry, and the prolonged march tormented her relentlessly. Someone has fainted. Come and see. The marching column, previously as stagnant as still water, finally stirred slightly, bringing a moment of clarity to the dazed Lin Jun. To her surprise, the first to collapse was not her. How utterly inexplicable. Throughout the journey, she had been anxious about her makeup running from sweat or fainting from the heat, fearing her identity would be exposed. She perked up and glanced into the crowd, her eyes widening in disbelief. Zhong Cheng had succumbed to heatstroke? Goodness, he must be pretending. Lin Jun's inner turmoil erupted. Based on their interactions over the past few days, she knew that this portly fellow was not only agile but also possessed boundless stamina. After practicing with a spear under the relentless sun, he could return to cooking without even breaking a sweat. There was no way he could easily succumb to the heat. Other soldiers attempted to revive him, pinching his skin and slapping his face, but to no avail. It was only after their efforts turned his cheeks purple that Zhong Cheng finally feigned a groan, signaling he was still alive. He is awake. The onlookers, oblivious to Lin Jun rolling her eyes nearby, erupted in cheers and hastily dragged the portly figure onto a cart meant for transporting supplies. Lin Jun couldn't help but lament the stark disparity between people in ancient times. Those who were truly cunning never seemed to suffer, while the honest ones bore the brunt of it. However, to her astonishment, when it came time to prepare dinner that evening, Zhong Cheng was still sprawled on the cart, motionless. Was she to cook alone? Seeing him so blissfully asleep, she stormed over and whispered urgently in his ear, "Big brother, it's time to get up and cook." His eyebrows twitched momentarily, but he showed no other sign of life. Lin Jun, noticing the absence of onlookers, lowered her voice even further. "Big brother, no one is watching now." Only then did Zhong Cheng cautiously crack his eyes open a sliver, surveying the surroundings before muttering, "You, also, faint." Lin Jun gritted her teeth and retorted, "It's dark now. How could I possibly faint? Who taught you not to faint before? You pig." Zhong Cheng shot her a glare before shutting his eyes again, ignoring her completely. Lin Jun struggled to suppress the urge to drag that lethargic figure to the chopping board, repeatedly reminding herself that if she weren't afraid of fainting and being groped by those overly eager soldiers, she would have succumbed long ago. With no other option, she sought out a superior officer to report the shortage of manpower. The officer, understanding the situation, promptly assigned 2 soldiers to assist her. Yet, helpers could only assist. Lin Jun, as a formal employee, had to oversee every step. That's enough. 3 vegetables are plenty. Don't add more. She admonished. What are you doing? If you serve so much to one person, the others will have nothing to eat. It was more exhausting than doing it alone. Lin Jun collapsed onto the ground, despairingly rubbing her back. Chapter 21. Chow Chow. Lin Jun possessed a commendable habit. Whenever she forgot something of great importance, an inexplicable sense of unease would wash over her. For instance, at this moment, as she gazed absent-mindedly at the setting sun, its golden hue resembling a perfectly ripe egg, she suddenly recalled, "I haven't prepared the meal for the Lord and his entourage." Typically, this task was solely managed by that slothful Zhong Cheng, and today, in his absence, she had nearly forgotten. In an instant, all discomfort forgotten, Lin Jun sprang to her feet, rummaging through the supplies for ingredients. Today she was finally tasked with delivering a meal to Chow Chow. Although she had glimpsed Chow Chow from a distance before, the separation was too vast to discern his features clearly. This unexpected opportunity filled her with joy. Initially planning to prepare boiled vegetables and noodles like Zhong Cheng, she realized in the chaos that her incompetent helpers had carelessly tossed the remaining few cabbages into the millet porridge, leaving her with only eggplants and pumpkins. Gazing at the unfermented dough on the table, an idea struck her. After about half an hour, she placed the cooked food into baskets and set off toward the resting area of Chow Chow and his men. However, to her surprise, before she could reach them, she heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from afar. Voices that were utterly incongruous with the military camp. Female voices. Moreover, they belonged to young girls. Hee, why can't I come? I simply must. A petite girl in a red dress stood at the edge of the camp, playfully pouting at a man dressed as a general. That man was General Xiahou. Nonsense. We are still several days away from Dongjun, and with so many bandits lurking outside, you dare to come alone? Have you lost your mind? General Xiahou scolded, gripping the girl's ear in irritation. Ow, let go, the girl pleaded, though even as she grimaced in pain, her beauty shone through. You all are so slow. I rode in a day. Still making excuses. General Xiahou tightened his grip, causing her to wail. All right, Miaocai. Liner has missed you dearly and came to see you. Right, Liner? A middle-aged man sitting nearby spoke with a smile, prompting General Xiahou to release the girl's ear. Lin Jun's attention was instantly piqued. Firstly, the general who had so uncharacteristically recruited her was Xiahou Miaocai, Xiahou Yuan. Secondly, the man speaking was undoubtedly Chow Chow. From her position, Lin Jun discreetly observed him. Around 40 years old, his face marked by the trials of life, casually seated yet exuding an undeniable air of authority, despite being of modest height, barely reaching 5'7". She misses me? I find that hard to believe, she mused. Xiahou Yuan snorted. I see she couldn't wait to come over. Uncle. The girl flushed at his words, stamping her foot and turning her back on him, ignoring his presence. So, she was Xiahou Yuan's niece. Lin Jun shifted her focus back to the girl, noting the remarkable courage it took to ride alone from Dongjun to visit her uncle. How interesting, she thought. Chow Chow chuckled again. Addressing a figure concealed in the shadows behind him, Zixio, stop standing there idly and come speak with Lin. The last time you met, you were both very young. Not only Lin Jun but even Lin, standing nearby, had failed to notice the presence of another person behind Chow Chow, exclaiming in surprise as Chow Ong slowly stepped forward. Indeed, Chow Ong's courtesy name was Zixio, but among those they knew, he was affectionately referred to as Master Ong. Greetings, Sister Lin, Chow Ong said somewhat awkwardly. Brother Zixio. Lin blinked, shyly lowering her head. Seeing this exchange, Lin Jun could hardly suppress a laugh. It became evident that Chow Ong and Lin were likely betrothed. Lin had probably rushed back from Dongjun to catch a glimpse of her future husband, using the pretext of visiting her uncle Xiahou Yuan, only to have her intentions inadvertently revealed by him. Observing her bashful demeanor, it was clear she was pleased with Chow Ang's appearance. After all, even in the 21st century, Chow Ong would have no trouble being a star, and as a son of the Chow family, his aura was beyond reproach. Lin Jun silently approved of this match, recognizing it as a harmonious pairing of talent and beauty. Unable to resist, she cast another glance at Chow Ong, only to find her gaze locked with his. Chow Ong immediately shot her a glare. He discovered that he was hiding nearby, peering in, yet Lin Jun was completely unperturbed by him. Observing his awkwardness, she noted how he fumbled to place his hands and feet upon seeing his fiancée. Lin Jun nodded at him, wearing an expression of understanding. Chow Ong glared at her, as if imploring her to save him. Boss, I comprehend your gaze. Lin Jun emerged from the shadows, carrying the dinner for the esteemed guests, and handed it to Chow Chow's guard. Upon seeing the meal had arrived, Xiahou Yuan suddenly brightened. Addressing the young lady, Lin Air, you haven't dined yet, have you? Come, join your uncle and Zixio for supper. Yes. Lin Air obediently nodded. Upon seeing Chaoang, this girl instantly transformed from spirited to demure. However, once the group held their bowls and scrutinized the contents, their brows furrowed, and they remained motionless for a while. What? What is this yellow substance in the bowl? Lin Air stirred the viscous yellow mixture, her face betraying fear. Is it pumpkin? Xiahou Yuan remarked, extracting a small piece for examination. Cao Cao then inquired of his guard, who prepared today's meal. Fortunately, Lin Jun had not departed and hurriedly approached, bowing as she replied, "It was I who prepared it. What is this creation?" Lin Air, not waiting for her uncles to speak, chastised Lin Jun directly. "The pumpkin is overcooked, and the dough has turned into a lump. It looks utterly disgusting. Is this fit for consumption?" Her voice was sharp and grating, causing Lin Jun to furrow her brows in response, yet she explained to the group, "Esteemed guests, this is pumpkin dumpling soup. The dough is meant to be formed into small balls for enhanced flavor, which complements the pumpkin beautifully." Well, she could no longer fabricate excuses. She had never found pumpkin dumpling soup distasteful in her modern life. Why were these ancient folks so particular? Lin Jun's words still failed to sway Cao Cao and the others, as no one was inclined to pick up their chopsticks. Suddenly, the sound of crisp chewing shattered the silence. Quite delicious," Chaoang remarked between bites. "Zixio, what do you think?" Lin Air couldn't help but cover her mouth. Observing her reaction, Lin Jun rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "Sister, is it truly that revolting? Zixio, do you find it palatable?" Cao Cao asked incredulously. "Indeed," Chaoang replied airily. "Father, do you recall the pear soup I brought you last month in the middle of the night? Initially, you were reluctant to taste it, yet later you declared it delightful. Lin Jun prepared that as well." "Oh, you made the pear soup too?" Cao Cao's gaze finally fell upon Lin Jun, causing her to feel a twinge of nervousness. This was the legendary Cao Cao. "Indeed, it was I, Lin Jun," she stated with dignified humility. "Remarkable. That pear soup was quite exceptional," Cao Cao praised. Lin Jun. "Zixio, is she the one who persuaded those women from the sour jujube to make clothing?" "That is correct," Chaoang confirmed. "A fine young lady," Cao Cao chuckled, offering Lin Jun another compliment. "Continue your fine work. Your future is boundless." "Thank you, my lord." Lin Jun expressed her gratitude profusely, slowly retreating. Earning a compliment from the esteemed Cao Cao provided her with ample material for boasting in the future. Trusting the quality of the crystal sugar pear soup, Cao Cao took a sip of the pumpkin dumpling soup, nodding in agreement with Xiahou Yuan. "Remarkable talent. You should try some. It tastes far better than the usual noodles." "Indeed," Xiahou Yuan exclaimed, placing his empty bowl down with satisfaction. "It is indeed tastier than usual." Cao Cao. Meanwhile, Lin Air, feeling helpless, decided to sample the smallest dumpling, only to have her eyes widen in surprise, ultimately consuming nearly half a bowl, leaving only the pumpkin behind. Lin Jun, having retreated to a distance, quietly observed this scene, feeling a sense of relief. Once the guards collected the empty bowls and returned them to her, she departed. The meal delivery had been a resounding success, and Lin Jun happily swung her basket. However, she pondered whether the compliment from the dignitaries would reach Zhong Qing's ears, potentially inciting his ire. Since she had yet to establish a firm foothold in Chao's camp, it was better to have an ally than an enemy. Lin Jun resolved to return and give Zhong Qing a heads up. Upon returning, she found Zhong Qing still sleeping soundly alongside the corn. Seeing him in such a peaceful slumber ignited her ire, significantly alleviating her guilt. She approached the plump fellow, teasing softly, "You've napped so long during the day. Can you still sleep at night?" Zhong Qing, without stirring, replied, "The ride was too bumpy during the day. I couldn't rest well." Lin Jun, feeling vexed, exclaimed, "I just finished cleaning everything. I'm exhausted." Zhong Qing chuckled, "You should sleep in tomorrow. Don't worry, even without you, there will be someone to work." Lin Jun wished to sleep, but couldn't afford to. She bore her unspoken burdens with a sigh. "Today you delivered food to Lord Chao and the others, right?" Zhong Qing inquired, showing interest in the matter. Lin Jun cautiously replied, "Yes, we ran out of cabbage, so I cooked noodles with pumpkin." She refrained from elaborating further. Zhong Qing suddenly opened his eyes, asking, "Pumpkin? How can you cook noodles with pumpkin? Doesn't that create a disgusting yellow mush?" Lin Jun hurriedly responded. They initially hesitated to eat it, but after trying it, they declared it quite good. Zhong Qing closed his eyes again. "Oh, well, that's acceptable. After tasting your pears last time, I recognized your culinary skills." Be sure to prepare more delightful dishes for the esteemed guests. It will serve you well. Why was Zhong Chung suddenly taking such an interest in her? Was he feeling guilty for his laziness? That seemed unlikely. Lin Jun was perplexed but merely replied, "Oh, understood," and prepared to leave. Zhong Chung quickly grasped her sleeve, adding, come back, I'm not finished. This recent battle has incurred heavy casualties. Once Lord Chao returns to Dongjun, there will surely be personnel adjustments. You must perform well during this time. Perhaps you could secure a minor official position." Lin Jun was uncertain of his intentions, simply listening without responding, not hearing her voice. Zhong Chung sat up abruptly, seizing her shoulders. "The moment I first saw you, I knew you were no ordinary person." "What are you saying?" "Don't speak nonsense," Lin Jun protested, struggling free. "In times of prosperity and wealth, do not forget those who helped you," Zhong Chung managed to utter after much effort. Lin Jun shook her head in resignation, leaving the writhing figure behind as she stood to depart. In this chaotic world, is it truly difficult to achieve wealth and prosperity? Not at all. The issue lies in her inability to do so. She must provide herself with the conveniences of proximity to the notable while maintaining a normal life, all without disrupting the natural order of this world. She had been tirelessly seeking this balance, struggling near its precipice, uncertain of when she might find peace. As for the immense wealth Zhong Chung spoke of, it seemed unlikely she would ever attain it. Lin Jun quietly returned to the encampment of the Firehead army, preparing to sleep soundly through the night, for she was now alone. Indeed, she could not blame anyone if something were to go awry. However, unexpectedly, someone awaited her. "Chao Gongzi?" Lin Jun inquired, gazing at the familiar silhouette. "Chaoong, why does he so delight in night visits to the mess?" "Lin Jun, I've been searching for you." Chaoong turned, smiling down at her. Yet, Lin Jun felt a chill. Although Chaoong often smiled, it was either out of politeness or jest. Today, however, his demeanor seemed laced with an undertone of deference. Did this grand young master truly need to curry favor with a mere cook? It felt rather peculiar. "What do you seek me for?" Lin Jun raised her eyes to ask. "Oh, I merely wish to inquire how you came to master such an array of peculiar dishes," Chaoong replied cheerfully. "Well, in our sour jujube village, we have many delectable dishes," Lin Jun replied, thick-skinned. "Moreover, having lived alone since childhood, I developed a fondness for experimenting with cooking." "Ah, I see." Chaoong wandered around her cooking utensils, suddenly saying, "You saw that young lady today, did you not? The fiancée who has yet to enter the household?" Lin Jun inquired. "The fiancée who has yet to enter the household?" Chaoing's voice suddenly escalated by several decibels before swiftly diminishing, asking, "Who informed you?" Lin Jun hurriedly defended. "I may have misread the situation. I apologize. Young Master Ong, it was merely my own conjecture." Though she uttered apologies, her heart brimmed with joy as she observed the myriad expressions flitting across Chaoing's face. "You guessed correctly," he replied with a stern countenance. "Her name is Xiahou Lin, the niece of General Xiahou. I only learned of this arrangement from my father a short while ago." "Indeed, I was right," Lin Jun thought to herself, feigning excitement as she congratulated Chaoong. "Congratulations, young master. Miss Xiahou is exceptionally beautiful and straightforward. She is undoubtedly a suitable match for you." Enough of this trivial chatter. Chaoong shot Lin Jun a glare and continued. "General Xiahou just advised me that Xiahou Lin has been a picky eater since childhood, often refusing various dishes in her own household. Considering the lengthy journey to Dongjun ahead of us, he fears she may not adapt to the food and has instructed you to prepare a variety of dishes over the next few days, lest she grow thin from hunger." Lin Jun, however, found herself in a predicament. "Young master, you may not be aware, but our remaining provisions are rather scarce, especially vegetables. We only have pumpkins and eggplants left. I fear I cannot conjure many variations." "Is that so?" Chaoong winked at Lin Jun, creating an electric sensation within her, then inquired, "Is it truly just pumpkins and eggplants? Aren't you adept at transforming whatever you find by the roadside into culinary delights?" Lin Jun's expression darkened. Simply finding something by the roadside does not guarantee a delectable dish. It requires the right ingredients. I can't work miracles with mere weeds. She raised her hands in resignation, stating, "In the coming days, all you will have is pumpkin soup. There is no alternative. As for the eggplants, they require oil to be palatable, which we lack here." "Oh," Chaoong elongated his tone, speaking slowly. "When Miss Xiahou comes to you tomorrow asking for pear soup, be sure to explain the situation to her." As Lin Jun was about to nod in agreement, an unsettling intuition prompted her to caution, "Young master, I fear it may not be appropriate for me to explain to Miss Xiaohou tomorrow. Why would it be inappropriate? Chaoang replied nonchalantly. Let it be as it is. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he lifted his foot to depart. Lin Jun quickly caught up. Grasping the hem of Chaoang's garment, young Master Ong, how can someone of my status directly refuse Miss Xiaohou? Perhaps I should report this matter to General Xiaohou. In truth, there was nothing wrong with refusing Miss Xiaohou, but having encountered her spoiled demeanor the previous day, Lin Jun was apprehensive about potential repercussions. Why bother reporting such trivial matters to General Xiaohou? Chaoang raised his voice unexpectedly. He is inundated with responsibilities daily. If everyone approached him with reports, he would scarcely have time to fulfill his duties. Startled by Chaoang's unusual fervor, Lin Jun met his gaze, realizing that despite his urgency, there was no anger in his eyes, only a hint of embarrassment. Amused, she mused, "Ah, now I understand. Young master, Miss Xiaohou will certainly seek you out first tomorrow. So I would appreciate it if you could provide her with an explanation. Why will she definitely come to find me?" Chaoang questioned, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Lin Jun had indeed guessed correctly. The notion that General Xiaohou had instructed her to prepare diverse meals for Xiaohou Lin was merely a ruse concocted by Chaoang, aimed at diverting Xiaohou Lin's attention towards Lin Jun while he slipped away. This young master, it seemed, harbored a fear of his fiancée. Because this is a military camp, young master, Lin Jun replied knowingly. Miss Xiaohou, unfamiliar with anyone here aside from a few busy officials, cannot roam freely and will naturally seek your company. Upon hearing this, Chaoang remained silent, prompting Lin Jun to add, young master, as her future husband, you ought to spend more time with her. Building a connection now will ensure a harmonious marriage. Moreover, I observe that Miss Xiaohou appears quite fond of you. Chaoang, however, asserted, I care not for such matters. Tomorrow she will come to you asking for pear soup. Aren't you the most favored among the women from your village? Use your charm to appease her. As Lin Jun prepared to decline, he lowered his voice. Do not think of reporting this to General Xiaohou. The arrangements for your accommodation in Dongjun still lie in my hands. If you can keep Xiaohou Lin entertained, I shall ensure you are placed in a spacious and well-lit room. If not, what audacity! Lin Jun's inner thoughts raged. A noble son so fearful of his fiancée that he resorts to abusing his authority. Young master, you promised me a private residence. Lin Jun clung tightly to Chaoang's arm, disregarding everything else as she implored. Furthermore, when you signaled me earlier, I came running to your aid. You cannot betray me. I never said I would deny you a private residence. I simply have yet to finalize the conditions, Chaoang replied with feigned righteousness. And what do you mean? Delivering a meal so late? Had I not signaled you to bring it, who knows how impatient my father and the others might have become. Enough of this tugging and pulling. Chaoang casually extricated himself from Lin Jun's grasp, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Watching him saunter away with an air of nonchalance, Lin Jun felt a surge of indignation. How brazenly he wields his power. Clenching her fists, she thought, what is she but a mere girl? Surely, I can handle this. Why is Chaoang so intimidated by Xiaohou Lin? Yet, Lin Jun overlooked the fact that while she viewed Xiaohou Lin as a spoiled child, in Xiaohou Lin's eyes, she was merely a servant. The next day, Zhong Cheng, despite his plump demeanor, could no longer remain idle and rose to assist. However, just as they were about to finish their tasks, Xiaohou Lin stormed in, her face clouded with displeasure. Holding a bowl of corn porridge intended for everyone, she shouted, Lin Jun? Where is Lin Jun? Zhong Cheng's reflexes were quicker than Lin Jun's. The moment Xiaohou Lin's voice rang out, he vanished, leaving Lin Jun to confront the situation alone. With no alternative, she approached Miss Xiaohou, bowing respectfully, Miss Xiaohou, I am Lin Jun. With a resounding crash, Xiaohou Lin hurled the bowl of corn porridge to the ground, scolding, what on earth is this? It lacks any flavor. Who could possibly eat this? The bowl, being non-ceramic, did not shatter, but the sight of corn porridge splattered across the ground pained Lin Jun's heart. There was a time when their corn porridge was eagerly consumed by soldiers. Now, witnessing this waste would surely dishearten them. With her head lowered, Lin Jun maintained a formal tone, Miss Xiaohou, our supplies in the military are indeed limited, leaving us with little choice. More substantial provisions can only be found in Dongjun. Implying, dear miss, you must bear with it for now, though Lin Jun would never voice such sentiments to Xiaohou Lin directly. Xiaohou Lin, with a dismissive glance, retorted, Brother Zixio said you could prepare pear soup. You should be able to create something delicious. Regardless, I cannot stomach this corn porridge. This troublesome girl. Lin Jun frowned. Miss, We currently have no pears available. Look around. All we have are wild grasses that cannot be cooked down. Unfazed, Xiahou Lin continued to rummage through her belongings, soon producing several eggplants from her bag. Isn't there an eggplant? She picked up an eggplant and waved it in front of Lin Jun. Miss, boiled eggplant is quite unpalatable. Seeing her acting spoiled, Lin Jun felt compelled to reason with her, explaining that boiled eggplant was even more bland and required oil to enhance its flavor. Oil? Are you suggesting cooking it with meat? Xiahou Lin shook her head. Boiled meat is too greasy. I cannot get used to it. In this era, there was no rapeseed oil. All oil was extracted from animals, hence most people cooked their food. There are many methods that do not require boiling. But meat is indeed necessary, Lin Jun patiently elaborated. Then bring the meat over, Xiahou Lin commanded. Miss, the army hasn't had meat for quite some time, Lin Jun replied. What should we do without meat? Xiahou Lin inquired again. Lin Jun thought to herself, sister, what can be done without meat? Am I to conjure it for you? She longed to tell Xiahou Lin to ask her elder brother Zixio to take her hunting in the mountains, but she held her tongue, knowing that if Chaoang found out, he would surely despise her for it. Oh, I shall ask brother Zixio to take me hunting in the mountains, for there are woods nearby, Xiahou Lin exclaimed gleefully, turning to find Chaoang. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun felt a pang of alarm. How did they become so in sync? If Xiahou Lin approached Chaoang directly, he would undoubtedly assume she had prompted her to say that, and she could not bear the blame. Lin Jun quickly caught up to Xiahou Lin, saying as she walked, Miss, the army is about to move. You should hurry to the carriage. I am well versed in horsemanship, and I shan't get lost while hunting, Xiahou Lin replied, clearly enjoying the prospect of the hunt, especially with brother Zixio accompanying her. But, Miss, once the army departs, the soldiers cannot leave the ranks at will, Lin Jun urged again. Xiahou Lin scoffed, are you bothersome? These rules are meant for you, to prevent you from becoming deserters. They do not apply to brother Zixio and the others. As Xiahou Lin hastened toward Chaoang's tent, Lin Jun felt increasingly anxious. Miss, if you act this way, it will harm young Master Ang's reputation. What reputation? Xiahou Lin halted, her voice sharp. What happens between him and me is not something you, a servant, can discuss. Lin Jun realized Xiahou Lin had misunderstood her intentions, believing she was implying their relationship was improper. However, that was not her point. Miss, what I meant is that in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, young Master Ang is the future Lord Chao. If he were to leave the army to go hunting, how detrimental would that be? Lin Jun deliberately emphasized future Lord Chao, reminding Xiahou Lin that she was to be the future mistress and must not tarnish her husband's name. This finally had an effect on the headstrong young lady, who paused to ponder before responding, you make a valid point. Lin Jun felt a slight relief and prepared to persuade her to return, but Xiahou Lin added, since you have successfully advised me, I grant you the opportunity to go to the mountains and fetch some rabbits for me. How can that be possible? Lin Jun exclaimed, I am under military regulation. How can I leave without permission? Fear not. If anything happens, I shall take responsibility and say you went to help me find food. Xiahou Lin declared proudly. Leaving the army without permission is a capital offense, Miss. Lin Jun feigned a plea. I truly cannot. Xiahou Lin seemed to grow impatient. Then tell me, what should I do about the coarse millet porridge these days? Do you intend to let me starve? Lin Jun felt her patience wear thin from Xiahou Lin's sharp tone, her expression briefly betraying her annoyance before she quickly composed herself. Yet, that fleeting expression did not escape Xiahou Lin's notice. You. Xiahou Lin had never encountered a servant who dared to show her such a look, and in a fit of rage, she raised her hand to strike Lin Jun across the face. Lin Jun sensed the fierce wind of her slap, realizing that Xiahou Lin was trained and struck with great force. Instinctively, she raised her hand to catch Xiahou Lin's wrist, but in that moment, she regretted it. She was currently embodying a young male soldier's persona, and if she grasped Xiahou Lin's arm, it could be misconstrued as an affront. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiahou Lin's palm landed heavily on Lin Jun's face, leaving her dizzy and in pain. Yet, no matter how painful it was, she had to endure. Sister Lin, what are you doing? Upon hearing the commotion, Chaoang rushed over, immediately discerning the situation upon seeing Lin Jun with her head down, covering her face, and Xiahou Lin, domineering as ever. Sister Lin, this is not the Xiahou residence. How can you strike a soldier of my army? Chaoang admonished sternly. Brother Zixio, this coarse millet porridge is unpalatable. You mentioned I could ask Lin Jun from the fire brigade to prepare something better, but she refuses to do so. Xiahou Lin whimpered. casting a glance at Chao Ong without mentioning her desire to hunt in the mountains. Just as Chao Ong was about to respond, someone behind him chuckled, "Zixio, have you bullied our Liner to tears?" It was Chao Chao. Lin Jun could sense the fondness in his tone towards Xiahou Lin, causing her to feel a chill. "Uncle Chao." Xiahou Lin sniffled, playing the part of the spoiled child. Chao Chao chuckled, ruffling Xiahou Lin's hair, then turned to Lin Jun and asked, "Is there no delicacy in the army?" Lin Jun lowered her hands, revealing a clear imprint of 5 fingers on her face, and calmly replied, "My lord, the army indeed lacks ingredients at present, and there are no wild fruits growing nearby." Chao Chao nodded and decisively told Xiahou Lin, "Liner, you must endure a little these days. If you feel unwell, just tell Zixio. Do not hesitate." "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Chao," Xiahou Lin obediently replied, seeming to fear showing her temper in front of Chao Chao. Lin Jun felt a tinge of disappointment at this behavior. "Be good, go play for now. Once we reach Dongjun, I will have this young man prepare pear soup for you." "I would like to have some too," Chao Chao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun immediately pledged, "Yes, I will prepare some exquisite food for the young lady and my lord to taste upon our arrival at Dongjun." "Very well." Chao Chao nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. Once Chao Chao had departed, Xiahou Lin's demeanor immediately soured, her charming eyes gazing unhappily at Chao Ong. Meanwhile, Chao Ong pretended not to notice, infuriating Xiahou Lin, who huffed and left in a huff. Just as Lin Jun was preparing to return and pack her belongings, she heard Chao Ong call her name. "Lin Jun, Lin Jun," Chao Ong called again. At that moment, Lin Jun was reluctant to engage with him and could only respond helplessly, "Young Master Ong, you have seen that I have done my utmost, but I cannot hold back Miss Xiahou." "I know," Chao Ong replied, lowering his gaze, "it was my oversight." This could be considered an apology. Lin Jun's heart quivered slightly, and a thread of sorrow blossomed within her. She had trained as a special agent for 10 years to survive in the Three Kingdoms era, knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters, proficient in both literature and martial arts. There was nothing she could not do. Yet, to avoid altering the course of history, she could only hide within this military camp and endure. If she truly were a simple time traveler, with her abilities and familiarity with history, she would already be commanding respect and seeking a worthy husband, and she would not have to endure the whims of Xiahou Lin. Xiahou Lin. Chao Ong seemed to drift into memories. I have not seen her in many years, yet I still recall her spoiled and willful nature from childhood. There was a time when I had a beloved little dog. She commanded her chef to stew my dog, then served it to me, claiming it was lamb. I only learned the truth after I had eaten. Lin Jun remained silent, her face still stinging, unsure why Chao Ong chose to share this memory with her. Chao Ong chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he remarked, "At that time, I found her rather frightening. It was just childish ignorance. You need not take it to heart." Lin Jun replied calmly, expressing her fondness for dogs, yet emphasizing that now was not the time to criticize Miss Xiahou. Clearly, Miss Xiahou had been raised like a treasured pearl and, being from a family of military generals, her spirited nature was somewhat inevitable. As she smiled, I perceived that Miss Xiahou's true character was not malevolent, and that she genuinely cared for the young master. Chao Ong continued to shake his head with a smile, saying, "You always seem to understand women so well." Lin Jun added, "She is quite attentive to your every action. Whenever she intends to do something that might affect your reputation, she promptly refrains." Upon witnessing Lin Jun being slapped by Xiahou Lin, yet failing to mention Xiahou Lin's faults while instead praising her, Chao Ong felt a pang of discomfort. He blurted out, "Xiahou Lin frequently reprimands and punishes the servants." Realizing his words, he abruptly stopped. Was he implying that Lin Jun was akin to a servant? Unfazed, Lin Jun replied, "Indeed, she is not like you. She does not regard servants as friends." The moment those words left her lips, both were taken aback. Aware of her faux pas, Lin Jun hastily said, "Young master, we must depart soon. I shall return to gather my belongings." Chao Ong quickly responded, "Go on then." With her head lowered, Lin Jun turned and rushed away. How had she lost her composure so quickly after putting on such an air of detachment? Hadn't she just been portraying herself as an enlightened individual, unaffected by worldly matters? How could she say that Chao Ong treated servants as friends? Did she believe he regarded her as one? Such arrogance. After all, how could a distinguished young master consider an ordinary soldier as a friend? Chao Ong was merely approachable, yet he remained a person of high status. However, Chao Ong had also erred in his choice of words, suggesting she was akin to a servant, which was an insult in itself. Perhaps they were even now. Lin Jun consoled herself while moving supplies. The following days were uneventful. Xiahou Lin did not trouble Lin Jun again, and Chaoang ceased to appear. Lin Jun dutifully remained with the army, and at last, on a summer noon, they arrived in Dongjun. Dongjun was far more prosperous than any place Lin Jun had previously visited. She gazed around, eager to capture the bustling market scene and convey the local customs to the 21st century. Yet, what delighted her most was Chaoang's reliability. Just 2 days after their arrival, a messenger announced the latest personnel adjustments. 9 individuals had been transferred to the fire brigade, with Zhongcheng appointed as the team leader. Lin Jun was overwhelmed with joy. The responsibilities she and Chaoang once shared were now handled by 11 people. However, she quickly realized that Zhongcheng, previously her equal, had just been promoted. How foolish she felt for having addressed him with such formality for so long. Before she could fully digest this, the messenger called out, "Who is Lin Jun?" She stepped forward, replying, "I am Lin Jun." The messenger continued, "Lin Jun, you are now appointed as the deputy officer of the supply department." Lin Jun exhaled in surprise. She had merely mentioned her accommodation concerns to Chaoang, never requesting a transfer. Why had he elevated her from a frontline position to a more comfortable role? Upon reaching her new quarters, the situation became clear. The military's collective lifestyle and strict management meant she could not simply request a private room. All ordinary soldiers shared accommodations for 12, while only those in positions of authority had the privilege of single rooms. Thus, Chaoang had promoted her to grant her this special treatment. As Lin Jun surveyed her small yet private chamber, her heart soared. She finally had her own space, free from the rough company of soldiers, no longer needing to furtively navigate shared facilities. Moreover, she was now a civil officer, albeit the lowest rank as a deputy, but she was no longer required to partake in daily drills, only to report for duty on time. She resolved to express her gratitude to Chaoang at the next opportunity. Working in the supply department felt akin to being a civil servant. The head of the supply department was a kind middle-aged man named Li, who assigned Lin Jun leisurely tasks. She merely needed to check supplies and tally the quantities received and distributed. Recalling her first day, when Mr. Li had engaged her with questions about her relationship with Chaoang, it seemed her connection to him had granted her a measure of comfort. However, as a time traveler, she was destined for anything but leisure. One evening, as Lin Jun lounged in her room after shedding her male attire, a messenger gently knocked at her door. Now elevated to the status of Lady Lin, she inquired, "What is it?" The voice outside replied, "Miss Xiahou requests your presence." Lin Jun's heart sank. Indeed, Xiahou Lin had not forgotten her. She had promised to prepare unique dishes, yet had yet to fulfill that promise. She initially thought that changing departments would allow her to escape this obligation, but in Xiahou Lin's eyes, ordinary soldiers were akin to her personal attendants, and it was an honor for Lin Jun to be summoned for cooking. Chapter 26. Madame Bien's difficult labor. Xiahou Lin summoned Lin Jun to her residence, and Lin Jun had no choice but to quickly prepare herself and follow the messenger. Along the way, she concocted various excuses in her mind, such as no longer working with the fire brigade or being recently unwell, to brace herself for the impending storm. However, upon arrival, she realized her worries were unfounded. Xiahou Lin was already residing with the ladies of the Chao family, her mothers-in-law. In ancient times, it was generally frowned upon for a man to enter the women's quarters. Yet during the Three Kingdoms period, societal norms were more relaxed. Moreover, she was there in the capacity of a cook, which the women did not mind. Upon entering the Chao estate, Lin Jun found Xiahou Lin seated with several of Cao Cao's wives and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. In modern times, a single mother-in-law might struggle to get along with her daughter-in-law, yet Xiahou Lin had to contend with multiple mothers-in-law. Before so many matrons, Xiahou Lin refrained from confronting Lin Jun and instead spoke sweetly, requesting her to showcase her culinary skills, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. If Lin Jun had not previously experienced a slap from her, she might have truly believed Xiahou Lin was a paragon of virtue. After accepting the request, Lin Jun delivered a large portion of stewed pear with rock sugar to the Chao residence the following day, which received high praise from the entire family. Although she had intended to limit her interactions with Xiahou Lin, she soon realized that endearing herself to the women and children of the Chao family could create more opportunities for future meetings. Thus, she resolved to prepare more delicacies, all the while counting the number of Cao Cao's wives and children. Subsequently, she made dumplings and tofu pudding, among other simple yet delicious snacks, and successfully met the future Wei Emperor, young Chao Pai, who was only 5 years old at the time, filling her with a sense of achievement. After winning over the women of the Chao household, no one in the supply department dared to issue commands to her, Everyone greeted her with smiles. Yet, Lin Jun also overheard whispers about herself, suggesting that she had initially gained favor with Chao Ong to secure her position, then endeavored to ingratiate herself with Xiahou Lin and several of the ladies, taking shortcuts instead of pursuing a legitimate career path. Lin Jun longed to clarify these rumors, yet found herself unable to deny their accuracy. Her intentions were not to seek wealth or status, but the methods she employed were indeed questionable. She could only hope that the gossip would fade over time, for she had now begun to converse with young Chao Pai, successfully discovering that his favorite person was his older brother, Zixio. This was an extraordinary opportunity that Lin Jun could not afford to squander. However, little did she know that this move would lead to unforeseen troubles ahead. Xiahou Lin informed her that the ladies and young Master Pai had a penchant for sweet delicacies, prompting Lin Jun to venture to the back mountain to gather some aloe vera, which she then cooked into a sweet soup to present to them. However, on that fateful afternoon, Xiahou Lin disregarded her status and stormed into Lin Jun's residence, seizing her collar and vociferously accusing her of wrongdoing with the sweet soup. "Are you trying to harm us?" Xiahou Lin shrieked, her hands trembling. Madame Bien consumed your soup and she claimed to feel unwell." Nearby soldiers, hearing the commotion of a woman's voice, rushed out to witness the scene. Upon recognizing Xiahou Lin, the future wife of the Grand Master, they dared not approach, retreating into their homes to peek out. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Jun broke free and whispered, "Miss Xiahou, what has transpired? Let us discuss this as we walk." Xiahou Lin clenched her fists, managing to regain some composure, realizing that this was not the place for such a conversation. She hastily led Lin Jun back to the residence. "I delivered the soup you made to Madame Bien." She remarked that it tasted delightful and even had a second bowl. But soon after, she complained of severe abdominal pain, Xiahou Lin recounted. Lin Jun furrowed her brow. She had also consumed the aloe soup and found nothing amiss. "Which one is Madame Bien?" she inquired, as she had yet to distinguish the younger wives of Cao Cao, aside from the elder First Lady Ding. Xiahou Lin shook her head. "You have not seen her. Madame Bien has been with child for several days and has seldom ventured out." "What?" Lin Jun gasped. "You gave it to a pregnant woman? You gave it to a pregnant woman?" Xiahou Lin glared at Lin Jun. "Did you not inform me that this substance is harmful to expectant mothers?" Lin Jun recognized her share of the blame and could not muster a defense, instead asking, "How many months along is she?" "Full term. But she has yet to give birth after half a day," Xiahou Lin replied. Lin Jun suddenly lowered her voice, asking, "Who else is aware of this?" Xiahou Lin shivered and whispered back, "No one else knows, which is why I could come to seek you out for assistance." "Do you mean?" "Nothing." Lin Jun quickly interjected, "I must first assess the situation. You cannot enter. The midwife is already inside, and there are sorcerers outside performing rituals," Xiahou Lin informed her. As they arrived at the Chao residence, Lin Jun observed the chaotic scene and inwardly shook her head. Superstition. Such rampant superstition. Several sorcerers in the courtyard were chanting and dancing, beseeching the heavens, while burning incense and ash water. When she saw a witch reverently carry the ash water into the room, Lin Jun understood that the outcome for Madame Bien's delivery was likely grim. Though aloe vera is beneficial for skincare, it can indeed induce miscarriage, and its consumption in large quantities is perilous for pregnant women. Madame Bien had ingested 2 bowls of aloe sweet soup. In modern medicine, this would likely not pose a significant threat, but in ancient times, in an era where women's survival rates during childbirth were less than 50%, Lin Jun could no longer bear to contemplate the implications and began to devise an escape plan. In this matter, Xiahou Lin bore greater responsibility than she. If anything were to happen to Madame Bien, they could both deny involvement, and perhaps they would not be held accountable. However, if Madame Bien were unharmed but lost the child, "Brother, what has happened to mother?" A tender, tearful child's voice reached Lin Jun's ears. "Ziheng, do not be afraid. Mother is bringing you a little brother. Do you wish for a brother or a sister?" Lin Jun turned to see Chaoong holding young Chao Pai at the door, gently comforting him. "I want a sister," the innocent young Chao Pai pondered before responding. Chaoong smiled and lightly patted him. In that moment, Lin Jun felt as though the ground beneath her had crumbled. A 5-year-old Chao Pai, Madame Bien. If historical records are accurate, Madame Bien would give birth to the illustrious Chao Ji during this pregnancy. Could she be the cause of Chao Ji's demise? Impossible. Such an event must not occur. Chao Ji is a figure of immense significance in the annals of history. He must be born and must survive. In an instant, Lin Jun resolved to personally assist in Madame Bien's delivery. Time was of the essence. The sooner, the better. However, she currently bore the identity of a man, and even the husband of the expectant mother was forbidden from entering the birthing chamber in this era. How could she gain entry? Chapter 27. The delivery yet. Lin Jun was masquerading as a man, and even the husband of the pregnant woman was not permitted into the birthing chamber. How could she possibly enter? If she were not a woman, she could transform back into one. Lin Jun ground her teeth in frustration, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The risks were immense, but she could not afford to hesitate. Chao Ji's life was at stake, and without him, her mission would be utterly futile. She turned to the dazed Xiahou Lin and whispered, "Miss Xiahou, I know of a female physician in Dongjun City, reputed for her exceptional skills, particularly in assisting women during childbirth. I will go fetch her." Xiahou Lin, having lost her composure, immediately agreed in her flustered state. Yes, hurry. You must be swift." "Indeed," Lin Jun replied. "May I borrow your token?" Xiahou Lin quickly removed her token and handed it to Lin Jun. With this token, she could freely enter and exit the Chao residence as a woman. She raced back, purchased a simple set of women's attire, donned it, let her hair down and, bearing the token, burst into the Chao residence. Madame Bien was still struggling. Though the household was in disarray, she had made it just in time. However, before she could enter the birthing chamber, she was stopped by the First Lady, Ding. "Who are you? I have never seen you in the residence. Why do you seek entry into the birthing chamber?" she questioned suspiciously. Lin Jun, hearing Madame Bien's anguished cries from within, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Yet she maintained a facade of calm, replying softly, naturally, "Someone has summoned me." "Who summoned you?" Lady Ding pressed. Lin Jun deftly sidestepped the question, stating, "I am the only one who can save those within the birthing chamber today." The bystanders exchanged glances, and aside from the sorcerers in the courtyard, no one spoke. "Are you the female physician?" Chaoeng interjected. "Indeed," Lin Jun replied, maintaining her gaze. "Please, go in. I implore you," Chaoeng decisively permitted. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun let out a sigh of relief, no longer paying him heed as she pushed the door open. The scene within the birthing chamber was even more dire than Lin Jun had anticipated. The windows were tightly shut, and there were no lamps lit. Though it was afternoon, the room was shrouded in darkness akin to dusk. Coupled with the dancing sorcerers nearby, Lin Jun felt as though she had descended into a hellish prison. Displaying her token, she ordered the sorcerers to leave and instructed the maidservants to prepare warm water and towels while she opened the windows. Although the others did not comprehend her actions, they were compelled to comply with her authority granted by the token. "Madam," she whispered gently in Madame Bien's ear, "do not fear. The child will be born, and you shall be unharmed." "Thank you," Madame Bien murmured, her consciousness fading, yet she still persevered in her speech. Lin Jun, having dared to enter the birthing chamber, possessed a degree of confidence in her abilities. Her mentor had feared that upon her arrival, she might encounter refugees or bandits before locating Jiasu, and, if she were to become pregnant, she would need to survive even under the most adverse conditions. Thus, she had taught her a set of massage techniques for childbirth and the fundamental principles of medicine. She had never imagined that she would put this knowledge to use. As she massaged Madame Bien's abdomen, Lin Jun mused, never did she foresee that today she would save the life of a prodigious talent. Madame Bien had always been robust, and though affected by the aloe vera, she successfully delivered a healthy baby boy with Lin Jun's assistance. A collective sigh of relief washed over the entire household, particularly from Xiahou Lin. When Cao Cao returned from outside, both mother and child were safe. He named the boy Ji, with the courtesy name of Zijian. Lin Jun smiled in relief, grateful that her efforts had not been in vain, and her heart finally settled. Upon learning that she was the one who assisted Madame Bien in her delivery, Cao Cao inquired about her identity and the origin of her token. Lin Jun attributed everything to Xiahou Lin, stating that she had sent someone to find her and requested her assistance, returning the token to Xiahou Lin. Cao Cao praised Xiahou Lin a few more times and granted Lin Jun some rewards. Lin Jun did not decline, fearing to arouse suspicion among others, and graciously accepted. At this moment, she simply wished to depart swiftly. "Thank you, Lord Chao," she said, slightly bowing as she retreated. Leaving the jubilant crowd behind, she hurried out of the residence. Upon stepping through the gates of the Chao mansion, her spirits soared. Despite the mishap with the sweet treats, it had ultimately been resolved flawlessly, leaving no lingering issues for Madame Bien, and her identity remained concealed. Hee, a female physician. Hey, someone called from behind. Surprised, Lin Jun instinctively turned around. Before she could mask her joyful smile, she encountered a familiar face. Master Ong? Do you know who I am? Chaoong inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Lin Jun felt an urge to slap herself, but she managed to rein in her emotions, swiftly erasing the silly grin from her face. You are the future husband of Miss Xiaoho, so it is only natural that I recognize you, master. The implication being, since she had been summoned by Xiaoho Lin, it was not unreasonable for her to know her fiancé. Indeed, Chaoong did not delve deeper, merely stating, it has certainly been a trying day for the physician, and it is thanks to you that both mother and child are safe. Since you are in such good spirits, why not stay for a meal? Thank you, master. But I am a bit fatigued today and mustn't impose. Lin Jun was determined to decline, but after a moment's contemplation, she added, today, Lord Chao has been most generous, and I am, of course, delighted. Chaoong smiled charmingly, his handsome face captivating. With your exceptional medical skills, would you truly concern yourself with such trifles? At this point, Lin Jun felt a twinge of unease. Why was Chaoong, so suave in conversation, suddenly broaching the topic of her concern for rewards? Was he harboring doubts? She feigned sincerity and replied, I lost my mother at a young age and learned medicine from my father, treating patients. Unfortunately, he too has passed. Although I possess medical skills, I am seldom sought after for treatment other than for childbirth. As she spoke, she gazed softly at Chaoong's face, attempting to decipher his intentions from his expression. Chaoong wore a knowing look and sympathetically remarked, indeed, society holds a bias against women who seek to work. Feeling the conversation was leading nowhere, Lin Jun offered a slight bow and said, Thank you, master. The physician takes her leave. With that, she intended to depart, assuming a gentleman like Chaoong would not insist on retaining her presence. Please, stay, physician, Chaoong's voice called after her. Lin Jun composed herself before turning around, mentally scolding him 100 times. What happened to your image? What happened to your gentlemanly demeanor? Speaking to a woman alone on the street at night. Do you not fear for your reputation? She forced a stiff smile and said, What is it, master? It is late, and I wish to return home. Chaoong, with his arms crossed, replied, It is nothing. I shall arrange for some individuals to escort you home. Lin Jun promptly refused. There is no need for such trouble. Actually, Chaoong continued, I just thought of a solution. Why not disguise yourself as a man to practice medicine? Chapter 28. Disguising as a man. Chaoong suggested, I just thought of a solution. Why not disguise yourself as a man to practice medicine? Upon hearing the suggestion of cross-dressing, Lin Jun's heart sank. What was Chaoong implying? She feigned confusion, asking, What do you mean, master? Chaoong elaborated, I mean a woman dressing as a man. You are tall enough to wear men's clothing. Lin Jun could no longer divert her attention to decipher Chaoong's thoughts and could only respond awkwardly, You jest, master. How could a woman masquerade as a man? Though I am tall, my appearance and voice are still distinctly feminine. Even in men's attire, it would be evident in no time. Chaoong chuckled lightly, saying, I see I have overstepped. Physician, I have a friend whose height, features, and gait are remarkably similar to yours, yet he is indeed a man. Hence, the thought of cross-dressing came to mind. For a woman to work without facing prejudice. Perhaps this is the only way, but it might not suit you well. Lin Jun was left in a daze, forcing a laugh. Is he truly that similar? I wish I could be a man. Chaoong looked up at the sky and remarked, I was so caught up in conversation that I didn't notice it has grown dark. Physician, let me send someone to escort you home. Lin Jun, adhering to decorum, bowed again and said, There is truly no need for such trouble, master. I can return by myself. Having spoken, she did not wait for Chaoong's response and hastily made her exit. She repeatedly told herself to slow down, to remain calm, and not to reveal any flaws to Chaoong. Her legs obeyed her command, moving steadily and gracefully, but she could not quell the anxious thoughts racing through her mind. Did he suspect something? Impossible. She had always disguised herself in front of him, using a male voice. There was no way she could have slipped up. If there were any hints, it was only that he had touched her concealed chest twice. Would that have left any impact? But if he had not grown suspicious, why would he have made such peculiar remarks about a woman physician and how he and his friend shared similarities in height, features, and gait? Was he not explicitly pointing out the similarities in their disguises? What would happen if Chaoong discovered her true identity? Would he drive her away? Or would he keep her around for amusement, like a jester? Lin Jun could not fathom the outcome and felt a chill run down her spine. She feared that Chaoong might indeed send someone to follow her, so she deliberately chose to traverse the winding, secluded alleyways of the East District, quickening her pace. Only when she was certain no one was tailing her did she allow herself to relax slightly. not daring to return home in women's attire. She visited a tailor and purchased a set of men's clothing, changing in a discreet location. After adjusting her makeup and discarding her female garments, she slowly made her way back. By this time, night had fully enveloped the surroundings, and as Lin Jun walked in the darkness, she felt an unexpected sense of security. It would be exceedingly simple for Chao Ong to investigate the identity of the physician, since she claimed to be summoned by Xiahou Lin. Chao Ong would need no effort whatsoever. A simple inquiry to Xiahou Lin would reveal it was Lin Jun who had come to seek her. How would she concoct a lie then? Pondering these matters, she returned to her residence, only to find Chao Ang's messenger standing at her door. Lin Jun's heart trembled uncontrollably. "Lady Lin," the messenger greeted respectfully upon seeing her, "today marks the birth of young Master Ji, and Master Ong has hosted a banquet to celebrate. He specifically instructed me to wait here and ensure you attend." A banquet of intrigue? Lin Jun clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Her first instinct was to refuse. "I am unwell today and cannot." Yet as she spoke, hesitation crept in. Given Chao Ang's suspicious nature, the more unusual her behavior, the more he would investigate. Thus, facing him with fortitude was the wisest course. Meeting the messenger's inquiring gaze, she forced a smile and said, "I suppose I shall attend after all. I cannot disappoint Master Ang's enthusiasm." The messenger smiled politely and replied, "Lady Lin, please follow me." Lin Jun's residence was still a fair distance from the Chao mansion, and as she followed the messenger, she contemplated how to respond to Chao Ang's inquiries. After some consideration, she concluded he would ask where she had summoned the physician from. She would simply reply that she had called from the street. If Chao Ang truly sent someone to investigate and found no one, she would steadfastly deny it. Facing him calmly and responding with composure was her strategy. Silently, she encouraged herself. The banquet was held in the reception hall of the Chao mansion. In this era, there were no round tables. Instead, each person had a small table of their own, with dishes and wine served individually. Upon entering the hall, Lin Jun realized she had arrived late. Chao Ong and young Chao Pai occupied the seats of honor, with 7 or 8 others seated on either side. The messenger whispered to her, informing that the others present were all from the Chao and Xiahou families, Chao Ang's various cousins, whether they were first cousins, second cousins, or other distant relatives. Lin Jun smiled and expressed her gratitude to the messenger, understanding that knowing oneself and the enemy is essential for victory in every battle. However, she was puzzled as to why they had summoned an outsider like her to their family gathering. The messenger arranged for her to sit at a table near the entrance, which was quite normal given her low status among these individuals. He approached Chao Ong, who was seated at the head of the table, and said with a smile, "Young Master Ong, I have brought Lord Lin." Chao Ong glanced at Lin Jun and nodded, inquiring, "What took you so long to arrive?" The messenger replied, "Young Master, Lord Lin went out for some matters and returned late. Furthermore, he initially mentioned feeling unwell today and would not attend, but upon hearing that you were hosting a banquet, he hastened to come." "Young man, you talk too much," Lin Jun thought, wanting to silence the messenger. Yet she managed to force a smile and stood to greet Chao Ong and the other young masters. Leaning forward with interest, Chao Ong asked, "Lin Jun, are you unwell today?" Lin Jun had no choice but to follow his lead, responding, "Perhaps it is the sun that has made me feel a bit faint. But it is nothing serious. Thank you for your concern, young master." Chao Ong nodded and cheerfully addressed the others, saying, "Everyone, today my disciple Jian has been safely born, and it is largely thanks to this brother Lin, who sought out the renowned female physician from Dongjun." He emphasized renowned, although there was no such physician in Dongjun to begin with. He raised his wine bowl towards Lin Jun with a smile, saying, "Come, I toast to brother Lin for your help today." Lin Jun quickly lowered her gaze to her table, where wine and meat were already laid out. Her bowl filled to the brim, and behind her, a servant stood ready with a wine jar to refill her glass at any moment. Chapter 29. Drunkenness. Lin Jun hesitated to lift her wine bowl, and in return, she raised it to Chao Ong, saying, "Young master has shown me great kindness. I could never repay even a fraction of it, so there is no need for thanks." This was Lin Jun's first experience with wine, and she regretted wasting so much time in the past without fully experiencing everything this era had to offer. For instance, she had no idea of the wine's alcohol content. Today, she could not afford to drink much. As she sipped, she kept an eye on Chao Ong. If he took only a sip, she would do the same. If he drank half, she would follow suit. However, Chao Ong graciously downed his drink in one gulp, beaming at Lin Jun reluctantly. She mirrored his actions and emptied her bowl. The wine was not as harsh as modern spirits. It had a smooth, slightly sweet flavor, but she was uncertain of its after-effects. Lin Jun's tolerance was limited to half a gin of white liquor, and she dared not drink more. As the servant saw her bowl empty, he promptly approached with the wine jar to refill it. Lin Jun hurriedly moved her bowl aside and waved her hand, saying, "Fill it up, fill it up." Chaoang seemed to have been watching closely from afar. He remarked, "Brother Lin, tonight you are the star of the show. We must drink until we are inebriated." "Young Master Ong," Lin Jun replied awkwardly, "I truly feel unwell today and should not indulge in too much wine." "Oh, Brother Lin, you are mistaken," interjected a young man in yellow seated to Lin Jun's right, a person she had not encountered before. He continued, "Wine is the essence of grain. If you feel unwell, you should drink more to sweat it out, and you will feel better in no time." Lin Jun inwardly cursed the young man for being sycophantic, yet she stubbornly waved her hand. "I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I truly cannot drink. Come, let me pour it for you." The young man in yellow suddenly stood up, attempting to seize the wine jar from Lin Jun's servant. The servant and Lin Jun dared not let him pour, so they relented. Seeing Lin Jun with a drink, the young man immediately raised a toast to her, and she had no choice but to drink again. The other young masters, observing this, took turns toasting Lin Jun as well, and before long, she had consumed 7 or 8 bowls. Being toasted, one must return the gesture. Lin Jun, still working under them, could not afford to offend anyone. She reciprocated each toast, leading to yet another 7 or 8 bowls. "Ziheng, do you like your newly born brother?" Chaoang cheerfully asked young Chow Pai, who was sitting nearby and nibbling on food. "I do," young Chow Pai replied simply. "Then you should toast this Lord Lin a bowl. Today, we owe the birth of your brother to him." As he spoke, Chaoang handed a bowl of wine to young Chow Pai. The obedient boy stood up, carrying the wine toward Lin Jun. Lin Jun dared not let Chow Pai approach her with the drink, so she quickly raised her own bowl to meet him, resulting in 2 more bowls consumed. At this point, Lin Jun realized that something was amiss. Why was everyone in the hall drinking with her? No matter how good her tolerance, she could not hold out against this. Reflecting carefully, she concluded that Chaoang's friendly address of her as Brother Lin had prompted this group of astute young masters to follow suit. The most infuriating part was that young Chow Pai was not even 5 years old, and his older brother was enticing him to drink. How could he be so shameless? Lin Jun returned the drink to Chow Pai and sat back down, only to hear the young man in yellow speak again. "Brother Lin truly has a remarkable capacity for alcohol. After all this, you still walk so steadily." She immediately leaned on the table, propping her head with her hand, saying, I cannot. I am truly drunk." Since Chaoang's objective was to intoxicate her, she decided to feign drunkenness. In truth, Lin Jun's mind remained remarkably clear. The ancient winemaking techniques indeed left much to be desired. Drinking this felt akin to consuming rice wine, and aside from a slight fullness in her stomach, she felt no discomfort. Stealing a glance at Chaoang, she noticed he was indeed watching her, his brow furrowed in apparent dissatisfaction at her limited drinking. "I refuse to be outdone. I shall retaliate," Lin Jun thought, feigning drunkenness while her mind raced. Pretending to rest for a moment, she straightened up again, observing Chaoang laughing and conversing with Chow Pai, their brotherly affection creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Jun smirked knowingly and raised her bowl, flattering Chaoang. Young Master Ong and young Master Pai have quite an age difference, yet their brotherly bond is truly commendable. Young Master must quickly father a son, so he can grow up alongside young Master Pai and young Master Ji. Chaoang, however, did not accept the wine and waved his hand, saying, "I am not yet married. How could I have a son? I shall not drink your wine." Lin Jun feigned surprise, slurring slightly, but I have already seen that. She has arrived. Sister Lin has already come." The youthful voice of Chow Pai rang out, "Brother Zishio, when will you have a son?" As soon as Chow Pai spoke, the entire banquet hall erupted. "Xiahou Lin has come?" The young man in yellow exclaimed excitedly. "Zishio, when will you marry?" Someone else chimed in, "It should be soon, right? Come, let me toast the soon-to-be groom." Almost all the young masters knew Xiahou Lin, and they stood up with their drinks, some even rushing to tease Chaoang, causing the situation to devolve into chaos. Lin Jun secretly chuckled to herself, finally allowing Chaoang to take the spotlight of the evening. Although Lin Jun was later pulled into drinking more, she still maintained her composure, leisurely sipping while observing Chaoang being besieged. After an unknown amount of time, the young masters gradually became inebriated. Some slumped over the table, while others collapsed on the floor. Lin Jun feigned drunkenness as well, resting her head on the table. using her arm to shield her face while leaving a small gap to observe her surroundings. Aside from young Chow Pai, who had been sent away early, only Chow Ong remained sober amidst the revelry. He was instructing the servants to assist the thoroughly intoxicated young masters back home. Lin Jun lay on her seat, waiting for someone to help her, but after a long while, no one came to her aid. Realizing her lowly status meant she would likely not receive assistance, she slowly rose from the table, her gaze hazy, and quietly made her way towards the door. Lin Jun. Once again, it was Chow Ong calling her, and Lin Jun subconsciously felt that every time he summoned her, it seldom boded well. In her current state of heavy inebriation, she chose to feign ignorance and continued to make her way to the door. Suddenly, a fervent hand grasped her shoulder. "You are intoxicated," Chow Ong said softly, holding her firmly. "You shall remain here for the night to rest." Before Lin Jun could react, he turned to the messenger who had been stationed in the banquet hall and instructed, "Stay here with Lady Lin until I return after escorting the guests." With that, he strode out. Chapter 30. A bond of affection. Before Lin Jun could fully comprehend the situation, Chow Ong had already given instructions to the messenger, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Why was Chow Ong insisting that she stay overnight? Each of these young lords was equally intoxicated, yet they were sent home. Why was she being retained in the residence? What ulterior motives did he harbor? Unbeknownst to her, the messenger shared her trepidation. What was young Master Ong doing, speaking so softly to a woman and asking her to stay overnight? True, Lady Lin bore a certain feminine grace, but could it be that young master had peculiar preferences? Wouldn't he that place him in danger as well? Lin Jun could no longer pretend to be drunk. She quickly rose and made a swift exit while telling the messenger, "I have sobered up and shall not trouble young Master Ong any further. I shall take my leave now." The messenger, regaining his senses, hurriedly rushed over to restrain her, saying, "Lady Lin, do not be hasty. Young Master Ong has ordered me to ensure you rest here in the hall. Just inform him that I have sobered up." Lin Jun insisted, trying to break free. Despite her strength, the messenger's grip was steadfast, refusing to let her go. "Please wait a moment. When young Master Ong returns, you can explain directly to him. He would be concerned if he finds you missing. I can explain to him tomorrow just as well," Lin Jun exclaimed, practically dragging the messenger toward the entrance of the Chow residence. "Please, just let me go." The messenger, hearing the sorrow in her voice, assumed she had sensed Chow Ang's affections and wished to escape, yet he could not disobey his master's orders. "Lady Lin, please do not struggle," he reassured her. "Young Master Ong is a kind person. You will not suffer in his company." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Jun grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that staying overnight had somehow transformed into being in young Master Chow's company. Fortunately, the night was deep, and they were alone. Had anyone from the Chow family overheard their conversation, it would have surely caused a scandal. Seeing the messenger's unwavering grip, Lin Jun furrowed her brow and decided to take action, employing a small grappling technique to free herself. However, to her surprise, the messenger was a martial artist carefully chosen by Chow Chow for Chow Ong, and in their tussle, neither could gain the upper hand. As they struggled, Chow Ong returned after seeing off the last of the guests, and upon witnessing the two in conflict, he paused in surprise at how the seemingly inebriated Lin Jun was now engaged in a scuffle. The messenger, relieved to see Chow Ong back, released Lin Jun, stating, "Since young master has returned, your departure is no longer my concern." Lin Jun, seizing the moment, quickly interjected, "I have sobered up and shall not trouble you any longer. I will take my leave now." However, Chow Ong, perceiving her feigned sobriety, frowned and refused to let her go. "You have sobered up, have you? Perfect timing. As I have yet to indulge fully, stay and converse with me a while longer." With that, he took her by the hand and led her back to the banquet hall. "Wait." Lin Jun's eyes darted as she exclaimed, "Young master, it is late. If I do not return soon, I shall be hindered in my duties tomorrow." Chow Ong chuckled softly, well aware of her daily tasks. He pulled her into the banquet hall and instructed the messenger, "You shall inform Lord Li of the grain supplies that Lady Lin has been assigned other duties, and she will not be reporting to him tomorrow." "Yes, young master," the messenger replied, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Jun before gently closing the door. Seeing Chow Ong approach with more wine, Lin Jun hurriedly said, "Young master, I truly cannot drink any more." Ignoring her protest, he placed 2 jars of wine before her. Sitting on the ground and uncorking one, he murmured, "Continue your pretense." Young master, Lin Jun, now seated beside him, remained uncertain of his intentions. fearful of the question he might pose regarding her gender. Chaoang took several deep swigs from the jar before breaking the silence with a melancholic tone. Tell me, how long must this conflict persist? Caught off guard by his sudden inquiry, Lin Jun felt a slight sense of calm wash over her and replied, It may take quite some time. Indeed, even the emperor has been taken captive, Chaoang lamented. I have read poetry since childhood, yet I never imagined the emperor could endure such sorrow. What meaning does this throne hold? Lin Jun's brow furrowed slightly at his words. Did Chaoang secretly yearn for the throne himself? Alas, had he not been destined to die in battle in a few years, he would likely emerge victorious, becoming emperor instead of his younger brother Chao Pai. She gazed at the man beside her, illuminated by the soft glow of the fire, his defined profile accentuated by the flickering light. His long lashes trembled gently, his features impeccably refined, though his hair had become somewhat disheveled, cascading over the sides of his face, enhancing his charm, yet also amplifying an air of melancholy. I can save him. A sudden thought flashed in Lin Jun's mind. I can save him. If I merely warn him before the Battle of Wanqing in a few years, he will survive. She quickly recoiled from her own audacity. Saving Chaoang? Providing Cao Cao with a flawless heir? Would she still wish to witness the unfolding of history? If she were to act upon this thought, the course of history would be irrevocably altered, resulting in a failure of her mission, a deliberate failure at that. What are you contemplating? Chaoang turned to her, nudging the wine jar toward her. Join me in a drink. Lin Jun hastily dismissed her earlier thoughts, lifting the jar and taking a substantial gulp. Lord Chao has been tirelessly seeking ways to rescue the emperor. Yet, it has come to naught. Chaoang sighed. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu command vast armies, yet merely fortify their own positions. Each harbors their ambitions, and thus, one cannot expect genuine effort from them. They merely seek to enhance their reputations. Lin Jun reassured him, You need not worry. Those truly capable will possess discerning eyes, recognizing who seeks fame without merit and who is a genuine ruler. Is it conceivable that any capable individuals would abandon Yuan Shao to ally with my father? Chaoang chuckled, shaking his head. Lin Jun smiled. It is indeed possible, and many will follow suit. As the two conversed and drank, their spirits lifted. The number of wine jars around them multiplied. Yet, Lin Jun grew increasingly apprehensive, uncertain of how long Chaoang intended to continue drinking. Acutely aware of the peril that still surrounded her. Chapter 31. The shameless Chaoang. With each passing drink, Lin Jun's mind grew clearer, while Chaoang appeared to be succumbing to intoxication. Having consumed more than Lin Jun before the gathering concluded, he sat there cradling his head, visibly pained. Lin Jun, no longer inclined to pretend to be inebriated, recognized that this cheap wine could not incapacitate her. Thus, she resolved to engage in a drinking contest, ultimately emerging victorious, a source of great satisfaction. Chaoang, feeling a slight dizziness, noticed Lin Jun sitting upright and composed, prompting him to feign concern. Having consumed so much, do you not feel unwell? Lin Jun candidly replied, I am well enough, just feeling a bit. The need to relieve myself? Chaoang blinked, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he whispered, I wish to join as well. Let us go together. With that, he rose and reached out to pull Lin Jun up, seemingly afraid she might change her mind. Chaoang led Lin Jun into the courtyard with a slight unsteadiness. Lin Jun observed that Chaoang frequently turned back, casting worried glances her way, which made her heart grow clearer. From the onset of the banquet, he had been urging her to drink, encouraging other young masters and Chao Pai to join in, presumably believing he could incapacitate her. Little did he know, she was merely feigning inebriation. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to drink with her alone, only to find himself intoxicated while Lin Jun remained sober. Perhaps he felt a sense of frustration about this. As for his intention behind getting Lin Jun drunk, it likely stemmed from a desire to discern her true identity. Thus, this venture to the restroom seemed to hold ulterior motives. The thought of Chaoang inspecting her gender when she was unconscious sent a shiver down Lin Jun's spine. What would his method of examination entail? In her agitation, they arrived at the restroom, a simple outhouse, but given the standards of the Chao residence, it was a designated area. Although it was a dry toilet and rather unsanitary, it was at least equipped with a door for privacy, and Lin Jun felt a slight sense of relief. Chaoang paused at the entrance, gesturing for her to proceed. Lin Jun promptly replied, You first, my lord. Internally, she lamented the absurdity of their situation. Why must they both enter the restroom together, and why should the order matter? Chaoang chuckled and said nothing more, graciously stepping inside. However, once he was in, Lin Jun found it impossible to smile. She realized the low fence of the outhouse was so short that she could see most of Chao-Ang's head while he stood inside. She dared not look further and turned her back. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of him disrobing and the flow of water reached her ears. Not long after, Chao-Ang emerged, concerned, and addressed Lin Jun, who appeared ashen. "Hurry in, will you?" Lin Jun stiffly entered the outhouse, unable to refuse after having insisted on using it just moments ago. To refrain now would seem odd. Indeed, the flimsy door offered little in terms of concealment, leaving her forehead exposed. Though Chao-Ang currently faced away, given his audacity and determination, it was only a matter of time before he turned around to sneak a glance. If she crouched down, she would surely be discovered. What to do? What to do? Would her identity as a woman be revealed so soon? How had Hua Mulan managed during her time in the army? Lin Jun was on the verge of tears as the foul odor enveloped her, when suddenly, a thought struck her. She lowered her head, took a deep breath of the stench, and inserted her fingers into her throat. Gagging, Lin Jun finally began to vomit. Hearing her retching, Chao-Ang rushed back in, supporting her gently as he helped her out, his voice laced with concern. "What caused this sudden vomiting? Are you all right?" Lin Jun, already having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, found the combination of the outhouse's odor and her previous excess overwhelming, leaving her weakly leaning against a tree, gasping. Meanwhile, Chao-Ang cautiously inquired, "Are you feeling better? Shall I assist you with the restroom?" How persistent he was. Did he wish to see her disrobe again? Lin Jun felt an urge to toss this shameless young master into the pit, yet upon reflection, she deemed it unwise. So she relented. Straightening herself, she forced a smile and replied, "No need. I have expelled it all." Chao-Ang remained silent. Lin Jun cleared her throat and addressed him earnestly. "My lord, dawn is approaching. I must leave the residence to avoid an encounter with Lord Chao." Chao-Ang's expression revealed his reluctance, yet after a moment's contemplation, he conceded, "Very well, do take care on your journey home." Delighted by his acquiescence, Lin Jun quickly bid farewell and dashed away, leaving Chao-Ang and the remnants of her sickness behind. By the time she returned to her quarters, the sky was lightening. It was commendable of Chao-Ang to have spent an entire night seeking to uncover her identity. At least he possessed some integrity, refraining from knocking her unconscious to ascertain her true nature. Cocooned in her bedding, Lin Jun drifted into a light slumber, knowing that Chao-Ang would not easily relinquish his pursuit. However, what could she do? She would take it one day at a time. After all, he wouldn't be around for long. Fortunately, Chao-Ang was not the type to squander his days idly. As the heir, he had daily training, study, and administrative duties to attend to, alongside time spent with Chao Pai. Thus, he had little opportunity to hover around Lin Jun. For the next half-month, their paths did not cross again. Before Chao-Ang could enact further plans, the court issued a decree summoning Cao Cao to quell bandits in Qingzhou, and naturally, Chao-Ang was to accompany him for experience. As for Lin Jun, she was no longer part of the military and was not arranged to follow the troops. The Eastern Command retained a small contingent of General Xiahou Dun's forces for garrison duty, leaving her, a civil official, and the other women behind. Although she wished to volunteer to accompany the army, given the current precarious situation, she opted to maintain her distance from Chao-Ang. With the main forces departed, Lin Jun found her days increasingly idle, spending her time wandering the streets and observing local customs. Since joining Chao's army, her meals had primarily consisted of communal provisions. Except for the banquet hosted by Chao-Ang, the fare was generally unappetizing, and even though she had returned to the Eastern Command, where food variety had improved slightly, she still found herself unenthused by the offerings. Meals often consisted of boiled fatty meat paired with bland greens, leaving her palate unsatisfied. With ample free time, she decided to venture to the mountains to catch a wild chicken or rabbit for herself. Choosing a sunny day, she set off with a bow and short knife. The mountains of this era were far from the barren tourist trails of modern times. The trees were dense, and venomous snakes and insects lurked everywhere, not to mention the potential presence of wild beasts. Luckily, Lin Jun was quite capable. Otherwise, she would not have dared to enter alone. As she moved quietly through the underbrush, she soon spotted her target. 2 wild chickens foraging halfway up the hillside. The thought of a savory chicken soup made her swallow hard. Drawing her short knife, she crept closer, pleased to see the chickens still pecking at the ground, clearly unaware of her presence. Just as she was about to pounce, she caught sight of a green snake curled up by her feet, sending a jolt of alarm through her. In her surprise, She stepped on a round stone and lost her balance, tumbling forward and landing face first, covered in mud. The two wild chickens, sensing the disturbance, took flight. Lin Jun felt the muck smeared across her face and in her hair, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Despite the lack of rain for days, the ground was inexplicably damp and sticky. She dared not ponder the source of the odor. The snake that had startled her remained undisturbed, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Had Lin Jun possessed any interest in snake meat, it would have been in grave trouble. With no time to waste on chickens now, she tuned her ears to the sound of flowing water in the woods and hurried towards it, eager to wash away the unpleasant muck from her face. Upon finding a stream, she released her hair from its bindings and meticulously cleansed it in the clear water. The coolness of the mountain stream was refreshing, reminiscent of the delightful feeling of returning to an air-conditioned room after training in the sweltering heat. Over a decade had passed, yet as Lin Jun gazed at her reflection in the water, she noted with surprise that she had not aged a bit. Her vitality seemed to remain perpetually youthful. Once, the sisters who trained alongside her must have aged considerably by now. Lin Jun couldn't help but smile at the thought. When she announced her selection as the chosen one, her sisters all came to congratulate her. Unlike the few historical events her mentors advised her to pay heed to, these girls urged her to take special note of the appearances of historical figures. Naturally, the more popular ones included Zhao Yun, Zhou Yu, and Zhuge Liang. Zhao Yun, in particular, was noted in the annals as having thick brows, large eyes, and a broad face, which clearly did not conform to modern aesthetics. However, Lin Jun's close friend, Xia He, a devoted fan of Zhao Yun, adamantly believed in his charm, convinced that the ancient historians exaggerated his features to highlight his might, and insisted that Lin Jun must investigate and record his true appearance. Yet, Lin Jun was aligned with the Wei faction, and it remained uncertain whether she would ever encounter him in this lifetime. Among the Wei forces, the most celebrated figures were strategists like Sun Yu, and Guojia. Thanks to historical texts, including legends and unofficial accounts, which deified these strategists, as well as various adaptations in games, novels, and comics that beautified their appearances, they garnered a substantial fanbase. Xia He was particularly intrigued by Sun Yu, who was said to leave a lingering fragrance for 3 days after visiting others, leading her to conclude that such a man must also be handsome. At this moment, Lin Jun couldn't suppress a chuckle, for soon she would see for herself whether Sun Yu was indeed handsome. Once Cao Cao defeated the bandits of Qizhou, the court would appoint him as the governor of Yanzhou, and both Sun Yu would surely come to join him, followed by the likes of Cheng Yu and Guojia. On the martial front, figures like Dian Wei and Su Chu would also arrive, strengthening Cao Cao's ranks significantly. Lost in her reverie, Lin Jun was suddenly startled by a clear female voice calling her from behind. Instinctively, she turned to respond. The caller was not Xia He, but rather Xiahou Lin. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. Lin Jun realized that she had just washed her face clean of makeup and had not had the chance to reapply it. What could Xiahou Lin, the young lady, be doing here in this secluded forest at midday? Xiahou Lin bit her lip, her trembling finger pointing at Lin Jun as she questioned, "Female physician?" "No. You are Lin Jun." Lin Jun acknowledged her query but instinctively began to deny it, responding in a feminine voice, "What Jun? I was just lost in thought," and responded to a call from behind. Xiahou Lin advanced, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized Lin Jun from head to toe. Lin Jun could only feign a look of confusion. You are Lin Jun," Xiahou Lin suddenly exclaimed, her voice resolute. "Your eyes and figure are identical. You are actually a woman?" "Of course, I am a woman," Lin Jun retorted, still refusing to admit it. "Who are you? I don't know what you are talking about." With that, she attempted to leave. "If you are a woman, why are you wearing clothes issued by the Chow family?" Xiahou Lin shouted sternly. "Don't take me for a fool." With that, she gripped Lin Jun's sleeve tightly, her eyes reddening as she continued. "I mean to say that Zixio has been spending time with you lately. So, you are the shameless vixen clinging to him. Come with me. I shall expose your true identity." Anger coursed through Lin Jun, causing her to tremble. She realized she could no longer maintain her facade. Even if she managed to escape Xiahou Lin, the latter would inevitably report this matter to General Xiahou Dun. Whether he believed her or not, he would investigate out of caution, and then she would find herself trapped. Lin Jun allowed Xiahou Lin to drag her through the forest, her free hand quietly resting on her dagger. If she were to kill Xiahou Lin here, no one would know. General Xiahou Dun would not discover her disappearance until nightfall, and by then, the mountain beasts would have devoured her body. "Do it. No one will find out," Lin Jun whispered to herself. Then I can remain in Chao's camp. She drew the dagger, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she watched Xiahou Lin struggling to pull her along. With a swift motion, Lin Jun severed the fabric of her sleeve that Xiahou Lin clutched. Ultimately, she hesitated, not out of pity for taking a life, but rather due to concern for Xiahou Lin's identity. Although she was an inconspicuous figure and her husband would soon die after their marriage, she was still the niece of Xiahou Yuan. Would her death affect Xiahou Yuan's relationship with Cao Cao? And what of Chaoang? Would Cao Cao arrange a new fiancée for him, and what would her background be? Would any factions rise as a result? Lin Jun feared the implications of such an act, wary of altering the course of history. What are you doing? Xiahou Lin, frightened by the glint of the dagger in Lin Jun's hand, stammered. Are you trying to kill me to silence me? Lin Jun fixed her gaze on Xiahou Lin's eyes, slowly retracting the blade. Miss Xiahou, you cannot overpower me, but I do not wish to escalate matters, so I do not intend to kill you. Xiahou Lin's breathing steadied as she composed herself and asked, Then what do you intend to do? Chapter 33. Reaching an agreement, Xiahou Lin inquired, Then what do you intend to do? Young Master Chaoang does not know I am a woman. Lin Jun kept her hand on the dagger, remaining vigilant. I have stated before that I do not wish to make a scene. I merely wish to live in peace. If you pretend you did not see me today, it will benefit us both. What benefit is that to me? Xiahou Lin scoffed but repeated, Does Zixio not know you are a woman? Then why invite you to his residence for drinks? Because I saved Lady Bian and her brother, Lin Jun replied. You do not truly believe that a female physician was summoned by you, do you? Then what is your purpose for infiltrating our Chao camp as a woman? Who taught you these skills? Xiahou Lin pressed. My mother taught me. She passed away early, and later my father also left. My stepmother intended to marry me off to an old man as a concubine, and I could not bear it, so I escaped to join the army. Lin Jun spun this tragic tale effortlessly, drawing from her extensive reading. Xiahou Lin scrutinized her, appearing somewhat skeptical. I advise you not to expose my identity, Lin Jun added. General Xiahou Dun will at most drive me away. Once Chaoang returns to Dongjun, he will naturally discover everything. What advantage would it bring you if Chaoang finds out I am a woman? She offered Xiahou Lin a charming smile, her demeanor softening. This gesture made Xiahou Lin acutely aware that Lin Jun's beauty was not inferior to her own. If Chaoang were to learn of her true identity, perhaps after marrying, she would gain another sister. A person of Chaoang's status could not possibly marry only her. But you will eventually have to marry. Xiahou Lin could not help but interject. You cannot hide here forever. I have long prepared myself to remain unmarried for life, Lin Jun replied softly. And this statement was genuine. Xiahou Lin ultimately had nothing further to say, only casting a deep gaze at Lin Jun before departing alone. In truth, both women returned home that night, troubled and sleepless, fearing the other might come to kill and silence them. Fortunately, both overthought the situation. Each had her own reservations. Xiahou Lin was wary of Lin Jun's current official status. If Lin Jun were to die tragically in her home, and given that she was a woman, General Xiahou Dun would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. If she were implicated, her hopes of marrying Chaoang would be dashed. As they lived in this state of apprehension for some time, news arrived from Qizhou that Cao Cao had achieved a great victory, not only defeating the bandits but also capturing countless surrendered soldiers and seizing a substantial amount of grain. Soon, the court rewarded Cao Cao for his contributions in quelling the unrest, appointing him as the governor of Yanzhou. Compared to Dongjun, Yanzhou had better terrain and a larger population. Cao Cao immediately set off to take up his post and informed General Xiahou Dun to remain as the governor of Dongjun, while his family and some officials were to relocate to Yanzhou. As Yanzhou was in need of personnel, Lin Jun naturally found herself among those being transferred. On the journey to Yanzhou, Xiahou Lin had warned her to maintain distance from Chaoang, ensuring he remained unaware of her true identity as a woman. At that moment, Lin Jun no longer held any respect for her. She replied with haughtiness that as long as Miss Xiahou remained silent, Lin Jun would guarantee that no one would discover this matter. The young lady merely needed to treat the incident in the forest of Tianshan as if it had never occurred. Although she spoke confidently, Lin Jun felt an underlying uncertainty, opting to momentarily deceive Xiahou Lin while she devised a plan. Alas, it was all Jia Su's fault. Yanzhou was not far from Dongjun, and they arrived in just a few days. The conditions here were significantly better than in Dongjun. As a civil servant, Lin Jun was allocated a small residence with a yard, which left her utterly astonished. However, she surmised that this privilege was likely due to Chaoang's influence. While wandering through the streets, she stumbled upon a pawn shop and was filled with delight. She exchanged some jewelry for a considerable sum of coins, finally establishing a modest reserve of wealth. The following day, she resumed her normal duties. Her superior, Lord Li, was among the first to arrive in Yenzhou with Cao Cao, and the new work system was likely well established by then. However, when Lin Jun reported for duty, she noticed he appeared somewhat agitated. Lord Li instructed her to wait while he rummaged through a pile of bamboo scrolls, sighing heavily. Lin Jun cautiously inquired about his distress. Without looking at her, Lord Li muttered, "Why must I handle the duties of another department Sima upon arrival? He demands to see all the records of grain requisition. So many issues arise. Is it solely because of his reputation?" Lin Jun gleaned that someone had been abruptly appointed above Lord Li, which displeased him. She suspected that her own sudden arrival had also caused annoyance, albeit no one had voiced it. Wanting to assist Lord Li in organizing the scrolls, she was at a loss as to where to begin, as these were typically catalogued by him personally. Finally, Lord Li erupted in frustration, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at the disheveled scrolls, exclaiming, "I cannot make sense of this. Take all of these to the newly appointed Sima, Lord Sun." He requested them. The new Lord Sun? Lin Jun felt a surge of excitement. It must be Sun Yu, one of the renowned Sun uncles. In later times, internet enthusiasts jokingly referred to Cao Cao's 5 strategists, Sun Yu, Guojia, Jiasu, and Cheng Yu, as 5 favored concubines of Cao Cao, particularly Sun Yu, who was affectionately nicknamed Sun Fragrance due to his fondness for incense. Would she soon meet one of Cao Cao's esteemed aides? The happiness was overwhelming. Without hesitation, Lin Jun seized the pile of scrolls and dashed out. As she hurried away, Lord Li could only stare at her retreating figure, remarking, "I didn't expect such strength from that petite frame." With her arms full of scrolls, Lin Jun could barely see where she was going, and after inquiring with several individuals, she finally located Lord Sun's study. The door was ajar. Without a second thought for formalities, she entered, bowing as she rushed in, only to find 3 men seated on the floor engaged in conversation. She swallowed hard. They were exceptionally handsome. Although she recognized only one of them, Chaoang sat to the right and appeared conflicted upon seeing Lin Jun. The man in the center was not conventionally handsome, yet he exuded an effortless charm, his demeanor radiating a refined and gentle aura that was captivating. To his left sat a younger man clad in a blue robe, his features strikingly fresh and youthful, with soft facial lines and a pair of slightly squinted, flirtatious eyes assessing the dazed Lin Jun. Together, they resembled figures from a painting, one as serene as an ink wash, the other as delicately crafted as a character from a comic. Coughing softly, Chaoang noticed Lin Jun's silence and dazed gaze fixed on the 2 men, prompting him to clear his throat. "Greetings, esteemed lords." Lin Jun quickly composed herself, bowing to the gentleman. The central figure lifted his gaze, noticing the scrolls she had carelessly set aside. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Have you brought the records of grain requisition for the past 6 months?"
Yes.
"I have brought them all," Lin Jun replied, entranced by the mellifluous quality of his voice, quickly steadying herself to respond. Chaoang addressed the man in the center, saying, "Then I shall not disturb Lord Sun further. I will take Mr. Guo to meet my father now." Lord Sun gestured in appreciation, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, young master." With that, Chaoang rose, gesturing for the young man on his left, and together they exited the room. As Lin Jun had surmised, the 2 distinguished individuals were indeed Sun Yu and Guojia. She had not expected Sun Yu to arrive before her and already introduced Guojia. Chaoang had likely taken Guojia to meet Cao Cao for an interview. Now, the study was left empty except for herself and Sun Yu. Lin Jun couldn't help but chuckle to herself, imagining how envious Xia would be if she knew of this opportunity. Noticing Lin Jun standing at the door with her head bowed, Sun Yu instructed, "Please retrieve the records from the past month for me to review." "Yes," Lin Jun replied, promptly sifting through the chaotic pile of scrolls that Lord Li had left. The requisition records were mandated to be documented, yet since the onset of conflict, no one had come to inspect them. Lord Li had merely been fulfilling the requirements, often neglecting to record details accurately, relying instead on his memory, leading to several scrolls going missing. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Jun rummaged for quite some time, discovering that Lord Li had been even more haphazard in his documentation than she had anticipated. Some scrolls recorded 7 days, others 10, and some were recorded sporadically. After much effort, she managed to extract records for only the last half-month. Was there no previous organization? A soft voice inquired from behind her, startling her. "I just managed to clear out the recent half-month," she replied sheepishly, handing over the scrolls she had found. Sun Yu casually flipped through them, asking, "Who recorded these scrolls?" "It was Lord Li," Lin Jun answered, sensing that Sun Yu intended to scrutinize the grain requisition records closely, anticipating that Lord Li would come himself. However, he had only sent a subordinate to deliver the scrolls, most likely to shield himself from any backlash. Had Sun Yu not inquired further, the others would have assumed that the bearer of the scrolls was the one responsible for their documentation. "Please summon him," Sun Yu commanded. Lin Jun had no choice but to return and fetch a visibly distressed Lord Li, who lamented along the way, leading Lin Jun to suspect he might be suffering from asthma. "I pay my respects to Lord Sun," Lord Li greeted upon entering, bowing deeply. Upon noticing Sun Yu on the floor examining his disheveled scrolls, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sun Yu gestured for him to rise, then asked, "Are all these records of grain requisition solely your work, Lord Li?" "Indeed, they are," Lord Li admitted, his face burning with shame. Sun Yu frowned. "The management of grain requisition is complex. Why do you take on all these responsibilities alone?" Both Lin Jun and Lord Li expected Sun Yu to criticize Lord Li's disorganized records, but instead, he expressed understanding of the heavy workload. In truth, Lord Li's tasks were not excessive. He simply handled the documentation himself without teaching others. A thought flickered in Lin Jun's mind. Could there be some hidden agenda? "Lord Sun, I apologize," Lord Li murmured. Sun Yu crouched to examine the scrolls, pointing at one and stating, "You see here. The number of requisition grains last month does not match the number dispatched. Clearly, some records of dispatched grains were not documented." At this observation, Lord Li panicked, hastily explaining, "Lord Sun, I assure you, I have never concealed any grains. It is just," he hesitated, contemplating his words before declaring, "It is just that various generals often criticize me for unequal distribution, frequently causing disturbances here. When the complaints become particularly severe, I tend to allocate them a larger share, but this portion has not been recorded." Sun Yu shook his head and remarked, "Such indulgence will lead the general to mistakenly believe that your supplies are abundant and that you simply refuse to share. This will only exacerbate matters in the future. Moreover, if you do not publicly disclose the detailed records of the grain distribution, they will come to you with even greater boldness." Lord Li, filled with trepidation, responded, "Indeed, I have fallen into a vicious cycle. If I were to publish the grain records in detail, they would undoubtedly discover that the distribution is indeed uneven." Sun Yu continued, setting aside the bamboo scroll in his hand and picking up another, inquiring, "This record for May only contains entries from the beginning and the end of the month. Why are the intervening days unaccounted for?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lord Li explained, "In May, the Lord was leading an expedition, and in the haste of departure, I failed to record the number of grain bags transported." Lin Jun, upon hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety for Lord Li. Their management of supplies had indeed been rather negligent. Yet, Sun Yu pressed on, examining the records and questioning. "In the first 10 days of July, regardless of whether there were disturbances, the recorded figures are inconsistent. The amounts acquired and requisitioned are stated as 219 stones and 76 stones respectively. How does their sum equal 285? Lord Li took the scroll, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it for a long time before hesitantly stating, "I shall recalculate upon returning." Lin Jun felt a sense of dread. Arithmetic in ancient times relied heavily on manual calculation, and without the aid of an abacus, merely staring at the figures would yield no results. However, Sun Yu noticed Lin Jun's anxious bite of her lip and smiled, asking, "What about you, Lin? Have you calculated it?" Lin Jun had indeed figured it out, but hesitated to undermine her superior, Lord Li. Yet, Lord Li seemed to anticipate her response, swiftly tossing the bamboo scroll into her hands, urging, "Lin Jun, can you compute it?" She promptly replied, "It should be 295 stones." Upon hearing Lin Jun's correct answer without calculation, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled, and he cheerfully remarked to Lord Li, "Lord Li, I see this young lady possesses commendable arithmetic skills. Henceforth, you may entrust her with the record-keeping." To Lin Jun's surprise, Lord Li beamed at Sun Yu's words, exclaiming, "Yes, I understand now." In truth, Lord Li had long wished to delegate this task but refrained due to Lin Jun being a transfer student of Chaoyang. Sun Yu then reassured Lord Li, saying, "In the future, you should handle fewer trivial matters and focus primarily on regulating the distribution of supplies among the various generals." Subsequently, he imparted some efficient methods for record-keeping to Lin Jun, helping her achieve greater clarity. Conversing with Sun Yu felt like a refreshing breeze, allowing Lin Jun to truly experience the essence of a gentleman for the first time. Eventually, She reluctantly took her leave alongside Lord Li. Chapter 35. Taking the pulse. Although Lord Li had endured a lengthy reprimand that afternoon, he appeared relaxed and cheerful, continually encouraging Lin Jun to work diligently, assuring her of a bright future ahead. Lin Jun, however, was not particularly concerned about her new responsibilities. She remained absorbed in the delightful experience of interacting with the legendary Sun Yu, floating in a blissful state as she ate, strolled, and returned home. As dusk fell, she entered her home while stifling a yawn. In this age devoid of electric lights or mobile phones, once night fell, nothing could be accomplished, and she had long grown accustomed to resting at sunset. Pushing open the door, she found Chaoang seated inside, his expression one of satisfaction as he observed Lin Jun's startled gasp. With a playful smile, he inquired, "How do you find the house I arranged for you? Are you satisfied?" "Indeed, I am quite satisfied," Lin Jun replied, nodding like a pecking chick, though the lock on the front door is somewhat faulty. "Is that so?" Chaoang grinned, revealing a row of pearly teeth. "I shall send someone to repair it for you tomorrow." "That is entirely unnecessary. I can manage the repairs myself." "Thank you, my lord," Lin Jun replied with a hint of exasperation. After all, if he changed the lock, he would still possess the key. She feigned interest in her surroundings, hoping that Chaoang had not rummaged through her belongings. Unaware of her lord's late-night visit, Lin Jun felt inadequate in her hospitality. Seeing Chaoang still seated, unsure of his intentions, she tentatively asked, "Is everything all right?" "Not at all, not at all." Chaoang waved his hand dismissively, clearing his throat. "It's just that when you attended the banquet at my residence last time, you mentioned feeling unwell. I remained concerned during my time in Yinzhou, so I arranged for a physician to come today to take your pulse." At that moment, Lin Jun felt an overwhelming urge to expel a mouthful of blood at Chaoang. She incredulously replied, "My lord, you have been in Yinzhou for 3 months now. I was unwell back then, but I recovered the very next day. There is truly no need for a physician today." As she spoke, she surveyed the room, ensuring that only she and Chaoang were present. "Surely if you relax, come, breathe deeply with me." Lin Jun felt a surge of anxiety as she contemplated surrendering. Perhaps it might lead to a mitigated sentence. Just as she was about to speak, an eerie wind swept through the window, extinguishing the small oil lamp in the room. The interior was instantly engulfed in darkness. "Heaven is aiding me," Lin Jun thought, as she swiftly turned her hand, grasping Dr. Hu's wrist and securely holding onto his vital point. In the obscurity, Dr. Hu sensed the pressure on his vital point and became flustered. Lin Jun immediately intensified her grip, determined to convey that she could send him to the afterlife in an instant. Behind her, Chaoang failed to notice her subtle action and anxiously inquired, "What is wrong with him?" After a long pause, Dr. Hu finally managed to regain his composure and replied, "Ah, Lin Gongzi is perfectly fine." Chaoang, seemingly unconvinced, pressed on, "Is this young gentleman truly without any abnormalities?" Emphasizing the term young gentleman, "Chao Gongzi, this Lin Gongzi is indeed unharmed," Dr. Hu affirmed. "Lin Gongzi, could you please rekindle the lamp?" "Certainly," Lin Jun replied softly, gradually loosening her grip on Dr. Hu's vital point. She then wrote the character for home in his palm, implying, "Be cautious for your family." Dr. Hu gently squeezed her hand in understanding. Lin Jun rose to light the oil lamp. The three returned to the illumination, with only Chaoang's demeanor shifting, revealing an unmistakable look of disappointment on his face. Lin Jun faced Chaoang, and they shared a prolonged gaze before he hastily remarked, "If Lin Gongzi isn't scathed, I shall rest easy." With that, he departed with Dr. Hu. Fearing that Dr. Hu might reconsider, Lin Jun accompanied them to the intersection where they parted ways. Chapter 36. One wave has yet to settle. Another rises after bidding farewell to Chaoang and Dr. Hu. Lin Jun feigned a return home. She frequently glanced back, and once she confirmed that Chaoang had walked far enough, she turned and hurriedly pursued Dr. Hu. Upon seeing her, Dr. Hu trembled in terror, even kneeling to plead for mercy. Lin Jun, witnessing his fear, felt a pang of compassion. She was not a cruel person. The earlier writing in his palm was merely intended to intimidate him. With a sigh, she helped him up, offering a substantial sum of money, instructing, "Dr. Hu, today's events are known to you, and me alone. Keep the money, and we shall owe each other nothing henceforth. However, should the eldest young master hear any rumors from you or your family in the future, I shall hold you accountable. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand, Doctor," Hu repeated fervently. "Then you may leave," Lin Jun gently urged him. "Yes, yes." Dr. Hu, visibly relieved, swiftly departed. Standing alone at the street corner, Lin Jun felt the sweat soaking her back. Had she truly managed to navigate through this day? Doctor who had declared her unharmed. Surely, Chaoong would grant her some respite now. Thoughts of Chaoong stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. She felt gratitude for his assistance during her turmoil, yet was also weary of his relentless pursuit. Chaoong, even if you know I am a woman, what of it? After that night, Chaoong's demeanor towards Lin Jun underwent a dramatic transformation. He no longer ambushed her as before, and even in their occasional encounters, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed she had temporarily escaped a calamity, allowing Lin Jun to refocus her energy on her work. Her meticulous records of grain supplies were clearly organized, making them easily comprehensible. Under Sun Yu's guidance, she and Lordly published updates on the grain allocations bi-weekly. The distribution by headcount significantly diminished grievances among the troops. Sun Yu praised her efforts, and Lin Jun found it a pleasure to collaborate with such a gentleman. Just as she believed her tasks were settling into a routine, Xiahou Lin stormed into her life once more. Lin Jun, come out. Xiahou Lin kicked at the door of Lin Jun's quaint abode. Recognizing it as the charming courtyard chosen by Chaoong for Lin Jun, her fury only intensified. Lin Jun, wishing to avoid a scene, quickly ushered the young lady inside. Xiahou Lin, unbothered by decorum, marched straight into the house, even knocking over a flower pot in the courtyard. Although Lin Jun had not tended to the plant, witnessing her belongings being wantonly damaged left her displeased. What brings you to my door in such a frenzy? If someone sees you, they might assume something scandalous between us, and then you may never marry. Lin Jun's mention of marriage struck a nerve with Xiahou Lin, who retorted loudly, what is there to fear? Two women can't have anything untoward, can they? Isn't it common knowledge that you are a woman? Lin Jun gasped, grasping Xiahou Lin's arm. What do you mean? Who besides you knows I am a woman? Xiahou Lin, brimming with disdain, snapped back. Didn't he your brother bring a doctor to examine you days ago? Surely they could tell you are a woman. You speak so coarsely for a lady. Lin Jun rebuked. The doctor merely took my pulse. Rest assured, nothing was revealed. Who do you think you're fooling? Xiahou Lin fumed. Lin Jun, sensing Xiahou Lin's peculiar state, grew suspicious. Had someone truly disclosed her identity? I guarantee that the only ones aware of my identity in Yinzhou are you and me. Please refrain from causing further chaos and increasing my suspicions. Impossible. Xiahou Lin's voice rose, nearly revealing the secret. Zixio must know you are a woman. Lin Jun wished to silence this raucous woman, yet she restrained herself, covering Xiahou Lin's mouth, whispering, Miss, how many more people do you intend to inform? Regardless, Zixio knows, and whether others do or not, it matters not, Xiahou Lin hissed. Conversing with you is exhausting, Lin Jun replied impatiently. Has Chaoong explicitly stated to you that I am a woman? Where did you hear that he knows? He hasn't told me. Xiahou Lin's voice suddenly diminished, tinged with a hint of tears. He told Uncle Chao that he doesn't wish to marry right now. Lin Jun was taken aback. Are you implying he wants to delay his marriage? Yes, and it must be because of you, you vixen. Xiahou Lin bit her lip, her voice laced with indignation. Lin Jun placed a hand on her forehead, noting that history had not recorded this event, and pressed on. But what of the Lord? Has he consented? Whether he consented or not, Xiahou Lin began. What does it matter? Zixio has said he does not wish to marry. Am I to simply throw myself at him? Lin Jun carefully recalled the historical records of Chaoong, noting he was only 20 when he was recognized for filial piety and died shortly thereafter, leaving no heirs. If a man marries and has no offspring after several years, he is bound to take a concubine. Marriage is fundamentally for procreation. A lack of heirs reflects that he must have married shortly before his demise. Thus, it was plausible that Chaoong's reluctance to wed in recent years had nothing to do with her Lin Jun. She pondered. Perhaps history unfolds in such a manner. Resolute, Lin Jun addressed Xiahou Lin. I care not for Chaoong's reasons for avoiding marriage. He currently cannot possibly know I am a woman. If you pay attention, you will also notice that he has had little to no interaction with me lately. Xiahou Lin, filled with discontent, exclaimed, I cannot fathom his reasons for refusing to marry. He is already 22. The son of the Xiahou family is merely 21. And even children can articulate their thoughts. Lin Jun pondered for a moment before comforting her. Chaoong, as the legitimate eldest son, is the ideal heir to our Lord. This is a crucial period for him to learn and build connections. Every single day is of immense value to him, and he may be under considerable pressure. But he can wait for you at your home with a physician for an entire night. Xiahou Lin abruptly interrupted her. Chapter 37. Cao Cao's troubles, but he can wait for you at your home with a physician for an entire night. Xiahou Lin interjected forcefully. If you were a general and suspected that there were women among your soldiers, would you not seek to clarify the matter? Lin Jun continued to urge Xiahou Lin, attempting to distance herself from the situation. But, even if what you say is true, it is not because of you that I am already 18 this year. If I wait for him to learn for another 2 years, I will be a 20-year-old unmarried woman, and everyone will mock me. What should I do? You must convey your true feelings to your brother Zixio. Miss Xiahou. Lin Jun grasped Xiahou Lin's shoulders, speaking in a low voice. You must tell him that everyone is aware you are his unwed wife. If he is unwilling to marry you or delays for 2 years, how will you stand in this world? You. Xiahou Lin appeared somewhat intimidated. How could I say such shameless things to my brother Zixio? Wouldn't that be akin to humiliating myself? Who knows which eye of yours perceives that you are not humiliating yourself? Lin Jun thought silently, though her expression remained gentle. Chaoang has never had any women around him. How could he possibly consider matters from a woman's perspective? If you do not speak up, you will only suffer in silence. I suspect your Uncle Chao would prefer Chaoang to become an even more exceptional heir. At that moment, Xiahou Lin finally broke down in tears, throwing her arms around Lin Jun, burying her face in Lin Jun's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Jun gently patted Xiahou Lin's back, almost forgetting the fierce expression Xiahou Lin had exhibited moments before. Xiahou Lin cried, I understand now. Lin Jun too discovered a peculiar pleasure in her intellectual sparring with Chaoang, constantly creating dilemmas for him. After all, his time was limited. Why not live a little more joyfully? Lin Jun temporarily resolved her troubles, while Cao Cao, in Yanzhou, was indeed vexed over his eldest son, Chao Eng's marriage prospects. Is this the result of a broken sleeve? In the council chamber, Cao Cao, infuriated, spilled tea onto the floor. Who spread such rumors? How could my son possibly? My lord, please calm yourself. Sun Yu and Guojia exchanged glances and advised, this is merely a rumor. Do not panic. Ah, I am truly furious. Cao Cao pointed at the messengers standing in the hall and scolded, who initiated this rumor? Explain it to me in detail. The messenger standing there was none other than the one by Chao Eng's side, who had previously interacted with Lin Jun. As the news of Chao Eng's rejection of marriage spread, the soldiers below began speculating why the young master would refuse to wed the delicate and beautiful Xiahou Lin. It was unclear who had mentioned Chaoang inviting Lin Jun for drinks, personally selecting a residence for her, and even bringing the finest physician from Yanzhou to attend to her cold. As Lin Jun was slender and demure, it was hard not to let one's imagination wander, leading to the propagation of rumors. Lin Jun. Cao Cao stroked his beard, contemplating. Is she the one who cooks pears? When Ruo, do you know which Lin Jun it is? Guojia inquired with keen interest. Yes, you have seen her too, Fengxiao, Sun Yu replied. On the day you arrived, she was the one who entered with a large stack of bamboo scrolls while we were conversing with young Master Ong. Oh, Guojia recalled. I seem to have some impression. She is the young woman who gazed at you in a daze? Sun Yu, with 3 black lines appearing on his forehead, faced forward and said, I do not recall her behaving in such a manner that day. However, he did remember that Lin Jun always looked at Chaoang directly, which made him shiver at the thought that the man might be of a different inclination. My lord, fret not. I have been in close contact with the young master these past few days, and have found him not to be the person the rumors suggest. Guojia added, there must be some misunderstanding. Yes, I hope so, but that Lin Jun certainly gives off a rather effeminate aura. Cao Cao seemed deeply concerned about his son's orientation, instructing, we must first investigate this matter with Zixio. Sun Yu cleared his throat and spoke in his innocently gentle tone. My lord, not long ago, Fengxiao and the young master hit it off at their first meeting. Their relationship has since grown close. If you were to ask Fengxiao to advise the young master, it would surely yield better results. Guojia, taken aback by Sun Yu's unexpected delegation of work, widened his eyes in surprise, not knowing why Sun Yu had suddenly changed. Little did he realize that Sun Yu was merely terrified of Lin Jun's gaze upon him. Cao Cao nodded. Very well. Fengxiao, you shall set aside your current tasks for the next few days and engage in conversation with Zixio. Discover what is truly happening and return to inform me. Guojia had no choice but to comply. I accept the command. The two then exited the council chamber. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Guojia asked Sun Yu, when Ruo, your behavior today seems rather unusual. Do you know something about this situation? Sun Yu, not wishing to leave Guojia to blindly investigate, decided to share Lin Jun's peculiar actions. However, this only led Guojia to burst into laughter. When Ruo, Are you suggesting that this Lin Jun might harbor feelings for you? Sun Yu sighed repeatedly, explaining, what I mean is that the young master may be perfectly normal. It is merely that Lin Jun has some issues. The girl is quite intelligent and adept in arithmetic. If she could focus on her work, she would be a promising talent. Guojia, still smiling, leaned closer to Sun Yu and whispered, Gentleman Sun, since you value talent so greatly, why not recruit this Lin Jun? Perhaps she could be of use to you. Sun Yu feigned disgust, brushing Guojia away, and said sternly, you should focus on finding a way to converse with the young master. We must avoid creating any unpleasantness that could negatively impact the entire army. Guojia lightly snapped his folding fan and confidently replied, rest assured, this matter is simple. In the following days, Lin Jun continued to interact with Sun Yu regarding her tasks, but Sun Yu no longer guided her as he had before. He wouldn't even glance her way, merely instructing her to set the documents aside and leave. The rumors circulating within the military naturally did not reach the ears of the parties involved, leaving Lin Jun perplexed and somewhat helpless. Every time she departed, she would glance back at Sun Yu, unaware that those fleeting looks were causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Meanwhile, Guo Fengxiao had ventured to the market to procure 2 jars of fine wine. Seeking out Chaoang Chapter 38. Fengxiao's ingenious plan, why has the gentleman come to visit me today? Chaoang set aside his scroll, smiling warmly as he invited Guojia to take a seat. I have heard that the young master has been either practicing martial arts or reading daily, and I worry that you may be overexerting yourself. Therefore, I brought 2 jars of fine wine to help you unwind, Guojia said, promptly flipping open Chaoang's scroll and placing the jars before him. Is that so? I thought you had come to persuade my father on my behalf. Thankfully, that is not the case. Chaoang, without hesitation, opened the wine, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Indeed, I am the sort who relishes idleness. Guojia poured 2 bowls of wine. He had initially planned to assist Wen Ruo, who had been busily occupied, but was informed that his help was not needed. Mr. Sun possesses remarkable talents. How could he possibly blame you for causing a disturbance? Chaoang shook his head and chuckled. Perhaps he merely thinks I lack focus in my endeavors. Guojia took a delicate sip and mused that he had found a new favorite, thus leaving me behind. A new favorite? Chaoang inquired with keen interest. Mr. Sun is surrounded by exceptional friends. Which esteemed individual has he recommended this time? Not at all, Guojia replied, stating that he had spoken with me the other day, claiming his new favorite is far more intelligent than I, especially in arithmetic. No matter how large the numbers, he can deduce the answers without pen and paper, merely by glancing. As he spoke, he squinted slightly, covertly observing Chaoang's reaction. Just as he hoped, Chaoang widened his eyes momentarily before quickly returning to his usual demeanor. Oh, is there truly such a remarkable person in this world? Chaoang said, though his expression betrayed no hint of astonishment. Indeed, I too was skeptical the other day and went to investigate with Wen Ruo. Guojia continued, explaining that this new favorite stays by Wen Ruo's side daily, working together at the same desk, their synergy almost telepathic. Chaoang lowered his gaze to sip his drink, remaining silent. Guojia seized the opportunity to elaborate further. Whenever Wen Ruo gestures, without uttering a word, the new favorite instinctively knows his desires and promptly presents what he needs. If his own tasks are completed, he simply stands by, observing Wen Ruo, preparing tea and performing other menial duties. Chaoang still did not respond. Guojia felt that if he continued fabricating tales, his life would be in jeopardy if Sun Yu found out, so he concluded. Wen Ruo even mentioned reporting to the Lord, proposing this new favorite be promoted to his personal aide. How could he possibly serve as an aide? Chaoang could not help but laugh. Why not? Guojia pressed, asserting that this individual is exceptionally gifted and promising. Chaoang sobered, addressing Guojia with gravity. Mr. Guo, have you ever heard of a woman serving in our court? Guojia was taken aback, responding, naturally not. Are you implying? I suspect Lin Jun may well be a woman, Chaoang whispered. You jest, Mr. Guo. Guojia chuckled, asserting that he had met Lin Jun, and while she appeared somewhat delicate, her voice and demeanor were undeniably masculine. It is understandable that you, having only seen Lin Jun once, might not discern this. Chaoang replied with a smile, stating that he had engaged with her on numerous occasions and found many aspects about her to be suspicious. What is suspicious? Guojia eagerly inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. For instance, she never uses the restroom or bathes with other soldiers, Chaoang recalled. She requests no rewards for her achievements, only a private residence, and furthermore, her chest is remarkably soft. Guojia was thoroughly amused and pressed. Young master, this alone does not suffice to prove Lin Jun is a woman. Have you not thought of ways to verify this? Chao replied, naturally, I have devised a plan. I consulted the most experienced physician in Yin province to examine her pulse. It is said that this physician can even determine the gender of an unborn child. Guojia asked, what did the physician say after examining her pulse? Chao shook his head. The physician declared that Lin Gongzi is in good health. Guojia felt a pang of disappointment and asked, if so, why are you so convinced Lin Jun is a woman? Chao explained. On the night of the examination, the physician exhibited unusual behavior. He seemed perplexed until an inexplicable gust extinguished the oil lamp, and thereafter he promptly declared Lin Jun to be in good health. Do you suspect that Lin Jun threatened the physician after the lamp was extinguished? Guojia frowned, noting that such a requirement of skill would be quite rare for a woman. Lin Jun is quite skilled, Chao replied. After a few days, sensing something amiss, I sought out the physician again only to discover he had moved away with his entire family, supposedly returning to his hometown. Guojia remained skeptical. Young master, forgive my candor, but in such chaotic times, it is perfectly reasonable for a physician to return home with his family. Since you have long harbored doubts regarding Lin Jun's identity, why not approach the matter more directly? How so? Chao queried. Should I simply pull down her trousers to take a look? Guojia raised an eyebrow. What is wrong with that? Chao shook his head vigorously. If she is indeed a woman, would that not be excessively unfair to her? Guojia countered. Then we could simply knock her out and check. Chao laughed again. Where is the balance in that? What if I inadvertently caused her harm? Guojia grew increasingly anxious, asking, what do you plan to do next? Chao shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? If she is a fox, her tail will inevitably reveal itself. I possess ample patience. After all, she remains under my watchful eye every day, so I am not concerned about her causing any trouble. Guojia frowned. Young master, your interest in Lin Jun is quite pronounced, even if you are confident, should the unlikely occur. And I mean if she truly is a man, what will you do? Chao's eyelids twitched and he simply replied, it would be what it would be. If she is a man, then so be it. Guojia suddenly leaned closer to Chao, asking, and if she is a woman? Are you prepared to take her as your wife? Chao fell silent for a moment before responding. I would say you are here merely to act as an intermediary for my father. Guojia replied earnestly, young master, it is best to clarify such matters sooner rather than later. You must understand my intentions. Chao felt heat rising to his ears and sighed. However, I cannot presently conceive of a suitable plan. I would never agree to your suggestion of using force. Guojia winked at Chao, speaking in hushed tones. I have a strategy that may assist you. He leaned closer to Chao and whispered, this, that, and the other. Chao hesitated, asking, is this feasible? Mr. Guo, you may not fully grasp Lin Jun. She is exceedingly cunning, possessing skills that few others have, with remarkable eloquence and dexterity. She has often sent Xiahou Lin to trouble me. Guojia, upon hearing this, diverted his attention, explaining, young master, our objective is not necessarily to succeed, but to observe Lin Jun's reaction. Chapter 39. The Ingenious Scheme of Feng Xiao, Part 2. Ultimately, Chao acquiesced. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive. Mr. Guo, this is unprecedented in our army. We must first gain Mr. Sun's approval. No matter, Guojia waved his hand dismissively. Leave this matter to me. You should go select someone first. The two reached a consensus and parted ways, with Guojia hastening to Sun Yu's side. What? Arranging a marriage? Sun Yu looked bewildered, as there had never been a precedent for this in the military. Guo Fengxiao, could you not burden me with more tasks? There is no precedent, but there is also no prohibition. Guojia recounted Chao's suspicions regarding Lin Jun's gender to Sun Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Yu shook his head. No, I sense that you, Fengxiao, are merely stirring up trouble. If you truly wish to ascertain whether Lin Jun is male or female, you could devise 100 methods. Why resort to arranging a marriage, which is both laborious and thankless? Indeed, while a marriage may not definitively reveal Lin Jun's gender, it could help avert the worst outcomes. Guojia leaned closer to Sun Yu, whispering, if Lin Jun is indeed a man, what will you do? Naturally, I would continue to employ him within the army. But what if young master still harbors intentions at that time? How would you address that? Are you suggesting we take decisive action at that opportunity? Sun Yu paused before admitting. It seems that may be the only course of action. Otherwise, if the matter escalates, it would reflect poorly on our army. Precisely. Guojia nodded, affirming that if Lin Jun is a man, marrying him off could help dissuade young master from his infatuation. You are indeed quite thoughtful, Sun Yu praised. Then inquired, where do you intend to find a suitable woman for Lin Jun? I have already instructed young master to make the arrangements personally. This will also help quell recent rumors, Guojia replied helplessly. But speaking of this, the one most in need of a marriage arrangement in Yin province is neither Lin Jun nor young master. It should be you, Guo Fengxiao. After all, you are already in your 20s, Sun Yu chuckled lightly. Do not jest about me. Guojia spoke earnestly, stating that he had mentioned before that he would contemplate when encountering someone fated. Although he feigned concern for the eldest son, his heart was already filled with an urgent desire to uncover Lin Jun's true identity. He understood Chao Ang's choice well. If there truly existed such an intelligent and enigmatic woman nearby, who would prefer to wed a mere decorative vase like Xiahou Lin? Lin Jun felt as if she might explode. The messenger had just informed her that preparations for marriage were underway for next month. It was utterly bewildering to have her marriage arranged so abruptly. Was this the extent of Chao Ang's cleverness? With so many single men in the military camp, why hadn't he introduced her to anyone? A young master, who no longer needed to study or practice martial arts, spent his days merely playing with her? She almost wanted to yell at Chao Ang. What does it matter that I am a woman? Can't I be allowed to focus on my work in peace? With her mind racing, Lin Jun hurried to Chao Ang's residence. Yinzhou was larger and wealthier than Dong Jun, and Chao Ang did not reside in the same mansion as Cao Cao, which made Lin Jun feel even bolder. Noticing the gate was unlocked, she entered without announcing herself. She dashed through the expansive estate for quite some time, only encountering 2 errand boys and no one else. Perhaps the household was empty. Calming herself, she slowed her pace and approached a small lake within the grounds. Though the water was stagnant, it remained crystal clear, with fish frolicking, creating a serene atmosphere. The young master had likely gone out on business and might not return for a while. Suddenly, a voice drifted to her from behind, soft as raindrops on leaves, gently striking her heart. Lin Jun felt that this voice could even make her ears pregnant, as the saying goes. She turned to see a young gentleman in a blue robe standing beneath a willow tree, the dappled shadows of the branches lending him an air of poetic charm. Are you Lord Guo? Lin Jun asked, having only encountered Guojia once before when she met Sun Yu, yet she could not easily forget his striking visage. Guojia smiled warmly and inquired, You recognize me, yet I am unaware of your name. I am Lin Jun, she replied, stepping closer to him. She had intended to draw nearer to Guojia and Sun Yu but had been unable to find the opportunity until now. I often hear Wanrua speak of you. He says you are quite clever, he remarked with a smile. A gust of wind ruffled Guojia's long hair, drawing Lin Jun's attention to the fact that although he wore a topknot, the length of his hair cascaded casually down his back. While this might seem careless to others, it resonated with Lin Jun's modern sensibilities. Lord Sun has overpraised me, Lin Jun said as she bowed slightly. Have you come to find young Master Ong? Indeed. Yet I did not expect him to be absent. The scenery here is delightful, so I decided to linger a while, Guojia replied, brushing a willow branch. I have heard that young Master Ong is quite busy with your marriage arrangements. This? Lin Jun felt both amused and exasperated. She was not keen on marrying and had intended to speak with young Master Ong to assure him that he need not worry about her affairs. Why do you resist marriage? A man should marry when he comes of age. Moreover, I know that Wanrua has likely assigned you much work, which must be quite burdensome. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to have a wife to care for you? Guojia moved to sit by the lakeside, patting the grass beside him, inviting Lin Jun to join him. Eager for the opportunity to converse further with Guojia, she quickly complied. Lord Sun has not burdened me with heavy responsibilities, Lin Jun defended, though in truth, Sun Yu had not been paying her much attention lately, and she had grown accustomed to solitude, preferring not to share her space with others. Little Lin, it seems you have yet to experience the wonders of womanhood, Guojia remarked, catching the flicker of distaste that crossed Lin Jun's face. However, I too enjoy living alone. Did you not bring a wife with you to Yenzhou, Lord Guo? Lin Jun ventured cautiously. Wife? I am not yet married, Guojia replied matter-of-factly. How can that be? Lin Jun instinctively responded, By now, you should have children. Yet she softened her tone, adding, With a gentleman such as yourself, I imagine many young ladies would be eager to marry you. Marrying a frivolous woman holds no appeal for me. Guojia shook his head. I have yet to find someone fated. Lin Jun found this somewhat odd. According to historical records, Guojia had passed away at the age of 38, leaving behind a grown son, Guo. Shouldn't he have already been born? Why would Guojia deceive her? Or were the historical accounts mistaken? Did the esteemed gentleman not even have a concubine? The position of a wife is reserved for the one destined for it. How could one marry a concubine first? Guojia laughed. Young Master Ong shares this sentiment. Having long hesitated to wed Miss Xiahou, much to the consternation of our lord. Young Master Ong feels this way? Lin Jun was perplexed as to why Guojia suddenly mentioned Chaoong, beginning to regret her conversation with him. Indeed, Guojia said, gazing deeply at Lin Jun, our lord has just entrusted me with a task. He implored me to persuade young Master Ong to marry. Yet, my own views align with his, making it difficult to sway him. Alas, it is quite a headache. Young Master Ong is under the watchful eyes of his parents, unlike you, Lord Guo, who possesses such freedom, Lin Jun noted. However, given his status, he could always marry again when he meets someone destined for him. I believe a gentle nudge from you would be effective. Young Master Ong has explicitly stated to me that he has already encountered his destined one. Yet it is not Xiahou Lin, Guojia replied, his eyes twinkling. Thus, no matter how one might persuade him, he is unwilling to marry Xiahou Lin. Is that so? Lin Jun's voice quickened. Pray tell, which young lady could it be? Is there truly no one he cannot attain? Guojia shifted slightly, adopting a more comfortable position as he fixed his gaze on Lin Jun. Who could young Master Ong desire that he cannot have? However, the position of the primary wife can only belong to Xiahou Lin. Lin Jun, do you not agree? That is only natural. Lin Jun felt as if she were a student being chastised by a teacher during their exchange. This is also the will of our lord, Guojia added. He is very concerned for young Master Ong, having nurtured him as his heir since childhood. Realizing there was no need for further pretense, Lin Jun understood that Guojia had not come here seeking Chaoong but had been waiting for her. Turning to see that they were alone, she dropped her previously amiable demeanor and stated firmly, Lord Guo, I am unaware of where you have gleaned such rumors, but whether young Master Ong wishes to marry Xiahou Lin is of no concern to me. Rather than probing me, it would be wiser for you to inquire into the nature of the relationship between Chaoong and Xiahou Lin. How intriguing, Guojia straightened, maintaining a neutral expression yet speaking in his enchanting tone. Are you not here today to leverage your private rapport with young Master Ong to resolve your own marriage? Did you not seek to gain your desired status and residence by deliberately drawing closer to him? You. Lin Jun was taken aback, left speechless and unable to refute him, for Guojia had spoken the truth. She had indeed intended to showcase a different side of herself to Chaoong and subsequently use him. Lin Jun, young Master Ong's unwillingness to marry Xiahou Lin has no bearing on Xiahou Lin herself. You are an astute individual. I need not clarify further. Guojia resumed his nonchalant demeanor, assuring her that she knew what to do. Lin Jun's hands instinctively clenched the grass beneath her, and she replied tremulously, I understand. With that, she hastily departed from Chaoong's residence, fearing Guojia. If someone else had threatened her today, like Chaoong or Sun Yu, she could have devised various means to retaliate or evade, much like her usual tactics with Chaoong. However, Guojia was different. He was a genius, particularly adept at discerning human emotions, with an unparalleled knack for strategy. When Cao Cao was engaged in fierce combat with Yuan Shao years later, everyone feared an ambush from the valiant Sun Tzu of Jiangdong. Only Guojia asserted that while Sun Tzu was indeed brave, he was youthful and impetuous, relying solely on brute strength, and would inevitably fall victim to an assassin. A few days later, Sun Tzu was indeed injured by an assassin and met his demise. This incident has been discussed by countless scholars and poets over nearly 2 millennia, often with wonder and admiration. Lin Jun, upon her first close encounter with this enigmatic figure, was reluctant to create enmity, fearing he might utter, Lin Jun, a petty person, shall one day reap the consequences. At that moment, Lin Jun regretted her argument with Guojia and had no choice but to concede. Chaoong's actions were considerably slower than she had anticipated. He took nearly 10 days to select a bride for her, seemingly allowing her time to devise a response. He personally visited Lin Jun's home, bearing a paper image of a woman. Although paper had already been invented, it was of poor quality and expensive due to the ongoing conflicts, making it uncommon for ordinary people to possess. Lin Jun, though your time in my army has been brief, you have achieved remarkable feats. My father, moved by your youth and solitude in a foreign land, has arranged a marriage for you. This is the image of the woman. She is a local from Yinzhou, the daughter of a merchant. Please see if she meets your satisfaction. Chaoong seemed less intimate with Lin Jun than before, standing at a distance as if announcing an edict regarding her marriage. Thank you, my lord, and thank you, young Master Ong. Lin Jun expressed her gratitude plainly and stepped forward to accept the portrait. She had intended to accept the arrangement with aloofness, but upon seeing the image, she could not help but chuckle. The ancient painting style was so abstract, reminiscent of the illustrations of historical figures in her middle school textbooks, that she could hardly discern any satisfaction or dissatisfaction from it. Seeing her stifled laughter, Chaoyang inquired, "It seems you are quite pleased?" "Yes." Lin Jun cleared her throat, suppressing her amusement to regain her composure. She had long desired to wed, but had never found the opportunity. "I truly appreciate the arrangement made by my lord and young Master Ong." Chaoyang appeared somewhat incredulous and added, "Then let us arrange for the wedding next month. Shall we?" Lin Jun pondered for a moment before responding, "The preparations for my wedding at home are not yet complete. I fear the newlyweds might find it uncomfortable. Would it be possible to postpone the wedding for 2 months?" Chaoyang's intuition warned him that Lin Jun might be playing tricks again. Although he could have insisted on the marriage taking place next month, he instead acquiesced, "Very well, we shall have the wedding in 2 months. Thank you, young master." Lin Jun bowed in gratitude. Observing the glimmer of joy in her eyes, Chaoyang's lips twitched as if he wished to say something, but ultimately refrained, turning to leave. Once he departed, Lin Jun discarded the portrait into a cabinet, disregarding it entirely. Though Cao Cao had instructed her to marry, whether she would actually do so was no longer solely her decision. Much to her surprise, Chaoyang soon relented. It is said that Guojia later spoke with him, and shortly thereafter, he agreed to marry Xiahou Lin on the 15th of the next month. Little did he know that before the wedding day arrived, his grandfather, Cao Cao's father, passed away. Cao Cao's father was slain in Shuzhou, and to seek justice, Cao Cao demanded that the entire army don mourning attire and attack the governor of Shuzhou, Tao Qian. Lin Jun, already aware of this, decided to delay her wedding until this tumultuous time, naturally rendering her marriage plans null and void. The entire army was preoccupied with the campaign, who had the leisure to concern themselves with her matrimonial affairs. Her objective was achieved, and Chaoyang, caught in the aftermath of his grandfather's death, had to observe a mourning period of 27 months, rendering him unable to marry. However, Xiahou Lin was likely to be furious. Chapter 41. Remaining in Yinzhou yet, Xiahou Lin was likely to explode. Nevertheless, the entire army was preparing for battle. Even her uncle, Xiahou Yuan, was busy getting ready to deploy, leaving no one with the inclination to consider the feelings of a young girl. This campaign was of great significance, as it involved Liu Bei and others, and Lin Jun was eager to witness it all firsthand. She had believed her organizational skills and efficiency in managing supplies to be irreplaceable, especially since provisions were already scarce. Surely, Sun Yu and the others would take her along. Yet, to her dismay, she found herself on the list of those remaining in Yinzhou. In her frustration, she resolved to seek out Sun Yu to express her determination and desire to fight on the front lines. However, each time she approached him, he seemed overwhelmed with preparations for the war. Lin Jun felt embarrassed to interrupt him with what she perceived as a trivial matter. Thus, she decided to wait until evening when his duties would conclude to try once more. That day, Lin Jun worked diligently on war preparations before finally escaping. She hurried towards Sun Yu's location, anxious that he might have already left for the day. To her surprise, she stumbled upon Guojia in deep conversation with Sun Yu. Seeing them engrossed in discussion, Lin Jun hesitated, feeling a pang of trepidation. Although Guojia had not been present around her lately, she still felt a sense of apprehension. Thus, she crouched by the entrance, hoping to find an opportunity to speak with Sun Yu once they concluded their meeting. Lin Jun? Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar voice called her name. Young Master Ong. Lin Jun turned to greet him. Since Chaoyang had come to arrange a bride for her, they had not crossed paths again. Upon this encounter, Lin Jun noticed that Chaoyang appeared considerably more haggard, likely due to his recent busyness, with dark circles beneath his eyes. It almost resembled a first meeting after a breakup between estranged lovers. For some inexplicable reason, this thought crossed Lin Jun's mind, startling her, and she quickly dismissed it. Chaoyang seemed to have come to find either Sun Yu or Guojia as well. He glanced toward the two inside, choosing not to barge in directly, and instead asked Lin Jun, "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yes, I am waiting for Lord Sun." Lin Jun replied earnestly. Chaoyang responded succinctly, falling silent as he waited alongside her for Sun Yu and Guojia to finish. In truth, Lin Jun could have approached Chaoyang to request participation in the Shuzhou campaign as well. However, her subconscious warned her that since Chaoyang now believed her to be male, she must avoid any overt closeness to prevent causing any complications, so she refrained from seeking his assistance. Yet, with him so near, she resolved to take a chance. Chaoyang did not inquire about her purpose for finding Sun Yu, so she mustered her courage and spoke up. "Young Master Ong, I truly wish to accompany the army to Shuzhou to fight. Might there be an opportunity for that?" Chaoyang cast her a surprised glance. "To the front lines?" I thought you preferred to remain in the safety of the rear. Lin Jun had previously requested him not to house her with ordinary soldiers, and it was understandable that he misinterpreted her as timid and fond of comfort. However, she now needed to clarify. Young master, Lin Jun hails from the fire brigade and fully understands the hardships of frontline combat. Currently, our army faces a shortage of supplies. The logistics of provisions are of utmost importance, and I wish to contribute my share. If you are aware of the supply shortages, then you should not go and deplete our resources. A low, amused voice resonated from behind Lin Jun, startling both her and Chao Ong. Guojia had seemingly appeared from within, leisurely strolling over to Lin Jun. Lin Jun sensed that his original statement was essentially, if you know the supplies are scarce, do not go and waste them, but he had softened his words. She quickly bowed to Guojia, and Chao Ong greeted him as well. With a benevolent expression, Guojia addressed Lin Jun, "Little Lin, your youthful aspiration to achieve great deeds is commendable, but Yenzhou currently lacks manpower. Wenrua also needs to remain here to maintain order, and he specifically requested your assistance. Do not disappoint him." Lin Jun felt that Sun Yu likely hadn't considered her for this assignment, given his prolonged neglect of her. However, since Guojia had said so, it would be inappropriate for her to seek out Sun Yu again. "Yes, I understand." She lowered her head in acknowledgement. Guojia nodded with satisfaction and turned to Chao Ong, saying, "Young master, do you also have business with Wenrua? You should hurry. He will be leaving shortly." Chao Ong had been silently listening to the conversation between the two, and at this moment, he finally realized what was happening. After expressing his gratitude to Guojia, he proceeded into the room to find Sun Yu. This left Lin Jun and Guojia alone together. Although Lin Jun was curious to delve into the enigmatic mind of this talented individual, especially given Guojia's mysterious reputation and his considerable popularity in modern times, the recent failure of Chao Ang's marriage still loomed large, and Guojia seemed to harbor some hostility towards her. Thus, it would be wise for her to discreetly withdraw. Lin Jun took her leave hastily, uttering a quick farewell, eager to depart. It appeared that Lin Jun had aspirations to join the front lines. What could be the reason for that? Guojia was determined not to let her go easily. "I wish to achieve great deeds," Lin Jun answered with an air of obviousness. The pursuit of glory. She had mentioned it just moments ago, yet it seemed to have slipped her mind now. Guojia feigned annoyance and scratched his head, but Lin Jun was convinced that such a sharp mind would not forget its own words. Although the front lines seemed more promising for glory, the risks involved were far greater. He resumed his usual demeanor and continued, "While the gains from secondary fronts may be slower, they are also more secure. Opportunities, much like women, are abundant for a capable man. It is merely a matter of time before he can claim as many as he desires." "Lin Jun, do you comprehend my words?" Guojia tilted his head, smiling at her. "How could I not understand when you speak so plainly?" was what Lin Jun thought, but she dared not engage in a direct rebuttal with Guojia. Instead, she meekly conceded, murmuring, "Lin Jun understands." Guojia casually acknowledged her and departed, leaving her to ponder. Lin Jun realized that although Guojia was momentarily unaware of her true identity, he had nonetheless conveyed to her, in veiled terms, that as Chao Ong, he could marry as many women as he wished in the future, urging her not to be overly anxious, for opportunities would abound. Had Lin Jun been male, such words would have seemed entirely reasonable. Alas, dealing with such a person was exhausting. How presumptuous of her to think she genuinely wished to marry Chao Ong. Her intention to request deployment to the front lines had not yet reached Sun Yu before it was thwarted, and soon after, Guojia had given her a stern reminder, marking an inauspicious start. However, considering the turmoil during Cao Cao's military campaign against Shuzhou, with issues arising in their base at Yenzhou, she could remain to witness these events unfold, which was not entirely a loss. After all, the state had sent her alone, and by choosing the path of Chao Wei, she had forfeited the options of Eastern Wu and Western Shu. Such regrets were inevitable. She could only strive to observe and document as much as possible to mitigate her loss. Even setting aside her historical knowledge, Lin Jun sensed that Cao Cao's current military venture was fraught with peril. Despite having gained a formidable reputation through 2 major battles and recruiting numerous talented individuals, the new recruits were still unsteady, and with only 30,000 troops remaining at the Yenzhou base, many of whom were secondary personnel like Lin Jun, protecting such a vast region was indeed a daunting task. On the day of departure, she leaned against the city wall, meticulously observing the army's formation. A force of tens of thousands had nearly enlisted all able-bodied young men from the city. No wonder it was said that by the end of the 3 kingdoms, China's population had dwindled to 13%. War was truly brutal. Yet, it was precisely in such chaotic times that legendary figures emerged, illuminating the annals of history for millennia, such as the two men conversing atop their steeds, Sun Yu and Guojia. Wait, Guojia on horseback? This seemed rather incongruous. In Lin Jun's understanding of history, Guojia had always been depicted as frail and ill, reportedly resting in a carriage during campaigns with a silken quilt for comfort. How could he be riding a horse now? Squinting, she continued to observe, confirming that it was indeed the same Guojia who had previously intimidated her. A sense of confusion arose within her, but she chose to set it aside for the moment. Perhaps he had contracted some urgent illness later. Once the main force had departed, Lin Jun and her companions remained busy, with Sun Yu increasingly troubled over the supply of provisions. They scoured the area daily to procure grain. The military funds were not overly constrained, but the villagers were largely unwilling to sell their grain, as they themselves faced scarcity. What use was money to them? Sun Yu, adhering to a people-centric approach, was reluctant to raise taxes hastily, fearing it might diminish the villagers' well-being and incite rebellion. Yet, this predicament weighed heavily on the soldiers, leading to a significant reduction in Lin Jun and her companions' rations. Perhaps this was why some began contemplating defection. Lin Jun had taken to sleeping in her clothes, clutching her short blade closely. Aware that Qin Gong and Zhang Miao were on the verge of secretly collaborating with Elbu to incite rebellion. Although she understood that this uprising would ultimately fail, she knew she must protect herself and could not fall victim to the chaos. On the night of the rebellion, although there were no apparent sounds, Lin Jun was quickly roused, perhaps by some instinct or intuition. She opened the window to peer outside, sensing something was amiss. It dawned on her that the night was unusually bright, unlike the typical pitch-black darkness. In ancient times, nights were not filled with the vibrant lights of modernity. Even with oil lamps, they barely illuminated the outside, and unless the moon shone, the streets were as dark as ink. Glancing at the crescent moon above, she realized that the light outside must be from torches. There was movement. Drawing her short blade, Lin Jun stealthily advanced into the night. Heading towards the most prominent source of light, she spotted a group of cloaked figures, roughly 7 or 8 individuals, gathered together in conversation. After a while, they extinguished their torches and stealthily made their way towards the office of the Sima, where Sun Yu was stationed. These were indeed the very quarters where Sun Yu had been working tirelessly, without returning home to rest. Noticing that the area was deserted, she followed them discreetly. As she observed, 2 of the cloaked figures approached the courtyard entrance, flanking from either side, silently slitting the throats of the 2 guards who had been dozing at the entrance. This was it. They were truly intent on assassinating Sun Yu. Lin Jun's heart raced. This was not recorded in the annals of history. The Sun Yu Zhuan only mentioned that after Zhang Miao and Qin Gong's rebellion, Sun Yu and Chang Yu had designed a defense, but there was no account of Sun Yu facing an assassination attempt. Such an act should have warranted significant documentation. If it truly occurred, it could not have gone unrecorded, could it? For a moment, she hesitated, repeatedly assuring herself that Sun Yu would be fine, that he would eventually be bestowed the title of Wansui Tingho and serve as the acting minister of personnel, akin to a central secretary general. Upon awakening, Sun Yu had already drawn his sword to defend himself, yet Lin Jun could perceive, with a mere strand of hair, that he was a man of letters whose combat prowess was but a meager 5. His sword was but a decorative piece. At that moment, Lin Jun harbored a singular thought. Sun Yu must not perish. She swiftly kicked aside a nearby assailant and lunged at the cloaked figure who had ambushed Sun Yu, driving her dagger fiercely into his back. Just then, a chilling gust of wind signaled an attack from behind, and Lin Jun prepared to strike in self-defense, yet found herself unable to withdraw the dagger embedded in the wretched man. In a moment of desperation, she dragged the lifeless body to shield herself from the impending blow, but faltered due to her waning strength, resulting in the adversary's sword slicing deeply into her left arm. Despite the pain, Lin Jun dared not relent. Instead, she shielded Sun Yu entirely behind her, striking down any assailants that approached. "The assassin is here. Protect Lord Sun." A few resounding male voices from outside the window, akin to a celestial chorus, rescued Lin Jun. Reinforcements had finally arrived. A small contingent quickly surrounded and subdued the remaining black-clad figures, leaving Lin Jun at last to exhale in relief. She cast a weary glance at the relatively composed Sun Yu beside her, marveling at the fact that she had managed to save the life of this esteemed central secretary. Sun Yu, filled with gratitude, steadied her. Immediately summoning a military physician upon seeing her injury, dismissing any notions of thanks or commendation. Chapter 43. The rebellion in Yinzhou. Lin Jun, in pain and drenched in sweat, felt her senses clouding. Was it her desperate bid to save Sun Yu that compelled her to risk her life? Or did she believe his fate was too significant to be sealed? She was torn. As the physician tended to her wounds, she felt a gnawing anxiety. What had possessed her to charge into such perilous circumstances? Had her injury been to her back or chest, she would have been utterly exposed. Should the outcome have been more severe, what then? Yet, Lin Jun could not fathom how Sun Yu could have survived without her intervention that night. Was he perhaps a hidden master of unparalleled skill? Or did he have a personal bodyguard concealed beneath his bed, yet to emerge? Such thoughts seemed absurd. She bit her lip, vowing to prioritize her own safety henceforth. If Sun Yu were to perish, it could indeed spell the end for Cao Cao, drastically altering the dynamics of the three kingdoms. Yet, if she were to die or be gravely injured, she would never return to the modern world, which would signify a true failure of her mission, rendering all efforts in vain. She felt that, despite her desperate attempts to preserve the course of history, her existence subtly influenced many changes. Perhaps one small act of hers had triggered a series of consequential events. In the ensuing days, Sun Yu granted Lin Jun leave to recuperate at home while reinforcing the city's defenses and patrols. Unless a formidable army approached, no one could harm them. Indeed, the rebels had correctly identified Sun Yu as their primary target. Following the failed assassination, Zhang Miao and Chen Gong ceased their disguises and directly incited rebellion among the residents of other counties, their movement gaining substantial momentum. In an instant, the city of Yinzhou was engulfed in trepidation. Sun Yu, a man of remarkable talent akin to Zhang Liang of Cao Cao, promptly penned a letter to General Xiahou Dun, stationed in Dongjun, requesting his assistance in restoring order and calming the populace. This strategic maneuver temporarily safeguarded the three central counties of Yinzhou, preserving Cao Cao's stronghold. That night, Lin Jun and others were summoned to Sun Yu's residence to avoid potential crossfire. The following day, news arrived that General Xiahou Dun had hastened from Dongjun, swiftly eliminating dozens of rebels, thus stabilizing Zhenqing, Donghe, and Fan County. To the rebels, General Xiahou Dun appeared as a fearsome demon, while to Lin Jun and her companions, he was a savior, exuding an aura of authority. Meanwhile, Cao Cao received Sun Yu's urgent missive, informing him of the precarious situation at home. With Liu Bei advancing to assist Xuzhou, Cao Cao found his own campaign thwarted and decided to return home. However, the journey back was fraught with challenges, as they fell into several ambushes set by Elbu, nearly losing everything. Had it not been for Xiahou Dun's timely intervention, Cao Cao might have met his demise along the way. Lin Jun held a deep admiration for Cao Cao. He personally led battles, despite the heightened risks, inspiring his soldiers immensely. Reflecting on the numerous times he had been rescued on the battlefield by his valiant generals, Cao Hong, Xiahou Dun, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Li Dian, Cao Ong, and Zhang Liao, she noted the sacrifices made, including the lives of Dian Wei and Cao Ong. With a resigned tap on her forehead, she wondered why her thoughts wandered to Cao Ong. The image of such a young, gallant man perishing in an effort to save his father made her heart ache, prompting her to swiftly cast aside such thoughts and focus on her duties. Subsequently, Cao Cao feigned his own demise to deceive Elbu, who, falling for the ruse, led his troops into Cao Cao's camp, only to be met with a well-orchestrated ambush, resulting in his utter defeat. This incident illuminated for Lin Jun the significance of not merely numbers in warfare. The quality of leadership, terrain, strategy, and even morale played crucial roles in determining outcomes. At last, under Sun Yu's eager anticipation, Cao Cao successfully repelled Elbu, restoring peace to the Shandong region and returning triumphantly. Lin Jun swore by the lantern that Sun Yu was, at that juncture, an unwavering ally to Cao Cao. Once the troops were settled, news emerged from Xuzhou that Liu Bei had taken control, infuriating Cao Cao, who had suffered losses without gaining any ground, while Liu Bei had seized Xuzhou with minimal effort. Thus, Cao Cao contemplated mobilizing forces against Liu Bei. His advisors swiftly dissuaded him, pointing out that launching a campaign at this juncture would only result in self-sabotage. Fortunately, Cao Cao was not without wisdom. He recognized the pressing issue at hand. He inquired of his advisors, "We may refrain from mobilizing, but the autumn harvest is not yet upon us, and our soldiers have no provisions. How shall we endure?" Sun Yu presented Cao Cao with a clear path forward. At that moment, Lin Jun was profoundly impressed. Sun Yu, not yet 30, was already articulating uniquely constructive insights in politics and strategy, repeatedly rescuing Cao Cao from peril. In modern times, finding a man of such capability in his 20s would be a rare feat, my lord. Look around. There are still many remnants of the yellow turban rebels in our vicinity. They possess ample provisions. Let us seize them, thus ensuring our supplies and enhancing your reputation, he proposed. Consequently, Cao Cao and the others readily endorsed Sun Yu's suggestion, and thus the course was set. Lin Jun found herself busier than ever. Though she relished the work, following her heroic act to save Sun Yu, he had placed immense trust in her, seemingly intent on mentoring her, involving her in both significant and trivial matters. One morning, as Lin Jun attended the roll call, she unexpectedly encountered Sun Yu. He remained as gentle and humble as ever. Addressing her, Lin Jun, prepare yourself today, as we shall embark on an inspection. Lin Jun, without a second thought, acquiesced. Yet, after a few steps, Sun Yu turned back, regarding her thoughtfully, and inquired, have you reached the age of maturity, Lin Jun? Caught off guard by Sun Yu's sudden question, Lin Jun hesitated before responding, I have. Initially, she considered feigning youth, but recognizing her current stature, she refrained, knowing that if she were still a minor, it might invite unwarranted scrutiny. Very well, Sun Yu nodded. Have you chosen a courtesy name? Not yet, Lin Jun replied honestly. She had only intended to serve as a minor soldier, or perhaps as Lady Jia Su's attendant, and thus had not selected a name. This was not unusual. Many impoverished families waited until their children reached 20 to choose names, or simply forewent the practice altogether. Then allow me to bestow one upon you, Sun Yu said with a gentle smile. Lin Jun was taken aback by the honor of receiving a name from Sun Yu, exclaiming, thank you, my lord. Gazing into the distance, Sun Yu pondered briefly before declaring, let it be you. You are exceptionally intelligent and capable. You shall surely achieve great things in the future. However, growing up too swiftly may lead you astray. Thus, you must allow things to unfold naturally and avoid the pitfalls of haste. Therefore, I bestow upon you as well the name Yu. Are you satisfied? Thank you, Lord Sun. Lin Jun is truly fond of this character. Lin Jun sincerely expressed her gratitude, feeling the affirmation and earnest teachings from Sun Yu. At that moment, a robust man entered the courtyard. It was Xiahou Yuan, who addressed Sun Yu, saying, Mr. Sun, the troops have been accounted for and are ready to set out. Sun Yu clasped his hands in salute, replying, thank you for your efforts, General. He then accompanied Lin Jun as they followed Xiahou Yuan outside. Chapter 44. Inspecting the mountains, Lin Jun trailed behind Sun Yu and Xiahou Yuan to a clearing on the outskirts of the city, where a spirited small squad awaited them. She counted roughly 20 individuals, and was delighted to see a familiar figure among the crowd. Zixio? Xiahou Yuan also recognized the person and approached to inquire, what brings you here? Uncle, Mr. Sun. Chaoang greeted them, explaining, my father unexpectedly arranged for me to join this morning, urging me to learn from you both. Haha. Xiahou Yuan laughed heartily. The Lord wishes for the young master to grow swiftly and become his successor. However, today I am merely here to serve as Mr. Sun's guard, so it does not count as learning from me. General Xiahou, you flatter me, Sun Yu said, waving his hand. It is my insistence to inspect the mountainous terrain. I am truly sorry to trouble General Xiahou to accompany me. Chaoang then asked, the nearby mountains are rugged. Why must Mr. Sun personally survey them? Sun Yu replied, precisely because the mountains are treacherous that the remnants of the yellow turban rebels can easily conceal themselves. I must assess their numbers and specific hiding places to execute this operation aimed at seizing their supplies, minimizing losses to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun felt a deep admiration for Sun Yu's diligence and sense of responsibility. The group mounted their horses and rode into the woods, stopping after more than 2 hours. Lin Jun observed that Sun Yu, a scholar, showed little sign of fatigue from such a prolonged ride, leading her to surmise that he likely practiced horsemanship and swordplay regularly. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the group tied their horses to trees, preparing to ascend on foot. Lin Jun had sensed that this era's mountains were far from tourist attractions. There were no steps, and due to the lack of visitors, even a path worn by feet was absent, forcing them to grope their way upward. Fortunately, with their numbers, they need not fear wild beasts. Before long, Lin Jun noticed a thin sheen of sweat forming on Sun Yu's forehead. Had he finally reached his limits after such prolonged exertion? Feeling her own stamina was still sufficient, she approached and whispered, Lord Sun, allow me to support you. Sun Yu instinctively declined. No need, no need. Yet Lin Jun insisted, gently grasping his arm to alleviate some of his burden. Sensing that her assistance was not overly taxing, Sun Yu accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, EU." Just as Lin Jun was about to exchange pleasantries, Chowang's puzzled voice rang out from behind. EU? Who is EU? Lin Jun turned back, beaming with pride, and replied, "Young master, EU is the name Lord Sun bestowed upon me this morning." Chowang echoed her words like a parrot. "A name given to you?" "Indeed," Lin Jun said joyfully. "Lord Sun saw that I had yet to receive a name upon reaching my coming of age and personally chose one for me." "You have turned 20? Chowang laughed mischievously. "But just recently you told me you were 17. Did I say that?" Lin Jun laughed awkwardly. "Perhaps you misremembered?" "Young master." "Humph." Chowang chuckled, appearing unimpressed by Lin Jun's evasive comments. Xiahou Yuan, who was leading the way, overheard their cheerful banter and joined them. Walking alongside Chowang Zixiu, "I recall you were 23 this year, correct?" "Yes, uncle. I will turn 23 by the end of the month," Chowang replied. 23. And still no grandchild for your father. Alas, he often complains about this matter in front of us old folks, Xiahou Yuan said slowly, prompting Lin Jun to stifle a laugh. "Here it comes, Chowang. Retribution. Indeed, it is my unfilial behavior," Chowang admitted, his expression growing awkward. Had he not previously insisted on refusing marriage, he would not have delayed until after his grandfather's passing, resulting in his current obligation to mourn and forego marriage. Though he had previously cited busy affairs and insufficient study time as reasons for his refusal, without implicating Xiahou Yuan, as her uncle, surely held some reservations in his heart. However, Lin Jun observed that he remained a true general, managing to separate personal feelings from duty. Lin Air is not small anymore. Xiahou Yuan finally broached the main topic after a lengthy detour. With over 2 years without marriage, her peers have children of their own. She must be feeling quite disheartened. Chowang could only respond, "It is my fault." "Alas, how can it be your fault, Zixiu?" Xiahou Yuan sighed. "This is fate's doing. It cannot be blamed on anyone." However, Lin Air is currently in a gloomy mood, often locking herself in her room and refusing to come out when called. "Zixiu, though you have yet to formally wed, it is unlikely anything will change. If you find the time, do visit her more often." "You are correct, uncle," Chowang said, lowering his head like a penitent child. "Uncle is not scolding you," Xiahou Yuan retorted, sensing Chowang's demeanor. "Uncle hopes for you and Lin Air to maintain a harmonious relationship. Let me tell you, Lin Air also enjoys horseback riding. The next time you practice, consider bringing her along, or when you study in the courtyard, you might invite her to brew tea for you. Lin Air's skills are quite good. I will have her send you some of her homemade soup soon." With each suggestion from Xiahou Yuan, Chowang's responses grew weaker. Lin Jun, though unable to glance back at Chowang's expression, found herself thoroughly entertained by her imagination. As she listened to Xiahou Yuan's chatter, she nearly bit her lip to suppress her laughter. Sun Yu, noticing her struggle to contain her amusement, silently chuckled and shook his head. Xiahou Yuan's voice boomed, likely audible to the accompanying soldiers, and Chowang had certainly stumbled into a pitfall. Reflecting on the countless times he had done the same to others, Lin Jun felt a sense of satisfaction. After building their joy upon Chowang's discomfort, the group finally reached halfway up the mountain, with midday fast approaching. Lin Jun guided Sun Yu to a vantage point, and upon surveying the sky, he frowned. "This is not good. The autumn weather changes too rapidly. It seems we may face heavy rain shortly. We must hurry, EU. You will assist me." "Yes, my lord," Lin Jun promptly replied as Chowang approached. Sun Yu pointed to a distant forested area, saying, "Do you recognize that place where the trees are sparse?" Lin Jun squinted, contemplating for a moment before hesitantly responding. "Is it the second small peak to the east of that highest peak?" "Precisely," Sun Yu affirmed. "Now, use that peak as your center. Commit the surrounding mountain ranges and the density of the trees to memory, for we must draw a map of this terrain to ensure we can capture the remnants of the yellow turbans in one fell swoop." "Understood." Lin Jun cleared her mind, striving to imprint the scene before her into her memory. "Mr. Sun, it seems there is smoke rising over there," Chowang suddenly remarked. Following Chowang's, Sun Yu gazed in that direction and indeed noticed the faint wisps of smoke ascending into the sky. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Judging by the fire's intensity, there are quite a number of bandits, and they occupy a highly advantageous position atop the mountain." "Indeed," Xiahou Yuan interjected. "Where does the gentleman believe the bandits will store their supplies?" "Supplies?" Sun Yu pondered as he walked, meticulously observing each hill. "This is not good." Xiahou Yuan abruptly shouted. "What is it?" Sun Yu, interrupted, inquired anxiously. "I heard bandits approaching from that side of the mountain," Xiahou Yuan gripped his weapon tightly, fixating on the westward direction. Lin Jun quickly listened intently, but could discern nothing. Chowang's expression shifted, declaring, "This is dire. There are at least 100 men advancing toward us. We must retreat immediately." The group hastily called upon the resting squad nearby, making their way back along the same path. Lin Jun continued to support Sun Yu. Perplexed, she asked, "What is happening? Have we been discovered? We are still so far from their stronghold." Chowang sprinted ahead, seeking the most accessible path down the mountain while explaining, "No, it is likely a hunting party. We just do not know if they have spotted us. We must avoid them at all costs and move swiftly." The descent was already more treacherous than the ascent, and combined with their hurried pace, Lin Jun began to struggle, her footing becoming increasingly unsteady. Just then, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Though the rain would not impede the bandits, it rendered the terrain even more slippery and muddy, causing Lin Jun's feet to tremble. "Speed up!" Xiahou Yuan shouted from the rear. "The bandits are closing in on us. They are indeed searching for us." Sun Yu was nearly being dragged along by Lin Jun, his footing perilous, which only increased the strain on her. She felt as if she would soon be unable to keep pace with the group and called out to Chowang for assistance. "Master Ong, Master Ong." Chowang turned upon hearing her voice and rushed over to help upon seeing the struggle of Lin Jun and Sun Yu. "I will support Mr. Sun. You must take care of yourself," he instructed. "All right," Lin Jun agreed, attempting to guide Sun Yu toward Chowang. In the deluge, she could barely make out Chowang's figure, inching closer step by step. "Seize them!" came the cries of battle from behind them. The bandits, more familiar with the forest paths, quickly closed the distance. Xiahou Yuan was the first to confront the assailants, and the guard team swiftly drew their weapons to engage in battle. "Protect Lord Sun," Chowang commanded loudly, leading Lin Jun and Sun Yu in retreat. However, the overwhelming number of bandits made it impossible for Xiahou Yuan, despite his valor, to fend them all off. Some had already broken through and charged toward Lin Jun. Chowang positioned himself as a barrier against the attackers while Lin Jun remained steadfastly by Sun Yu's side, shielding him closely. The number of assailants continued to swell, and perhaps due to the torrential rain, Lin Jun could no longer see Xiahou Yuan's figure, which only heightened her anxiety. "How did we end up in such a life-and-death scenario? I feel utterly helpless. Nothing in the texts foretold this. How can we escape?" Suddenly, two bandits surged past Chowang, attacking Lin Jun, who hastily drew her blade to defend herself. Her combat prowess in the rain was far inferior to that of her usual self, and with the added responsibility of protecting Sun Yu, her movements were severely restricted. The two bandits were seasoned fighters, pressing her toward a corner, forcing her to retreat. Without warning, her foot slipped, and she lost her balance, colliding with Sun Yu. Unbeknownst to her, they were at the edge of a steep slope. Lin Jun and Sun Yu tumbled down together. Lin Jun heard Chowang calling her name from above. Yet she could not control her body as it crashed against rocks and trees, pain coursing through her. She desperately attempted to grasp a tree to halt her descent, but the rain-soaked bark was too slick, and she repeatedly failed until she finally came to a stop near the foot of the mountain. Lin Jun, who was calling her? Struggling to rise, she saw Chowang sliding down the slope, appearing to have lost his footing but sustaining far fewer injuries than she had. Chowang strode over and helped Lin Jun to her feet. "This place is not safe. We must move quickly. Where is Mr. Sun?" Lin Jun and Chowang searched their surroundings, quickly discovering the unconscious Sun Yu not far away. With no experience, he likely hadn't even attempted to shield himself during the fall, and it was evident that he had sustained far worse injuries than Lin Jun, possibly even fractures. But there was no time to ponder. Chowang lifted Sun Yu and urged Lin Jun to run deeper into the woods. Lin Jun focused solely on Chowang's back, feeling a modicum of safety in his presence. How fortunate she was to have him by her side. Otherwise, she could not fathom how to navigate this dire situation. They had no sense of time as they ran until they reached a peculiar boulder, jutting out from the mountainside, nearly parallel to the ground, with a higher elevation beneath it. It provided them a natural shelter from the rain. Chowang placed Sun Yu beneath the boulder and beckoned Lin Jun over, stating, "Let us take refuge here for the time being. The rain will wash away our footprints. They should not be able to find us. It is unfortunate that we have become separated from Uncle and the others." Lin Jun lowered her head, saying, "It was my carelessness that caused me to slip and bring Lord Sun down with me. Do not dwell on that. Quickly check Mr. Sun's injuries to see if there are any fractures," Chowang said as he began to assess Sun Yu's condition. Lin Jun looked at Sun Yu's closed eyes, a wave of despair washing over her. Was she destined to bring misfortune upon him? The historical records had not indicated any peril for him. How could her arrival inadvertently lead to his assassination and this fall? How could this happen? Usually composed, Chaoang suddenly became flustered after examining Sun Yu, staring helplessly at Lin Jun. "How is Lord Sun?" she asked urgently. Chaoang gazed blankly at Lin Jun, his voice trembling as he replied, "Mr. Sun, he has no heartbeat." Chapter 46. Impossible. Lin Jun was momentarily stunned, crawling to Sun Yu's side and pressing her head against his chest. "No, really. There is no heartbeat," she murmured, reaching to check for breath, but he was devoid of even a whisper of life. "Impossible," Lin Jun screamed, feeling the world spin around her. "It cannot be. Sun Yu was meant to assist Cao Cao until the age of 50. How could he perish here? Was it truly her fault? Had her arrival subtly altered the course of events, leading to this tragic outcome? She was poised to change decades of history. Impossible, impossible. Lin Jun clutched Sun Yu's garment, repeating the phrase as if in a trance. Suddenly, she struck his chest repeatedly with her arm. "Lin Jun, calm down," Chaoang exclaimed, grasping her to stop her. "Mr. Sun has already—" "No, he has not. He cannot die now," Lin Jun cried, forcefully pushing Chaoang aside as she continued to pound on Sun Yu's chest, calling his name. In her emotional turmoil, she had unwittingly abandoned her disguise, her voice ringing clear and feminine. Chaoang sat dazed, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Sun Yu was dead. And could it be that Lin Jun was indeed a woman? As Lin Jun continued her desperate attempts to revive Sun Yu, there were no signs of life returning. She leaned down, pressing her lips against his. "Lin Jun, please, calm yourself," Chaoang urged, bewildered by her actions, unaware that she was attempting artificial respiration, mistaking her for being too grief-stricken to act rationally. Lin Jun disregarded Chaoang's counsel, tirelessly alternating between artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. At last, after delivering another forceful blow to Sun Yu's chest, he coughed violently and regained consciousness. Lin Jun, overjoyed, helped Sun Yu sit up. She had always believed that he bore no significant fatal injuries, especially to the head, and that his cardiac arrest was likely a result of impact during the fall. Such a state of apparent death could indeed be revived through timely rescue. Though Sun Yu continued to cough, he was no longer in imminent danger. The scene before Chaoang profoundly challenged his perceptions. Lin Jun had managed to bring Sun Yu back to life. Regardless of the circumstances, he was alive. And that was what mattered. "Mr. Sun, how do you feel now?" Chaoang inquired, allowing Sun Yu to lean against him with genuine concern. "I am fine," Sun Yu replied weakly, then turned his gaze to Lin Jun. "I am grateful for your assistance, my lady." His words faltered as he stared at Lin Jun's face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing his gaze, Lin Jun quickly averted her eyes, fearing that the heavy rain had washed away her makeup. "Is it truly you, Lin Jun, the female physician from that day?" Chaoang asked gently, observing her striking appearance. Lin Jun remained silent, hugging her knees and lowering her head. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon diminishing to a gentle patter. "We should find a way to return," Lin Jun stated plainly, reverting to her natural voice. "Mr. Sun cannot remain in soaked clothing. He will catch a chill." However, Chaoang shook his head. "It is unwise to leave now. The rain has ceased so abruptly that the bandits have surely not strayed far and are likely searching for us nearby. Venturing out recklessly could lead us directly into their path. What shall we do then?" Lin Jun asked. "If we wait until nightfall, the feral beasts will emerge." "That will not happen," Sun Yu replied while coughing. "We shall remain here until General Xiahou Yuan arrives. He will bring men to search the mountains, and the beasts will not dare to attack." "Indeed," Lin Jun nodded, knowing they all had trust in General Xiahou Yuan. For a moment, the three of them set aside the fact that Lin Jun had been disguised as a man for so long, as if they still shared an ordinary collegial relationship. Yet Lin Jun understood that after today, they could never return to their former selves. A gust of autumn wind swept by, causing Lin Jun to shiver. If she felt cold, Sun Yu must be even more so. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "General Xiahou Yuan will need time to break through and seek reinforcements. Even with a swift horse, it will take several hours. We must remove our drenched clothing. Otherwise, all three of us will catch a chill, especially Mr. Sun." In truth, both Chaoang and Sun Yu had reached the same conclusion, but how could they ask a young woman to strip in front of them? After a brief silence, it was Chaoang who broke the tension. "I will see if I can find some dry branches to start a fire." Without waiting for a response, he stood and hurried out. Under the boulder, only Lin Jun and Sun Yu remained. She noticed that Sun Yu's outer garment was as drenched as if it had been soaked in water for a day, still dripping. Mr. Sun, you should remove your outer garment. It is completely soaked. As she anticipated, Sun Yu flatly refused. It is of no consequence. My inner garment is wet as well. Surely, the inner garment cannot be as soaked as the outer. Lin Jun thought, feeling a surge of exasperation. Sun Yu must have refrained from undressing before her out of modesty. Gentlemen truly prioritize their decorum over their health. Thus, Lin Jun boldly lunged forward, tugging Sun Yu's outer coat off, insisting, if you do not remove it, even if you survive today, you will suffer from rheumatism in the future. She then stripped off her own outer garment, revealing 2 more layers beneath. She mused how ancient customs of modesty seemed trivial, given that modern women wore far less without consequence. Sun Yu, stripped of his clothing, fixed his gaze intently on the direction where Chaoang had departed, unwilling to look at her. Perhaps his hopeful anticipation had a role, for Chaoang soon returned, bearing a collection of dry branches. Upon seeing the man and woman who had both disrobed, his handsome face twitched noticeably. Lin Jun promptly assisted Chaoang in kindling the fire. Though it was small, it provided a comforting warmth to the trio. Chaoang, more generous than Sun Yu, stripped completely and hung his inner garment over the flames to dry. His physique, honed from years of training, was impressive, abdominal muscles defined, exuding a naturalness that eclipsed even modern gym enthusiasts. Perhaps this was the reason wild game tasted superior to farm-raised poultry. Lin Jun felt her mouth water and struggled to suppress the urge to swallow. If Chaoang noticed her gaze, he would certainly think her a brazen woman. Chaoang was about to urge Sun Yu to dry his clothes as well, but was met with a reprimand. Sun Yu frowned, saying, "Young master, there is a distinction between the sexes. Knowing Miss Lin's true identity, you must be more mindful." Chaoang, however, playfully dismissed the concern, declaring, "There is no need for worry. Lin Jun has been among our troops for years, and many soldiers have seen her form. It does not matter if we are 2 more. Chapter 47. A proposal. Lin Jun found Chaoang's words distasteful and prepared to retort. However, considering her uncertain future lay in the hands of these 2 men, she swallowed her objections, merely huffing in response. Aware of his transgression, Chaoang recognized that his words implied Lin Jun had been involved with numerous soldiers, and thus sought to placate her, saying, "You should sit closer to the fire to dry your clothes." Lin Jun still wished to ignore him, drawing a short knife to cut a piece from her outer garment's hem, holding it near the flames. The small piece dried quickly, and she handed it to Sun Yu, saying, "Mr. Sun, use this to wipe away the rainwater, especially near your wounds. Otherwise, it will become inflamed." With a polite demeanor, Sun Yu accepted the cloth, his gaze returning to Lin Jun, and simply replied, "Thank you, Miss Lin." Throughout their journey, he had expressed gratitude either to EU or to Lin Jun, as if he had no other words to offer. Lin Jun smiled wryly, realizing that Sun Yu would likely no longer refer to her by her courtesy name. Noticing Lin Jun's unmasked beauty and graceful demeanor, Sun Yu could not help but inquire, "May I ask about your circumstances, Miss Lin? Why did you choose to disguise yourself as a man to join the military?" Lin Jun had anticipated this question and prepared her answer, much like she had for Xiahou Lin. "My parents passed away when I was young, and my stepmother intended to marry me off to an elderly merchant as his second wife. I refused and escaped." She feigned sorrow. "Your martial skills and ability to alter your voice, did you acquire those on your own?" Chaoang asked, his brow furrowing. These inquiries had troubled him for some time. Were it not for these skills, he would have long since concluded that Lin Jun was a woman. "My mother taught me," Lin Jun replied without a hint of embarrassment, knowing that her mother was deceased and could not contradict her. Though her explanation was tenuous, Chaoang found no faults in it and could not use Lin Jun's mother as a subject of scrutiny. "Your mother must have been an extraordinary woman, as are you," he remarked. As darkness fell, the 3 of them gathered around the flickering flames, sharing a sense of mutual reliance. Lin Jun sensed that the atmosphere had grown more conducive for her plea and, suddenly kneeling, implored, "Gentlemen, I truly joined the military out of necessity. Could we let today's events pass unmentioned? I promise it will not happen again. I will keep this secret and serve our Lord with utmost loyalty." Chaoang opened his mouth, caught off guard, yet remained silent. Sun Yu sighed, "Miss Lin, there is indeed a difference between men and women. You possess great capability and ambition, but ultimately, you are destined for marriage and childbirth. I can choose not to marry or bear children. I only wish to serve faithfully under your command." Lin Jun exclaimed, her voice tinged with a half-pleading, half-desperate tone. affecting both Sun Yu and Chao Ang deeply. This matter, I will not report it to our lord. Rest assured, there will be no punishment. Sun Yu comforted her, assuring her that he would arrange a suitable place for her. Lin Jun was truly anxious. She would rather Sun Yu not make any arrangements at all. What if she were paired with some minor official or soldier? It would ruin her life. I shall not marry, I shall not, she exclaimed, lifting her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Then might you consider marrying me? The plain tone and gentle voice pierced straight into Lin Jun's heart. She looked up to see Sun Yu gazing at her with calmness, his deep eyes betraying not a hint of turmoil. It was unimaginable that he had just proposed. Mr. Sun? Chao Ang's reaction was far more pronounced than Lin Jun's, incredulously asking, You wish to marry her? Indeed. Miss Lin has put herself in danger for me numerous times. Had it not been for her timely intervention, I would have long ceased to exist in this world. Sun Yu explained, Since she has been in my presence, it is only fitting that I take her as my wife. Lin Jun felt her heart scream in exhilaration. Was Sun Yu offering himself in gratitude for saving his life? However, he continued, Yet, I am already wed to my humble wife, the Tang family. If Miss Lin is willing, I would take you as my secondary wife. Sun Yu added, addressing Lin Jun directly. Why did she not feel the slightest discomfort at the proposal coming from a man without a shirt? Perhaps it was the inherent charm he exuded. I. Lin Jun felt her face flush intensely. Sun Yu's words had arrived too suddenly for her to process, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Jun, countless women in the world would yearn to marry our Mr. Sun. Do not hastily refuse. You must consider it carefully, Chao Ang remarked softly from the side. Oh yes. Lin Jun quickly responded, I shall think it over. That is only natural, Sun Yu nodded. I shall inquire about your thoughts in a few days, if that is agreeable. Yes, Lin Jun replied, nodding with a dazed smile. Sun Yu had indeed expressed a desire to marry her. Could it be that she would soon be able to remain by his side, observing the great affairs of the world? This realization fulfilled her earlier wish to marry Jiasu. Although Sun Yu might not possess Jiasu's longevity, his presence was infinitely preferable to her current existence filled with peril. She could stand upon the shoulders of a giant. No, Sun Yu, and gauge the unfolding events. All matters of state and various battles would be brought before him, sparing her the trouble of inquiring. Furthermore, Sun Yu had offered her the esteemed position of a secondary wife, far superior to that of a mere concubine. With his demeanor, she was certain she would not suffer indignities or grievances in the future. The more she pondered, the happier she became, nearly bursting into laughter. Until her gaze accidentally met Chao Ang's fierce expression. She quickly cleared her throat, feigning interest in the garments hanging over the fire. Cough. They are almost dry. You should put them on, Lin Jun said to the two beside her. Chao Ang, halfway through dressing, suddenly furrowed his brow and bent down, pressing his ear to the ground. Horsemen are approaching, he whispered, rising swiftly. Quick, gather your things. They may not be our men. Immediately, he extinguished the flames and covered them with damp leaves, ensuring that any passerby would not discern the signs of a fire. Lin Jun donned her tattered outer garment and, after a moment's thought, retrieved her powder and stone ink. The powder had turned to a paste upon contact with the rain, but she had no choice but to apply it to her face. Lacking a mirror or running water, she relied on her instincts from years of experience. After a lengthy struggle, she patted Chao Ang on the side and quietly asked, How do I look? Do I resemble my usual self? Chao Ang's face fell again, like someone who has been beaten. Oh, then that's good, Lin Jun replied with satisfaction. It is getting late, and if anyone sees me, I can just say I was beaten. Seeing Chao Ang's expression, which seemed to suggest he wished to scold her further, he was interrupted by the distant call of Master Sun. He quickly stood and followed the voice, soon meeting with Xiahou Yuan, who was leading the search party. Xiahou Yuan, relieved to see that all three were mostly unharmed, said, Fortunately, you are all safe. How would I explain this to the Lord? Chapter 48. Squid Stir-Fry. Xiahou Yuan had thoughtfully brought a carriage and a military physician. The physician examined Sun Yu's injuries, confirming they were only superficial wounds, and performed some basic bandaging, which eased everyone's minds. As a reward for her bravery, Lin Jun was fortunate enough to ride in the luxurious carriage with them. The spacious, stable carriage was equipped with soft cushions, providing great comfort. Soon, after ensuring the soldiers outside were well organized, Xiahou Yuan joined them in the carriage and began recounting the events of the afternoon. After Lin Jun had pulled Sun Yu down, Chao Ang followed suit, and Xiahou Yuan had ceased to engage in battle, swiftly leading the remaining troops to break through, even capturing one of the bandits. After interrogation, they learned that the bandits rarely ventured into this mountainous area. However, today a small group of hunters had come to hunt and inadvertently spotted Sun Yu and his party. Realizing they were from the Chao army, the hunters reported back to their leader, He, who personally led a charge against them. As Xiahou Yuan recounted this, he could not help but lament, "Had I known the leader was none other than the Yellow Turban Chief, I would have insisted on capturing him first. How I regret that now." "General Xiahou, there is no need for such self-reproach," Sun Yu smiled. "Had it not been for your swift arrival, we would have become the dinner of ferocious beasts tonight." "Ah, I am not the hero here." Xiahou Yuan humbly waved his hand. "Today, the greatest credit belongs to Miss Lin, who has been steadfastly protecting you, Mr. Sun, has she not?" Lin Jun was startled to find herself suddenly singled out, quickly responding with a smile, "It was merely my duty." "Indeed," Xiahou Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "I heard that not long ago, someone attempted to assassinate Mr. Sun, and Miss Lin risked her life to fight against them, even sustaining injuries in the process. Ah, I truly did not misjudge you when I recruited you. Just a minor injury, it's healed long ago," Lin Jun replied awkwardly, smiling. In truth, she was not the only one feeling awkward. Everyone in the carriage, except Xiahou Yuan, felt the tension rise. Yet, they concealed their discomfort well, and Xiahou Yuan remained oblivious, continuously chattering away. "Rest assured, everything you have done, your Lord Sun has seen and remembered." Lin Jun dared not respond further, merely nodding incessantly and avoiding Sun Yu's gaze, wishing for the carriage to reach the city as swiftly as possible. The carriage moved much slower than riding a horse, and by the time they arrived at Yinzhou City, darkness was nearly upon them. After such an extraordinary day, Lin Jun was already fatigued and ready to return home to wash up and rest, contemplating her future path. However, after taking a few steps, she was suddenly called aside by Sun Yu. He hesitated before saying, "Lin Jun, you need not report for duty tomorrow." Lin Jun's heart sank. Was this a dismissal? She wanted to protest, pouting as she replied to Sun Yu, "But I haven't yet sketched the mountain map from today." "You need not worry about that," Sun Yu said gently. "The matters at hand, including those concerning the Lord, you need not concern yourself. I will make the necessary arrangements." Was there truly no glimmer of hope? Lin Jun asked softly, "Mr. Sun, I assure you I will not cause any more trouble. I will not expose my identity." "Lin Jun, the past is behind us." Sun Yu gently shook his head. "I will ensure your secret remains safe, but in the future, the Lord would not wish to see such incidents." "Yes." Lin Jun could only agree, having no other choice. For the next 2 days, Lin Jun found herself with nothing to do, spending her time sitting under the trees by the lake, contemplating whether she should accept Sun Yu's proposal to become his secondary wife. If she truly became Sun Yu's secondary wife, her mission in this world would be effectively complete. She would gain insight into the movements of the Chao Wei power and the future developments of both Western Shu and Eastern Wu through Sun Yu. In fact, when Lin Jun's goals were first set, it had been hoped she would find a way to marry Sun Yu. After all, he was the central secretary. However, considering the noble birth of Sun Yu, his integrity, and his lack of greed for wealth and lust, Lin Jun found it exceedingly challenging to approach him. Thus, she set her sights on Jia Shui instead. Unexpectedly, fate intervened, and Sun Yu came to her door unbidden. She should have embraced this opportunity, yet an inexplicable sense of reluctance clouded her heart, hindering her resolve. She yearned for love. Perhaps it was the initial affection Jia Shui held for Mo Xiang, or perhaps it was later when Xiahou Lin's feelings for Chaoang deeply moved her. As a woman nearing the age of 26 who had never experienced love, was she truly willing to sacrifice for her career? If she also desired a love as steadfast as Jia Shui's for Mo Xiang, could she attain it? Could she find a devoted partner who would protect her for a lifetime while also nurturing her ambitions? She recognized that this very emotion had once obstructed her advances toward Jia Shui, and now it stood in the way of a potential union with Sun Yu. In the past, she could blame her lack of capability. What excuse could she find now? "You've been sitting here. I've searched for you for quite a while." Chaoang approached Lin Jun with soft footsteps. "Young master." Lin Jun rose and bowed. Seeing Lin Jun dressed in male attire, adorned with a masculine visage, and speaking in a male tone, Chaoang felt a sense of helplessness and sighed. "There is no one around. Why must you continue this charade in my presence?" Lin Jun lowered her gaze and replied, "I only wish I were truly a man." Chaoang smiled ruefully. "You could soon marry Mr. Sun. Why do you still yearn for that?" After a moment of silence, Lin Jun spoke. Lord Sun fears I would be left homeless should I leave the military, so he is merely offering me refuge. Chao Ang held his breath, finally unable to resist asking the purpose of his visit. Then, when he comes to inquire again tomorrow, will you agree to him? Perhaps. I have yet to decide, Lin Jun replied candidly. I thought you would be eager to marry him. As it is clear to see your admiration for him, Chao Ang said softly. Young master, how can you say such a thing? Lin Jun asked in astonishment. Where is this admiration coming from? Is there no admiration? Chao Ang's voice seemed a bit agitated. The other day when we ascended the mountain to inspect, your eyes never left Mr. Sun. You risked your life to protect him time and again. When he mentioned marrying you, your eyes sparkled. Was I that obvious? Lin Jun exclaimed. If saving a life requires sacrificing your so-called purity and chastity, I would willingly make that sacrifice. To me, it is merely a matter of principle. Lin Jun felt somewhat helpless. Lord Sun was a gentleman of great virtue, and I hold him in the highest regard. I would not wish for someone like him to suffer any harm. Do you understand? Then you do not have feelings for him, do you? Chao Ang ventured to summarize with hope. Chapter 49. Chao Ang's intentions. Then you do not have feelings for him, do you? Chao Ang reiterated, filled with anticipation. Lin Jun pondered whether her feelings for Sun Yu could be considered love. The historical records describe him as an exceptional individual, possessing both talent and virtue. With a discerning eye for talent and an unwavering loyalty, he is indeed a king's advisor. The praise for Sun Yu throughout history is so extensive that Lin Jun could not encapsulate it in mere words. Even before he appeared before her, she was already filled with admiration for him. In both public and private affairs, she genuinely wished for no harm to come to Sun Yu, which is why she had risked her life to save him repeatedly. Yet, this did not equate to romantic feelings. However, it also did not mean Lin Jun would refuse to marry. Chao Ang waited patiently, but only saw Lin Jun staring blankly at the lake, lost in thought. Growing anxious, he suddenly grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him. Do not marry him. Marry me instead, will you? He said gently. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun inhaled sharply. He had spoken so directly. She was not oblivious to Chao Ang's attention and affection towards her. She had simply been avoiding the truth. She had repeatedly deceived herself into believing that Chao Ang did not know she was a woman, that he could not possibly know. Their relationship was utterly impossible. Chao Ang would soon meet his demise on the battlefield. Lin Jun, I do not believe you have no feelings for me. We have known each other for so long. Chao Ang's words tumbled out in a rush as Lin Jun's silence stirred his anxiety. Young master, you are the eldest son of the Lord, the future heir. You possess both literary and martial prowess, an admirable figure, and are a wealthy scion. Why concern yourself with a mere country girl like me? You are far from an ordinary country girl. Chao Ang tightened his grip on her shoulders. You are the most extraordinary woman I have ever encountered. Of course, I am, for I am an agent, Lin Jun retorted. You are soon to marry Miss Xiaoho. Why speak of this? I could take you as a secondary wife, Chao Ang replied instantly. Lin Jun felt a surge of irritation. When Sun Yu had mentioned a secondary wife, she sensed his respect for her. Why did Chao Ang's similar words provoke such annoyance? Was it because Sun Yu was already married while Chao Ang was not? But I do not wish to be a secondary wife, Lin Jun asserted, breaking free from his grasp. I fled precisely because I did not want to be a concubine. But Lin Jun, I cannot forsake Xiaoho Lin. Chao Ang appeared somewhat frustrated. When you so readily agreed to marriage before, I thought you truly were a man and compromised. Thus, it is impossible for us. Lin Jun declared firmly. Then you will not agree to Mr. Sun, will you? Chao Ang pursued, because he too intends to take a secondary wife. Lin Jun was taken aback by Chao Ang's quick response. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. It seemed that Chao Ang feared her silence. His voice softened once more. I have no feelings for Xiaoho Lin. I promise to treat you well from now on, will you? That is impossible, young master. Lin Jun shook her head. She is the legitimate wife. It is a grave offense to favor a concubine over a wife. Chao Ang did not continue to argue, and Lin Jun felt grateful that he refrained from pressing her on why she did not mind Sun Yu's legitimate wife, for she could not provide an answer. She even dared not meet Chao Ang's gaze. Those usually sharp and discerning eyes were now filled with tenderness and sorrow. May I see your face once more? Chao Ang suddenly asked. The light was poor last night, and I could not see you clearly. Perhaps. It may be difficult to see you again in the future, and I wish to behold you once more. Very well, Lin Jun agreed. As Chao Ang broke the awkward silence between them, she bent down to the lake's edge, cupping fresh water to wash away her makeup. Wait, Chao Ang halted her. Let me do it. Lin Jun was puzzled by his intentions, watching him in silence. Chao Ong knelt beside her, retrieving a handkerchief from his bosom, soaking it in the lake water, wringing it until it was semi-dry, and gently stroking Lin Jun's face. His touch was so gentle that it felt as if she would shatter if he applied any pressure. Lin Jun gazed at Chao Ang's focused expression, feeling her very soul melt away. Chao Ong was meticulous, returning the soiled handkerchief to the water to clean it repeatedly, until Lin Jun's face was free of any disguise. "You are truly beautiful," he remarked with a smile in his eyes. "Young master," Lin Jun murmured. "Shoo, do not speak." Chao Ong gently brushed aside the hair that fell across her forehead. "Let me see you well." "I regret it, Lin Jun. I was the only one who recognized your uniqueness from the beginning, yet I failed to seize the opportunity. If only I could return to the past." Chao Ang's gaze was deep and fervent as he slowly leaned in, softly kissing Lin Jun's forehead. "Young master." A sudden clap of thunder startled both Chao Ong and Lin Jun by the lakeside. Lin Jun pressed her hand against her rapidly beating heart, attempting to soothe herself. "Emma, it's not as if I am committing infidelity. Why am I so tense?" However, her composure shattered upon recognizing the voice calling out to her. Guo Jia stood there with a cheerful grin, while Sun Yu tugged at his sleeve, a look of embarrassment etched on his face. "Feng Xiao, what are you shouting for?" Sun Yu exclaimed in exasperation. "Did I not tell you to stop looking and hurry away?" In an instant, apart from the jubilant Guo Jia, the other three were engulfed in awkwardness. Just days prior it was Xiahou Yuan, and now it was Guo Jia. Could they not spare her? Lin Jun's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. How long had they been watching? "Did you not mention needing to find young Master Ong?" Guo Jia innocently replied. "I was helping you call for him." "Sun sir, Guo sir." Chao Ong also appeared quite flustered. He had been present when Sun Yu sought Lin Jun's hand in marriage, thus aware of the circumstances, yet today he came to tease the lady, showing no regard for Sun Yu's dignity. Lin Jun, now a common woman, stood her ground, refraining from bowing and suppressing the impulse to toss Guo Jia into the lake. "I indeed have matters to attend to, but they are not urgent," Sun Yu clarified. "Young Master Ong, once you are finished, do come visit me." "Yes," Chao Ong responded. "Let us go." Sun Yu urged Guo Jia in a low voice. Yet, Guo Jia remained rooted to the spot, feigning ignorance. Sun Yu chose to ignore him and continued on his way. "I shall take my leave as well." Lin Jun could no longer stay and turned to depart. As she hurried home, she sensed someone leisurely following her. Sighing inwardly, she reached a secluded area and turned to say, "Young Master Ong, why are you?" She found Guo Jia standing there, slightly out of breath. Chapter 50. A response hearing Lin Jun call him Young Master Ong made Guo Jia chuckle, and with a beaming smile he asked, "What did Miss Lin call me?" "I didn't quite catch that." Lin Jun clenched her fists, reminding herself, "He is Guo Jia. He is part of the mission. I cannot harm him." This thought helped her regain her composure as she inquired, "Might I ask why Mr. Guo has been following me?" "Nothing of consequence," Guo Jia replied nonchalantly. "I simply wish to meet Miss Lin on this first occasion." Lin Jun lifted her chin defiantly, gazing at Guo Jia. Though he was slightly shorter than Chao Ong, he still towered over her. For some reason, she felt a sense of equality when conversing with Guo Jia. He unabashedly scrutinized her face before directly asking, "Is your complexion always so powdered? And if it is?" Lin Jun retorted, adopting a defiant tone, "You likely saw me hiding earlier." "Such skills cannot be acquired without years of practice," Guo Jia mused. "And your voice? Where do you hail from?" "From Xuanzhou," Lin Jun replied, "a village near Luoyang." "Mr. Guo, I am currently without any official position. May I return home?" "Of course, let us go together," Guo Jia nodded. "What intentions bring you into my military camp?" Lin Jun suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and answered, "My family intended to sell me. That is why I fled." This explanation had been given to many. "Huh." Guo Jia laughed. "Lin Jun, young Master Ong harbors feelings for you, and you have done a favor for Wenruo, thus they would not betray you to the Lord." "What? Would you expose me?" Lin Jun was momentarily taken aback. "You wouldn't, for that would implicate Sun Sir as well. Do you believe the Lord would punish Wenruo simply because he failed to notice you are a woman? The Lord himself is oblivious." Guo Jia's eyes sparkled. "The one who will face consequences will be you alone. Are you threatening me?" Although Lin Jun sensed Guo Jia would not truly reveal her, an unease lingered within her. "What do you mean again? Have I ever threatened you before?" Guo Jia boldly asserted, "You have but one choice now. Speak the truth. Answer my questions as I ask." Without awaiting her response, he queried, "What is your real name?" "Lin Jun." "Your age?" 17. "How many in your family?" 5. "My parents, stepmother, younger brother, and I." My parents passed away long ago. Guo Jia halted, scrutinizing Lin Jun's face, seemingly gauging the veracity of her statements. The autumn breeze rustled, lifting Guo Jia's voluminous sleeves, accentuating his slender frame. Lord Guo, Lin Jun said evenly, the wind has picked up. Take care of your health and do not linger outdoors. Very well, Guo Jia nodded. You make a fair point. You should return home soon. Do not let the wind carry you away. Lin Jun could not fathom the whims of this eccentric man. Yet being allowed to leave was certainly a relief. Without a second thought, she dashed homeward. Guo Jia's intentions remained elusive. Perhaps he merely sought to frighten her. Or perhaps he was genuinely concerned she might be a spy sent by another faction. Casting Guo Jia aside, she reclined on her bed, her thoughts drifting far away. She wished for a coin, one side depicting marriage to Sun Yu as a means to fulfill her mission, and the other, refusing to marry yet losing her position, forcing her to start anew. She would not allow a coin to dictate her fate, yet she understood that the moment it was tossed, she would know what she truly desired. The following day, Lin Jun did not venture outside. Sun Yu had mentioned he would come for her today, and she feared missing him, potentially delaying matters for another 2 days. However, Sun Yu only arrived after the evening shift, once he had finished his duties. He was quite courteous, refraining from entering the home of a single woman, instead knocking and waiting under a nearby tree. Clad in a gray robe, Lin Jun noted he possessed several gray garments, and if one did not look closely, they might easily be mistaken for the same piece. His clothing exuded a subtle fragrance, imparting an inexplicable sense of calm. Feeling akin to a wayward student, Lin Jun lowered her gaze to decline his advances, offering the same reasoning she had given to Chaoang, her desire to be a proper wife. Sun Yu's expression remained unruffled, as if he had anticipated her refusal, perhaps even hoping for it after witnessing Chaoang kiss her forehead by the lake the previous day. Yet, he kindly stated, as a woman of marriageable age, it is prudent to consider these matters first. Lin Jun, you are indeed an exceptional talent. Although societal customs do not permit women to hold office, you could impart your knowledge to the next generation, which is also a commendable way to showcase your abilities. Yes, Lord Sun, Lin Jun replied. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Sun Yu added thoughtfully. You have risked your life to save others. I shall not treat you poorly. Thank you, my lord. Lin Jun had intended to plead for her official reinstatement today, but given Sun Yu's words, she saw no necessity to press further. The name Yu, which he had chosen for himself, would likely never cross his lips again. After bidding farewell to Sun Yu, Lin Jun lingered in the courtyard for quite some time, suddenly realizing the true nature of her feelings toward him. For her, Sun Yu resembled a benevolent elder, offering guidance rather than a romantic partner. She was certain he held no feelings for her beyond gratitude and admiration. Relieved by her refusal, she pondered the absurdity of marrying an elder. Such a notion would have left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Moreover, it would spare Chaoang further heartache. She recalled the sorrowful yet passionate expression on Chaoang's face by the lake yesterday, and her heart ached for him. Having lost his mother at a young age, he had endured a life of rigorous training, and given the hardships he faced, why would she want to inflict further pain upon him? Yet now, stripped of her official position, where was she to go? How would she draw nearer to the figures from records of the Three Kingdoms? Was she to take a boat to Jiangdong and start anew with the Eastern Wu? Surely not. Retraining would be exhausting, especially after investing so much effort to infiltrate the enemy's camp. No, the military camp. She could not afford to give up now. Lin Jun had spent several days in a state of bewilderment, wandering the streets like an unemployed drifter, troubled by her inability to find a solution. It was only in the evening that she returned home with a heavy sigh, hoping that Chaoang would not be so stingy as to reclaim the house. She needed to count her remaining provisions to see how long she could afford to live in idleness. However, as she pushed the door open, she was taken aback to find it unlocked. A chill ran down her spine. She distinctly remembered locking it before leaving in the morning. Had he come again? Gently, she opened the door, and there stood Chaoang, his tall silhouette clearly visible in the courtyard. Chapter 51. Marrying you as my legitimate wife. Lin Jun quickly slipped inside and shut the door behind her. Dressed as a woman, she wished to avoid attracting any unnecessary gossip. Lin Jun, Chaoang exclaimed, turning at the sound, and his eyes fell upon her in her feminine attire. The pale blue skirt accentuated her radiant complexion, and the hairpin in her dark tresses added an alluring touch, making her far more enchanting than her previous disheveled appearance as a medical practitioner. He rushed over and, to her astonishment, enveloped her in his arms, exclaiming, "Lin Jun, You look beautiful today. Caught off guard by his masculine embrace, Lin Jun felt breathless as she pressed against his solid chest. Chao Ong seemed to regain his composure first, reluctantly releasing her, a smile gracing his lips. I apologize. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. What are you doing? Lin Jun retorted, not finding the embrace overly inappropriate, but unable to suppress her irritation at his smiling apology. Chao Ong was taken aback. What do you mean? I simply heard you rejected Mr. Sun. Young Master Ong, I have made it quite clear. I do not wish to be anyone's concubine, which is why I turned down Mr. Sun, Lin Jun explained patiently. I will not allow you to be a concubine. Lin Jun Chao Ong's gaze was intense. I have made my decision. I want to marry you as my legitimate wife. What did you just say? Lin Jun gasped in disbelief. Hee. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I brought you some delicious food. Chao Ong pulled her into the room, pointing to the cooked beef, chicken, and several bags of pastries laid out on the table. Before Lin Jun could respond, Chao Ong hurriedly interjected. I know what you want to ask. Just eat, and I will explain. Seeing his unusually childish demeanor today, Lin Jun decided to play along and sat at the table, refusing to eat or look at him. Chao Ong tore off a chicken leg and playfully extended it towards her. Just a little bite. Come on, let me feed you. Young master. Lin Jun had never seen Chao Ong like this, and she couldn't help but question his authenticity. Was he truly the same person? Are you worried about me, Jun? Chao Ong finally became serious for a moment, smiling as he reassured her, Don't worry. I have everything under control. If you do not marry Xiahou Lin, how will you handle your relationship with the Xiahou family? Lin Jun inquired. I will figure that out. You don't need to worry, Chao Ong said softly. Just stay at home and enjoy yourself, all right? Young Master Ong, you bear many responsibilities. Some matters cannot be avoided. Lin Jun felt a pang of guilt as she spoke these words, recognizing that it was her own issue that was now burdening him. I understand, Chao Ong replied earnestly. Once I make a decision, I will not waver. Jun, I truly care for you, and I will give you everything you desire. Upon finishing his declaration, he looked at Lin Jun with hopeful anticipation, as if asking, What about you? What do you feel? I like you, Lin Jun whispered to herself. If she didn't like him, why would she allow him to kiss her forehead? If she didn't like him, why would thoughts of saving his life constantly occupy her mind? Yet, she dared not voice her feelings. She lacked the courage to truly love Chao Ong deep down. She knew she should push him away and never see him again, but she simply couldn't muster the strength. Unable to maintain eye contact with Chao Ong's affectionate gaze, Lin Jun grabbed a chicken leg from the table and began to eat voraciously. Is it good? Chao Ong observed her silence regarding his confession without any annoyance, merely watching her with interest as she ate. It's delicious, Lin Jun admitted. During wartime, it was a rarity to enjoy meat. Often, even with money, it was unattainable, available only to those of Chao Ong's social standing. A natural carnivore, Lin Jun continued to eat, fearing the awkwardness of silence. After a while, she remembered Chao Ong and shyly asked, Are you going to eat? Chao Ong chuckled. I've already eaten. You go ahead. As Lin Jun continued to eat, she recalled something and warned Chao Ong. Xiahou Lin knows I'm a woman. She discovered it a long time ago. Chao Ong was taken aback. How did she find out? By coincidence, she stumbled upon it. Lin Jun said helplessly. You must not let her know that you know I'm a woman, all right? I'm afraid she'll come looking for trouble. Rest assured, I won tea. However, she will eventually find out, Chao Ong replied. Lin Jun imagined Xiahou Lin's reaction to this revelation and felt a shiver run down her spine. It wasn't he that she feared for her safety, but if she were in Xiahou Lin's position, she too would struggle to accept it. As they exchanged trivial banter, Lin Jun unknowingly finished all the food, and the hour grew late, the moon rising high in the sky. Chao Ong finally remembered that this was not his own residence and, with reluctance, said to Lin Jun, Since you enjoy eating, I will buy you more next time. Lin Jun stood to see him off to the courtyard, only then realizing how full her stomach felt. She leaned against her waist, smiling bashfully. No need, no need. I've eaten too much today. Under the moonlight, Lin Jun's shy, delicate laughter appeared enchanting to Chao Ong, almost celestial. Overcome by impulse, he couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her once more. Jun, you are beautiful, he murmured near her ear. May I hold you? Lin Jun, a woman devoid of romantic experience, found herself at a loss amidst the ambiguous atmosphere, her hands stiff and unsure where to rest, ultimately clinging tightly to the fabric of Chao Ang's garment. Chao Ong, a young man brimming with passion, sensed her response and felt as though he had received a pardon. He cradled the back of her neck and gently kissed her brow and eyes, his hands roaming warmly around her waist, as if he could never embrace her enough. Lin Jun felt her body responding to the moment, trembling slightly. She was both eager and afraid, too timid to open her eyes, her cheeks burning with heat. The moonlight was just right, and Chaoang was determined not to close his eyes, wishing for the moonlight to shine even clearer so he could admire the beauty before him. The delicate flutter of her eyelashes, her flawless skin, her slightly parted lips. He lost himself in the kiss, savoring the sweetness, a flavor so rare in this world, eliciting soft gasps from Lin Jun. The sound sent shivers through Chaoang, and he could no longer restrain himself, abandoning the last remnants of rationality as he buried his face in the crook of her neck, kissing and nibbling, gently tugging at the collar of her garment to savor the exquisite curve of her collarbone. Lin Jun cautiously opened her eyes, surrendering to the caress of his hair against her neck, feeling her body grow weak. It was only when she sensed something hot and firm pressing against her abdomen that she snapped back to reality. She couldn't help but question herself. Lin Jun, do you know what you're doing? This feeling of surrender and guilt was overwhelming. You really shouldn't. You shouldn't have any connection with this man. Yet another voice in her heart whispered, what harm is there in indulging a little? His life is but a fleeting firework. Wouldn't it be wonderful to accompany him until the end, allowing him to enjoy his remaining days? Tears streamed down Lin Jun's face as she thought, Chaoang, I truly wish to keep you, but I cannot. I have my own tasks, my mission. I cannot alter your fate. A single tear fell onto Chaoang's cheek, awakening him from his trance. He gazed in disbelief at what he had done, tearing Lin Jun's garment and kissing her while pressing himself against her body. Lin Jun, with tears streaming down her face, looked at herself, filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, Jun, Chaoang said in a fluster. I couldn't control myself. Lin Jun adjusted her attire, turning away from him. You should leave now. I truly didn't mean to. Chaoang weakly protested, a statement he himself did not believe. I'm fine. You should hurry and go. Lin Jun replied calmly, it's getting late. Aware that remaining here would be even more inappropriate, Chaoang hastily declared, then I shall visit you again tomorrow, and departed. Chapter 52. Tossing and turning after Chaoang left, Lin Jun stood dazed under the moonlight until the autumn breeze seeped through her clothing, bringing a chill that snapped her back to reality. He would perish in battle 2 years hence, Lin Jun recalled quietly. In 2 years, Cao Cao would accept Zhang Xiu's surrender and settle in Wan City, foolishly becoming entangled with Zhang Xiu's sister-in-law, which would incite Zhang Xiu's rebellion. That night, the soldiers, intoxicated in celebration, would be caught off guard when Zhang Xiu led his troops in under the cover of darkness, leaving them defenseless. Cao Cao's trusted bodyguard, Dian Wei, would fall victim to hidden weapons. As Cao Cao fled, his horse was struck by an arrow, and Chaoang selflessly offered his mount to Cao Cao, choosing instead to walk alongside and guard him. The outcome was that Cao Cao escaped, while Chaoang met his demise. Lin Jun realized that saving him would have been as simple as warning him of Zhang Xiu's impending betrayal the night before they entered Wan City. Chaoang, being a cautious individual, would have heeded her advice. Yet, what would the consequences have been? First, Zhang Xiu would have failed in his rebellion and died on the spot. Second, Chaoang would have survived and ascended to the position of heir apparent, preventing Cao Pai from ever having a chance, given their significant age difference. At present, Cao Pai was merely an ignorant child, while Chaoang had already amassed considerable military achievements and connections. By the time Cao Pai matured, he would stand no chance against him. Furthermore, Lin Jun's mentor had assigned her several special tasks, akin to solving the unsolved mysteries of the 3 kingdoms. One such task revolved around Zhang Xiu's rebellion and his strategist, Jia Su. Zhang Xiu, a man of martial prowess but lacking in strategy, was utterly reliant on Jia Su's counsel. Many experts believe that the rebellion in Wan City was indeed Jia Su's idea. However, this was documented only in the records of the 3 kingdoms under the biography of Zhang Xiu and omitted entirely in that of Jia Su. Some speculate this omission arose from Jia Su's later elevation to the position of Grand Commandant, causing historians to tread lightly, as this battle resulted in the deaths of several key figures close to Cao Cao. As such, this matter became a mystery that Lin Jun was tasked to unravel. According to the plan, Lin Jun should currently be by Jia Su's side as his wife. Yet, with the situation having gone awry, there was no remedy. The issue lay in the fact that if Zhang Xiu's rebellion failed, and if Jia Su were truly the mastermind, he too might not escape unscathed. Thus, the famed 5 strategists of Cao Cao would dwindle to 4. Lin Jun covered her face, unable to continue her thoughts. Such events are invariably interconnected. She found herself struggling to maintain a delicate balance, having already witnessed the demise of Sunyu. Should she deliberately stir the turbulent waters of the Three Kingdoms, the consequences would be unimaginable. A sleepless night ensued. Continuing in this manner with Chaoyang, Lin Jun could scarcely fathom what actions she might take. It was indeed a fateful entanglement. Meanwhile, Chaoyang remained oblivious to Lin Jun's turmoil over his life and death, mistakenly believing her tears to be a result of his indiscretion. Throughout that restless night, he oscillated between anxiety and delight, uncertain how to appease Lin Jun for his recklessness, while savoring the lingering sweetness of their shared moments. Before dawn, Chaoyang began his martial training, followed by attending to daily affairs. By mid-morning, he had completed his tasks and hurriedly set out to purchase some pastries from the previous day, eager to visit Lin Jun and make amends. Upon finding her door locked, he chuckled to himself. This girl is always out and about. However, as he prepared to unlock it, a wave of dismay washed over him. She had changed the lock. Previously, when he had summoned a physician to determine her gender, she had not replaced the lock. Could it be that last night had indeed angered her? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Jun had, in an effort to evade him, gathered all her savings and taken residence in the largest inn in Yinzhou, intending to stay away for several days. In the past, Lin Jun, despite her wealthy status, had been cautious with her expenditures to avoid raising suspicions, living a rather frugal life and only occasionally indulging in small luxuries. But now, without any official duties and having reverted to her identity as a woman, it felt as though she had transformed into a different person, ready to experience life anew. She resolved to sample every renowned dish from all the taverns and inns in Yinzhou, casting aside notions of romance and national honor for the time being. Although the people of ancient times may lack culinary skills, tools, and ingredients, one must not underestimate their ingenuity. While one might argue that their living conditions were poor, it cannot be said that they lived in suffering, especially the wealthy. With sufficient funds, their quality of life could surpass that of many contemporary working-class individuals. For instance, some might indulge in delicacies such as chicken tongues, slaughtering hundreds of chickens merely for their tongues. Lin Jun, while not wealthy to that extent, could certainly afford to enjoy specialty dishes. Dressed in a drab gray outer garment, Lin Jun chose a secluded table in a tavern. Although her current status as a woman meant that few recognized her, she still feared being discovered, especially by Chaoyang. Once seated, she observed the bustling atmosphere of the tavern. Reassured that no one would notice her in the corner, she boldly ordered several of the establishment's most expensive dishes: wine-braised chicken, creamy fish fillet, and 4 happiness dumplings. In this era, culinary methods were limited to steaming, boiling, and roasting, yet skilled chefs could work wonders with the simplest ingredients. The wine-braised chicken was golden and crispy, the creamy fish fillet melted in her mouth, and the 4 happiness dumplings boasted thin skins and generous fillings. After enduring long periods of military rations, Lin Jun finally had the opportunity to dine out. How delightful! Suddenly, a blue figure flashed before her eyes and settled across from her. "Miss Lin," Guojia greeted with a beaming smile. "I hope all is well." Lin Jun had long since developed immunity to Guojia's charming demeanor, feeling an inkling of apprehension instead. However, she could only smile and respond. "Mr. Guo, what a coincidence." Not at all a coincidence, she thought. With so many people around, how had Guojia managed to spot her? She noticed his gaze flitting between the delectable dishes on the table and decided to call for an additional set of chopsticks. Guojia, seeing her take the initiative, couldn't help but smile. "Miss Lin, how did you know I was still hungry? I truly appreciate it." If Lin Jun had a choice, she would have preferred not to dine with him, but with the food served and him already seated, there was no reason to leave. "It is my honor to treat Mr. Guo to a meal," she replied. "It seems Miss Lin is no ordinary woman," Guojia remarked with a grin. "No wonder both Wen Ruo and young Master Ong wish to take you home. Are we still able to converse comfortably?" Lin Jun inhaled deeply. "Mr. Guo, you seem to be mistaken. You may call me Feng Xiao," Guojia replied, nibbling on a dumpling and nodding in agreement. "The signature dishes here are indeed exquisite, worth every coin." Lin Jun was acutely aware of her meager monthly stipend and under normal circumstances would have no means to indulge herself here. She struggled to concoct a plausible explanation for her presence, but her mind went blank. Chapter 53. A task. Fortunately, Guojia did not seem overly concerned about the origin of Lin Jun's funds and refrained from pressing further, which relieved her greatly. Had she known that Guojia had concluded that all this money was provided by Chaoyang, she likely would have been left speechless. "So, Miss Lin, have you made your decision? Guojia pivoted the conversation back. Both of these gentlemen are exceedingly rare treasures. Lin Jun tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Guo Fengxiao was undoubtedly a spy sent by Cao Cao, fearing she might jeopardize Cao Eng's marriage. I have made up my mind. I shall not marry anyone, she declared earnestly. I have heard that Miss Lin is determined to be the principal wife, unwilling to be a concubine? Guojia inquired. Not only that, Lin Jun felt a surge of irritation. How had this Guojia become so well acquainted with her circumstances? Who had informed him? Chaoong or Sun Yu? I refuse to allow my husband to marry other women, not even concubines, Lin Jun remarked. Oh? Guojia expressed interest, saying, Miss Lin, you mustn't be so jealous. Wouldn't that mean your future husband can only seek solace in the brothels? That won't do, Lin Jun replied with raised eyebrows. My husband can only have me. Hee hee. Miss Lin, please don't make things difficult for young Master Ong, Guojia chuckled. Yet, I feel you have aspirations that reach far beyond the ordinary. You have disguised yourself as a man for so long, and in an attempt to save Wen Ruo, you exposed your identity only to end up driven away. Surely, you must feel a sense of injustice. There is no injustice, Lin Jun shook her head. Mr. Sun operates by his own principles. If given a chance to do it all over again, I would still save him. It seems Wen Ruo holds significant weight in your heart. Guojia emphasized the word weight, which made Lin Jun want to slam her hand on the table. With her current situation lost and unwilling to marry, how would she live her life from now on? I still have some savings and can sell embroidery to make a living, Lin Jun stated. How about this? Guojia put down his chopsticks. I am in need of an assistant. You may come help me, and I shall pay you your usual salary. Lin Jun felt puzzled at his words, scrutinizing Guojia's face, trying to discern if he was testing her again. Of course, this is conditional, Guojia added, noticing her skepticism. What condition? Lin Jun had an ominous feeling. A time limit, Guojia replied. You must work for me until young Master Ong gets married. Can you manage that? Understanding dawned on Lin Jun. He was worried she might hinder their young master's marriage and future. Yet, whether young Master Ong married or not was beyond her control. I cannot guarantee that, Lin Jun said candidly. That is not my concern, Guojia shrugged. Lin Jun hesitated. After all, since she had come to know Guojia, he had always been full of tricks. Would working for him lead to her downfall? Do not overthink it. Guojia observed her uncertainty and continued, during this time, my lord intends to bring the emperor back. There are many matters to attend to, and I need someone efficient to assist me. Moreover, if you wish to marry someone else during this time, I shall not stop you. Upon hearing that Cao Cao planned to welcome the emperor, Lin Jun quickly replied, I will go. I am willing. I agree. Very well. Prepare yourself today and come to my residence tomorrow morning. To your residence? Lin Jun asked, perplexed. You are rarely there during the day. What would I do? You will find out once you arrive, Guojia said, elegantly wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Thank you for your hospitality. Mississippi dining together today. I sense we have much in common. Mr. Guo, with your vast knowledge and extraordinary talent, how could I possibly compare? Lin Jun thought to herself, dismissing his flattery. Guojia smiled and remarked, look at the dining patrons. Everyone kneels to eat, yet only you and I sit uniquely. Lin Jun's smile faded. She had already made an effort by folding her legs beside her. If this were modern times, she would have sat cross-legged. Guojia, on the other hand, had not knelt at all, sitting far more casually. The moment I entered this tavern, I noticed you, Miss Lin. Reclining at the table, he continued. You are beautiful. Yet in your demeanor, be cautious not to draw too much attention to yourself, or you may encounter trouble. Miss, until we meet again tomorrow, he concluded, not waiting for Lin Jun's response, and gracefully departed. It seemed he wished to keep her whereabouts hidden from Chaoong. Lin Jun understood. Soon, Chaoong would realize her absence. She wondered how he would feel, and if he found out she was working for Guojia, would he be angry? Unable to shake thoughts of Chaoong, Lin Jun's appetite vanished in the face of the lavish spread before her. 2 years stretched ahead. How would she endure them? Before dawn the next day, Lin Jun rose and, following Guojia's discreet instructions, changed back into her male attire. She applied some disguise to her face and donned a dull gray hat before sneaking out of the inn. Despite all her precautions, knowing Chaoong might wake up at this hour made her uneasy. She understood that after everything they had endured, no matter how she disguised herself, as long as her figure remained the same, Chaoong would recognize her. Fortunately, the dimly lit streets were nearly deserted. It appeared Guojia had already informed the servants at his residence, for upon seeing Lin Jun, a servant ushered her in without a word and led her to the study, asking her to wait as the master had not yet risen. Lin Jun noted that while Guijia's residence was slightly larger than her own, it lacked the same charm in orientation, light, and ventilation. It was clear that Xiao Ong had put thought into choosing her accommodations, which explained the rumors surrounding them. Lin Jun was uncertain how long she waited in the study for Guojia to awaken, feeling as though the sun had already risen quite high, well past the time for early morning announcements. If Guojia had not appeared yawning to find her, she might have thought he had sneaked out without her noticing. "Isn't it getting late?" Lin Jun inquired. "Aren't you going to make the morning announcements?" "No rush," Guojia replied, rubbing his eyes. "First, we must attend to important matters. Is it acceptable to be late for work? And you running around in your sleepwear is fine?" Guojia was shrouded in mystery, and Lin Jun couldn't help but recall the last passage from the biography of Guojia, which mentioned a minister of rites named Chen Kun, who was responsible for ceremonial laws. He had repeatedly criticized Guojia for his lack of decorum, yet Guojia continued to act as he pleased, with Cao Cao not punishing him but rather favoring him even more. Chen Kun received similar accolades. This lack of decorum could be interpreted broadly or narrowly. It ranged from corruption and abuse of power to minor grievances like tardiness and disregard for propriety. The true nature of Guojia's situation would only reveal itself over time. As for Lin Jun, she had yet to discover any serious flaws in Guojia. Aside from being late for work, with slightly disheveled hair and a penchant for a drink, he seemed free of any other issues. There were no signs of corruption, and she had yet to see him frequent any places of ill repute. Where, then, did this lack of decorum stem from? "Look at you, rising in the morning without even rinsing your mouth, declaring you must attend to business. How dedicated." Guojia randomly rummaged through a roll of blank bamboo paper, dipped it in ink, and after a moment's thought, said, "Never mind, you write it." He gestured for Lin Jun to take his place. "What should I write?" Lin Jun asked, puzzled. "I mean you write." Guojia cleared his throat. "I, Lin Jun, from the Sour Jujube of Hunan, voluntarily assist the strategist Guojia." It dawned on Lin Jun that they were signing a contract, which she could understand. The terms included tasks such as copying books and creating diagrams, with a monthly salary of 5 guan, 1 day off each month, and a term of 3 years. Guojia paused and asked, "Do you agree, Lin Jun?" "I have written it, so naturally, I agree," Lin Jun replied without lifting her head. Guojia stood beside her, observing Lin Jun kneeling at the table, his gaze inadvertently sliding to the kiss mark on her neck. "Lin Jun, is Chaoong truly so inconsequential in your heart? Can you so easily cast aside that passionate young master?" Unbeknownst to Lin Jun, she was unaware of Guojia's thoughts, and in truth, she was uncertain of her own. What difference did it make to marry Sun Yu or to serve Guojia for 3 years? Perhaps it would hurt less, yet the essence remained unchanged. She was merely evading her reality, day by day. Lin Jun mused as she signed her name at the bottom of the bamboo paper. Guojia, observing her icy demeanor, felt for the first time how difficult it was to decipher a person's heart. Wasn't a woman's most cherished aspiration to have a dependable husband and family? Lin Jun, having rejected Wen Ruo and the young master, what was it that she truly sought? Taking the bamboo paper, Guojia set it aside without even glancing at it. Lin Jun smiled upon seeing it, saying, "This can be considered my bond of servitude, right? You just leave it here. Aren't you afraid I might burn it?" "You wouldn't dare," Guojia replied without turning around. "You are safest here with me. Take some time today to gather your belongings and move them here. I have many vacant rooms. Otherwise, within 3 days, you will surely be captured by the young master. If I am captured, then so be it," Lin Jun retorted stubbornly. "Can he really eat me?" Guojia ceased to engage in further conversation, turning to silently observe Lin Jun. The man in his night clothes, with an air of unspoken authority, left Lin Jun feeling uneasy as she looked at him. His eyes, calm yet intense, seemed to convey a silent challenge. "Rest assured, I have no desire to be discovered by him either," Lin Jun reassured him. "That would be most preferable," Guojia responded, his faint smile reappearing. "You know, eliminating the obstacles surrounding the young master is an exceedingly simple task. There is no need for such convoluted methods." Another threat, Lin Jun thought, feeling disgruntled. "You might as well change your name to Guojia," the threat. Yet, there was some truth to his words. If Cao Cao found her displeasing, he could simply have her executed. The fact that he assigned Guojia to keep her safe in his secluded abode was already a gesture of kindness. Guojia concluded his business without delay, changed his attire, and proceeded to attend to his duties. He typically donned bright hues of blue or green, a stark contrast to the grays and browns of Sun Yu, reminiscent of the difference between a prodigal son and a gentleman. Chaoang, it seemed, embodied a blend of both, exhibiting a hint of cunning while maintaining the facade of a nobleman. Yet when emotions ran deep, he too lost control. Stop, 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 Lin Jun exclaimed, smiting her forehead in frustration at her overactive imagination. Enough of this. I must focus on more pressing matters. Timing her escape with the bustling crowd, she returned to the inn, packed her belongings, checked out, and cautiously made her way back to Guo's residence without encountering a single familiar face. What was she truly hoping for? That Chaoang would suddenly appear and recognize her well-disguised presence among the throng? Or perhaps he hadn't even noticed her absence. Could it be that he realized his feelings for her were merely a fleeting fancy? Lin Jun felt despicable. She was the one fleeing. Yet did she truly have a choice? She could not marry Chaoang. Meanwhile, Chaoang had already realized Lin Jun had not returned home for several days and was in a state of frantic confusion. Had his reckless actions that night thoroughly angered her, prompting her to leave without a word? Or had she encountered some danger that prevented her return? Had he known, he would have refrained from hastily departing that night. Either he should have addressed the matter directly, or they could have solidified their bond. His abrupt exit surely wounded Lin Jun's heart. In an era devoid of telephones, the internet, and even household registration, can one fathom the dread Chaoang experienced at the thought of his beloved's disappearance? If Lin Jun could empathize, she might have found it hard to be so resolute. Ultimately, Chaoang escalated the situation, arranging for searches of every inn in the city. If Lin Jun had not been deceived by Guojia, she would have been found by now. However, Chaoang not only failed to locate Lin Jun, but his unilateral mobilization of forces also alarmed others. Aside from a stern reprimand from old Chao, the most affected was Miss Xiahou Lin. Her greatest fear materialized. Chaoang had discovered Lin Jun's identity as a woman and was concerned for her well-being. Receiving news that Lin Jun remained unaccounted for brought her a sense of relief, and she silently prayed that this woman, so out of place in their time, would never reappear. Unbeknownst to Lin Jun, who was confined within Guo's residence, the outside world continued to unfold. She had not even stepped outside the door again, although Guojia had never explicitly prohibited her from doing so. She questioned Guojia about everything she wished to know, except for Chaoang. Each morning, Guojia would attend to his duties, returning around noon unless summoned by Cao Cao. Otherwise, he would remain at home to manage various affairs. His position as a military strategist or advisor was not merely to offer a few words during wartime as depicted in novels. In reality, he grappled with numerous daily responsibilities, drafting internal and external documents, formulating policies to strengthen the state, and so forth. During this period, Guojia was particularly busy preparing for the emperor's arrival, while Lin Jun, resembling a persistent leech, followed him closely, hoping to glean information from him. Chapter 55. Fish Soup. Who first proposed to welcome the emperor? Feng Xiao? Who opposed the emperor's welcome? Which individuals does the Lord intend to send to greet the emperor? Feng Xiao. As early winter set in, the arrangements for welcoming the emperor needed to be finalized before the harsh cold arrived. Even the typically idle Guojia found himself seated at his desk, diligently composing official documents. His brow slightly furrowed, his eyes flickered as long eyelashes cast beautiful shadows upon his cheeks. Yet, the pen in his hand rose and fell, repeatedly failing to produce a single word. Could you be a bit quieter? Guojia finally exclaimed to Lin Jun. What do your inquiries about the emperor's welcome have to do with you? Meanwhile, Lin Jun, grinding away, replied nonchalantly. I admire you all, and wish to know everything about you. You really ought to find yourself something to occupy your time. Guojia sighed, then suggested, how about you assist me in drawing a map? He handed Lin Jun 2 pieces of silk cloth, one large and one small. Upon inspecting the larger piece, Lin Jun discovered an intricately embroidered map of the entire territory, not drawn with ink but stitched with thread, showcasing a meticulous technique where mountains, rivers, and roads were depicted in vibrant colors, making the map both clear and visually appealing. Lin Jun was taken aback by the exquisite craftsmanship. A woman capable of creating such a vast map must surely be extraordinary. Feng Xiao, who was the talented lady that embroidered this for you? Lin Jun inquired cautiously. Since you have not taken a wife, surely it must be some esteemed confidant. I purchased it, Guojia replied without looking up. Lin Jun pursed her lips, skeptical, and picked up the smaller blank piece of silk, asking, how should I draw it? Should everything be condensed onto this small piece? No need for that, Guojia instructed. Just depict the section from Yenzhou to Luoyang. I intend to present it to the Lord. Do you have any further questions? Yes, if I may inquire. Mr. Feng Xiao, what are your thoughts on Sun Yu? Lin Jun asked earnestly. Guojia. Though Lin Jun had not picked up a brush in quite some time, the skill appeared to be ingrained within her, akin to riding a bicycle learned in childhood, an ability never to be forgotten. Her education had been rote. Her paintings may lack soul or depth, yet her imitation skills remained exquisite. Guojia paused again, quietly observing Lin Jun's deft wrist movements as she painted. The map, though rendered in gray and black, was sharply defined with suitable contrasts. It may not have boasted the vivid colors of embroidery, yet it possessed a layered, three-dimensional quality, making it strikingly intuitive for a map. How could a village girl possess so many hidden talents? What else do you conceal from me, Lin Jun? Who exactly are you? Lin Jun, however, remained indifferent to Guojia's suspicions. In her heart, she had already drawn a line between them. Unlike Sun Yu and the others, the more she revealed of herself, the more equally she could engage with him, thus garnering more information in return. As time passed, when she learned that Guojia might accompany Cao Cao to greet the emperor, she began to pester him daily to take her along. Guojia, however, firmly rejected her, citing that Chaoang would also be attending. On the eve of his departure, Guojia packed his belongings and stepped outside, only to find Lin Jun seated on the steps. She bore no semblance of a refined lady, nor did she possess the demure demeanor of a modest woman. Even in her attire, she sat boldly, her eyes filled with unspoken longing as she gazed at him. Guojia's heart skipped a beat at the sight, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. He slowly approached Lin Jun, the cold wind gently brushing his sleeves against her face. Lin Jun, I am hungry, he said. Lin Jun replied, if you're hungry, why not ask someone to cook? Guojia leaned closer and whispered in her ear, I crave fish soup. Lin Jun stepped back slightly and remarked, if you desire it, have someone prepare it. Unfazed by Lin Jun's retreat, Guojia said, I have heard of your culinary skills. Why not cook for me once so that I may taste it? Lin Jun laughed, saying, Mr. Fengxiao, although I have signed myself over to you, it seems there is no clause regarding cooking or laundry. Guojia chuckled in return. The contract clearly states it includes, but is not limited to, transcribing texts and creating diagrams. Lin Jun inwardly cursed Guojia's shamelessness and feigned frustration, saying, Oh, Mr. Fengxiao, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I cannot hear you. I said, Sun Gongda is exceptionally astute, yet he does not enjoy mingling with others, only befriends. Whom was it again? Guojia pondered. Unable to recall, I have heard that fish soup can enhance memory. The wind lessened again. Lin Jun smiled brightly. So you wanted some fish soup? You should have said so. It's a trivial matter. With that, she stepped outside to procure some fish. Guojia squinted with a smile. Perfectly in sync with Lin Jun's expression, hurry back. I will be in the study, and remember to bring it here. As dusk fell, gentle snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Guojia felt a shiver and quickly made his way to the study, where someone awaited him. Young Master Ong, thank you for your patience, Guojia said with a smile. Chaoang, upon seeing Guojia, politely rose and replied, I have not waited long. I just arrived a moment ago. Guojia invited Chaoang to sit, instructed a servant to pour tea, and inquired, I heard this afternoon that the young master would be visiting tonight. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Chaoang replied, there is nothing of great importance, merely some confusion that I wish to consult with you about. Guojia said, I am unworthy of your inquiry. Please speak freely. Chaoang continued, the plan is to arrange 1,000 elite soldiers, lightly armored and swift, to first welcome the emperor. However, while the emperor has escaped the clutches of Li Ju and Guosi, they are still relatively close. If they manage to find the emperor first, will our 1,000 soldiers not be walking into a trap? Guojia explained, your concerns are valid. Li Ju and Guosi are greedy and short-sighted. They are currently embroiled in infighting and cannot simultaneously seek the emperor, but rather will constrain each other. Chaoang asked again, but if one side finds him first, what then? Our forces might not be sufficient to resist. Guojia responded, currently, the only protection around the emperor comes from Yang Feng's troops, and Li and Guo will certainly underestimate him, focusing their main forces on countering each other. They discussed the emperor's matter for quite some time, and Chaoang expressed his admiration, saying, after hearing your insights today, I have come to understand the intricacies of warfare. Thank you for your guidance. Glancing outside at the dimming sky, Guojia smiled and said, you flatter me, young master. The day is growing late, and you have yet to dine. Why not join me for supper at my residence? Chaoang politely declined, thank you for your generous invitation, but I have some matters to attend to at home. Guojia urged, oh, young master, why be so formal? You must eat regardless. And what difference does it make if you dine here or at home? My wife's culinary skills are quite respectable. Chaoang was taken aback. You have married, Mr. Guo? I had heard you say you had not yet found a fated partner, thus remaining single. Guo Jia smiled subtly. Indeed, I have finally found my destined one. Chapter 56. You in the snow. Guo Jia smiled. Indeed, I have finally found my destined one. Chaoang, who had always respected Guo Jia, felt genuinely happy for him and clasped his hands, saying, Congratulations, sir. May I ask what kind of woman has captured your heart? Just then, the study door was gently pushed open. Lin Jun, carrying a tray, cautiously entered. The bowls of this era were generally shallow and not suitable for liquids, making it easy for her to spill. To ensure the 2 bowls of fish soup remained steady, she focused entirely on her hands. Only when she prepared to place the tray on the table did she realize the person sitting across from Guo Jia was Chaoang. At a glance, she noticed Chaoang's haggard appearance, his sunken eyes, dry lips, and a faint stubble on his chin. A surge of complex emotions, shock, joy, guilt, fear, overwhelmed her, and she longed to look at him again but lacked the courage. As she trembled, she accidentally spilled half a bowl of fish soup, splattering it onto her skirt. In that moment, Lin Jun appeared enchanting and delicate, yet to Chaoang, everything about her was painfully evident, especially the stain on her skirt, which starkly symbolized her marriage. After searching for her for so long, only to discover she had quietly married and was secretly cooking for another man, felt like a bitter irony. Lin Jun lowered her gaze to see Chaoang's clenched fists, the knuckles whitening, and realized his anger. She averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, missing the tumultuous mix of shock and sorrow in his eyes. Guo Jia raised the half-spilled fish soup and took a sip before saying, Young Master Ong, please taste this fish soup and see if it is to your liking. A forced smile appeared on Chaoang's lips as he replied, Thank you, sir. I have some urgent matters and must take my leave. He could not remain for another moment, quickly rising and departing. Lin Jun stood dazed, watching Chaoang's retreating figure, feeling as if a moment had stretched into an eternity. Only when he disappeared completely did she muster the courage to chase after him, but ultimately stopped in the courtyard. Guo Jia, as if nothing had transpired, remained seated, quietly sipping his soup. He observed Lin Jun's despondent expression and sighed inwardly, noting how little had changed, both in the taste of the soup and in her despair amidst the snow. He strolled to his chamber, opened a cupboard, and retrieved a faded red cloak, contemplating before folding it back and donning a darker one instead. If not for the sudden addition of a thick cloak on her shoulders, Lin Jun might have forgotten the piercing cold of standing in the snow, living in the home of an unmarried man. What must Chaoang think of her? He would likely consider her a woman of loose morals. During this time, had he sought her out? Seeing his anger, perhaps he had already realized her absence, and it was an immense irony to find her in another man's home. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Lin Jun whispered softly, not turning to look at Guo Jia, who was draping a cloak over her. Guo Jia remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Yet he had not disclosed to her that he had deceived Chaoang into believing Lin Jun was his newly married wife. Lin Jun longed to ask him why. If it was merely to clear the path for Chaoang, Guo Jia could not have simply killed her or sent her away. Why keep her locked in Yinzhou? Within his sight? Yet, she refrained from asking, fearing that if she did, Guo Jia would indeed send her away, leaving her with nothing. Tasks and emotions have never been easily reconciled. She had long made her choice, had she not? Gather your things. We shall go to welcome the emperor tomorrow, Guo Jia said calmly. Why? Lin Jun finally turned, frustration evident in her voice as she said, I have pleaded with you for so long, and now you come with this change of heart? Yes, Guo Jia nodded. Since the young master has moved on, you may as well accompany me. What do you mean by moved on? He is clearly so angry. Lin Jun thought to herself. Perhaps only a fool would believe that moving on meant truly letting go. Reading people's hearts was his expertise. Come back inside. It is cold outside, Guo Jia said, taking hold of the edge of Lin Jun's cloak. Let me tell you about Gongda. That night, countless individuals, each with their own thoughts, found themselves restless and unable to sleep. The following morning, Lin Jun disguised herself as Guo Jia's servant, embarking on the journey to welcome the emperor together. Why do you have a carriage to ride in? The last time you set out for battle, you were still riding a horse. Lin Jun and Guo Jia were crammed into a small cart, designed by some eccentric mind, with a window on only one side, offering no ventilation and bouncing uncomfortably along the road. Yet, for the two of them, it was still better than nothing. Guo Jia remarked, riding a horse in such cold weather. Are you out of your mind? How do you know I rode a horse last time? Lin Jun pouted and replied. I saw it inadvertently. I have a good memory. Guojia laughed and said, Lin Jun is quite concerned about us. I wonder how when Ruo, Gongda, Zhongda, Ziyang, Yuan Chong, and I could ever earn your favor? These were the names Lin Jun often inquired about: Sun Yu, Cheng Yu, Lu Yi, and Zhong Yao. She was not foolish. She understood that her constant inquiries about them seemed rather peculiar, but since Guojia did not question her motives, she chose not to explain. In truth, Guojia, who fancied himself clever, was easier to deal with than Chaoang, for he did not subject her to endless probing. Leaning against the cart, Lin Jun smiled sweetly and pointed at Guojia, saying, You all are quite handsome. The journey from Yinzhou to Luoyang was not long. Yet with the army on the march and inclement weather, their pace was agonizingly slow, requiring nearly 10 days to reach their destination. The most severe challenge was the bitter cold of winter nights, leaving the soldiers unable to sleep from the chill. Even Guojia, fortunate enough to rest in the cart, trembled from the cold, and this trembling resulted in him falling ill. Lin Jun, perhaps due to her thicker clothing or the fact that winters in ancient times were not as frigid as in modern days, found herself surprisingly resistant to the cold, sleeping soundly each night. Observing the coughing Guojia, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Should he not be the frail and delicate one, struggling to ride a horse? When Cao Cao learned of Guojia's illness, he made a special trip to visit him twice. He did not recognize Lin Jun, even with her heavy makeup, and specifically urged her to take good care of Guojia, insisting on seeking a physician upon their arrival in Luoyang. Lin Jun untied Guojia's hairpin, allowing him to lie flat in the cart, and procured a cotton blanket to wrap him snugly. During their breaks, she often disembarked to boil water, believing that drinking water could cure a multitude of ailments. She even encountered Chaoang a few times, or rather, she spotted him amidst the throngs of people. She knew that no matter how much she disguised herself, he would recognize her silhouette. Yet, throughout the journey, he did not glance her way even once. Chapter 57. Welcoming the Emperor and Empress Guojia, nestled in the cart, dimly sensed a ray of light. Realizing Lin Jun had returned, noticing his flushed complexion, she pressed the back of her hand against his forehead and discovered he was already developing a fever. You should drink some water, she softly urged, her lips cracked. Guojia seemed to be more ill than she had anticipated. Upon hearing her words, he did not even flutter his eyelashes. Lin Jun had no choice but to lift him slightly, allowing him to lean against her as she painstakingly fed him. However, he merely coughed up the little water he managed to swallow. What's wrong? Can't you drink? Lin Jun began to worry, fearing he might be choking. Choking is a severe symptom of a bad cold, where the patient struggles to breathe through their mouth and cannot consume water or food. In ancient times, this was considered extremely grave, as patients could only take herbal medicine, with no intravenous treatments available. If they could not swallow the medicine, their condition would worsen. They were still about 2 days away from Luoyang, and given the current state of the city, reduced to ruins with only a few refugees, it was uncertain if they could find a physician. Guojia's inability to keep anything down left her in despair. How could he be on the verge of death when he was supposed to live until 38? Why did everyone she got close to seem to face peril? Sun Yu had faced danger twice, nearly losing his heartbeat the second time. And now Guojia was afflicted. As for Chaoang, he was beyond her ability to help. How could this be? Lin Jun bit her lip, her expression one of helplessness, which caught the half-conscious Guojia's attention, filling him with warmth. Yet, if he were to learn her true thoughts, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. The space in the cart was too confined, so to allow Guojia to sleep more comfortably, Lin Jun voluntarily took a seat outside, contemplating whether she should intervene. Was his illness a result of her influence? Guojia, resting on the inner side, slowly opened his eyes, no longer the dazed figure he had been in her presence, but rather, his gaze was as clear as a polished mirror. Did she truly not come to his aid? Could she have realized that his severe illness was feigned? Guojia indeed suffered from a cold, but it was far less grave than he portrayed. 11 winters ago, he had appeared before Lin Jun while ill. Yet it had not been so dire. She had even personally administered medicine to him then. Why, after all this time, could she stand idly by? Back then, Lin Jun had been as captivating as she was now, kind-hearted, saving him from the frigid grasp of winter. Her songs were as melodious as mountain streams, and her agility resembled that of a cat, with all her talents appearing almost miraculous. Yet, she had thrown herself toward an ordinary man named Jiasu, leaving an indelible memory in the young Guojia's heart, one that would haunt him for a lifetime. Where did she come from? In such tumultuous times, even women from prominent families lacked the means to acquire such skills. Why was she so determined to marry Jiasu? He had asked her countless times, but had never received an answer. As he matured, Guojia often reminisced about this woman during the night, regretting his youthful arrogance, lamenting his failure to dig deeper, and regretting leaving without even asking her name. Over the years, he traveled across lands, hoping to encounter this legendary figure once more. Yet, a decade had passed, and fate had not been kind. He had transformed from a naive youth into a capable strategist, and he imagined she was now nearly 30, likely married and with children. Their reunion, however, occurred by a lake while strolling with Sunyu, where he saw her gently kissed on the forehead by a man. Most astonishingly, she still appeared as a 17-year-old maiden, untouched by the passage of 11 years, as if she had been waiting for him to grow up. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, drawing Guojia from his thoughts as he slowly closed his eyes again. Before long, Lin Jun lifted the cart curtain and entered, announcing, "Feng Xiao, there's news from ahead. It appears we have encountered the Emperor and Empress." Guojia feigned a struggle before awakening, saying, "Help me sit up." Lin Jun, oblivious to his ruse, could only lament Guojia's dedication, even in such a state of illness, insisting on attending to his duties. "You should rest in the cart," she advised. "Unnecessary," Guojia replied. "To meet the Emperor and Empress, all officials are required to bow along the way." Lin Jun wished to persuade him further, reasoning that the Emperor wouldn't know he was present, and Cao Cao would likely turn a blind eye. Who would blame him? Guojia, however, pulled Lin Jun closer, draping his arm around her neck and sitting up. "Tie my hair up for me." Who said Guojia was not diligent in his conduct? He was clearly adhering to tradition and propriety. This was Lin Jun's thought at that moment. The process of welcoming the Emperor and Empress went relatively smoothly, as both had already heard of the loyalty of General Chao, who had repeatedly sought to rescue them from peril. After escaping from the rebels Li Ju and Guasi, they had made their way to Luoyang, and without delay, headed straight for Yenzhou. Thus, before Cao Cao's forces had even reached Luoyang, they had already received the Emperor and Empress, and there were no traitors in sight. This was either serendipity or a result of the swift soldiers dispatched by Cao Cao. Guojia's arm rested on Lin Jun's shoulder, nearly bearing all his weight upon her as he descended from the cart. The biting cold wind outside made even this pretender shiver. Lin Jun noticed this and helped him sit at the edge of the cart, then returned to the compartment to cut a long strip of cloth from the bedding with a short knife, wrapping it around his neck in circles until no skin was left exposed. With this makeshift scarf, he would likely not worsen his condition. Guojia smiled like a child, saying, "This is not in accordance with propriety." Lin Jun, fearing he might truly succumb, retorted, "The Emperor and Empress are likely colder than you. They certainly won't be concerned with you." Guojia nodded, conceding, "Then I shall defer to your judgment." Lin Jun remarked, "You seem to be feeling better." Guojia, with a sincere expression, remarked, "Drinking your boiled water has indeed improved my condition." Lin Jun, taken aback by his inexplicable tone, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, unable to decipher his thoughts, and thus chose not to speculate further. As they gazed into the distance, they noticed the commotion signaling the arrival of the Emperor and Empress, prompting them to cease their idle chatter and hastily assist each other to the roadside. Cao Cao, flanked by several generals, approached slowly, escorting a disheveled man and woman, their garments in tatters, trailed by a number of even more disheveled old ministers. These ministers were undoubtedly loyal servants of the Han dynasty, risking their lives to escort the Emperor and Empress in such dire circumstances, which was truly commendable. Other officials and soldiers knelt on either side of the path, bowing in reverence as the Emperor and Empress traversed the central route. The solemnity and grandeur of the scene left Lin Jun in awe. Although Cao Cao later harbored ambitions to seize power and was reviled by many in subsequent years, Lin Jun was certain that at this moment, he retained a genuine loyalty to the Han dynasty. As the Emperor and Empress drew near, Lin Jun discreetly lifted her gaze, hoping to catch a glimpse of their faces, but upon seeing their tattered garments, she was gently pressed down by Guojia. When she raised her head again, the pair had already passed, leaving her with only the sight of their gaunt figures. Chapter 58. Evaluating Jiasu. Lin Jun observed that although the Emperor and Empress appeared destitute, their demeanor remained regal and dignified. Not having seen their true faces, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction but had no choice but to shift her attention to the officials behind her. Through the crowd, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of bright orbs, Chaoang was kneeling directly across from her. Her heart skipped a beat, but Chaoang immediately averted his gaze. She hadn't realized he was so close, and perhaps he had witnessed her affectionate interaction with Guojia, deepening the misunderstanding. Cao Cao led the emperor and empress into a lavishly prepared tent, attended by 2 groups of maidservants who assisted them with changing clothes and dining, ensuring a grand display. Once Cao Cao had settled the emperor, empress, and officials, Lin Jun and Guojia were finally able to rise. The disparity in their statuses was palpable. Even a fallen emperor required such elaborate courtesy, which explained why so many aspired to wear the crown. Concerned that Guojia might suffer from kneeling for too long on the cold, muddy ground, Lin Jun took the initiative to support his arm, aiding him back to the carriage. "I truly wonder what you are here for," she muttered. "You're worrying over nothing." Guojia simply smiled, remaining silent. "If it weren't for your desire to come, I would rather not brave the chill of this wind," he remarked. Upon returning to the carriage, Guojia resumed a lifeless posture. Lin Jun ventured outside to gather information and soon learned that Cao Cao intended to escort the emperor, empress, and officials to Luoyang. Although Luoyang lay in ruins, it was far preferable to the biting cold and desolation of the wilderness. Like a dutiful maid, Lin Jun tirelessly attended to Guojia, covering him with a blanket. To avoid any implications of intimacy, she feigned a sorrowful expression and said, "Oh, I feel like an old maidservant attending to you." Guojia responded with silence. Once everything was settled, she intended to step outside again, but as she turned, her sleeve was suddenly tugged. Guojia looked at her with childlike brightness in his eyes. "Child, what is it?" Lin Jun asked gently. "Are you reluctant to part with your old maidservant? Do not go outside. There may be pursuing troops coming. It is safer to remain inside," Guojia advised softly. "How do you know?" Lin Jun lifted the curtain to peer outside, observing that the soldiers showed no signs of preparation for battle. Li Ju and Guosi would never abandon the emperor. "They will certainly come," Guojia coughed slightly and explained. "A scout reported that recently, Jia Su advised Guosi to surrender to our lord. But Guosi refused and even attempted to kill Jia Su. That night, Jia Su rode away on horseback under the cover of darkness." Lin Jun was momentarily lost in thought. This incident was indeed recorded in history. However, having interacted with Jia Su, she found it hard to reconcile his deep affection for his wife, Mo Xiang, with the notion that he would abandon her to flee alone. After the publication of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, due to its implicit bias against Chao and in favor of Lu, the trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang skyrocketed in popularity. Yet in Lin Jun's modern era, with the widespread dissemination of records of the Three Kingdoms, people began to realize the excessive glorification of Liu Bei's faction and vilification of Cao Cao's group. Liu Bei himself particularly repelled female readers, primarily because records of the Three Kingdoms repeatedly noted his abandonment of his wife in times of danger, fleeing with only a few brothers. Though women in this era did not face the same extreme societal pressures as those in the Southern Song dynasty, they still held relatively low status. It was no wonder that even Sun Yu, raised with traditional values, preferred to take her home rather than allow her to hold an official position, despite her evident capabilities. Guojia was not surprised by Lin Jun's momentary distraction, although he had misjudged the reason. "Lin Jun?" he called softly. "Yes," she replied, naturally continuing, "Without Jia Su strategizing alongside, Li and Guo cannot accomplish anything significant. Jia Su is indeed a remarkable talent of our time." Guojia remarked. It is a pity that his previous schemes were too ruthless, earning him the scorn of the world. Lin Jun felt a surge of delight in her heart. Since the conversation had veered in this direction, she might as well inquire about Guojia's views on Jia Su. "But I have heard that if not for Jia Su's constant protection of the emperor and officials, many would have perished, possibly even the emperor himself." She ventured cautiously. "Then wouldn't Jia Su still be loyal to the Han dynasty? If he is truly loyal, why would he devise such a treacherous plot for Li and Guo to assassinate the emperor? Isn't that contradictory? If not for his poisonous scheme, how could the emperor be in such dire straits? His success is also his failure." Guojia chuckled. "You are attempting to extract my thoughts, and this time, I must say, you have improved. However, I shall not divulge anything." "You?" Lin Jun found his teasing amusing yet exasperating. "I am merely discussing the affairs of the realm. I implore you, Mr. Guo, to enlighten me." Guojia cleared his throat and replied, "My throat is sore. I do not wish to speak." Lin Jun clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to toss him out of the carriage, and smiled brightly. "Very well. We shall postpone the discussion. Let us drink some water, and when we arrive in Luoyang, I will find a physician for you." Guojia's lips twitched. Lin Jun, given the current situation, why do you still hesitate to treat me? Jia Su's plot was merely for self-preservation, he stated. Self-preservation? What do you mean? Lin Jun pressed, intrigued by his sudden willingness to speak after previously insisting on silence. The Xilyang army of Dongzhuo is despised by the entire realm. Guojia's voice was somewhat hoarse. With Dongzhuo's downfall and Elbu's betrayal, if they were to disperse now, they would be hunted down wherever they fled, and Jia Su is no exception. He does not wish for such a fate to befall him. That makes sense, Lin Jun nodded. So you mean to say that Jia Su is still concerned for the Han dynasty, but self-preservation takes precedence? Concerned for the Han dynasty? Lin Jun, you have been influenced by Wen Ruo for too long, Guojia laughed. As long as Jia Su remains aligned with Li Ju and Guosi, he will continue to be reviled by the world. Therefore, he must find ways to treat the emperor and officials well to salvage some reputation. To redeem himself, Lin Jun pondered, realizing that Jia Su was indeed attempting to cleanse his name. However, his treacherous scheme was too severe. Redemption would be a daunting task. Guojia narrowed his eyes, sensing that there was little more to say. If he hoped to achieve any merit in the future, he would likely need to seek refuge with our Lord. Lin Jun's inner thoughts. Why? She made an effort to maintain her composure and casually inquired. She was well aware that Jia Su intended to align himself with Cao Cao, but that was still a matter for the distant future. Only our Cao Gong truly values talent, Guojia feigned disdain, casting a look at Lin Jun that implied disbelief that she could not see through this. If he were to seek refuge with Yuan Shao, even if Yuan Shao valued talent, he would not tolerate him for the sake of reputation. However, even if he wishes to come to our Lord, it is still too soon, perhaps in a few years. After a brief moment, he seemed genuinely fatigued and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 59. Fetching Water. Guojia was asleep. Lin Jun felt an immense sense of relief. If he had not fallen asleep, he would have discerned the deep conflict reflected in her expression. How did he know everything? Even the future maneuvers of Jia Su were already predicted. It seemed far-fetched. Could it be that he too had traversed time? She was troubled, unaware that Guojia was not in a deep slumber. He too was plagued by unrest. Despite his keen ability to read people over the years, he could not fathom why Lin Jun had gone to such lengths to marry the then inconspicuous Jia Su. If Jia Su were to truly arrive in the years to come, what then? Would she seek another way to marry him? Where had she come from? And where would she go? What did she truly desire? Guojia could not decipher. Both were lost in thought when suddenly the carriage accelerated. Lin Jun hastily pulled back the curtain and inquired of the driver what was amiss. The soldier responded that an enemy general was approaching and instructed her to help Guojia sit securely. Lin Jun nodded in agreement, glancing around. Yet she did not see any signs of battle, recognizing they were still in a safe zone. However, two groups of soldiers were closely surrounding Guojia's carriage. She marveled at Cao Cao's concern for Guojia, understanding this was merely a small-scale and certain victory battle. Though she was eager to witness the front lines, she realized this was not the moment and retreated back into the carriage. Guojia had awakened and noticed her displeasure. He reassured her, "You need not fear. It will soon be over." "Indeed," Lin Jun replied. Yet despite her words, she drew forth a short dagger she had commissioned from villagers during her time in Xuanzhou. The quality was mediocre. After a prolonged period of conflict, it had lost its luster and bore several chips. Guojia remarked, "You need not be so prepared in my presence." Lin Jun smiled, deliberately twirling the dagger's handle, showcasing her skills, yet Guojia remained unperturbed, seemingly unconcerned about her potentially injuring herself. Finding it uninteresting, she sheathed the dagger and stated, "I used to protect Sun's master, and now I will protect you." Guojia responded slowly, "I shall not allow you, or myself, to be in danger. You will be safe." Approximately 2 hours later, cheers of victory echoed from outside, indicating that enemy forces had not breached their location. Lin Jun ventured out to gather information and learned that Li and Guo had been thoroughly defeated, unable to pose any further threat. Moreover, the army would reach Luoyang before nightfall, ready for a decisive encounter with the emperor, marking a significant success, remarkably effortless. Luoyang had historically been the preferred capital, with 105 monarchs claiming sovereignty there over millennia, rendering it a city steeped in legend. Yet, in Lin Jun's eyes, the current state of Luoyang was far more dilapidated than her former home in Xuanzhou. The area was littered with charred buildings and trees, emanating a foul odor of decay and burning, a true scene of devastation. Despite being in the city, many were forced to sleep in the streets. The walls offered little protection from the biting wind. Some displaced persons lingered at a distance, too fearful to approach Chao's army. Lin Jun intended to seek a physician directly, but word arrived from Cao that arrangements had already been made, advising her to wait patiently. This news eased her mind, not out of concern for Guojia's ailment, but rather relief that she was spared the burden of finding a doctor herself. The gravity of such matters weighed heavily on her. What if she summoned an incompetent physician who harmed Guojia? Conversely, what if a miraculous healer cured him of his frailties? Lin Jun felt the harshness of her situation, yet remained powerless. Had she known that Guojia had not planned to accompany her, but had instead requested to follow Cao out of her own determination, she would have been at a loss. Noticing Guojia's chapped lips and the empty water pouch, she resolved to fetch some water. While she scanned her surroundings, inquiring about the location of a well, she recalled seeing a river outside the city but dismissed it due to the distance and potential lurking bandits. Someone informed her of a large well in the northeast corner of the city, and she made her way there, ready to draw water. "Do not draw from the well. It is filled with corpses," a familiar voice called from behind. It was him. Had he merely happened upon this location? Or had he followed her all this way? Aware of her need to fetch water for Guojia? "Young master," she turned and hesitantly addressed him. "Lady Lin," Cao replied evenly. Lady Lin. Her heart raced. Had he mistakenly taken her for Guojia's wife? The address of lady in this era differed from modern conventions. For example, with a man named Guo and a woman named Lin, she would be referred to as Lady Guo in contemporary terms. In this time, however, she would be called Lady Lin. Lin Jun had previously appreciated this form of address as respectful, but now it felt somewhat jarring. Yet, could she fault Cao for this misunderstanding? Their interactions had appeared quite intimate by the standards of this age, making his misinterpretation understandable. Nonetheless, under the current circumstances, an explanation seemed unnecessary. "I shall accompany you to fetch water from outside the city," Cao suggested, his gaze fixed on the ground, his eyes lacking their previous brightness. Noticing her silence regarding the title of lady, he seemed to grow indifferent. "Thank you, young master," Lin Jun responded, aware that some discussions needed the right moment for expression. The two moved in unspoken understanding, proceeding along the main road toward the city gate. Lin Jun, disguised as a servant, attracted no suspicion. The fire within the city raged fiercely, its effects reaching the fields beyond the walls, permeating the air with a sense of death. Lin Jun's mood darkened under the oppressive atmosphere as she focused on the ground, following Cao through the fields. Suddenly, she felt a pair of fierce eyes upon her from the charred earth. Instinctively, she drew her short dagger and held it protectively before her. "Ah Jun." Cao, hearing the commotion, rushed back to shield her. "What is it?" Lin Jun gazed at the scorched ground, recognizing that among the charred crops, the form of an adult could surely be concealed. "Let me see." Cao followed her gaze, uncovering the crops to reveal the body of a child. The corpse was mottled, lifeless eyes wide open in terror, the body contorted in a position of agony. Maggots crawled from the child's orifices, an image both repulsive and pitiful. Lin Jun must have locked eyes with the corpse, causing her to flinch. Though she regained her composure, her hand trembled slightly around the dagger. Cao observed her reaction and gently reassured, "Do not be afraid. There are no bandits nearby." Lin Jun was unafraid of the dead. Years of training had rendered her indifferent to killing, so how could she tremble at the sight of a corpse? Yet, he had called her Jun again, moving to protect her at the slightest sign of distress. Lin Jun preferred to gaze at the lifeless body rather than meet his eyes. Chapter 60. The distinction between wife and concubine. "I am fine." "Why?" They both spoke simultaneously. The one declaring "I am fine" was naturally Lin Jun, finally daring to meet Chao's gaze. Yet, he sought to inquire about something, yearning to understand why. "Why is it Guojia?" he finally articulated, questioning her about the position of a legitimate wife. "Lin Jun, hold on. Do not allow yourself to falter. You must not become entangled in his world again. Cao and Guojia will not spare you. Even if you overcome all obstacles to be with him, what then? To relish in fleeting sweetness, or to instigate a transformation that upheaves this timeline." Indeed, Lin Jun acknowledged lightly. I do not quite understand. Is there truly such a significant distinction between a wife and a concubine?" Chao's question seemed somewhat naive, yet Lin Jun understood the context. In Cao's household, stability had long prevailed without incident. His current legitimate wife, Lady Ding, was a minor legend herself, unable to bear children. Cao, born of Lady Huan, was considered a secondary son, Yet due to Lady Huan's early passing, he was adopted by Lady Ding, thus becoming the nominal eldest legitimate son. Madame Ding did not harbor any estrangement towards Chaoang simply because he was not her biological son. On the contrary, she cherished him deeply. Upon learning of Chaoang's tragic demise, Madame Ding was consumed by fury, incessantly creating trouble for Cao Cao, demanding the return of her son. Her outbursts persisted even during Cao Cao's council meetings, much to his chagrin, prompting him to dismiss her back to her parental home. While it is well known that Cao Cao was a man of many romantic entanglements, he was not devoid of sentiment. Feeling guilty after her departure, he took it upon himself to visit her family, hoping to bring her back. Upon entering, he found Madame Ding weaving cloth, seemingly indifferent to his presence. He remarked, "Ah, weaving are we?" Yet she continued to ignore him. He approached her, gently caressing her back, and proposed, "Why not stop weaving and return home with me?" Still, she remained focused on her task. Feigning departure, he called out, "Let us go. If you don't come now, I'll leave." Yet, she acted as if she hadn't heard him, forcing him to depart with a sense of disappointment, even advising her parents that she was still young and could remarry if she wished. Upon his return, he promptly made Lady Bian, Chao Pai's mother, his principal wife. Such was his commanding nature and fiery temperament. Could a woman of such stature truly compete with a concubine, raised by such a formidable woman? Would Chaoang comprehend the complexities and discord among wives and concubines? It was evident that Xiahou Lin was not a woman of Madame Ding's caliber, and though Lin Jun had not seen her in quite some time, she was well aware that Xiahou Lin would undoubtedly wish her harm. Thus, Lin Jun refrained from elaborating on the domestic strife to Chaoang, believing it would only make her seem petty, simply stating, "I cannot tolerate Xiahou Lin." Initially intending to convey that Xiahou Lin would not tolerate her, Lin Jun altered her words at the last moment, recognizing the impropriety of inciting discord between an engaged couple. And what of Mr. Gua? Clearly, Chaoang lacked her fierce disposition. Could a man who frequented the pleasures of the brothel genuinely accommodate her? Lin Jun was taken aback by his words, responding, "I have not seen him indulge in such places." Chaoang opened his mouth, hesitating to respond, ultimately saying, "Why do you not wish to wait for me? I have assured you I will find a solution." Lin Jun, however, was unconvinced, asserting, "Young master, your plan demands too great a sacrifice. You cannot afford to lose the Xiahou family's support." "I am aware. I will not lose their backing. I have already arranged for someone to entice Xiahou Lin. Should she take the bait, she will." Chaoang seemed unable to continue, turning away to avoid Lin Jun's gaze. "Chaoang!" Lin Jun called out loudly, incredulous at his actions. His face flushed with embarrassment, a reaction that revealed the discomfort of being addressed so directly. Lin Jun's use of his full name, although unintentional, was considered highly disrespectful. Even among peers, one should refer to each other by courtesy names, and to call one by their given name was an affront. Lin Jun did not mean to insult him. It was merely an emotional outburst, a habit formed from referring to individuals by their given names in later times. However, Chaoang was oblivious to this context, and her manner of address rendered him quite flustered. Nevertheless, Lin Jun firmly believed that Chaoang's actions were unbecoming of a gentleman. Though Xiahou Lin despised Lin Jun and had even slapped her, she did not take it to heart. It was not out of a sense of moral superiority, but rather due to her perception that Xiahou Lin was merely a naive girl. Chaoang's plan to have someone entice the sorrowful and lonely Xiahou Lin seemed to suggest he wished for her to call off the engagement or, worse, lose her virtue. The Chaoang she knew should not be one willing to sacrifice a young girl's future for his ambitions. "It is my fault," Lin Jun softly admitted, calming herself. "I should not have pressured you. Is it true that whoever can secure your primary wife position will win your hand? Does that mean we hold no distinction in your eyes?" Upon hearing Chaoang describe their situation in such a manner, she felt a wave of revulsion towards herself. Was it truly so ambiguous? No, the relationships between Guojia and Sun Yu were not tainted by romantic entanglements, and certainly did not reflect promiscuity. She longed to assert that there was no difference, but after a moment of contemplation, she simply uttered, "Let us go. He wishes to drink." Chaoang exhaled softly, falling silent as he swiftly made his way toward the riverbank. Lin Jun wished to chastise herself. She had intended to say that Guojia wished for water, but realized that addressing him so directly was inappropriate, while referring to him as Feng Xiao felt overly familiar. In her moment of panic, she merely stated that he wished for water, a flimsy excuse. It would have been better to declare there was no difference. As they arrived at the riverbank, Chaoang stood aside, waiting while Lin Jun fetched water. Reflecting on previous events, she recognized her own naivety in matters of the heart and her remarkable ability to exacerbate situations. After filling 2 water bags, she turned to find Chaoyang leaning against a tree, his complexion pale, with hints of crimson staining his garment. "You are injured," Lin Jun cried out, dropping the water bags and rushing to him. "It's nothing," Chaoyang waved her off, "just a minor wound. I was merely in haste." "Have you bandaged it?" Lin Jun inquired, stepping closer. "Lady Lin," Chaoyang murmured, putting distance between them. He was evidently still quite upset. Lin Jun sensed his underlying frustration. Even if he did not openly express it, Chaoyang straightened, despite the pain, and asked, "Is the water ready? If it is, let us return. The master is still unwell." "Yes," Lin Jun quietly replied, bending to retrieve the water bags, unable to resist asking, "Does the master know you are injured? Should we send for a physician?" "It's a minor injury," Chaoyang dismissed her concern. "My father has many pressing matters to attend to." Seeing the sweat of pain on his brow tugged at her heartstrings, and a sudden realization struck her like lightning. "The master has summoned a physician for Feng Xiao. You can." "No need," Chaoyang interrupted her brusquely. "Ah, Lin Jun, perhaps it would be best if you kept your silence." Chapter 61. Little Peach Feng Xiao appeared considerably improved, which put Cao Cao at ease. Clad in military attire, he wore a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. "Thank you, my lord, for your concern," Guojia expressed, bowing slightly. Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively. "Spare me the formalities. One should rest when unwell." Turning to the elderly physician attending Guojia, he inquired, "What is the status of Feng Xiao's condition?" The old physician nodded and assured, "There is no cause for alarm. Lord Xiao, the esteemed scholar has merely caught a chill. His constitution is robust, and with the proper prescription, he shall recover swiftly." "Very well." Cao Cao nodded in satisfaction, glancing around before asking Guojia, "Did you not bring a servant with you? Where is he?" Before Guojia could respond, Cao Cao continued, "Never mind. I shall arrange for someone," beckoning to a nearby maidservant. "What is your name?" he inquired kindly. The maidservant, a charming young girl, curtsied and replied, "I am called Little Peach." "Very well, Little Peach," Cao Cao instructed, "from this day forth, you shall no longer serve in the palace. You are to attend to the esteemed scholar. Go fetch the physician's prescription and prepare the medicine. Ensure that he is well cared for, understood?" "Yes, my lord," the young maidservant replied, fully aware of her obligation. Stealing a glance at her new master, Guojia, she felt a rush of excitement. He was indeed a handsome young gentleman. She had not yet attained the status to serve the empress, and without this opportunity, she might have been assigned to a much older official. "Now, Feng Xiao, you must rest well," Cao Cao said, exchanging a knowing glance with Guojia before preparing to leave. Guojia responded with a knowing smile. Later, when Lin Jun returned carrying 2 water bags, she was met with the sight of Little Peach kneeling before Guojia, spoon-feeding him medicine. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, clearly engaged in an intimate moment. Lin Jun's anger flared instantly. "In order to provide you with clean water, my sister traversed treacherous mountains and rivers, enduring countless dangers along the way, even encountering corpses and being interrogated by Chaoyang. After much effort, she finally returned with water. Yet you had already taken your medicine." She swiftly sat beside Guojia, raising the water pouch to drink deeply, realizing too late that he needed so little. "How bitter," Guojia lamented, filled with grievance. "My lord, please bear with it for now. We cannot find any preserved fruits at the moment." Xiao Tao's voice was so gentle it could almost drip with sweetness, leaving Lin Jun feeling slightly embarrassed, as she had never spoken so tenderly before. Guojia was indeed fortunate to have such a lovely companion. Unable to resist, he decided to drink straight from the pouch. Before Xiao Tao could react, he snatched the medicine bowl from her hands and drank it all. Xiao Tao and Lin Jun exchanged glances, speechless. Handing the water pouch that Lin Jun had brought back to Xiao Tao, Guojia softly requested, "Could you please heat this water for me? I would like to drink something warm." "Of course," Xiao Tao replied, her cheeks slightly flushed with joy as she left. Lin Jun displayed a look of disdain, but before she could mock Guojia, he beat her to it. "Did you manage to fetch water from the river outside the city? Was someone with you?" he asked with a light chuckle. Lin Jun's heart sank. She feared he might think she had conspired with Chaoyang again. Thus, she chose to downplay it, saying, "Yes, he even called me Lady Lin." "Oh." Guojia's eyes lit up at her words. "That's a misunderstanding. Did you clarify that with him?" "Humph," Lin Jun scoffed. "I truly apologize, Lord Guo. I seem to have tarnished your reputation." "That cannot be," Guojia grinned broadly. "I am still an unmarried man. My reputation and integrity are of utmost importance. Lin Jun had no desire to continue this banter, her thoughts consumed with concern for Chaoang's injuries. After several days of tranquility, Guojia's spirits had notably improved. With Xiao Tao taking care of tea, water, and laundry, Lin Jun found herself with far fewer concerns. She stealthily gathered information within Luoyang, spotting Chaoang a few times, noting he appeared unscathed, which relieved her worries. Eventually, she lay on the grass gazing at the sky, lost in thought. One day, upon Guojia's return from a meeting, Lin Jun sprang up from the grass, respectfully welcoming him. Master Ji, you have returned. Why is it that every time I return from a meeting, you display such fawning behavior, your eyes sparkling? Guojia inquired. Lin Jun cleared her throat and replied, Ahem, I am simply concerned about when we might return. I wonder if the gentlemen have made a decision? The environment in Luoyang is truly dreadful. Guojia chuckled. Was it not you who insisted on coming here? Do not worry. It has been decided that we shall depart the day after tomorrow. Where to? Lin Jun asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Where do you wish to go? Guojia countered. I naturally wish to return to Yinzhou. Lin Jun feigned ignorance, thinking of where else she could go. She nearly let slip that she knew Cao Cao planned to head to Xuchang after receiving the emperor. Fortunately, Guojia seemed oblivious to her slip-up, stating, We shall not return to Yinzhou. We will go directly to Xuchang with the emperor and empress. Why Xuchang? Lin Jun probed cautiously, whose suggestion was that. It was when Ruoz, Guojia replied, unusually cooperative, answering her questions readily. He spoke of the feng shui of the capital cities, a subject she did not quite grasp. Oh. Lin Jun nodded to herself, realizing this meant a transfer of the capital was imminent, marking the beginning of Cao Cao's reign with the emperor to command the lords. What would happen next? She recalled that Liu Bei and Elbu and Shuzhou would engage in minor skirmishes, and things were also unsettled with Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan. But it seemed there would be no major events on Cao Cao's side. He would focus on irrigation, construction, and agriculture, and soon, he would confront Zhang Xiao. The Battle of Wanqing drew ever closer. Whenever Lin Jun thought of the impending battle, she would dismiss it, telling herself that Cao Cao had yet to secure Yinzhou, had yet to march on Shuzhou, had yet to welcome the emperor. It was all still too early. Now that the transfer of the capital to Xuchang had been confirmed, what excuses could she still find? The time for Chaoang's demise was drawing near. With each passing day, it was one day closer. Lin Jun had never experienced the slow decline of a loved one suffering from cancer. Thus, she could not fathom the process of watching someone fade away while knowing their fate, yet still forcing herself to face each new dawn. From that day forward, she felt as if she were wilting like a flower, her spirit withering, silent, no longer pestering Guojia with inquiries about state affairs, even though there were fewer significant matters to discuss. Even the prospect of moving to a new home, or Guojia joyfully informing her that he had finally received approval for his position as chief strategist, no longer stirred any emotion within her. Chapter 62. Returning home. Lin Jun. Lin Jun felt as though she were in a deep slumber. Who was calling her? It was a female voice. Was it Xiao Tao? Surely not Xiahou Lin. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld a young woman bathed in sunlight, feeling both foreign and familiar. Most importantly, the woman was dressed in modern attire. Xiaohe. Lin Jun suddenly remembered. This was her close friend Xiaohe, with whom she had trained for a decade. Xiaohe, how did you end up here? She hurriedly asked. Has Xiaohe crossed over as well? Lin Jun. You silly sleeper, Xiaohe laughed. This is our dormitory. Yes, this is indeed our dormitory. Lin Jun glanced around, noticing the beige curtains fluttering by the window, the bunk beds, and her laptop sitting on the table. This was truly their dormitory. But wait, hadn't she just spoken with Guojia last night? How could she have returned? Could it be that all of this was merely a fleeting dream? Xiaohe, I had a dream, she said, wanting to share her experience. Lin Jun, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you, Xiaohe said, gripping her hand tightly. Returned? You mean I came back? Lin Jun was taken aback. Yes, we were all quite worried about you. Thankfully, you returned safely. But? Xiaohe seemed hesitant to continue. What is it? Lin Jun pressed. It's just that you've made a mess of the three kingdoms. The instructor is furious. Xiaohe cautiously stated. I did not create a mess. Lin Jun protested, acknowledging that there had been some deviations, but she had worked hard to rectify them. What have you managed to fix? Xiaohe sighed. You may not have married Jiasu, but how could you allow Chaoang to survive? He is now the heir apparent, and once Cao Cao dies, he will seize the throne. I did not. Lin Jun exclaimed loudly. My relationship with him is quite good, but I did not save him. Suddenly, the dormitory door burst open with force, and a middle-aged woman with an angry expression strode in. Instructor. Lin Jun stammered, recognizing the woman as Song Yuan, her mentor who had nurtured her since she was 7, spending a decade together. In her heart, Song Yuan was akin to a second mother. The sight of Song Yuan in her dark attire filled Lin Jun with pressure. Lin Jun, do you have any idea what you have done? She practically screamed. Lin Jun, confused and helpless, could only shake her head. She remembered nothing. The Battle of Wanqing has only just begun. The saga of the Three Kingdoms. Song Yuan's voice grew sharper. You revealed to Chao Ong that Zhang Xiu would rebel? Do you have any idea what monumental changes this will bring to subsequent history? I truly do not remember. Lin Jun felt tears welling up. Why did we send you there? Lin Jun? Song Yuan gripped Lin Jun's shoulders tightly, shaking her vigorously. This is the culmination of our years of effort. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you managed to ruin it from the start. History has undergone tremendous upheaval, and the tripartite division of the Three Kingdoms has yet to take shape. What significance lies in your meticulous documentation? All our efforts have been rendered futile. If your errors were mere accidents, I could forgive you, Lin Jun, but this was intentional. Tell me, have you fallen for that Chao Ong? Is it true? Have you sacrificed all of our years of research and training merely for his life? Lin Jun, you have profoundly disappointed me. Do you even grasp why you were chosen for this mission? Lin Jun wept uncontrollably, shaking her head incessantly. Did you believe it was because of your unparalleled skills? Did you think it was because you had the best grasp of historical texts? Or because of your beauty? No, Lin Jun, I must tell you, it was none of those. Mentor Song grasped her tightly, nearly leaving marks on her shoulders. None of those reasons, Lin Jun, I assure you. We selected you for your rationality, or perhaps your cold-bloodedness, your unwavering belief in the mission's completion. We had hoped that your rationality and determination would allow you to remain an impartial observer in these chaotic times. Yet, you have committed such a grave error. Lin Jun, you have destroyed everything we built. Everything. The substantial funds we invested, the research. Lin Jun felt an overwhelming urge to scream, repeatedly uttering apologies. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Jun. Lin Jun. She clutched her knees tightly, sobbing. Do not call me. Do not call me. I regret it. I'm sorry to everyone. Lin Jun. Lin Jun. Wake up. It is merely a dream. Suddenly, a man's voice broke through. Lin Jun let out a scream and finally awoke fully. Before her stood Guo Jia, as if he had just risen from bed, hastily dressed in an outer robe.
Yes.
They had been in Xuchang for several days now. Feng Xiao? She tentatively touched Guo Jia's cheek. Perhaps it was because he was underdressed, but he felt cold in the winter night, causing her to shiver. It's me. Guo Jia's grip on her shoulders eased slightly. I'm fine, just had a dream. Lin Jun replied, shifting away from Guo Jia and retreating into her blankets. You were crying so intensely in your sleep, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was startled awake by Xiao Tao. What happened to you? Guo Jia spoke softly. Xiao Tao heard that. Lin Jun felt a pang of anxiety. It's nothing. I told her you were having a nightmare and sent her away, Guo Jia reassured her. Lin Jun sighed in relief. If she had unwittingly spoken of Chao Ong in her dream, it would have been troublesome. Xiao Tao hearing it would be far worse than Guo Jia. Now that you're awake, perhaps you should try to rest a bit more. It's better to be clear-headed, Guo Jia suggested, adjusting his attire as he stood. Lin Jun said apologetically, I'm all right, just feeling a bit homesick. Feng Xiao, you should return to sleep as well. It's winter. Don't catch a cold. All right, Guo Jia replied. If you need anything, call Xiao Tao. She sleeps next door. Guo Jia had certainly heard Lin Jun calling for Chao Ong. Did her nightmare truly involve the eldest son? When she cried, I'm sorry, was it directed at him? Lin Jun, what do you have to apologize for? Guo Jia preferred to observe rather than probe, unlike Chao Ong, who would test her. Lin Jun curled deeper into her blanket, seeking comfort. The dream had felt too real. Over the years, the faces of Xia He and Mentor Song had gradually faded from her memory. She hadn't expected them to appear so vividly in her dream. Were they warning her not to err again? In her dream, Lin Jun genuinely believed she had saved Chao Ong and felt an intense sense of regret. Chapter 63. A fleeting moment with Guo Jia's status as a military strategist finally approved by the emperor, he received enhanced living conditions in Xuchang, along with a number of servants to attend to him. Lin Jun's presence was no longer as casual as it had been in Yenzhou. Thus, she chose to remain indoors, lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the classical wooden furnishings of the room, sometimes unable to discern whether she was dreaming or awake. Guojia, Xiaotao, and the others in the household never mentioned Lin Jun's midnight screams again, as if that night was merely one of her many dreams. Xiaotao was an astute and observant girl, anticipating Guojia's needs with remarkable accuracy. With her presence, Guojia scarcely required Lin Jun anymore. When Xiaotao first saw Lin Jun restored to her feminine attire, she failed to connect her with the young servant who had traveled with them, mistakenly addressing her as madam. Given Lin Jun's awkward position, she hesitated for quite a while before not directly denying it. However, Guojia soon informed Xiaotao that Lin Jun was not his wife, leading to an awkward situation. From that day on, Lin Jun became the woman who clung to Guojia yet was rebuffed by him. It seemed that without Guojia's explicit instructions, every member of the Guo household treated her as if she were invisible. Though she was not deprived of food, no one ever inquired about her well-being. Indeed, they might not even notice if she vanished. Yet, this suited Lin Jun perfectly. She preferred solitude, lost in contemplation, observing the blooming and withering of flowers, the ebb and flow of rain, and the changing of seasons. She distanced herself from Guojia, imagining that as long as she shut out the world, perhaps the impending conflict at Wanqing would pass unnoticed. After all, there was no calendar. However, the flowers in the courtyard, the winds by the lake, and the attire of those around her continually reminded her of the changing seasons. That day had not yet arrived. She did not await the battle at Wanqing. Yet Guojia arrived first. Having lingered in the Guo household for over a year, living off their hospitality, Lin Jun had not spoken a word to Guojia since that nightmarish evening. Due to her self-imposed isolation, they hardly crossed paths, and even when they did, Guojia pretended not to see her. But today, he sought her out, holding an invitation in his hand. Lin Jun gazed at Guojia in astonishment, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Guojia offered the invitation to her, letting out a soft sigh. Take a look. After all, it invites both of us. Lin Jun accepted the invitation, quickly tearing it open, disliking the feeling of being blindfolded. The names of Chaoong and Xiahou Lin, under the titles of Guojia and Lin Jun, were glaringly evident, nearly blinding her. Why are you showing me this? Lin Jun suppressed her anger, staring directly into Guojia's eyes. Is it his amusement to provoke her? Though our contract states 3 years, since we verbally agreed that once young Master Ong successfully marries, I can grant you your freedom, Guojia replied. Lin Jun's emotions somewhat settled as she lowered her head to reread the invitation, murmuring, "But isn't the mourning period still not over? This is the Lord's intention. Given the pressing state of war, the young master and Miss Xiahou are not young anymore, so they will not adhere to such formalities," Guojia explained, sitting beside her. "Have you thought about where you wish to go and what to do afterward?" "Not yet," Lin Jun admitted honestly, her mind too chaotic these days. "Can I still assist you?" Guojia regarded her silently, his peach blossom eyes revealing no trace of emotion. He typically wore blue or teal, yet today he donned a light moon-white outfit, and Lin Jun found herself staring at his attire, as if the cool color could clarify her thoughts. "We can discuss it later," Guojia finally replied, "but you should consider it carefully." With that, he withdrew the invitation from her grasp and stood. Lin Jun hastily clutched the painful red paper, exclaiming, "Let me see the date." "March 10th, Guojia stated, coldly reclaiming the invitation. "When do you plan to attack Zhangxiu?" Lin Jun inquired once more. Guojia parted his lips, yet ultimately replied, "April or May, once the weather warms." In truth, it hardly mattered. Zhangxiu had long harbored intentions of submission. Lin Jun lowered her head, a blend of emotions swirling within her. She found herself drawn to Guojia's insistence on maintaining decorum and his ability to read others' hearts. Regardless of how peculiar her questions were, he never pried into her motives. After a moment of silence, Guojia indeed departed, the pale fabric of his garments fluttering like clouds drifting across the horizon. It was already February, Lin Jun mused silently. Time was running short. She had expected that after her prolonged seclusion, akin to the tranquility of an ancient lamp beside a Buddha, her reunion with Chaoong would be marked by serenity. Yet, the mere sight of his name today stirred a deep melancholy within her, compounded by the realization of his name being coupled with that of another woman. "Will you accompany me?" Before long, the evening of the 10th day of March arrived, and Guojia reappeared at Lin Jun's door, posing the same question. At times, Lin Jun truly believed Guojia was intentionally rubbing salt into her wounds. Did he think that by doing so, his status as a bachelor would somehow improve? I shall not go, Lin Jun stated plainly. After all, I am not Lady Lin. As you wish, Guojia nodded, understanding her sentiment. You may rest at home. With a smile, Lin Jun bid Guojia farewell and promptly shut the door with a decisive thud. She rummaged through her belongings for the long-forgotten male attire and sat before the bronze mirror to apply her makeup. After months of neglect, she found her skills had become rather rusty. Guojia's understanding of her refusal to attend Chaoang's wedding stemmed from his belief that Lin Jun could not bear to witness her beloved marrying another. Ironically, Lin Jun had once held a similar conviction. However, she later realized that if she did not confront the reality herself, her imagination would drive her to madness. She envisioned Chaoang and Xiahou Lin entering the banquet hand in hand, their gazes filled with unspoken affection, and even imagined Chaoang kissing Xiahou Lin with the very lips that had once touched hers. She would much prefer to see it with her own eyes. Perhaps Chaoang's indifference towards Xiahou Lin might offer her some solace. More importantly, once Chaoang was wed and Xiahou Lin settled into the residence of the young master, she would no longer have the opportunity to see him again. Perhaps she would not even get the chance to catch a final glimpse of him before he met his fate on the battlefield. In an era devoid of photographs or videos, she dared not miss the chance to see him again, fearing that she might forget his visage entirely, that when she recalled this young man in the future, all she would remember was a vague outline. Admit it, Lin Jun, you long for him. You wish to seize this opportunity to see him, even if it coincides with his wedding day to another. What right do you have to feel sorrow? This is a consequence of your own making. She quickly donned her disguise as a servant and dashed out of Guo's residence, merging into the twilight beneath the setting sun. Chapter 64. The wedding. At this moment, Chaoang's residence was abuzz with festivity, drums and gongs resounding, laughter echoing, a veritable throng of guests. Lin Jun's appearance was indistinguishable from that of any ordinary servant. In fact, even without makeup, she doubted anyone would recognize her amidst the crowd. After all, it was the wedding of the eldest son of the Chao family. Who could resist attending if they had even the slightest connection? She concealed herself in a corner, observing the scene, where Guojia and his colleagues were engaged in jovial conversation, their laughter resplendent. Cao Cao was surrounded by a group of unfamiliar faces, seemingly unable to extricate himself. The bride and groom had yet to make their entrance. At this juncture, Chaoang must have gone to fetch Xiahou Lin. The sounds of joy and celebration buzzed in Lin Jun's ears as she stared vacantly at the entrance, her heart sinking to the depths as if awaiting some impending judgment. The bride and groom have arrived. The jubilant shouts drew everyone's attention, and the guests ceased their conversations, collectively gazing towards the entrance. Clad in bright red, Chaoang and Xiahou Lin stepped into the main hall. The vivid crimson attire accentuated their elegance. Chaoang, tall and imposing in his wedding garb, exuded an air of heroism, while Xiahou Lin, strikingly beautiful, captured the gaze of all present. He held Xiahou Lin's hand, a perfect smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged the congratulations of the guests. Lin Jun hid in the shadows behind a pillar, her palms slick with sweat. As the auspicious moment arrived, the ceremony commenced. Cao Cao delivered a speech, filled with hopes and blessings for the future of his children. Listening to his words, Lin Jun felt an ever-widening chasm between herself and Chaoang. After all, he was the son of Cao Cao. How could she possibly have any connection to him? The notion of marrying him as his legitimate wife was ludicrous. Would Cao Cao ever permit such a thing? Once Cao Cao concluded his address, a servant presented a wooden basin filled with clear water, placing it upon the central altar. Lin Jun recognized this as the Huayu rite, wherein the couple was to wash their hands together before the ceremony. Chaoang gently guided Xiahou Lin to the altar, where they sat facing one another, dipping their hands into the basin. From Lin Jun's vantage point, she could not discern Chaoang's expression, but she could see Xiahou Lin's cheeks flush with shyness. How intimate it must feel to hold hands beneath the water. Next, the basin was removed, replaced by a platter of food and 2 cups of wine, signifying their shared sustenance and the bond they were about to form as a family. This was the Tonglao rite. Once concluded, the altar was cleared, and Chaoang and Xiahou Lin stood facing each other. The revelry around them grew increasingly boisterous, causing Lin Jun to feel a swell of anxiety. She recognized the loudest voices as those belonging to the same group of ruffians who had once assisted Chaoang in getting her intoxicated on that fateful night when Lady Bian gave birth to Cao Ji. That memory, buried deep in a past life, was something Lin Jun had never intentionally revisited. It had been both awkward and beautiful. Chaoang raised his hand, gently brushing Xiahou Lin's hair adorned with intricate ornaments, delicately untying the ribbons that held her hair in place, turning to exhibit it to the guests. The token of affection. The token of affection. Chao Ang's friends cheered heartily. Next came the haircutting ceremony. They each severed a lock of their hair, binding it together with a red ribbon. At that moment, Lin Jun could no longer contain her emotions, tears blurring her vision. She had thought that after a year of emotional fortitude, she would be able to witness Chao Ang's wedding with a calm heart. Yet, she found herself overwhelmed. These rites, these scenes, she had rehearsed in her mind countless times. Why, upon witnessing them firsthand, did they strike her with such intensity? Because Chao Ang was smiling. Lin Jun focused intently on his expression, searching for even a fleeting moment of disappointment or discontent, but to her dismay, she found none. When he untied Xiahou Lin's ribbons, his tenderness was palpable, enough to make anyone believe in the depth of his affection for her. Tonight, he was no different from countless grooms throughout the ages, as if he and Xiahou Lin were the most perfectly matched couple in existence. Taking a deep breath while hidden behind the pillar, Lin Jun ultimately refrained from shedding tears. She could not afford such a display in public, lest it arouse suspicion. Fortunately, the hall was filled with noise, and no one seemed to notice her disarray. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The rites are complete. Once the proclamation of the rites are complete rang out, Lin Jun felt a semblance of strength return to her, and she dared to steal glances once more. In her heart, she believed that when Chao Ang tied their locks together, the ceremony had already concluded. The surroundings erupted in a chorus of congratulations. Xiahou Lin's cheeks flushed with shyness, while Chao Ang graciously acknowledged the guests. Lin Jun strained to read his face, hoping to catch a hint of displeasure, but unexpectedly, their eyes met. Chao Ang's pupils widened in surprise, and Lin Jun, startled, retreated behind the pillar, a cold sweat breaking out. Had she been discovered? She was standing so far away. Amidst the clamor of guests, she could still hear Chao Ang thanking them, and she finally exhaled in relief. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Or perhaps if he had noticed, it was of little consequence at this point. After all, she was merely there to observe. As the ladies of the household surrounded Xiahou Lin and escorted her to the bridal chamber, the banquet officially commenced. With such a multitude of guests, even with the tables tightly arranged, they spilled out into the courtyard. The indoor and outdoor lights shone brightly. Amidst such tumultuous times, perhaps only Chao Ang could host such a grand affair. Naturally, Lin Jun, of her standing, had no designated seat. She was unwilling to linger, fearing that acquaintances such as Guojia, who recognized her attire, might discover her presence. Thus, she discreetly slipped into the courtyard, waiting for Guojia and the others to finish their meal and return home, hoping to blend into the crowd and avoid any further complications. Little did she know that the most dazzling groom was watching her retreating figure, his gaze lingering. Lin Jun, having become Mrs. Lin, why did you not accompany your husband, Guoji Zhao, but instead disguise yourself as a servant to sneak in? Chao Ang recalled the fleeting glance exchanged with Lin Jun. Her large, glistening eyes were filled with sorrow. What could be the reason? Was she truly Guojia's wife? If so, why the disguise? Why the mournful expression? He longed to rush after Lin Jun, to inquire about the circumstances that had transpired. Was Guojia unkind to her? Was there some hidden truth that he had previously overlooked? Were their relations not as he had envisioned? Yet, he could not leave. As he had presented himself earlier, he was his father's heir, embodying his father's image. He must remain in the hall, continuing to entertain the guests. This was his innate duty. He could not act in a manner that would tarnish his father's reputation. Lin Jun, wait for me. Unbeknownst to Lin Jun, who stood in the courtyard, enjoying the gentle spring breeze, she had finally discovered a secluded spot where she could weep freely. Though spring had arrived, the night air still chilled her fingertips. Standing by the wall, she endeavored to dissolve into the darkness, distancing herself from the clamor and revelry of the hall. It pained her that Chao Ang had joyfully married another. Yet what saddened her more was that this predicament was of her own making. She continually reminded herself that even if she did not shy away, even if she wished to be with Chao Ang, their differing statuses rendered success and happiness impossible. This thought offered her some solace. The sound of footsteps approached, and she quickly turned away, regretting that she had not brought a broom to feign tidying up. I've been searching for you. Why are you hiding here? Upon seeing Guojia, clad in a blue robe with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Jun sighed in relief, realizing that if someone had caught her in such a secretive state, it could lead to trouble. You knew I would come, she replied sullenly. I had no food, so I stepped out. She anticipated Guojia would scold her for refusing to accompany him and instead disguising herself as a servant, but to her surprise, he merely uttered 3 words, "Let's go home." Home? Was the Guo residence her home? Lin Jun was uncertain. It seemed that the agreement between her and Guojia had expired the moment Chaoang's wedding was finalized. She had no home now. Xiao Tao is diligent, but she is not as clever as you, Guojia remarked as he stepped closer, gently stroking Lin Jun's head. You are far more capable. Unable to suppress a smile at his words, Lin Jun teased, "You make it sound like I'm a pet. Are you planning to continue employing me?" She inquired. Indeed. When Ruo harbors a bias against women, but I do not, Guojia replied calmly. Lin Jun retorted, "Do not speak ill of Mr. Sun. He bears no prejudice against me." Guojia nodded, glancing back at the hall. Shall we depart? They seem to have had enough fun. Lin Jun agreed, stepping out from the shadow of the wall into the moonlight, her muddled thoughts clearing slightly. She mused that it was no wonder people often said those heartbroken should not be alone. Conversing with another felt invigorating. Guojia walked briskly, prompting Lin Jun to quicken her pace to keep up. However, standing not far from the estate entrance was Chaoang, resplendent in a bright red wedding attire, his presence too conspicuous to overlook even in the dim light of the night. Lin Jun, Chaoang called out, "I need to speak with you." He did not address Guojia but focused solely on her. Guojia halted, waiting for Lin Jun's response. Her lips trembled as her mind screamed for her to refuse, yet her mouth betrayed her with a quiet, "All right, Guojia," with a flick of his sweeping sleeves, chuckled, "Then I shall indulge in another drink. You two have your conversation." Without waiting for Lin Jun's reaction, he returned to the hall. Panic surged within Lin Jun as she glanced around, fearful that this ambiguous scene would attract unwanted attention. Yet, she forgot that she was disguised as a man. Even if seen, onlookers would only assume Chaoang was instructing a servant. Chaoang stepped closer, his keen gaze piercing through her disguise. "Are you not Mrs. Lin?" Lin Jun remained silent. Chaoang had often regarded her with such scrutiny when he doubted her identity, but once he learned she was a woman, his gaze softened considerably. It had been a long time since she had felt the weight of his gaze, and it left her feeling uneasy. In truth, if Chaoang were to ask her if she was Mrs. Lin, she would remain mute. She responded to questions she dared not answer with a cowardly silence. "What is the matter?" Chaoang grasped Lin Jun's shoulders, his voice laced with urgency. "I have inquired for so long, and even Mr. Sun is unaware that Guojia has wed. Why did you not accompany him today, but instead sneak in disguised as a servant? What is your relationship with him?" Lin Jun looked around in panic, whispering, "Lower your voice. Has he mistreated you?" Chaoang bent down, tenderly caressing her face. "You have lost weight. Your complexion is dreadful." Finally, a question she could answer. She shook her head, nearly on the verge of tears, touched by Chaoang's concern for her. Lin Jun's silence drove Chaoang to the brink of madness. He suddenly seized her chin, urgently imploring, "Please, speak. Do not keep your head down. We were once so close, and since that night I have pondered endlessly over what I did wrong. If you wish for my demise, at least let me find peace." His desperate declaration pierced Lin Jun's heart like a dagger. She forcefully pushed Chaoang's hand away, asserting, You did nothing wrong. It is simply that our stations are too disparate. Moreover, it is too late to turn back now. There is still a chance." Chaoang exclaimed, nearly shouting. "There is no disparity in our stations. Jun, as long as you are willing, we can return to how things once were. We can start anew." His expression was a tumult of hope and anxiety, reminiscent of a year prior on that fateful night at Lin Jun's home, under the same gentle moonlight, with the same deeply devoted man. "Lin Jun, if you could return to the past, would you still make the same choices?" "Jun, you need not worry about anything. If you are willing, we can be together. I will find a way to resolve all obstacles." Chaoang's voice was enchanting to Lin Jun, whispering promises of a future together. "Jun, please agree to this." Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted from the hall. "Groom, young master, why are you hiding out here alone?" Several young men stumbled out, converging on Chaoang. "Surely you are not trying to avoid the drinks, are you, Zixio?" One of them, reeking of alcohol, laughed as he draped an arm around Chaoang. Come on, let us indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated. After today, we must face the watchful eyes of Miss Xiaoho. No, Mrs. Xiaoho." As they encircled him, pulling him toward the hall, Chaoang shouted, "Let go of me." He forcefully pushed aside the drunken revelers, his intense gaze fixed on Lin Jun, eagerly awaiting her response. The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Jun dared not meet his fiery eyes, unsure of how to respond with so many watching. As her mind was engulfed in a void, a swaying figure clad in a green robe slowly approached the crowd, drunkenly admonishing Lin Jun, "You little rascal. You cannot handle your affairs properly, and now you've provoked our groom Isire." Lin Jun immediately knelt down, replying submissively, "Please, young master, punish me." Her gaze fell upon Chowang's hand, the knuckles white from clenching his fist too tightly, piercing her consciousness. How many times would she harm him before she ceased? "Get lost." The figure in green scolded again. "Yes," Lin Jun replied, lifting her garment and turning to flee, not daring to look back until she had dashed out of the estate. The guards at the gate noticed her flustered demeanor and intended to stop her, but were restrained by Guo Jia, who they recognized. After watching the group of young lords escort Chowang back to drink, Guo Jia regained his composure and stepped out, finding Lin Jun sitting by the courtyard wall. "Come home with me," he offered, extending a long hand toward her. Lin Jun grasped his sleeve and stood up slowly, uttering, "Let us go." She understood this was not a place for conversation. They walked a distance in silence before Lin Jun suddenly inquired, "Those young lords who appeared so abruptly, you summoned them, didn't you?" Guo Jia cast a sidelong glance at her and slowly admitted, "Yes." "Why must you do this?" Lin Jun's voice was as cold as ice. "If you wish to prevent me from speaking with him, why not simply take me away instead of leaving us alone together?" "I thought you would be grateful that I came to your rescue," Guo Jia replied, his hands tucked within his sleeves, smiling like a cunning fox. Indeed, had he not feigned drunkenness to scold Lin Jun, both she and Chowang would have found themselves in a predicament today. "No need for gratitude," Lin Jun scoffed. On the day of the Grand Lord's wedding, a woman hidden away by Guo Jia lost her composure in public. "I merely did not expect you to be so distressed," Guo Jia interjected. "That year, I took you to witness Jia Su's wedding, and you merely smiled and let it go. Yet today, I have done the same, and you weep so heart-wrenchingly. Is there truly such a vast difference between Jia Su and Chowang in your heart? Your proximity to Chowang, is it not for your mysterious mission?" Yet Lin Jun replied, "I did not anticipate this either." That night, Lin Jun extinguished the oil lamp in her room early. She dared not gaze at the lamp, for it would remind her of the light in Chowang's new abode. Would his lamp burn brightly until dawn? Chowang's wedding seemed but a fleeting interlude in Lin Jun's life, as if it had come and gone. She resumed her role as a helper for Guo Jia, delegating tasks like cooking and laundry, tasks tinged with ambiguity, to Xiao Tao. Time flowed like an inverted hourglass, each moment ticking away in a countdown. Even though Lin Jun attempted to avoid the matter, Guo Jia's work continually reminded her. From April to early July, the weather was warm and pleasant, ideal for outings and springtime revelry. Yet, for these warlords, this period was deemed most suitable for battle. Yuan Shao was preoccupied with dealing with Gongsun Zan, and naturally, Cao Cao sought this opportunity to subdue Zhang Xiu and Elbu. Lin Jun asked Guo Jia whom Cao Cao would strike first, to which Guo Jia responded, "I have advised the Lord to first attack Zhang Xiu, then Elbu." "Why?" Lin Jun inquired. Without Jia Su by his side, how could Zhang Xiu stand firm in this chaotic world? Guo Jia replied nonchalantly, "He is skilled in martial prowess but lacks cunning and ambition. Our forces need only apply slight pressure, and he will surrender." "How can you be so certain?" Lin Jun asked skeptically, recalling that Zhang Xiu would later betray them, and many in later generations suspected he had feigned surrender from the outset. "If not for Jia Su's presence, I would not be so confident," Guo Jia continued. "Jia Su likely has already considered this." As he spoke, he observed Lin Jun's expression, noting her furrowed brow. However, he was unaware that her worry was not for Jia Su, but for Chowang. "When will we depart?" she inquired cautiously. "Soon, within the next few days," Guo Jia replied casually. "What?" Lin Jun exclaimed. "Didn't you say April or May? It is only late March. The weather has warmed unusually early this year, and the timing is favorable. There's no need to wait until April or May," Guo Jia replied, surprised. "You should realize the urgency now. Once Yuan Shao finishes his business, he will turn his attention toward our lord. Will you be going?" Lin Jun gazed at him with longing. Guo Jia had already deciphered her unspoken words. She longed to join the battle. "This time, I will not go," he said, a hint of regret lacing his tone. "I must remain in Shudu to guard against Elbu. Where will you be going?" Lin Jun paid no heed to the emotion in Guo Jia's voice. Upon hearing he would not go, she dashed out the door. In just a few days, Guo Jia had said. She had yet to consider everything. In such an unexpected turn, they were preparing to march. Lin Jun's heart was consumed by a singular thought. He must not die. How could such a vibrant life fade before her eyes? To act thus was akin to directly endangering his life. She needed to inform Chaoang of Zhang Xiu's impending betrayal during the night, urging him to prepare his troops and ensure their horses were ready to avoid disaster. She ran through the streets of Shudu, frantic, unsure where to find him. He had formed a family now, residing with a Lady Xiao, who would surely not allow her to enter. But if he was not at home, where else could he be? In the army? Lin Jun had long since lost her position. How could she gain entry to the military stronghold? In the past, she had hesitated, avoiding confrontation, never realizing that her avoidance had only widened the chasm between them. Now, seeking to see him was fraught with difficulty. Had she known she should have clarified everything on the night of his wedding. But in this world, there was no remedy for regret. She must seek assistance. But from whom? Guojia? No, he would neither help nor would it yield favorable results. Who else was familiar? She could seek Sun Yu. As long as she could see Chaoang, that would suffice. Lin Jun nearly sprinted through the streets, filled with dread that Chaoang was currently mustering his troops, preparing to depart. As she dashed past the estate that Chaoang had arranged for her, she was astonished to discover the front gate was unlocked. She had specifically changed the lock when she left. Who would have summoned a locksmith to open her door? Who possessed the authority to intrude upon her residence? Who would wish to enter this empty courtyard? Lin Jun's heart raced, and the answer was singular. It was Chaoang. Perhaps he was inside now. If she entered, she could see him. Without further thought, she quietly pushed the door open. The door, which should have been covered in dust and cobwebs, was instead immaculate. Who had cleaned it for her? Or rather, who came daily to open this door, preventing it from falling into disrepair like other abandoned estates? Inside the small courtyard, the flowers and plants were well tended. Lin Jun recalled how Lady Xiao had once come and broken a pot of flowers, and she had never bothered to clean it up. Yet today, she found that the broken pot had been discarded, and the dying flowers had been replanted in the soil. The entire courtyard appeared more vibrant and full of life than when she had lived there, lifting the spirits of anyone who entered. A faint aroma wafted through the air. Lin Jun inhaled deeply, recognizing it as the fragrance of tea. Someone was brewing tea inside. Excitement bubbled within her as she rushed toward the inner chamber. In an instant, the graceful figure of the person preparing tea came into her view. Lin Jun, you have come, the person exclaimed, beaming with joy upon seeing her. Lin Jun's heart sank. How could it be her? Lady Xiao. No, Lady Xiao, Lin Jun said incredulously, glancing around discreetly, confirming that no one else was present. How could a newlywed lady come here alone? Draped in an elegant chignon, Xia Lin appeared even more enchanting. Before Lin Jun could gather her thoughts, Xia Lin rushed over and affectionately grasped her hand, saying, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Why are you here, my lady? I haven't returned for so long. Lin Jun, feeling uneasy, inquired, is it possible that she has been tending to the grass and trees here? Has she crossed over? I already know, Xia Lin replied with unwavering enthusiasm. I visited the residence of Guojizhou twice, but was turned away by him at the door. I was quite anxious not to find you. What business do you have with me, my lady? Lin Jun's heart grew wary. Could it be that she was a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? Ugh, wishing her well. Well, this is somewhat embarrassing. Xia Lin chuckled softly. I came today to express my gratitude. Lin Jun's mouth twitched at her words. Surely, there must be some mistake. You jest, my lady. What merit do I possess to warrant your thanks? She replied nonchalantly. To be honest, I visited Guojizhou's residence a few days ago to discuss something with you, Xia Lin said, her cheeks flushed as she pulled Lin Jun into her room, sitting beside the tea preparation table. Lin Jun understood well that this conversation was likely a veiled threat to distance herself from Chaoang, lest she interfere with their marriage. Though she had no desire to engage further with this woman, the absence of Chaoang left her no choice but to converse with his new bride. Hoping to glean some information, as Xia Lin poured the tea, she began. In the past, you disguised yourself as a man, and my husband was quite taken with you. Without waiting for Lin Jun's retort, she added, at that time, with the wedding approaching, I feared complications would arise, so I sought you out, wishing for you to stay away from his sight. Such forthrightness was indeed the hallmark of a young lady, Lin Jun mused. When I saw you truly remained at Guojizhou's residence and did not emerge, I felt somewhat reassured, she continued. Until the day of the wedding, your absence allowed me to breathe easy. Hence, my visit today is to find an opportunity to thank you. Lin Jun feigned a smile. What a coincidence that we should meet today, she replied. Having acted impulsively on Guojia's advice to come out, Xia Holin could not possibly have anticipated her return. Thus, the only explanation was that Xia Holin had been waiting here for her daily. For gratitude? Surely not. Xia Holin, indeed, revealed her delighted expression, admitting, unfortunately, I come here every day to wait for you. Lin Jun fell silent, warily awaiting her next words. I still wish to ask you, what are your plans for the future? Xia Holin seemed resolute in her inquiry. I know you have not wed Guizhou. Lin Jun had initially intended to directly state that she would no longer meet Chaoang, but recalling the weighty matters she still had to discuss with him, she withheld her words. Observing Lin Jun's hesitation, Xia Holin pressed on. What do you intend to do? With a sigh, Lin Jun took a sip of tea before responding. I have resided at Guaz for many days. What other plans could I possibly have? You understand. Xia Holin appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and promptly poured more tea for Lin Jun, inquiring further, then why does Guizhou not marry you? He is not young anymore and should have wed long ago. As Lin Jun prepared to answer, a sudden realization struck her. How could Xia Holin know of her stay at Guaz residence? If Chaoang had mentioned it, how then did she know that Lin Jun had not married Guizhou? Even Chaoang could not be certain of that. Moreover, given Xia Holin's temperament and her level of disdain, how could she have taken such care in beautifying the courtyard? If it were Chaoang's doing, surely Xia Holin would harbor resentment, rather than engage her with such amiable conversation. And how had she acquired the key to the front door? Too many questions lingered. Lin Jun had been deceived by her seemingly pitiful demeanor. Ultimately, it was her own guilt that gnawed at her, as if she were the one undermining their marriage. Please, drink some more tea, Xia Holin said softly. I have recently learned to brew tea. I wonder how you find its flavor? Tea. Lin Jun's heart raced with alarm, regretting her impulsiveness. How could she sip the tea offered by her enemy? Whatever the contents, she needed to leave immediately. If she remained trapped in this residence, who knew what Xia Holin might do? Suddenly standing, Lin Jun felt a sharp pain in her head, whether from the tea or her own anxiety. Xia Holin, trained in martial arts, quickly grasped Lin Jun's sleeve, saying, What is wrong? Stay and chat with me a while longer. Chat with you? How absurd. Just wait until I deal with you later. Lin Jun felt dizzy with anger. Xia Holin had repeatedly provoked her, and Lin Jun had overlooked it, considering her youth and naivety. Yet this time, she had dared to drug her tea. Having consumed but a small cup, the effects were immediate, revealing the potency of the drug. Xia Holin intended to harm her. Someone, capture her. She shouted as the drug's effects took hold, abandoning her pretense. Lin Jun heard hurried footsteps from the adjoining room, seemingly more than one person. With all her strength, she broke free from Xia Holin's grasp, appending the tea table atop her, and swiftly made for the street, hoping to reach a more populated area where Xia Holin would find it difficult to act. The spring sunshine of March was already quite bright, yet the warm rays nearly blinded Lin Jun as they struck her face. Her head grew heavier, but the cacophony of voices around her provided a sliver of solace. She needed to return to Guo's residence and seek Guijia without delay. Xia Holin cursed her attendants for their sluggishness, their cumbersome attire hindering their movements. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Lin Jun to escape. With such a large dosage of the drug, what exactly was Lin Jun made of to still possess the strength to flee? If she had her way, she would ensure Lin Jun suffered unbearable torment, but not death. She regretted not having heeded Lin Jun's deceitful words back in Dongjun, failing to send someone to eliminate her, which had led to a series of complications. Her husband delaying their marriage, neglecting her entirely, and even after their wedding, he had scarcely touched her. On the first day, she excused him for drinking too much and collapsing into slumber. On the second day, he was preoccupied with official duties, returning home late at night. The third, fourth, fifth days, he had not returned before the late hours even once, sometimes only arriving as dawn approached. When others were present, he treated her with kindness and warmth, yet in private, he often disregarded her entirely, as if he had not heard a word she uttered. This was all due to Lin Jun, that androgynous monster. Surely she knew that Chaoang spent his nights in this dilapidated abode. Surely she knew he held the key to this place. Xia Holin longed for Lin Jun to suffer, yet Lin Jun remained sheltered beneath Guojia's wing. This only fueled her anger and humiliation further. Her husband still clung to thoughts of a woman residing in another man's household, having stolen the key and waited here daily. She had anticipated capturing Lin Jun, yet somehow, she remained a step away. Chapter 68. An unexpected reunion. Lin Jun staggered through the streets, the light growing increasingly blinding. Her surroundings becoming a blur, her mind clouded, as if she might succumb to sleep at any moment. Unsure if she could make it to Guo's residence, she paused at the entrance of a bustling shop, hoping to request some water to wash her face and revive her senses. But was it too late? They were leaving tomorrow, and she could not afford to delay. Wait for me, don't rush. Make sure to hide it well, lest someone snatch it away. Heh. Why buy so much? I heard Zhang Xiu's troops are preparing to surrender, and I estimate we'll be back in less than a month. Leaning against the wall, Lin Jun was disturbed by the conversation nearby. What was going on? Zhang Xiu? Leaving tomorrow? Struggling to squint her eyes, she looked towards the two men speaking, realizing they were soldiers of Chao's army. Zhang Xiu's regiment was set to depart tomorrow? In her current state, how could she seek out Sun Yu? How can I find Chaoong? In her distress, she began to weep, her mind momentarily clearing. Suddenly, a robust figure emerged from the shop, addressing the two soldiers. Have you completed your purchases? Hurry back. We depart tomorrow, and there is much to prepare today. The voice struck her as eerily familiar. Lin Jun exerted every ounce of energy to gaze at the person. Zhongcheng, she cried out. The sturdy figure was indeed Zhongcheng, now the leader of the fire brigade, who had ventured out with two subordinates to procure supplies. How could an unfamiliar woman suddenly call out his name in the street? Lin Jun stumbled toward Zhongcheng, grasping his sleeve and whispered, Zhongcheng, it's me, Lin Jun. What? Zhongcheng feared he had misheard. Who are you? It's me, Lin Jun, the one who worked with you in Swanzhou. Lin Jun shook his arm. Do you remember me? I'm actually a woman. What? Zhongcheng's reaction was one of astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out as if he had encountered a monster. His two subordinates, unable to discern Lin Jun's words, simply saw Zhongcheng being tightly held by a young woman, and they erupted into laughter. Stop laughing. Zhongcheng scolded them, turning his gaze back to Lin Jun, uncertain. Is it really you, Lin Jun? Indeed, it is I. Only I know that you feigned illness on the journey from Swanzhou to Dongjun. Lin Jun, elated to see a familiar face, despite her blurred vision, felt a sense of relief. Zhongcheng, listen to me. I was drugged, and now I feel dizzy and cannot see clearly. Lin Jun pleaded, I urgently need to meet young Master Ong. Will you take me to him? Zhongcheng, noting her resemblance to the Lin Jun he remembered and her knowledge of their past, believed her, though he remained in shock at the thought of having shared both meals and quarters with a woman in the military. What do you need to see young Master Ong for? How did you get drugged? You need to see a doctor immediately. Zhongcheng scrutinized Lin Jun's vacant eyes and ominously cautioned, otherwise, you might go blind. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. Lin Jun stamped her foot in frustration. Please, take me to him quickly. I have something of utmost importance to discuss. Zhongcheng, clad in the uniform of the Chao army, found it inappropriate to be grappling with a woman in the street, especially as onlookers began to gather. Reluctantly, he said to Lin Jun, All right, can you walk? I will take you to see young master. Thank you. Lin Jun exclaimed joyfully. I can't keep my eyes open, so I'll just hold your sleeve and walk. Others will think I'm blind and won't question it. With that, Zhongcheng had no other option but to guide her as they stumbled forward. The spectators, seeing her eyes shut, assumed she was indeed blind and parted to give way. Zhongcheng recalled how Lin Jun had once shared a close relationship with young Master Ong, having gained many favors through him. Given that young Master Ong had recently married and Lin Jun was a woman, he suspected the drugging and urgent matters were related to that. He was typically a shrewd individual, avoiding any entanglements that could lead to trouble. However, Lin Jun was an old acquaintance and had connections with young Master Ong. Alas, I hope this does not bring any misfortune. Lin Jun felt her condition worsening. Her hearing was diminishing, and she could scarcely move, nearly being dragged along by Zhongcheng. Have we arrived? Are we there yet? Lin Jun, in a state of panic, gripped Zhongcheng's sleeve, her palm clammy with sweat. How much further? Almost there. Just hang in there a bit longer. Zhongcheng's comforting voice reassured her. She was unaware of how long they had been walking, feeling as if she were in a dream, until she heard Zhongcheng say, We're here, watch your step. Lin Jun, filled with excitement yet struggling to open her eyes, could only discern a dark line on the ground. Summoning unexpected strength, she released Zhongcheng's sleeve and boldly stepped across. She dashed toward the tall, deep blue figure in the courtyard. At last, she had found him. Lin Jun leaped into his embrace, crying out his name, Zixio, young Master Ong. The man immediately enveloped her tightly in his arms. Outside, Zhongcheng was taken aback, exclaiming, I saw nothing, nothing at all, as he quickly closed the door behind him, isolating himself outside. Lin Jun looked up, feeling as if she were in a dream, unable to clearly see Chowang's face. Fearing that she might truly be dreaming, she pinched her wrist hard, feeling a sharp pain that slightly calmed her. "Young master, I was drugged. Please, do not ask questions, just listen to me." Lin Jun clung to his neck, gritting her teeth. Zhang Xiu will rebel. Initially, he will feign loyalty, but something will occur that provokes him, and he will plot a rebellion one night. "Young master, you must be vigilant, be cautious, even after entering Wan City. Do not let your guard down for a moment. Avoid drinking, especially with Dianwei, or else Zhang Xiu will cause trouble, and you will all be in danger. Alternatively, if it becomes too dire, prepare an extra horse. Never place yourself in jeopardy. Remember my words, Zhang Xiu will definitely rebel." Seeing him silent, she anxiously added, "I know you think my words are mere ramblings, but for the sake of our relationship, you must trust me this once. What I say will come to pass. You must always be on guard against Zhang Xiu and Jiasu. Do you hear me? Do you understand?" Lin Jun, desperate, shed more tears, increasingly unable to discern his expression, aware that her speech was muddled and feared he might not comprehend her. When she saw him slowly nod, she finally relaxed the last taut string in her heart and collapsed. Her final thought before losing consciousness was one of relief. At last, she had spoken her truth. At last, she had reached him. Chapter 69. 3 days and 3 nights. When Lin Jun groggily awoke, she found herself nestled in her familiar brocade quilt, instantly jolting awake. She had returned to the Guo family residence. Who had brought her back? Was it Chowang? Were the words she had spoken to him a dream or reality? What had transpired after her fainting? Why was it so bright outside? How long had she been asleep? Had Chowang left? It felt akin to waking up late for school. Lin Jun was eager to learn about the world outside, but her head throbbed as if it would explode, and her body felt achingly weak. Struggling to don her outer garments, she staggered toward the door. Just as she reached for the handle, the door swung open from the outside and collided with her, sending her tumbling to the ground in a heap. "You're awake." The perpetrator, Guo Jia, showed no remorse, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he looked at Lin Jun. He unceremoniously dragged her like a sack of flour and shoved her back onto the bed, grumbling, "So heavy. Why are you so heavy?" Lin Jun endured the mockery and quickly got to the point. "How long have I been unconscious?" Guo Jia pondered for a moment, then began counting on his fingers, causing Lin Jun's heart to sink. "About 3 days and nights. Today is the 4th day." Lin Jun exhaled in relief. The battle for Wan City had surely not yet commenced. "Why did it take you 3 days to count?" she asked cautiously, probing how much Guo Jia knew about her situation. "Well, I personally came to fetch you," Guo Jia replied with a smirk, his expression suggesting he was indifferent to her circumstances. Lin Jun sensed his vague answer and pressed on gently, "I'm not sure how I fainted. Where did you find me?" "At the eldest young master's residence. He notified me to come for you," Guo Jia replied, his tone hinting at irritation at her probing. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "At that time, I was feeling extremely dizzy, and my vision was blurred." Lin Jun evasively claimed that she encountered a young master on her way back. "How were you drugged?" Guo Jia suddenly inquired. Lin Jun maintained her composure. Though tumultuous thoughts surged within her, Guo Jia must have consulted a physician to ascertain that she had been drugged. However, she could not allow him to be aware of her conflict with Xiahou Lin, for it would undoubtedly stir up trouble. "I don't know," she feigned ignorance. "Today, while walking down the street, I noticed the gate of my former residence was open, so I went in to take a look. There was no one inside, but tea was brewing. I was thirsty and had a cup, and that is how I ended up like this." After pondering for a moment, Guo Jia suddenly suggested, "Could it be Xiahou Lin?" Lin Jun hurriedly replied, "I do not know." She nearly betrayed her surprise but quickly recalled that after spending so long in this era, Xiahou Lin was the only one she had made enemies with. So Guo Jia's deduction was reasonable. Xiahou Lin was so malicious. She would surely seek retribution, but she could not let Guo Jia find out, as he would undoubtedly protect Xiahou Yuan's niece. "Well, let's investigate slowly later. For now, focus on recovering your health. Shout Ao will deliver the medicine shortly." Guo Jia did not press further and seemed uninclined to linger, offering a few perfunctory remarks before departing. Lin Jun finally felt a slight sense of relief and prepared to untangle her thoughts. Guo Jia mentioned that Chowang had informed him to come and fetch her. Could it be that Chowang now harbored disdain for her, intending to send her off to another man? No. He was soon to embark on a campaign against Zhang Xiu, and she was physically weak. Only Guo Jia could ensure her safety, which explained why she had been brought here. Yet, there was another matter. Just as Guo Jia reached the door, he unexpectedly turned back. Young Master Ong mentioned wanting to take you as a concubine. Would you be willing? Lin Jun was startled and, without a moment's thought, declared, I do not wish to. It matters not. The eldest young master has already betrothed himself to Xiahou Lin, and if you remain compliant as a concubine, the Lord will not obstruct you, Guo Jia said nonchalantly. Consider it well. With that, he formally took his leave. Lin Jun extended her neck like a goose, straining to hear Guo Jia's receding footsteps before allowing her heart to settle. Upon awakening, she had been somewhat apprehensive about the words she had spoken to Chaoong, for it is common for one to dream of awakening and dressing. However, after probing Guo Jia for so long, she was nearly certain that her message had indeed reached Chaoong. Chaoong, you are so astute. You should be able to comprehend my words, and you will surely be fine. Lin Jun's mind continued to spin, and she had no choice but to lie down once more. As she closed her eyes, the faces of Song Yuan and Xia He seemed to reappear before her. When she returns home in a few years, what will they say about her? Alas, she was in the wrong. Yet, if given a second chance, she would still choose to save Chaoong. She could not afford to think too far ahead and could only concern herself with the present. Matters of the future could wait. Lin Jun truly did not know what Xiahou Lin had fed her. Despite her robust health, having traversed over a decade without falling ill, she had been bedridden for nearly 10 days. She longed to exact vengeance upon Xiahou Lin, but she could not bring herself to do it. With Chaoong absent, now would be the opportune moment for action. However, Xiahou Lin was now the esteemed wife of a young master, residing in a grand mansion, accompanied by bodyguards. Even if she ventured outside, she likely had several attendants by her side. What could Lin Jun alone do to this young mistress? She pondered repeatedly, wishing she could obtain a powerful yet tasteless and odorless drug to discreetly deal with Xiahou Lin, and a love potion would be even better. However, such prohibited substances would certainly not be openly sold at apothecaries, and she had no connections to procure them. After such a long time here, she had only become familiar with a few people. There was no way to obtain forbidden drugs from Chaoong or Sun Yu, and she did not dare to broach the subject with Guo Jia or Zhong Cheng, as they had not yet developed a close bond. The path to revenge seemed blocked, and she could only bide her time. Guo Jia did not dismiss Lin Jun from her position despite her repeated absences and retained her role. In an effort to atone for her mistakes, Lin Jun worked diligently, meticulously recording all matters discussed in court, great and small, every word spoken, hoping to earn a modicum of forgiveness upon her return. To this end, she secretly transcribed all the documents from Guo Jia's desk. It was uncertain if Guo Jia's status would rise once he was formally appointed, but in addition to intelligence on enemy movements and grain reserves, the desk contained reports on official position changes and the operational status of various provinces. Most of the documents were penned by Guo Jia himself, which truly opened Lin Jun's eyes. Finally, one day while Guo Jia was out, Lin Jun seized the opportunity to rummage through his desk and discovered news about the Battle of Wanqing, which was the information she most yearned to know, something she could not directly inquire about from Guo Jia. The report on the battle conditions. Chapter 70. The situation at Wanqing. Lin Jun's hands trembled as she opened the report. Zhang Xiu had indeed surrendered, and he did so quite submissively and proactively. Rather than a mere surrender, it could be described as allegiance. Naturally, such a critical military document would not mention whether Cao Cao had forcibly taken Zhang Xiu's sister-in-law, but for the time being, Zhang Xiu remained compliant. However, a small passage at the end caught Lin Jun's attention. Xiu formerly allied with Liu Biao of Jingzhou, receiving provisions from him. Now, under our command, the population exceeds tens of thousands. If next year brings famine, the people will go hungry. This passage indicated that Zhang Xiu had originally been a mobile force, maintaining a good relationship with Liu Biao of Jingzhou, who had always supplied him with provisions. Now that he was under their command, they were responsible for his sustenance. However, with an unexpected increase in population, they would likely struggle to meet the demand for food. If next year were to mirror this year with famine, everyone would face hunger. The issue of provisions was indeed paramount. A shortage of supplies could be deemed the gravest circumstance during wartime. Most enlisted for the sake of sustenance. If there was no food, who would be willing to fight for you? In fact, this also posed a significant security risk. Whether Zhang Xiu's rebellion was a spur-of-the-moment decision or premeditated, whether it stemmed from the humiliation of his sister-in-law's capture or some other reason, she could not ascertain. Just as she contemplated how to extract information from Guo Jia, he hurriedly returned. Lin Jun quickly placed the battle report back in its spot, feigning to tidy up his messy desk. Yet Guojia stopped her. Go instruct the kitchen to prepare 2 nice dishes, he said to Lin Jun. Wanrua will be visiting tonight. Lin Jun agreed and was about to leave when Guojia added, forget it. Just prepare 2 simple dishes. We wouldn't want him to be annoyed. Lin Jun, when he arrives, do not mention the words grain or provisions. Understood. Lin Jun nodded. It seemed that with the addition of Zhang Xiu's tens of thousands of new subjects, the severity of the food shortage had escalated beyond previous levels, even beyond what Sun Yu could manage. To her knowledge, the issue of provisions did not begin to improve until Cao Cao unified the north. After some thought, she said, I should perhaps avoid appearing before the gentleman. It might not be good for him to know that I am here with you. Unexpectedly, Guojia shook his head and smiled. No matter. Wanrua is aware. He even remarked that your writing is improving. Lin Jun. Lin Jun went to the kitchen, intending to personally prepare a meal for her former superior. After all, Sun Yu had shown her kindness and taught her much about governance. Even without fine ingredients, she could still create delicious dishes. However, to spare Sun Yu any distress, she merely boiled 2 types of greens in plain water, without adding even a speck of minced meat. When Guojia saw the dishes, his brows twitched noticeably. He had said to keep it simple, but this was too simple. He silently conveyed his discontent to Lin Jun with his eyes. Yet Lin Jun appeared unfazed, her gaze fixed on Sun Yu. Aside from the day of Chao Eng's wedding, she had not seen him in nearly 2 years and missed him dearly. Some affections need not be romantic in nature. Mr. Sun. Lin Jun imitated the way Xiao Dao usually bowed to Guojia and greeted Sun Yu, oblivious to Guojia's twitching lips. In truth, Sun Yu possesses a remarkably beautiful epithet, known as Sun Ling Jun. This title is bestowed upon him due to his role as the acting Secretary General and Minister of Personnel, his noble character, and his penchant for fragrant incense, marking him as a refined gentleman in the eyes of the world. In the past, Xia He often called out to him as Ling Jun. However, during this moment, the moniker had yet to gain popularity, preventing her from uttering it. Sun Yu nodded slightly and addressed her, Iyo. Lin Jun's heart leaped with joy, for Sun Yu had once again referred to her by the name she had chosen, signifying his acknowledgement of her capabilities. Gazing at her sweet smile, Sun Yu reminisced about their previous collaboration, which had been so effortless, and felt a twinge of regret. What worth is competence if it is not utilized? Ultimately, it is Feng Xiao who is better suited for Iyo. He remarked, in the past, as my companion, you endured the elements daily. Unlike now, you have grown ever more radiant, akin to a blossoming maiden of 16. Upon hearing Sun Yu liken her to a 16-year-old, Lin Jun felt a thin sheen of perspiration break out and could only respond with a faint smile. She discerned that Sun Yu intended to convey that her current life under Guojia was more comfortable than serving in the court. Yet, she suddenly recalled that her appearance had remained unchanged over the past 2 years, still possessing a youthful visage, which seemed rather unreasonable. While she could maintain this illusion for another 2 years with proper care, it would soon become implausible. Guojia interjected, Wanrua, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. We only have such meager fare. You are most aware of the recent circumstances. Sun Yu sighed. How could I be unaware? Even if we had a feast of delicacies, I would find it difficult to swallow. The change of topic allowed Lin Jun to breathe a sigh of relief as she stepped aside, quietly listening to their conversation. Lin Jun, now considered a temporary worker, found that they did not intentionally avoid discussing official matters in her presence. The situation in Wancheng is pressing. I am currently at a loss, Sun Yu stated, thus I sought to consult Feng Xiao. Guojia took a serious tone. What is the current state of Wancheng? Hearing the mention of Wancheng, Lin Jun perked up. Not good, Sun Yu frowned. The food supply can last no more than a month. We must deliver provisions immediately. However, the stores in Shudu are also dwindling. Wancheng and Shudu could only be prioritized one over the other. Yet how could this be? Guojia pointedly remarked. Indeed, Sun Yu replied, the pestilence has been severe these past 2 years, and there are no signs of improvement for the coming year. The food supplies in Shudu and Yinzhou are barely sufficient for themselves, let alone Wancheng. Then it is imperative to prioritize Shudu, Guojia asserted decisively. For Shudu is the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. How could it be without provisions? Would that not sow discord among the troops? If the supply to Wancheng diminishes, it would primarily impact the newly surrendered troops of Zhang Xiu. Sun Yu remained uneasy. I fear that reducing supplies may incite resentment within his ranks, leading to treachery. Guojia fell silent for a moment, surprising Lin Jun, who had been attentively listening. After taking a few bites of food, he finally said, do not worry. Wancheng is blessed with mountainous terrain and abundant water, ensuring ample food supply. Zhang Xiu's army often relies on Liu Biao's provisions. How could they have enough supplies every day? Sun Yu pondered. So Feng Xiao thinks likewise. Alas, I am always concerned that news of Zhang Xiu's troops facing shortages could tarnish the Lord's reputation. Guo Jia lowered his gaze. There are no alternatives left. At this moment, Lin Jun could no longer contain herself. Do not worry, sir. I have a solution. The notion that Zhang Xiu's troops could be experiencing shortages? Historical texts made no mention of this. Could it be that the rebellion sparked by Cao Cao's marriage to Zhang Xiu's sister-in-law was not the true reason, but rather due to hunger? Lin Jun felt a surge of urgency. She must clear all obstacles for Cao on Chapter 71. I am a fairy. As soon as Lin Jun's words left her mouth, she regretted them. Suddenly proclaiming that she could resolve the issue of food shortages, where had she been during the recent famine? Had she been deliberately concealing her abilities? How impulsive of her. Sun Yu and Guo Jia exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. Ultimately, it was Sun Yu who broke the silence, asking, "Does Eo truly possess a solution?" Lin Jun eagerly nodded. Yes, I had previously heard of the famine in the north and believed it was due to drought. Today, upon hearing you speak, I realize it is due to pests. I have methods to address the infestation. We are eager to hear more, Sun Yu said courteously. Lin Jun contemplated for a moment. I must observe the situation on site. Sun Yu promptly declared, then let us go to the fields at dawn tomorrow. Guo Jia interjected. I shall accompany you as well. Lin Jun was taken aback by Sun Yu's swift agreement, joyfully exclaiming, thank you, sir. I shall dress in men's clothing for our outing. She did not wish to burden Sun Yu with unnecessary complications due to her gender. Yet, Sun Yu replied, there is no need for that. Eo is a woman. There is no need for excessive disguise. Lin Jun felt warmth in her heart. Sun Yu's character was indeed extraordinary. After a hasty meal, Sun Yu took his leave. And as soon as he departed, Guo Jia dragged Lin Jun to the kitchen, insisting on preparing another dinner. Lin Jun rolled her eyes in exasperation. Having not eaten herself, she set to work preparing a meat stew. She wondered how Sun Yu would feel if he knew. Guo Jia, inhaling the aroma of the dish, smiled broadly. Our Lin Jun truly excels at everything, painting, cooking, and even pest control. Lin Jun boldly replied, naturally. I am a fairy descended from the heavens. Guo Jia laughed heartily. Why has the fairy descended to the mortal realm? Lin Jun replied earnestly, to experience life. Do you understand? After successfully completing my earthly trials, I can return to the celestial realm and be promoted to a greater fairy. So you are currently a minor fairy, Guo Jia mused. Then must you complete some secret mission before you can return? Would you like my assistance? Don't fairies possess magical powers? Is it that you cannot use them once you descend? Lin Jun. The conversation was becoming tedious. She could only serve a portion of the stew to Guo Jia, saying, fairy cuisine, eat up. Noticing Guo Jia still deep in thought, she feared another peculiar idea might arise from his brilliant mind and hurried to explain. I have been helping my parents in the field since childhood. I know a thing or two about pest control. Pest control, Guo Jia thought. Your earlier confidence in front of Wenruo seems far from humble. However, his current concern lay not with her modesty, but with the undeniable fact that Lin Jun, a remarkable woman, had come with a purpose. And this purpose appeared linked to her incessant inquiries about his duties and colleagues. Lin Jun, be honest with me, Guo Jia inquired subtly. When will you ascend and depart? Lin Jun sensed a hint of reluctance in Guo Jia's words, and warmth flooded her heart as she prepared to respond, only to hear him add, when you ascend. Could you leave behind a golden elixir for me? You can forget about the elixir. Lin Jun took a deep breath. I still need many years of training. You will not see me ascend in this lifetime. Guo Jia chuckled softly, his worries easing a little. The next morning, Lin Jun decided to present herself in a more mature manner before heading out. She realized that she would likely need to apply makeup daily, necessitating a transformation of her appearance in front of others. Otherwise, even Sun Yu and Guo Jia would surely grow suspicious of a woman perpetually appearing 17. Upon seeing her, Guo Jia casually remarked on her appearance, and together, they set out. Guo Jia had to attend to matters at court first, then meet Sun Yu to take Lin Jun to the fields. This was not at all what Lin Jun had envisioned. Wasn't she supposed to be whisked away in a carriage? Walking alongside Guo Jia on the street felt utterly absurd. Both striking in appearance and dressed unusually, they drew the attention of many passers-by. She regretted listening to Sun Yu's advice about being an unpretentious woman. Now she was far too conspicuous. What if Chaoang returned and she had to marry him? Wouldn't people accuse her of being unfaithful? After all, not many people knew that she resided in Guojia Mansion. It was only when these two ventured out for a stroll that they garnered fame. After a long walk to the court, they awaited Sun Yu, and the three of them, accompanied by a few attendants, took a carriage to the fields. The first sight that greeted them was a vast expanse of cornfields, where the corn had yet to ripen, sprouting only short, green stalks that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Lin Jun approached, strolling along the edge of the field. The corn appeared to be growing well, and she did not see a single locust. Could it be that a plague of insects would arise in due time? Deep in thought about how to address this, she suddenly noticed a cluster of green, fleshy worms writhing at her feet. She quickly moved away, only to find that nearly every few steps revealed more of these repugnant creatures, all crawling out from the fields. Upon closer inspection, she saw them clinging to the corn stalks, dangling from the leaves, and slithering along the ground. They seemed to be everywhere. Ah! Lin Jun could not help but scream. Her greatest fear was precisely these grotesque worms. Most of them were still in their juvenile stage, their segmented bodies and white, wriggling appendages were all too clear to her. This place felt like hell. Guojia and Sun Yu looked on in astonishment at Lin Jun, who was frantically running back and forth, shouting about the worms. Hadn't she helped her parents with farm work since childhood? Could she not come up with a more plausible excuse? Guojia halted the agitated Lin Jun and exclaimed, "Stay still, there's one on your leg." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun immediately glanced down, spotting a mature green worm crawling on her yellow skirt, seemingly intent on climbing higher. "Ah!" she cried out again, jumping about in an attempt to shake it off. Lin Jun was unafraid of ghosts or mice, but these many-legged, fleshy worms sent her into a panic. Even seeing a picture of them was too much, let alone being surrounded by such a multitude. When Sun Yu spoke of the threat of a locust plague, her first thought was of flying locusts. Had she known it would be these worms, she would have starved before coming. "Don't move, I'll help you get it off," Guojia said, steadying the restless Lin Jun as he bent down to pluck the worm from her skirt and tossed it far away. "Why are there so many? The corn isn't even ripe yet." Lin Jun anxiously scanned her surroundings and asked Guojia, "Do I have any more on me? I hope they don't crawl into my clothes." Suddenly, Guojia swept her off her feet, lifting her high into the air with a laugh. "There, no more worms will climb on you now." Chapter 72. Planting pumpkins suspended in Guojia's embrace, with her feet off the ground and her hands resting on his shoulders. Lin Jun finally regained her composure from the fright of the worms as she met his gentle, reassuring smile. Not far off, Sun Yu and the other attendants gazed intently at the two of them, causing Lin Jun to feel quite embarrassed, though Guojia seemed unfazed. She wanted to say, "Please put me down," but her gaze kept flickering to the ground, inadvertently exclaiming, "There's another one on your right." Guojia quickly turned to the right and crushed the nearest worm beneath his foot, soothing her, "It's dead now. Don't worry, it won't crawl up again." As Lin Jun locked eyes with him, she noticed his glimmering, smiling eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Guojia harbored feelings for her? "I apologize," she said brightly, "but please put me down. Then you'll just scream again." Guojia shook his head, adding, "Besides, you're rather heavy. I told you not to eat meat every day." His voice was loud enough for the surrounding soldiers to chuckle. Lin Jun's face flushed with indignation. She felt as though she had lost her mind to entertain such a notion of self-importance. "Oh dear." Guojia pretended to struggle, lowering her somewhat, his hands sliding to her waist, saying, "I'll carry you like this." Instinctively, Lin Jun grabbed his shoulders, but he swiftly spun her around, transitioning from holding her in front to carrying her on his back. Guojia steadied her legs, ensuring he had a firm grip before returning to Sun Yu's side. Sun Yu could only stare, speechless. Lin Jun buried her face into Guojia's back, feeling utterly mortified at Sun Yu's astonished expression. In her worldview, deep friendships between men and women, even without romantic ties, made a simple embrace nothing to bat an eye at, let alone being carried. However, Sun Yu clearly held a different perspective. He must think that she had become entangled with Guojia in an inappropriate manner. What an injustice. Fortunately, his current concern was not their playful antics, but whether Lin Jun, this delicate young lady, could truly address the insect plague. In the distance, a group of individuals hurried towards them, led by a man in brown official robes, seemingly the official responsible for this area. Upon his arrival, he bowed nervously. "I apologize for not greeting you, Lord Sun and Lord Guasuner." Sun Yu replied, "No need for that. We are here to assess the situation regarding the insect plague." "Indeed," the brown-clad official responded, cautiously glancing at Lin Jun on Guojia's back before quickly averting his gaze. Should we send someone to catch worms every few days? Sun Yu inquired, frowning. Every 3 days, the official admitted, looking distressed. But we simply cannot arrange enough manpower. Which day is it today? Sun Yu pressed on. Only the second day, the official answered. Is it this severe on the second day? Guojia questioned further. How does it compare to last year? The official sighed deeply before responding. It's not much different from last year. What you may not know is that the corn hasn't matured yet. The situation here is still manageable. When the fruits ripen, that's when it will be. Hearing him say that this scene was still bearable, Lin Jun couldn't help but imagine a more horrendous infestation of worms, shuddering slightly. However, she had gathered enough information to understand the situation. The overabundance of these worms could generally be attributed to 2 factors: climate and lack of natural enemies. In recent years, the weather and humidity had been exceedingly conducive to insect reproduction, and without natural predators, relying solely on human efforts was futile. The worms caught by human eyes were merely the adult insects. The larvae would soon mature, leading to a continuous cycle of reproduction. As long as there were no natural enemies, they would multiply indefinitely. Lin Jun squinted at the corn stalks in the field and asked, "Why are the corn plants spaced so far apart?" Initially hesitant to look at the woman on Guojia's back, the official finally gathered his courage to answer, "To be honest. The spacing allows the corn to grow properly, as the leaves need light to thrive, and secondly, it facilitates worm catching." Excellent. Lin Jun nodded approvingly. You should loosen the soil between the corn stalks and plant pumpkins. Ah, plant pumpkins? The official was taken aback, asking, "Are we to replace the corn with pumpkins?" "No, simply plant pumpkins in the spaces between the corn," Lin Jun clarified, shaking her head. At this point, even Sun Yu could not help but interject, "Lin Jun, are you serious?" "Indeed," Lin Jun affirmed. "This green worm is known as the corn borer, which thrives in cornfields. If we plant pumpkins, their blossoms will attract a type of bee that serves as a natural enemy to the corn borer. Moreover, the growth of the pumpkins will not adversely affect the corn." Seeing that Sun Yu had fallen silent, Guojia pressed Lin Jun. "Where did you learn this?" "Old folks used to say so," Lin Jun replied evasively, then shifted the topic. "Are there still cotton plants being grown?" "Yes," the official answered. "There's a vast cotton field to the west." "Excellent," Lin Jun said. "You could also intersperse rapeseed in the cotton fields to help suppress pests." The official, feeling increasingly pressured, stood silently with his hands downcast. Lin Jun felt a twinge of impulsiveness. Without any official capacity, she was directly instructing court officials on what to do. She should have discussed her methods with Sun Yu later. Sighing, she realized the feeling of superiority that came from riding on the backs of others. Yet Sun Yu showed no hesitation, demonstrating his full trust in Lin Jun as he commanded the official, "Proceed as she suggests." Turning back to Lin Jun, he asked, "Are there any other methods you can think of?" Lin Jun pondered for a moment before replying, "I can't recall any at the moment. We need to observe more." As they meandered through the expansive fields, Lin Jun offered several suggestions for improving cultivation methods, such as the intercropping of shade-tolerant and sun-loving plants, as well as the nurturing of natural predators. These concepts, gleaned from her previous studies, seemed feasible to her, despite her lack of practical experience. She perched upon Guojia's back, her legs growing numb, yet his serene profile remained composed. Several times she contemplated dismounting, but the fear of ground-dwelling insects held her back. Who else could she ask to carry her? Thus, she merely inquired a few times if he felt weary. It was not until they boarded the carriage to depart that Guojia set her down. The weight of her numerous suggestions added to her growing unease. By assisting Cao Cao with his supply issues, she was undoubtedly influencing the future significantly, and her efforts to save Chaoang were entangling her further into a complex web. How would her mentor, Song, reproach her upon her return? On the carriage ride home, Guojia noticed Lin Jun's pensive demeanor and inquired with a smile, "Why the long face, little fairy? Is it because of the insects troubling you today?" Lin Jun offered a bittersweet smile in reply, confessing, "I fear making a mistake and incurring heaven's wrath. What form might that punishment take?" Guojia probed further. Lin Jun bowed her head, "I do not know. I merely hope my efforts for Chaoang prove beneficial." The carriage jolted heavily, eliciting a sharp pain in her head. The aftereffects of the drug still lingered. If she remained still, she was fine. But excessive movement or jostling brought on dizziness and blurred vision. Despite being carried by Guojia, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. She harbored resentment towards Xiahou Lin. Had it not been for her malicious actions, Lin Jun would have been galloping towards Wan City by now. Had she been present, Chaoang would have been safe. Currently, she felt powerless, only able to assist in small ways to alleviate his burdens. Even if she wished to confront Xiahou Lin, she found herself incapable. Fortunately, Xiahou Lin could no longer pose a threat to her. In the days that followed, Lin Jun gradually became distracted, often rifling through Guojia's recent documents for updates on Wan City, heedless of whether Guojia noticed. She had resigned herself to her fate. Yet, 10 days had passed without news. Reassuring herself that no news was good news did little to soothe her mind, prompting her to directly inquire with Guojia. That evening, she prepared several of her signature dishes, presenting them to Guojia with eager enthusiasm, which brought a smile to his face. "Now, what scheme is afoot?" he asked after finishing his meal. "I wish to know about Wan City," Lin Jun replied, dropping any pretense. "How much grain has Sun sent over?" Guojia appeared unfazed by her inquiry and countered, "Does it matter how much or how little?" Lin Jun replied earnestly, "If the amount is insufficient, Wan City will prioritize the grain for our original troops, which would surely displease Zhang Xiu's army." "Do you believe Zhang Xiu would rebel over grain?" Guojia interrupted calmly. "Yes," Lin Jun asserted. "He would not," Guojia countered, shaking his head. "Why not?" she pressed. "Because Zhang Xiu is not one who cherishes his soldiers," Guojia explained. "The Lord treats Zhang Xiu and Jiasu well. He is well-fed and holds an official position. Thus he would not concern himself with his former subordinates. Even if the soldiers harbor discontent, without a leader to rally them, they would remain passive." "Are you implying that a shortage of grain poses no risk?" Lin Jun, confident in Guojia's judgment of character, pressed further. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier? If I had, would you have refrained from using your talents to eliminate pests?" Guojia chuckled. "No," Lin Jun quickly retorted. "I am absolutely obliged to assist the Lord." Seeing her still troubled, Guojia inquired, "Do you still suspect Zhang Xiu's intentions?" He reflected at that time. "I could not conceive of any reasons for him to rebel. I merely perceived the greater threat posed by Elbu, which is why I volunteered to stay behind in Sudu." "Why do you think he has no reason to rebel?" Lin Jun asked, her brow furrowed. Had she inadvertently altered the course of history? Guojia's judgment could not be wrong. "Zhang Xiu may be a lord, but he is fundamentally a warrior," Guojia patiently explained. "Rather than seeking to dominate, he prefers the role of a general, commanding so many troops without sufficient provisions, relying solely on the aid from Liu Biao of Jingzhou. He lives in constant fear. It would be far wiser for him to submit to our Lord for the sake of peace." He paused before adding, "If there is any possibility." Lin Jun's heart raced. What could that possibility be? "It would be if he feels insulted," Guojia mused. "Zhang Xiu has a fiery temperament. Yet that should not be the case," he continued thoughtfully. "Our Lord is known for his respectful treatment of surrendered soldiers." Lin Jun's heart sank. Indeed, Cao Cao had dishonored Zhang Xiu by sleeping with his sister-in-law. It seemed rebellion was inevitable, yet she had already warned Chaoong, hoping he would heed her advice. "By the way, there is one more thing," Guojia said, as if suddenly recalling something. "I took the time to visit your former residence today." "What?" Lin Jun furrowed her brow. "What business did you have there? Was the door not locked? Did you encounter anyone?" "It was locked. I had someone unlock it. Otherwise, how could I have entered?" Guojia replied innocently. "If someone intends to harm you, I naturally need to investigate. Is that so?" "Thank you," Lin Jun expressed sincerely, feeling a flicker of gratitude. Though her door had become an open invitation for anyone, Guojia acted out of goodwill. As their acquaintance deepened, Lin Jun felt a burgeoning camaraderie with him. "Now that you reside here, if anyone wishes to harm you, they would implicate me as well," Guojia noted. "We must uncover the truth." "Well," Lin Jun found herself amused rather than angry. "What did you discover?" "There was no one inside. However, I did find a tea set on your desk," Guojia reported. "Yet today, it had not been used. The tea set was clean." Lin Jun nodded in understanding. Xiahou Lin would undoubtedly clean up after herself, not foolishly waiting for revenge. "However, I found this beneath the desk," Guojia said, reaching into his sleeve. Lin Jun felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Could it be that Xiahou Lin had unearthed her old binding cloth? Guojia presented his find, a small piece of dark red incense. "Is this something you typically use?" Lin Jun leaned forward to sniff. "It's incense, isn't it?" she asked. "No, I never use incense. Could it belong to one Ruo?" Guojia queried. Lin Jun's expression darkened. "Master Sun has never set foot in my home." The astute and discerning magistrate. "Oh, then I must have misjudged," Guojia chuckled. "It must have been left by the person who harmed you that day." "That's not right," Lin Jun pondered before denying. "That day, I only smelled tea, and it should have been in the tea or teacup, not incense." That is not necessarily the case. If I intended to harm someone, I would surely leave a contingency, Guojia remarked suddenly. We can test it to find out. He stood and approached the oil lamp, preparing to toss the incense into the flames. Lin Jun gasped and rushed to stop him, alarmed. What are you doing? What if that incense is poisonous? Do you wish to die? Incense cannot harm one's life. Guojia remained indifferent, remarking that if it were effective, why would they need to engage in battle? What if it caused them to faint? Lin Jun frowned, stating that the incense was evidence as well. Very well, Guojia replied, tilting his head. Let us burn just a small piece. After all, there's a breeze outside, and the doors and windows are open, so nothing should happen. Or perhaps you should step outside for safety. At this juncture, Lin Jun felt no further persuasion was necessary. She had no intention of leaving. If anyone were to collapse, it would be Guojia first. In truth, she was somewhat curious. Had the incense that Xiahou Lin dropped ignited at that moment? What use was it if she already possessed a sedative? Guojia carefully broke off a corner from the solid piece of incense and tossed it into the flame, causing a small spark to erupt. The two watched in silence as the incense burned, a sweet fragrance quickly filling their nostrils. Chapter 74. Potent affects the aroma. Lin Jun's first impression was one of ambiguity. Some scents invigorate the spirit, others alleviate fatigue. But this particular fragrance seemed to evoke an unsettling desire. What the hell? Is this an aphrodisiac? Lin Jun couldn't help but exclaim, shaking her head in panic and rushing towards the door. She inhaled the fresh air outside, her mind gradually clearing. What was Xiahou Lin planning? To drug them and then summon two burly men? And then gather onlookers? Why did she envision two? Wait. Something felt amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that another person remained in the room, still breathing in the incense. Turning around, she was taken aback to see the astute strategist Guojia leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. This was intolerable. The incense had to be extinguished immediately. Without a second thought, Lin Jun covered her mouth and nose and dashed back inside, determined to snuff out the flame. However, just as she re-entered, the nearly incapacitated Guojia lunged at her from behind. Caught off guard, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. What a predicament! Lin Jun cursed internally. Fortunately, she was stronger than Guojia and managed to shove him away before attempting to blow out the flame. But whether due to urgency or some other reason, she failed to extinguish it with her breath. Before she could attempt again, Guojia returned like an octopus, clinging to her tightly, even attempting to bite her neck. Lin Jun quickly covered his mouth, feeling the warmth and moisture of his tongue against her palm, sending a shiver down her spine. The two exchanged a few tussles, and with a shout of "let go," she exerted her strength, sending Guojia crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Seizing the opportunity, she extinguished the flame, but the room still reeked with the lingering scent. She hastily grabbed Guojia's sleeve, dragging him towards the exit while calling for Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao rushed over from a distance, startled to see Guojia being dragged along the floor by Lin Jun. She was about to rush in when Lin Jun shouted, "Don't come any closer. Quickly fetch some cold water." "Of course," Xiao Tao replied in a fluster, scurrying off to find water. Lin Jun glanced down at Guojia, whose face was flushed and eyes tightly shut, and a trace of schadenfreude welled up within her. Serves you right for insisting on burning incense. A moment of amusement struck her as she thought, why bother fetching water? Just present Xiao Tao to him, and the effects of the drug would be naturally alleviated. Xiao Tao, a gift from Cao Cao to Guojia, had an obvious intention behind it. How could Guojia resist? Lin Jun recalled how he had once urged her to marry, claiming she was yet to experience the delightful pleasures of a woman. At that time, she had surmised that Guojia was undoubtedly a rogue. Yet, the potency of this incense was truly remarkable. She thought to herself how fortunate she was to possess a healthy constitution. Otherwise, someone of Guojia's frail disposition would have been rendered unconscious. Of course, she had forgotten that it was her push that had sent him to the ground, ultimately leading to his current state. Xiao Tao hurried back, carrying a wooden basin, water sloshing everywhere. Upon her arrival, Lin Jun quickly released Guojia's hands, instructing Xiao Tao, quickly wipe his face. He burning up. Believing Guojia to be feverish and noticing his flushed complexion, Xiao Tao hurriedly soaked a handkerchief in water and tenderly wiped his face. Guojia was always kind to Xiao Tao, providing her with the same care as Lin Jun, which earned him her utmost loyalty. With the cool breeze from the courtyard and the refreshing water on his face, Guojia gradually regained consciousness. Though his eyes remained shut, he emitted low moans. Gently taking hold of Xiao Tao's little hand and caressing it softly, Lin Jun quick to notice Guojia's subtle movements, felt another wave of discomfort wash over her. Truly a lecher, even in such a state, he sought to indulge. Xiao Tao, caught in his grasp, was flustered yet delighted, her face turning crimson as she pretended to struggle against him, but failing to break free, she shyly exclaimed, "Sir." The seductive tone in her voice made even Lin Jun, a woman herself, feel a flutter of warmth. Guojia let out a soft sound, as if he had heard her, and slightly opened his eyes to glance at Xiao Tao before tilting his head and slipping back into unconsciousness. Lin Jun and Xiao Tao had no choice but to summon help, working together to carry Guojia back to his chamber, calling for a doctor and fanning him while offering water. Once the doctor prescribed medicine and prepared a decoction, they finally found a moment of respite. As the doctor collected his fee and approached the door, he couldn't help but turn back, earnestly advising Lin Jun and Xiao Tao, who were guarding Guojia's bedside. "Ladies, sometimes moderation is key. This incense is not for casual use." Lin Jun and Xiao Tao exchanged glances, feeling utterly wronged. Guojia, under the combined effects of the medicine and the incense, was soundly asleep. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Tao went to fetch more water, Lin Jun stealthily took the remaining large piece of incense from Guojia's sleeve, her heart filled with resentment for Xiahou Lin's malicious intent. If she hadn't reacted quickly at that moment and possessed a robust constitution, she might have fallen victim to her scheme, jeopardizing her reputation and honor. But what could she do now? The disparity in their statuses was insurmountable, not to mention seeking revenge. Lin Jun now dared not even step beyond the gates of the Guo residence. Even with the aphrodisiac in hand, how could she confront Xiahou Lin? With Chaoang absent, Xiahou Lin held dominion over the young master's residence, making it exceedingly easy for her to extinguish Lin Jun's existence. In this vast world, only Guojia could offer her protection. She understood that residing in Guojia's household was detrimental to all three of them, especially after she resolved to save Chaoang's life. For the sake of the future, she should not linger here any longer. But where could she possibly go? If she returned to her own residence or to an inn, Xiahou Lin could easily claim her life that very night. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, her gaze softened as she looked at the peacefully sleeping Guojia. Though he appeared frivolous, it was his astute mind that enabled him to maintain such a demeanor. Without his cleverness as a foundation, he would have long since become nothing more than a typical wastrel. "Rest assured, Guojia," Lin Jun silently vowed. "You have sheltered me during this time. I shall surely repay you. Once I return to the modern world, I will do everything in my power to clear your name, extolling your brilliance to the heavens above and the earth below. I will ensure that future generations recognize that it is not a matter of insubordination, but rather the wild spirit of a genius." Guojia had not attended court for several days, seemingly oblivious to the events following his encounter with the incense. Lin Jun, too, had little desire to bring it up again. Just as she thought they might enjoy a period of tranquility, Guojia returned from court one day with news that left her utterly astonished. Chapter 75. Reaping what one sows, he stated simply, "Xiahou Lin is dead." What? Lin Jun could hardly believe her ears. What happened to Xiahou Lin? "She died, reportedly from a sudden illness," Guojia replied matter-of-factly. The two sat across from one another in Guojia's study, Lin Jun still helping him transcribe official documents. As he delivered the news of Xiahou Lin's demise with the same casualness one might discuss a rain shower outside. How could this be possible? Lin Jun shook her head. The last time she saw her, she was full of life. How could she have succumbed to an acute illness? She suddenly paused. Yes, deaths from acute illnesses are typically attributed to abnormal, undisclosed causes. What could be the true reason? Lin Jun instinctively lowered her voice and inquired. Not long ago, a group of young masters and ladies, including Xiahou Lin, had arranged an outing, Guojia began to explain, to the mountain deity temple outside the city to offer incense and pray for blessings. Under such circumstances, they ventured out for leisure? Did she fall and die? Lin Jun asked, bewildered. The elders have endured much hardship, often imposing lower expectations on the younger generation, Guojia continued. At the temple, everyone dispersed to enjoy themselves. Yet when it came time for the vegetarian meal, Xiahou Lin was nowhere to be found. And then? Lin Jun pressed. The group grew anxious and scattered to search for her, ultimately discovering her in a small meditation room. Guojia paused, fixing his gaze on Lin Jun's eyes, and said, "She lay on the ground, entangled with a robust man, amidst a passionate embrace." A passionate embrace? Lin Jun couldn't help but echo. Is the meaning you imply the same as I understand? With another man? In the meditation room? Yes, limbs intertwined, engaging in a wild entanglement. Guojia spoke bluntly. Even when someone barged in, they were oblivious, still fervently reciprocating. I understand. I understand. Lin Jun hurriedly interrupted his vivid description, as if you were present to witness it. What happened next? Guojia suddenly chuckled, then resumed his indifferent expression and said, the commotion was so great that it swiftly reached the ears of the Lord and General Xiahou Yuan. That very night, General Xiahou visited the eldest master's residence and beat Xiahou Lin to death. Beaten to death? Lin Jun absorbed this multitude of information, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She felt that Xiahou Lin deserved her fate, yet was astonished that Xiahou Yuan could lay hands on his own niece, avenging Chao Eng's humiliation. How would those young masters and ladies mock him in secret? She recalled the day she accompanied Sun Yu to patrol the mountains, when Chao Ong and Xiahou Lin were not yet wed. Xiahou Yuan had urged Chao Ong to spend more time with Xiahou Lin to nurture their relationship. In retrospect, a sense of melancholy washed over her, the world having changed so drastically. As Lin Jun pondered deeply, she caught a glimpse of Guojia stealing glances at her from the corner of his eye, startling her. She quickly clarified, it wasn't me. I've been residing quietly in your residence, not stepping out the door, unaware even of their outing. Her sincerity was palpable, as if she were raising her hands in surrender. Both understood that Xiahou Lin must have been framed, and most likely, the same alluring incense that had fallen in Lin Jun's residence was used. I naturally know it wasn't you. Guojia lazily stretched, seemingly inclined to return to his quarters for a nap. Lin Jun promptly pressed on. So, wise and resourceful Master Gigi, what do you think happened? The so-called enemy of my enemy is my ally. However, I am uncertain who this ally might be. Guojia replied candidly. He noticed Lin Jun's widened eyes, a look of disbelief on her face, and added, there are too many possibilities. Xiahou Lin was already capricious and arrogant, often bullying servants and clashing with her peers. It was only a matter of time before trouble befell her. She reaped what she sowed. If you were aware she would meet a grim end, why did you still endeavor to bring them together? Lin Jun couldn't help but ask. Guojia laughed again, this time with deeper meaning. Lin Jun, the loyalty of the Xiahou family has already been established. It has nothing to do with Xiahou Lin's life or death. Lin Jun understood. With such a scandal, Xiahou Yuan would surely feel immense shame and would henceforth remain devoted, trading Xiahou Lin's life for the Xiahou family's honor? How invaluable indeed. The two parted ways, yet Lin Jun felt that something remained elusive in her heart. The ease with which this incident unfolded was disconcerting. Surely Xiahou Yuan wouldn't have directly killed Xiahou Lin without letting her explain? After all, death must follow a process. If Xiahou Lin had the chance to reveal she was framed, Xiahou Yuan would at least investigate, yet he acted with such swiftness that night. And what of the robust man who had been with Xiahou Lin? Where did he come from? And why was he present at the temple where the young masters and ladies were? What became of him afterward? The questions were endless. Guojia appeared to be a man who only valued causes and outcomes. In his eyes, Xiahou Lin's domineering behavior warranted her misfortune, while the specifics of her downfall seemed to elude his concern, or perhaps he simply disregarded such domestic affairs. As for Lin Jun, she desired to know, yet she felt as though she were peering into a well, unable to discern the depths. And Chao Ong, how would his friends perceive him upon his return? Moreover, he was bound to take a new wife, and this time, there would be no political marriage. Cao Cao, seeking to make amends, would surely not obstruct his choice. Wait, stop Lin Jun, you're overthinking. Hold on. Chao Ong had previously mentioned wanting to send someone to seduce Xiahou Lin to achieve a divorce. Could it be? Was he orchestrating this from afar? Creating an alibi? Was he truly that clever? Would he willingly humiliate himself? Surely not. If Zhang Xiu's rebellion failed, it would prolong the time they would need to restore order in Wancheng. Lin Jun hoped the uproar surrounding Xiahou Lin would gradually subside during this period. After much contemplation, she found herself utterly perplexed. Regardless of who was behind it, it equated to avenging her grievance, bringing her no harm but only benefits. With Xiahou Lin's death, she was now essentially safe. Yet, for prudence's sake, she remained in the residence for a few more days, intending to venture out only when the storm had calmed. In reality, due to the authority of the Chao and Xiahou families, such absurdity did not spread. Only the naive young masters and ladies whispered about it in private, while those with political awareness kept the matter buried in their hearts. Lin Jun stealthily made her way to the temple in the hills that Guojia had mentioned, only to discover it had been sealed off. The occupants, whether Taoists or monks, were nowhere to be seen, and all entrances were boarded up. After some consideration, she decided against sneaking inside. The crime scene would surely have been cleaned up, yielding no clues. Moreover, if discovered, it could lead to further complications. Little did she anticipate that during her brief excursion to the outskirts, the city of Xuchang had undergone a drastic transformation. In Xuchang, all citizens, from the elderly to the children, were abuzz with talk of one matter. Wanqing had been defeated. How could this be? It had been so peaceful when she left the city in the afternoon. The sudden news exploded in Lin Jun's ears, her heart racing. She endeavored to steady herself, blending into a tavern, feigning calmness as she engaged a few men in conversation. This couldn't be true. Just days ago, hadn't she heard that General Zhang Xiu had surrendered? To her astonishment, the men laughed at her words. That is called a feigned surrender, little one. Don't you understand? There are many stratagems in warfare, like the sowing of discord or the beauty trap. Lin Jun sensed they were veering toward a discussion of beauty, and she quickly redirected the conversation to the crux. When did this happen? What were the casualties on our side? Did the soldiers manage to escape? Not at all. The group shook their heads. It's been several days. We've heard that casualties are over half, and this news is just now breaking. No one even knows the status of General Chao. Lin Jun gasped in shock, her heart plummeting, but quickly regained her composure. The general they spoke of was Cao Cao, not Chaoong. She had momentarily confused them. Having already informed Chaoong that Zhang Xiu would rebel, he should have been somewhat prepared, but please let him be safe. She exited the tavern and began to run through the streets. This was her second time racing through the streets of Xuchang, both times for him. She needed to return and find Guojia. He would surely know what was happening. When Lin Jun returned to the residence, Guojia stood beneath the willow tree in the courtyard, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead, resembling a mere shell of a person from afar. She approached him and met his eyes directly, asking, "Did you already know? What is the situation in Wanqing now?" Guojia forced a smile and replied, "Does it matter whether I knew earlier or later? The outcome is already determined." Determined? How can it be determined? The wide sleeves of Guojia fluttered in the wind, his delicate features appearing ethereal. Lin Jun had once found this scene poetic and delightful, but at that moment, the swaying sleeves only made her dizzy and irritated. Suddenly, she stepped forward, grasping his sleeve tightly, and bombarded him with questions. How many people escaped? Was it a night raid? Are our troops prepared? I do not know yet, he replied softly. I have already dispatched a large army to provide support. Soon, perhaps tonight, we will have results. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun released her grip and turned to run away. Guojia hurriedly caught her wrist, exclaiming, "Where are you going? Why do you always run off without a word?" Lin Jun was about to explain, but, sensing a hint of reproach in his tone, chose to remain silent and forcefully withdrew her hand. "You cannot go outside. It is too dangerous," Guojia insisted with gravity. "If you wish to see him, you must listen to me." Lin Jun's temper flared at his words. "Listen to you? Guofengxiao, do you truly believe me to be a fool? You think I am unaware of the deceit you have woven around me?" Guojia's pupils dilated in shock. "You, Cao Cao, the Lord has never issued any command for you to keep me away from Chaoong. Did you think I was truly oblivious?" Lin Jun clenched her teeth, lamenting, "I only regret my wavering will, which harms both myself and others." Guojia sighed softly, "So you are quite aware. Do you know the reason for my actions?" Lin Jun shook her head lightly. "I do not wish to know." It was astonishing how easily the truth slipped from her lips. As she ran, Lin Jun reflected on the time she had suspected Cao Cao's motives for confining her to Guojia. If he truly wished to prevent her from contacting Chaoong, there were far more effective methods. Yet, she had never delved deeply into those thoughts because, subconsciously, she had hoped for this very outcome. By yielding to Guojia, she could evade Chaoong, gain insights into the world's affairs, and fulfill her mission. Even if it meant being deceived, what harm could there be? As for Guojia's intentions, perhaps he found her suspicious or believed she held some value. Perhaps he had other motives entirely. Recalling the brightness in Guojia's eyes when he had lifted her, she chastised herself. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Lin Jun reached the city gate, determined to wait there, eager to be the first to learn of Chaoing's safety. To her surprise, the area was already a cacophony of voices. Dozens of women gathered, their conversations and cries blending into chaos. Lin Jun initially wished to keep her distance, but a woman in a floral dress seized her arm, exclaiming, "Oh, another unfortunate soul. Are you here waiting for your husband as well?" Lin Jun was taken aback. Yet before she could respond, another woman clad in green interjected, "How could that be? Look at her. She still dresses like a young maiden. She must be waiting for her lover. Unlike me, who has 2 children at home. If anything were to happen to my husband, what would become of us? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. The weeping of the woman in green sparked a wave of sorrow, causing those nearby to join her in tears. It turned out that these were desperate women waiting for their husbands after hearing of a defeat. Were they not akin to her? Standing among them, Lin Jun felt an unexpected sense of belonging. She was not alone in this wait. It made her heart feel a little lighter. Time, like an incantation, gradually calmed the group of weeping women who then sat in silence, awaiting their fate. As night fell, the sounds of carriages and footsteps grew closer, like thunder awakening the women from their stupor. They have returned. Lin Jun squeezed through the throng, watching as the weary, defeated army approached. This army bore the same air of death and suffering she had witnessed years ago in Swanzhou. Master! Master! One woman suddenly leaped up, waving her arms toward the ranks. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man in the procession displaying an expression of shock, followed by a reprimand. You foolish woman! Why are you here instead of at home with the children? Hurry back! I know. Despite the scolding, the woman laughed joyfully. I'll be home soon. The other women felt a mix of envy and urgency, searching for their husbands within the ranks, wanting to draw closer while fearing the danger of long spears and sharp blades. Chaos ensued momentarily. As the procession advanced slowly, many women found their beloved ones and joyfully returned home, yet nearly half remained behind. Lin Jun was among those who stayed. Chao Ong should have been the most conspicuous, riding high at the front of the ranks. But where was he? The last of the troops filtered into the city, and the guards, visibly helpless, attempted to console the weeping women who had not located their husbands. It's not over yet. There are still those who are missing. The soldiers shouted to drown out the cries. For today, go home. We will close the gates soon. After calling for quite some time, the women slowly rose and made their way into the city. Lin Jun followed silently, tears streaming down her face. She had explicitly conveyed everything to Chao Ong. Why had he not returned? What had gone awry? Was it her unclear words that day? Or did he simply not trust her? After all, no one believed that Zhang Xiu would rebel. After pondering for a moment, she reluctantly returned to the Guo residence. The lord had returned in defeat, and Guojia and the strategists would surely convene to discuss matters. Once he returned, she would naturally learn of Chao Ong's whereabouts. However, at that thought, Lin Jun suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness. She was not resolute enough, lacked courage, and was timid and cowardly. Unable to protect herself, she was forced to reside in a household that sought to separate her from Chao Ong, relying on others for news of his safety. She had thought that living here would grant her everything she desired, only to realize it was an illusion, a mere facade. Seated in the courtyard, Lin Jun felt lightheaded and nauseous. As she waited, she eventually fell asleep, only to be roused by soft calls, a June. Chapter 77. Awakening from the dream suddenly, a gentle, deep voice pierced Lin Jun's slumber. With great effort, she opened her eyes to see Chao Ong, the one she longed for, smiling brightly at her. Why are you sleeping here? You'll catch a chill, he asked with concern. You're back. Lin Jun exclaimed, grasping his sleeve in delight. I thought you were in trouble. Thank goodness. You reminded me. I will certainly be cautious. Chao Ong replied with a smile. Jun, thank you. He suddenly stood up and turned to the person behind Lin Jun, saying, she cannot sleep here. Take her to the room. At that moment, Lin Jun felt a slender arm encircle her neck. Who? She glanced back to find that it was Xiao Tao supporting her upper body. How could it be Xiao Tao? Lin Jun quickly turned to look ahead, but Chao Ang's figure had vanished. Guojia's presence loomed before her like a bucket of icy water poured over her in winter, awakening her to the reality of her dream. She had been dreaming, such a joyous dream. But could one comprehend the profound disparity between heaven and hell? Why are you sleeping here? You'll catch a chill, Guojia said, looking down at her. Once more, the same words echoed in her ears. Lin Jun pinched herself hard, questioning why this was the reality. Please, tell me, she pleaded, struggling to rise. Guojia observed the entire transformation of her expression from one of anger to one of profound sorrow, and after a moment's pause, he spoke. General Dianwei has fallen in battle, and the whereabouts of young Master Chao have yet to be determined. What about Chao Onmin? Lin Jun suddenly inquired. Guojia's hands trembled involuntarily as he replied. He too has perished in battle. Huh? Lin Jun couldn't help but laugh, finding it amusing how closely this mirrored the historical accounts. In the Battle of Wanqing, both Dianwei and Chaoanmin had met their demise. What do you mean by yet to be determined? Can my Chaoang truly return? The war horse of the Lord was struck by an arrow, and young Master Ong relinquished his own steed to assist the Lord's escape on foot, after which he vanished without a trace. Guojia spoke softly. He truly was a dutiful son. He had anticipated that Lin Jun would react to Chaoang's heroic actions, but she remained seated, her eyes betraying no emotion. There was something different. Lin Jun tightened her grip on her garment, ignoring Guojia's words completely. The historical records state he perished, not that he was missing. Yet, in ancient times, did one not consider a soldier missing for a time as being dead? She could not recall whether the records mentioned the term missing. On the second and third days, she continued to wait at the city gate alongside other women. At times, she found it almost laughable. Others who were missing, like Yang Guo Zilongnu, or Zhan Huan's Guojun Wang, or Mi Yu's Huang Xia, had not perished. Why should her Chaoang be any different? Yet, none of the soldiers returned in those days. By the fourth day, she found herself alone at the gate, the other women likely having lost hope. Every evening, Guojia would come to escort her home, but on this particular day, he seemed unable to contain himself any longer. Grieve not, he said, do not come out every day. The outside is perilous. I refuse to believe it. As long as I do not see his corpse, I shall not lose hope, Lin Jun replied with a forced smile. Lin Jun, that was a massacre, Guojia said gently. A man without a horse cannot possibly escape. Guojia often spoke in this gentle tone when delivering harsh or threatening words, which only served to irritate Lin Jun. Nothing is impossible, she asserted. I can stand before you after nearly 2,000 years. Chaoang merely has to escape this massacre. What makes that impossible? Guojia hesitated, a pained smile gracing his lips. Chaoang's body was brought back 3 days later, and counting. He had been dead for 7 days. Guojia informed Lin Jun that after Cao Cao's defeat, his wife, Lady Ding, had clamored for days, demanding the return of her son. Feeling guilty, Cao Cao contacted Zhang Xiu and exchanged cloth and grain for Chaoang's remains. When Lin Jun visited Chaoang, he lay beneath a white cloth, and even from a distance, she could smell the overpowering stench of decay. She lifted the cloth, praying that the person within had been disfigured or burned beyond recognition. Wasn't that how tales often recounted? If the corpse were unrecognizable, it would not bear the identity people assumed. Yet, even though the body beneath the cloth had decayed beyond recognition, Lin Jun could still discern the outline and form. This was undoubtedly her Chaoang. Just as he could always identify her when disguised as a man, she recognized him despite the signs of decay. Perhaps this was the feeling of being able to recognize someone even in ashes. Was this fortune or misfortune? If I cannot recognize you, can I not live forever in my fantasies? Lin Jun gently caressed Chaoang's face, inhaling deeply. It dawned on her that today was not merely a dream. The once vibrant and astute Chaoang had now taken on such a desolate form. She sat in silence for a long while, her mind devoid of any thoughts. Let us go. The hour is nigh, and he shall soon be laid to rest, Guojia said, steadying her shoulder as if fearing she might falter. At that moment, Lin Jun appeared as docile as a kitten. Not a single tear fell from her eyes, nor did she linger to make a final gesture, merely covering him with the white cloth once more. One yin, one yang, and a lifetime of separation. After returning, Lin Jun soon fell ill, as if Chaoang's death had reawakened the toxins lingering within her. She suffered from daily dizziness, nausea, and blurred vision. In her restless slumber, she often dreamt of the living Chaoang, the decayed Chaoang, haunting her relentlessly, and she quickly began to waste away. One day after court, Sun Yu hastily pursued Guojia, who was walking briskly ahead. You run so fast after court every day. It's difficult to find an opportunity to speak with you, he remarked with a hint of reproach. Guojia raised an eyebrow. When Ruo, lower your voice. If Chen Kun hears, he will accuse me of negligence. I won't let that happen. Come, let us share a drink and talk, Sun Yu replied, exasperated. I cannot today. I have a patient at my estate, Guojia said, attempting to hasten his departure. Sun Yu was well prepared, firmly grasping Guojia's sleeve. There are many from Yingchuan in our military ranks, aside from you and me, who share a close bond. Why do you now avoid speaking with me? Guojia hesitated, realizing the truth in Sun Yu's words. Yes, he had been recommended by Sun Yu. Though they had different backgrounds and preferences, their talents and strategies often aligned, fostering a deep mutual respect over the years. However, at this moment, When Ruo, the situation is quite complicated, Guojia frowned. I need time. Given the current circumstances, you naturally need time, Sun Yu replied. But why are you so intent on retrieving the young master's body? You have seen how furious the Lord's wife is. Guojia gazed ahead, stating, bringing back the young master's remains may help to placate her. The Lord could also. Guofengxiao. Sun Yu's voice rose slightly in irritation. Others may not know you, but I am well aware. Spare me the superficial reasons. If your time is so precious, then speak the truth. Chapter 78. An obsession too deep. Sun Yu rarely displayed anger, even when his subordinates faltered in their tasks. Yet now, he was visibly upset with Guojia. Guojia, however, seemed unperturbed and retorted, and you? Do you not understand my intentions? What more is there to inquire? And if I do guess, what then? Sun Yu's expression hardened. Are you too afraid to speak it aloud? When Ruo, such tactics will not work on me. Guojia continued to sulk. I merely wish for her to let go. Is that too much to ask? It is entirely normal for her to be in denial for a time. She will eventually come to terms, so why must we press her so? You will only drive her deeper into despair, Sun Yu advised. By retrieving the young master's body, are you not merely twisting the knife in her wound? I want her to let go sooner rather than later. Early death brings early liberation. Guojia turned his head away. Did you pull me aside just to say this? Why this concern for her? Could it be you still remember the past? Fengxiao. Sun Yu's voice rose in anger. I offered her refuge out of pity for her loneliness and despair. Had I known you both cherished her so much, I would have said nothing. Fengxiao, I have kept you here to advise you. Your obsession runs too deep. She has already sown her heart deeply with the young master. It would be better to let it go. He suddenly lowered his voice. This Lin Jun is quite problematic. I know, Guojia replied flatly, and she does not hold any deep feelings for the young master. Sun Yu felt Guojia was deliberately changing the subject and speaking untruths, letting out a huff of discontent, unwilling to continue the conversation. Romantic feelings may indeed exist, but her emotions toward the young master are far more complex. Guojia lowered his voice and leaned closer to Sun Yu. I have observed her for quite some time. Her gaze toward the young master rarely shows admiration. Most of it is pity. When Ruo, her eyes are full of compassion, sympathy, and guilt. She knew from the outset that the young master would face peril in this campaign. Sun Yu's breath quickened, and after a moment, he whispered, Gongda has already inquired indirectly several times. Do you have any insights? Rest assured, I possess my own sense of discretion and shall soon unravel the enigma surrounding her. Unclouded by emotion, Guojia lightly patted Sun Yu's shoulder in acknowledgement and gratitude before gracefully departing. Yet Sun Yu remained rooted in place, murmuring, You truly must seize the moment. Lin Jun, with her eyes half closed, gazed hazily at the ceiling. During her struggles, illnesses, and moments of sorrow, she had often found solace in staring at that very ceiling, as if its stillness could pacify her restless heart. Unbeknownst to her, a warm, fuzzy bundle brushed against her ear. Startled, she summoned an unexpected strength to sit up, her gaze fixating on the bedpost, where a small, brown puppy awaited her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thankfully, it was not something bizarre. The puppy appeared to be no more than 2 months old, a plump little creature. As Lin Jun reached out, it nuzzled against her affectionately, displaying an intelligence and charm that swiftly captured her heart. In the past, she and Xia He had secretly raised a stray dog in their dormitory, one that Xia He had rescued from the wild. Their clandestine care meant that the dog shared their meals and lived entirely within the confines of their dorm. Lin Jun's first task upon returning to the dorm was always to search for the dog's mess and clean it up. Despite this, she had found it difficult to part with that dog before her journey through time. The dog's innate dependency and loyalty to humans were unparalleled. It could bare its teeth when faced with threats, yet would welcome its owner home with unbridled enthusiasm each day. Where did you come from? Lin Jun leaned her heavy head against the bed's edge, gently stroking the little yellow dog. Finally found you. So you were here all along. A cheerful voice echoed from afar as Guojia burst into the room, and Lin Jun suddenly realized her door was ajar. The puppy had likely entered. Drawn by the warmth of the room, he strode closer, disregarding Lin Jun's questioning gaze, and seized the puppy by the scruff of its neck. Laughing, You ran in here, making it easy for me to find you. Why did you get a dog? Lin Jun asked in surprise. Is it fashionable to keep dogs for protection in this era? Isn't it just to help you regain your strength? Guojia replied nonchalantly, The weather is still chilly. Eating stewed dog meat is the best remedy. Lin Jun gasped. You can't possibly eat such a small dog. Guojia innocently blinked, but the younger they are, the tastier. Regrettably, he hadn't caught a black dog. The colors, black, yellow, spotted, and white, are you aware of their flavors? Lin Jun. She was indeed aware, understanding that black dogs were considered the most delectable, followed by yellow, spotted, and white dogs being the least desirable. Yet, wasn't this notion modern? Had it persisted for thousands of years? This puppy was too small. It would be better to wait until it grew before considering such a fate. She reached out to snatch the dog from Guojia's grasp. Suddenly, she recalled a conversation with Chaoang, who had once mentioned that when he was young, Xiahou Lin had secretly killed the dog he owned and stewed it for him. That was during a time when he was hesitating over whether to marry Xiahou Lin. Now, the recollection felt like a distant memory. Oh no, that won't do, Guojia said, unaware of Lin Jun's reverie, retreating while continuing. Once it grows, the meat will lose its tenderness. At that moment, the little dog, perhaps frightened by being suspended in the air, unexpectedly relieved itself, urinating directly onto Guojia's clothes. Oh dear, Guojia exclaimed in disgust, quickly tossing the puppy aside as he inspected his soiled attire. The puppy barked and, displaying remarkable intelligence, scampered over to Lin Jun, seeking refuge at her feet. As if it understood she would protect it, Lin Jun instinctively gathered it into her arms, proudly saying to Guojia, "All right, I shall keep this dog meat. That will suffice. Thank you." Guojia paid her no mind, preoccupied with adjusting his soiled clothing, and with a huff of indignation, stormed off. Lin Jun stroked the puppy's head and softly said, "From now on, you shall be called dog meat, all right?" Once Guojia exited the room, his earlier annoyance vanished, replaced by an air of mysterious calm and confidence. He returned to his study, where he found Xiao Tao grinding herbs for him, exclaiming gleefully, "Xiao Tao, you have earned your keep today. Your suggestion was splendid." Xiao Tao paused, a hint of helplessness in her expression. "Sir, when you inquired how to cheer a woman, I merely suggested gifting her something she desires. I never mentioned giving her a dog. I cannot claim this credit. She doesn't favor clothing or jewelry. She only has an affinity for dogs, and I can see that." Guojia recalled the flicker of anger in Lin Jun's eyes, feeling quite pleased. Yet he pondered if there were other methods. Xiao Tao tilted her head in thought. Perhaps it is merely a matter of diverting her attention, teaching her not to dwell on her sorrows daily, but this must not be rushed. Chapter 79. Who was that person? Lin Jun was oblivious to Guojia's intricate thoughts. In truth, during her days of rest in bed, she had contemplated numerous questions, the most pressing being, why did Chaoang still meet his demise? She had clearly conveyed her message. Even if he found it unbelievable, he should have maintained a degree of vigilance. Why, then, did events unfold just as chronicled in history? Lin Jun pressed her hand against her chest. Since her arrival, although the butterfly effect was significant, she had managed to smooth over both major and minor events. To this day, she had not perceived any deviations in history. Was it possible that this period was indeed inscribed on paper, written into destiny, immutable? Impossible. This is a parallel time to the world I inhabit. I traversed a rift in time, and my existence is grounded in science. As long as it is scientific, nothing is predestined. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Lin Jun's words never reached Chaoang's ears. Who, then, was the individual that day? The one who held her shoulders and revealed the secret? Such prophecies, perhaps insignificant before Zhang Xiu's rebellion, would undoubtedly alert that individual now that events had transpired. Who then could that person be? In her heart, Lin Jun had a strong suspicion that it was Guojia. Upon awakening, she had inquired of Guojia how she had returned. Guojia had replied that Chaoang had informed him to fetch her, and later, he had even returned to disclose Chaoang's intention to take her as a concubine, which was when Lin Jun had finally believed him. Perhaps this was all part of Guojia's elaborate scheme. If not him, then who else could have deceived Guojia? How many individuals could possibly trick him? Yet nothing is absolute. For her own peace of mind, she must seek clarity. Although her vision had been unclear that day, one person had certainly seen her clearly, the rotund figure she encountered along the way, Zhong Cheng. He had assisted her in crossing over. She must locate Zhong Cheng and implore him to recount the events of that day in meticulous detail. Lin Jun internally chastised herself. She should have taken this step sooner. If only she had questioned Zhong Cheng while she was still lucid, perhaps she would have uncovered something significant. Time was of the essence. Seizing the opportunity while Guojia was absent, she confined the puppy within her room and hastened toward the gate of the estate. However, her body was far too weak, her steps unsteady. Miss Lin, you cannot go out at this moment. A voice suddenly interrupted her. It was old Sue, the guard at the gate, who had appeared from seemingly nowhere to dissuade her. The sir has instructed that your illness has not yet fully healed. It is unwise for you to venture outside. The outside world is perilous. You should return to your room and rest. The sir also mentioned that if you wish to go out, wait for his return, and then you may leave together. Lin Jun felt a sense of confirmation within her. Had Guo Jia begun to confine her? I am merely going to the nearby street to purchase a few items. I shall return shortly, she asserted, no longer evading the issue, striding directly toward the exit. To her surprise, old Sue did not attempt to block her. He merely stood awkwardly to the side. Seizing the opportunity, she took several bold steps forward, only to hear his voice call after her, quickly inform the sir. Just say the young lady has gone out. Even knowing that she might very well be apprehended, Lin Jun was resolute in seizing this chance. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind regarding Zhong Cheng. Would Guo Jia concoct a scheme to have him moved and thus render him unreachable? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, increasingly convinced that it was a distinct possibility. With a person like Guo Jia, who would commit misdeeds, how could he leave any loose ends? At this moment, Cao Cao's fire squad had transformed from the duo of Zhongcheng and Lin Jun during the period of Xuanzao into a formidable troop of over 100. They had a designated area exclusively for the fire squad, which provided them with a more comfortable existence compared to the other soldiers in the barracks. Lin Jun, having previously assisted Guo Jia, was well aware of the fire squad's location. She approached the two guards stationed at the entrance, smiling as she handed each a string of copper coins, saying, "Gentlemen, I have come from a nearby county to see my brother Zhongcheng. I have heard he is with the fire squad. Could you kindly call him out to meet me? I have urgent matters to discuss with him." One of the guards weighed the coins in his hand and chuckled, "Of course, but we must first know your relation to Master Zhong, so we can properly inform him." Lin Jun forced a smile, initially considering revealing her true identity, but then realized that if Zhongcheng had not brought her to meet Chaoang that day, he might feel guilty and hesitate to see her. "Thus," she replied, "just tell him his sister is here to see him. He will understand." The two guards exchanged knowing smirks, their expressions turning lewd, sending a chill down Lin Jun's spine. The term sister could imply many things, and they likely had misinterpreted her words. Regardless, as long as she could see Zhongcheng, what did it matter how they thought? "No problem," one of them said. "I will go inform him. Please wait here." "Thank you, General," Lin Jun replied. As she waited, she pondered how to extract information from Zhongcheng. He was particularly cunning, always evading trouble. If possible, she planned to lead him to a tavern or tea house to converse privately. Speaking at the entrance might lead him to flee after just a few words. If he refused to divulge the truth, she would resort to coercion or temptation to ensure he revealed the facts. If word got out that she had anticipated Zhang Xiu's rebellion, they would likely suspect she was in collusion with him, rather than believe she could foresee the future. Suddenly, one of the guards interrupted her thoughts, and Lin Jun assumed Zhongcheng had emerged. She quickly looked up, only to see the guard staring at her with astonishment, or rather, at something behind her. A hand unexpectedly reached out from behind, pressing a damp cloth over her mouth and nose. In an instant, she had barely enough time to think, "This is the end?" before losing consciousness. Under normal circumstances, such a common sedative would not have affected her so swiftly. Had she not been weakened, she would have detected the presence of someone lurking behind her. The guard, witnessing several ordinary soldiers incapacitating Lin Jun, exclaimed, "What are you doing? This girl is Zhong Daren's sister. She just came from another county." "Shut up," the assailant who had subdued Lin Jun shouted. "Just because she claims to be his sister doesn't mean she is. Use your brains. What if she is a villain trying to harm our Zhong Daren?" The guard felt unjustly accused. How could such a delicate and frail girl pose a threat? Nevertheless, he ordered the others to unceremoniously toss Lin Jun into a large sack under the bright daylight and carry her away. Chapter 8. Abduction. When Lin Jun regained consciousness, she found herself enveloped in darkness. Her immediate reaction was that she had gone blind, which frightened her immensely. It was only after some time that she realized her eyes were merely covered. Simultaneously, her hands and feet were tightly bound, leaving her utterly restrained. It dawned on her that she had been kidnapped. She gently moved her wrists to feel the ropes binding her hands, and her racing heart gradually calmed. Fortunately, the knots were of a kind she could soon untie herself. However, this was not the time. Her eyes were covered, and she was unaware of her surroundings. If she attempted to free herself and was discovered, not only would she fail to escape, but she would also face stricter surveillance. The best course of action now was to draw out her captors and discern their intentions. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Lin Jun inquired, striving to steady her voice. Fortunately, no one had gagged her. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Holding her breath, she listened intently, discerning faint sounds that resembled birds chirping. Yet, she refrained from making any moves to untie herself, given that her captors had the audacity to incapacitate her in broad daylight. Right at the entrance of a military camp, it was improbable they lacked personnel to monitor her. "If the enemy does not move, I shall not move," Lin Jun reminded herself. Since this was not the opportune moment, she decided to rest her eyes and conserve her energy for when the time was right. Taking a breath, she detected the damp scent of wood in the air, leading her to conclude that she had certainly been taken outside the city, though she could not ascertain whether it was due to the rain or proximity to a water source. Who had orchestrated this? It was too soon to determine, as she was still unclear about their motives. She felt her attire was intact, suggesting this was not a case of abduction for sexual purposes. As for robbery, were they demanding a ransom from Guojia? The audacity of kidnapping someone at the gates of the fire squad was brazen indeed, and whether Guojia would even consider paying a ransom was another question altogether. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the faint creaking of a wooden door opening, alerting her to the presence of two individuals approaching. Their footsteps were distinctive. One moved heavily, while the other seemed deliberately light-footed, almost as if to conceal their presence. If not for Lin Jun's blindfold, she would have likely missed the subtlety. "Even with my eyes covered, they still wish to hide their identities?" she mused. "Very well. I shall play along. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me?" Lin Jun took the initiative. The two remained silent. Just then, she felt an icy coldness against her face, a blade. They had pressed the edge of a knife against her skin. "What is your relationship with Zhang Xiu?" One of them finally spoke, a youthful voice that sounded no older than 20. Lin Jun racked her brain, but she could not recall ever encountering this person. "Speak quickly," the assailant urged, his voice tinged with irritation. "I have no connection to Zhang Xiu. You have the wrong person," Lin Jun responded, her mind racing. They were not abducting her for money or lust, and their immediate inquiry about her relationship with Zhang Xiu indicated they were aware of her prior predictions regarding his rebellion. Moreover, it was highly likely that the light-footed individual had been the one Zhong Cheng had introduced her to that day. Could he be connected to Zhong Cheng? It was evident that this person was reluctant to reveal their identity, as they had blindfolded her and summoned an accomplice to interrogate her, an indication of their meticulous planning. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that this suggested they did not intend to kill her, at least not immediately. If they had intended to take her life, they would not have gone to such lengths to conceal their actions. With this realization, Lin Jun felt a degree of relief. "Don't play games. How did you know Zhang Xiu would rebel?" The youth pressed on. "I dreamed it." Lin Jun had already prepared her answer. "Speak the truth. Otherwise, beware of your eyes." The youth threatened, dragging the blade across the fabric, covering her eyes. "Guofeng Xiao." Lin Jun finally burst out, unable to contain herself. "Are you done making a scene?" Her words momentarily stunned the youth into silence, as he pondered how to proceed with his companion. In truth, Lin Jun was uncertain whether her captors were indeed Guojia. Typically, someone as arrogant as Guojia would not resort to K. Lin Jun intended to wait for the opportune moment to remove her blindfold and discern her surroundings and the number of guards before taking action. However, it seemed that the mastermind behind her predicament was unwilling even to allow her to hear the sound of footsteps, let alone see anything. Moreover, she was currently weakened and injured, while her captors wielded weapons. Should a confrontation arise, it was likely she would be overpowered by the two of them. Most critically, her hands were bound in front of her. Had they been tied behind her back, she could have discreetly freed herself, but being restrained in front left her with no chance. Was there truly no escape? This was the first time in her years of traversing this world that she felt a sense of panic in the face of danger. "I have told you countless times. I dreamt of it." Lin Jun feigned distress. "Before you took up arms, I dreamt day and night of Zhang Xiu's false surrender, of our army being slaughtered. Then why did you not speak to anyone else, but only to Chaoong?" The youth pressed further. "Do you know that Chaoong will perish because of this?" "Because I am fond of him, and I fear for his safety," Lin Jun replied, pretending to sob. "Have you dreamt of anything else?" The youth continued his inquiry. "Nothing. Nothing." Just then, another round of footsteps and the sound of a door opening interrupted their exchange. Who else was entering? What were the identities of these individuals? Clearly, there was more than just the two interrogating her. Her decision to remain passive had proven wise. But how was she to extricate herself now? She overheard a whispering conversation. Were they speaking to her captors? Before she could ponder further, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the room as several people rushed out, slamming the door behind them. Moments later, the unmistakable sounds of horses whinnying and hoofbeats reached her ears, gradually fading into the distance. Had they left? Departed without a word? Lin Jun strained to listen. Was her chance to escape finally upon her? She cautiously moved her wrists, preparing to loosen her bindings. Each slight movement was followed by a pause to listen. If she were indeed being watched, there ought to be some reaction. However, before she could make much headway in her escape, the rapid sound of hoofbeats returned. She quickly dropped her hands, concealing them together. This time, the footsteps that burst into the room were frantic and disordered. Suddenly, Lin Jun heard a voice she recognized all too well. Lin Jun? She held her breath. It was Guojia. He rushed to her side, kneeling and hastily removing the black cloth from over her eyes, joy lighting his face until he inadvertently met her gaze, which burned with a flicker of anger, causing him to startle. Without waiting for Guojia's assistance, Lin Jun deftly untied her hands and feet. She no longer wished to engage in pretense with him and asked straightforwardly, was this all a self-directed performance? Is it truly amusing? Seeing that Lin Jun showed no gratitude but instead confronted him with accusation, Guojia merely raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? After I was drugged, I encountered Zhong Cheng. I asked him to take me to see the eldest son. Did he not bring me to you? Lin Jun's eyes were sharp. They tortured you? Guojia seemed to disregard Lin Jun's words entirely, his eyes widening in shock as he noticed blood seeping from her skirt, and he reached to lift the fabric. Lin Jun swatted his hand away, her certainty growing as he deliberately sidestepped her question. With a slight smile, she challenged, Master Gigi, your calculations are indeed impressive. You found me here so quickly, yet you cannot discern whether they have tortured me? Guojia's eyes widened, disbelief flashing within their clarity. You think I brought you here, pretending to rescue you? He quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Lin Jun's words. You think I would inflict harm upon you? Lin Jun's heart trembled at his words, biting her lip in unease. Indeed, Guojia had spun a web of deceit from the outset, harboring ill intentions. Yet he had never truly harmed her. Instead, he had silently shielded her from the threats posed by Xiahou Lin. To suggest he had ordered her punishment seemed far-fetched, even to her. That day, when I could not see clearly, was it really you? She felt as if she were on the brink of madness. Please tell me. As Guojia entered, the door swung half open, allowing the clear chirping of birds to seep in. Meanwhile, his voice fell to a whisper, almost more distant than the birdsong. It was me. Lin Jun's mind reeled. He had finally admitted it. She felt as though she had seized the scapegoat. Grabbing Guojia's outer garment and shaking him vigorously, You have deceived me for so long. Do you even comprehend what you have done? I believed I had conveyed my message to him. I thought I could save him. If you had relayed my words to him, or had told me the truth from the start, I would have had a chance to remedy the situation. He would not have died. I was too arrogant. Guojia finally replied, his face pale and anxious, a look Lin Jun had never seen on him in their years of acquaintance. I was genuinely shocked and found it hard to believe. During your unconsciousness, I spent countless nights pondering the possibility of Zhang Xiu's treachery, but could not conceive any likelihood. I eventually wrote to the Lord, analyzing Zhang Xiu's loyalty, asserting that he would surely surrender. Lin Jun at that time. Everyone in the court believed we would win without a fight. Even if I spoke out, no one would have believed me. So you concealed the truth? Lin Jun seethed. You did not tell Chaoong what I had said, and even fabricated a story about him wanting to take me as a concubine, creating the illusion that I truly saw him that day. Guojia offered a sheepish smile. Sometimes. I truly wish you were not so perceptive. Yet Zhang Xiu truly rebelled, and Chaoong perished. You wish to know why I foresaw all of this, do you not? Lin Jun continued. So you gathered a group to abduct me. I did not, Lin Jun. I would never harm you. Guojia immediately denied it, the sincerity in his expression almost persuading her to believe him. Deceitful words. Lin Jun struggled to rise. Guofeng Xiao, since I have known you, your silver tongue has rarely spoken the truth. You have gone to great lengths, only to unravel the mysteries surrounding me, have you not? I tell you, do not waste your efforts, rather, consider your own fate. Seizing the moment of Guojia's astonishment, Lin Jun, disregarding the pain in her legs, bolted for the exit. I shall never deceive you again. Behind her, Guojia's steady voice resonated, imbued with an unspoken determination that almost halted Lin Jun's flight. I shall also never trust you again, she retorted. Pushing open the door, she was met with the gaze of a dozen soldiers standing before her. Suppressing her astonishment, she seized a horse, mounting it and spurring it onward. The soldiers looked on, bewildered. Had they not come with Guojiji to rescue her? Was she not the damsel in distress? Where was the heroic rescue scene? This woman had left Guojiji behind and commandeered their steed. It was indeed the mountains. And after a spring rain earlier that afternoon, it had finally ceased. As Lin Jun rode, she surveyed her surroundings, realizing that her captors had brought her to a wooden cabin atop the mountain. Why had they chosen this location? Whose territory was this? Though she did not know the way back to the city, she was aware enough to follow the muddy hoofprints leading back to the main road. In moments of muddled thoughts, she found solace in the wind. As the refreshing breeze enveloped her, clarity began to dawn. First, Guojia had repeatedly warned her of the dangers outside and urged her not to venture out. She had assumed it was merely an excuse to confine her. Someone intended to do her harm, and Guojia was aware of it. Second, the muddy footprints after the rain clearly indicated two groups had passed through. Third, and most importantly, her sixth sense was tingling with foreboding. On ordinary days, Guojia would catch glimpses of her bright, star-like eyes, and she was not entirely oblivious to it. First it was Chaoong, and now Guojia. Should she feel honored? Is it possible that those with fleeting lives possess a deeper connection to her? The individual who had abducted her was certainly not Guojia. Moreover, it was precisely because Guojia knew who this person was that he could locate her so swiftly. Yet, had she not clung to Guojia's neck and uttered those incredulous words, to whom was she speaking? Was Guojia taking the blame for someone else? Who had the power to compel Guojia to bear such blame willingly? A chill crept into Lin Jun's heart. Her anger and fear had long since numbed the wounds on her legs. With a flick of the whip, she urged her steed to hasten, for she must confront that rotund fool, Zhong Cheng, to seek clarity. She had been unconscious during her journey and was astonished to discover the considerable distance between Xuchang and this mountain peak by the time she returned at full gallop. Night had fallen, yet this darkness aligned perfectly with her intentions. Dismounting, Lin Jun sought out a pharmacy to procure ointment and clean cloth, hastily bandaging her wounds before stealthily approaching the vicinity of the military encampment. Chapter 82. Is it Guojia? The sentries had changed, likely indicating the shift had passed. However, this time, Lin Jun resolved not to masquerade as Zhongcheng's sister. She chose a more direct and forceful approach. She circled the area, opting for the dimmest spot to rest momentarily. Inspecting her leg, she felt a cool relief when the wound was first treated, but after some movement, it ignited with searing pain, and now the bandage was stained with a faint trickle of blood. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her hands, resting them against a wall slightly taller than herself, and with determination, vaulted over. The tearing pain from her wound nearly caused her to faint. Yet she stifled her cries and stealthily maneuvered behind a storage room. This secluded corner was devoid of guards, and she keenly observed the soldiers passing by with torches, focusing her gaze on the largest and most spacious building among them. From her knowledge of Zhongcheng, she surmised he, the indolent one, would surely be residing there. Lin Jun meticulously calculated the soldiers' patrol patterns, frequently shifting her hiding spots as she inched closer to her destination. However, the closer she got to the center, the more soldiers she encountered, making it impossible for her to infiltrate Zhongcheng's quarters undetected. Yet, Lin Jun did not fear discovery. In fact, she desired it. She timed her emergence to coincide with a group of soldiers, striding forth and proclaiming in a clear voice, "I demand to see Zhongcheng." In an instant, a chorus of gasps erupted from the soldiers. "A woman," one bellowed, his voice far louder than Lin Jun's. And the mention of a woman quickly drew a throng of onlookers, encircling her in tight clusters. Observing the growing crowd, Lin Jun feigned authority, commanding, "Summon Zhongcheng. I must see him." She harbored concerns that Zhongcheng might evade her upon realizing his misdeeds, choosing to hide within the layers of the military encampment. Thus, she amplified her presence, compelling him to respond. To avoid being driven away by the soldiers upon her arrival, she positioned herself centrally before making her presence known. A few astute young men had already dashed off, and Lin Jun surreptitiously nodded, knowing they must be reporting to Zhongcheng. Zhongcheng, who had evolved from a mere subordinate to a small leader, swiftly approached, his voice carrying a tone of ire that Lin Jun heard from afar. "What is all this commotion? Is there nothing for you to do? What woman seeks me, and from where does she come?" Clad in a loose robe, Zhongcheng's irate demeanor starkly contrasted with the neatly equipped soldiers around him. Upon inadvertently locking eyes with Lin Jun, his expression shifted dramatically, and he fell silent. Seeing his trepidation, Lin Jun, fueled by the tumultuous events of the past days, felt an overwhelming urge to confront this rotund man. She took a step forward, while the surrounding onlookers snickered, amused by their superior being overshadowed by a woman, speculating about their relationship. Zhong Cheng, catching the whispers of the crowd, begrudgingly gestured for Lin Jun to enter. He led her into the room, initially securing the door, but then merely leaving it ajar. Considering the possibility of needing to escape should circumstances turn dire. Having witnessed Lin Jun's capabilities, particularly in her guise as a man, he found the prospect daunting. Lin Jun's leg throbbed incessantly, and with no chairs available in this era, she simply perched herself atop Zhong Cheng's desk, her gaze fixed coldly upon him. "Zhong Cheng," she began, "I came to Chao's camp, and our acquaintance is a matter of fate. My concealed identity stems from my own tribulations. On that day, I was drugged and disoriented, seeking your aid. If you were unwilling to assist, you could have simply refused. Why then did you betray me?" Zhong Cheng initially considered feigning ignorance, attempting to gloss over the situation with his usual charm, but upon hearing Lin Jun's candid and earnest words, he sighed heavily and explained, "I recognized your condition. You had been drugged. If not treated promptly, you risked losing your sight." Lin Jun's expression darkened, prompting Zhong Cheng to hastily add, "There's still a chance. It's not a certainty. You see, that day was the eve of our expedition to Wanqing. The person you wished to meet, young Master Ong, was finalizing preparations in the camp, and it was already difficult for me to see him alone, let alone with a woman in tow. But when you sobbed incessantly, I had no choice but to acquiesce." Lin Jun hung her head, acknowledging the truth of his words. It had indeed been her insistence that delayed matters, leaving no one to blame but herself. "I intended to take you to see a doctor, yet you clung to my sleeve, insisting on going to the medical hall," Zhong Cheng continued. "As fate would have it, we encountered a servant from the Sun residence." "Which Sun residence?" Lin Jun's heart raced, prompting her to inquire urgently. "The residence of Lord Sun Yu," Zhong Cheng replied. "The servant claimed to know you, stating you resided at Lord Guajia's estate. I explained your illness, and he insisted on taking you to find Lord Gua. At that moment, I had no idea how you ended up at Lord Gua's place, but given the servant's connection to Lord Sun, I had no reason to doubt him, so we followed him. You were in no condition to see or hear clearly, merely following along." "Yes," Lin Jun acknowledged, "and then what happened?" "Well, I believe you are already aware," Zhong Cheng said cautiously. "After I mentioned we had arrived, you seemed to awaken suddenly, running straight into someone's embrace." "Into Guajia's embrace?" Lin Jun gasped, holding her breath. "Yes," Zhong Cheng admitted in a barely audible voice. "I truly did not expect you to mistake him for someone else," calling out young Master Ang's name. "I was flustered and thought to myself, considering your connection to young Master Ong and Lord Gua, I quickly closed the door, leaving myself outside." Lin Jun was disinclined to delve into the complexities of their relationships, lost in contemplation. Yet, something felt amiss. She had anticipated that this person would indeed be Guajia. But if it were Guajia, many details simply did not align. Where had she gone wrong? "You must understand. In front of so many people, you dashed into a man's embrace, calling the wrong name. What a mortifying situation. Lord Gua would..." Zhong Cheng rambled on, oblivious to Lin Jun's distraction. "What did you say?" Lin Jun snapped back to reality, astonished. Zhong Cheng, equally taken aback, replied, "I said I really should not have witnessed such a scene between you two. Those of our rank ought to keep their eyes down and minds focused." Lin Jun urgently interrupted. "No, what did you mean? I ran into Guajia's embrace in front of so many people? In front of whom?" Chapter 83. Bewildered Lin Jun quickly interrupted Zhong Cheng, demanding, "No, what did you mean? I ran into Guajia's embrace in front of so many people? In front of whom?" "Yes, several individuals were present." Zhong Cheng scratched his chin, seemingly lost in recollection. It appeared that several adults were gathered in the courtyard, sipping tea and discussing matters. "I could only recognize Lord Sun Yu and you holding Lord Gua, along with an older gentleman with a long beard, likely someone who had traveled from Dongjun with us. There may have been one or two others, but I did not recognize them." Once Zhong Cheng finished reminiscing, he turned his gaze back to Lin Jun, who had remained silent. "Lin Jun, are you certain?" Zhong Cheng quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Not certain, not certain. It was either 4 or 5 people, and I do not know them. You know we mostly deal with the soldiers at the front line. How could we, mere minor figures, have the chance to meet such high-ranking officials and strategists?" At this moment, Lin Jun was utterly bewildered. What? 4 or 5 people heard everything. Who were they? Guojia, Sun Yu, and according to Zhong Qing's description, the older one must be Cheng Yu. But who were the other 2? Perhaps they were from the likes of Sun Yu, Zhong Yao, or Lu Yi. Each of them was astute, possessing a keen intellect, and here I was, uttering what seemed like an impossible prophecy in front of them. A foolish act indeed. Lin Jun felt herself spiraling into madness, realizing that not only had she failed to save Chao Ong, but she had also drawn such immense trouble upon herself. Her only thought was, can I traverse back home now? She wished to delete her account and start anew. However, the temporal rift for returning was still many years away. Zhong Qing looked at Lin Jun, who was gritting her teeth and clutching her heart, and asked, Are you unwell? Shall I send someone to escort you home? Lin Jun pursed her lips, contemplating, then asked, What about the incident that occurred at your front gate this afternoon? Do you know what happened? Zhong Qing's eyes darted. What incident? If it weren't for Lin Jun's familiarity with him, she might have been easily deceived. She glared at his shifty little eyes, her anger boiling over due to his misleading directions. Ignoring the pain in her legs, she sprang up, grabbing Zhong Qing by the collar, demanding, Speak honestly, confess, and you shall be lenient. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences. If Zhong Qing were to truly put forth his abilities, he could have matched Lin Jun, despite her injuries. Yet, he was acutely aware of his culpability, and, with the situation having transformed against him, he did not dare to act. I genuinely do not know. Zhong Qing protested. I may have been granted a portion of this land, but it is accessible to all. The military uniforms are identical. I truly cannot discern which faction sent their men. Zhong Qing was the sort who would never voice anything he wasn't completely sure about, even if he was 99% certain. No matter how much Lin Jun pressed, whether with threats or aggression, he resolutely withheld any clues, his demeanor as slippery as his physique. A sudden thought crossed Lin Jun's mind, prompting her to ask, Do strategists possess the authority to command troops? For instance, does the military advisor have such power? No, they do not. Zhong Qing answered promptly, his certainty evident. Under no circumstances? Lin Jun inquired skeptically, recalling that when Guojia sought her out today, he was clearly accompanied by several soldiers. There are indeed exceptional circumstances, Zhong Qing admitted candidly. Anyone with an official position can request troop movements, but they must submit a very detailed document specifying the number of troops, duration, and reasons, and obtain approval from the Minister of Personnel and the Lord before a minimal number can be mobilized. It is a complex process, hence it is rarely undertaken. Lin Jun nodded in understanding, about to ask another question when the door creaked open gently. A timid young soldier peeked in, addressing Zhong Qing, Sir. There is news that a military advisor named Guo wishes to see you. Please come in. Quickly. Zhong Qing waved his hand, his face lighting up with evident joy. Finally, someone was here to rescue him. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun felt a tumult of emotions, joy intertwined with anxiety. She feared that Guojia had deduced her whereabouts, and his attitude towards her was ambiguous. Yet, she was relieved that, for the moment, she was safe. At least Guojia wouldn't bind her and subject her to torture, a thought that left her feeling somewhat ashamed. But what could she do now? She was in the light, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. She was weak, and they were strong. Guojia, led by someone, stepped into the dimly lit room from the dark courtyard. Perhaps due to a day of travel, he appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered at the hem. Noticing Lin Jun, he revealed no surprise, instead offering her a faint smile before turning to Zhong Qing. Thank you for taking care of my assistant. Lin Jun, momentarily lost in thought, realized that she was still working alongside Guojia. Sighing, she reflected that since that person had departed, it felt as though these events belonged to a past life. Zhong Qing, however, was beaming, his flesh shaking with laughter. Your words are too flattering, Lord Guo. It is my honor to have the opportunity to care for your assistant. Since Lin Jun entered this room, she hadn't even had a sip of water, yet Zhong Qing shamelessly claimed to have cared for her. Although Guojia was aware of the truth, he chose not to linger on that topic, instead using Lin Jun's injury as a reason to lead her away. He seemed somewhat concerned for her, fearing she might escape mid-journey, and reassured her. I have arranged a carriage for us to return. It will ease the pain in your leg. In truth, Lin Jun felt both physically and emotionally drained, gripped by panic, and was not inclined to flee. She obediently entered the carriage. Among the few mentioned by Zhong Qing, aside from Sun Yu, she believed each could potentially harm her. They might still be waiting somewhere for her. However, Chao Ang's death was inextricably linked to her. and Lin Jun found herself wrestling with unresolved feelings. What were Guojia's intentions in showing concern for her? Was it out of affection or some ulterior motive? In the past, Lin Jun had sensed that Guojia harbored some feelings for her, but now that he was aware of her prophecy regarding Zhang Xiu, she could no longer be certain. She had many questions for Guojia, such as who was present the day she was drugged, and who had kidnapped her today. Guojia must know, or else he wouldn't have found her so quickly. But she could not ask. Even if he answered, it might not be the truth. It was better to remain silent and not interfere with her own judgment. She had enjoyed her time with Chaoang precisely because he was more straightforward and genuine. Though they had often clashed due to Lin Jun's status, he had always been forthright, never resorting to underhanded tactics, allowing her to interact with him without fear. Unlike Guojia, whose thoughts ran deep. Who else could she trust? Sun Yu? Yes, he was a gentleman. She had saved his life twice, and he had once said that if she were in trouble and needed help, she could seek him out. Yet when Sun Yu had made that statement, it had been under the impression that she was a solitary and vulnerable woman. Now, Lin Jun feared that in his eyes, she had become a suspicious character. Would he still treat her kindly? Chapter 84. Your countenance throughout the journey. Lin Jun was lost in a stream of consciousness, perhaps feeling secure or perhaps due to anxiety, pain, and fatigue, until she eventually fell asleep in the carriage. She felt someone lift her onto a bed, gently unbinding her mangled wounds, applying medicine and bandaging her anew. She sensed someone supporting her, bringing her medicine to drink. The following morning, Lin Jun was awakened by the sound of a dog barking. She opened her eyes to see a small puppy wagging its tail at the edge of the bed, and a pang of guilt washed over her. "I'm sorry for forgetting you yesterday," she whispered. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, it has." A low, soothing male voice responded. Guojia's voice was indeed melodious, but Lin Jun felt she had built up an immunity to it. Whether she was happy, anxious, sorrowful, or in despair, Guojia's voice seemed to echo in her ears, almost as if he had been haunting her since their first encounter. Even last night, he had kept vigil by her bedside all night long. Lin Jun gazed at him, observing the same attire from the previous day, still tattered at the hem, his hair disheveled, and dark circles under his eyes. He had evidently waited for her to awaken, and surely, he had a purpose. As she contemplated, she held the dog tightly to her chest. Guojia slightly widened his eyes before quickly regaining his composure, softly remarking, "I always thought of you as a celestial being, but yesterday, I felt otherwise. Celestial beings are never in such a disheveled state." He had indeed enjoyed calling Lin Jun a celestial maiden, but that was usually after she had engaged in some peculiar antics, more of a playful jest than anything serious. Unlike today, where his words were laced with ambiguity, Lin Jun clutched the dog even tighter. "You need not be afraid." Guojia observed her inner turmoil. "I promised I would never deceive you again, nor would I ever harm you." Lin Jun remained silent, averting her gaze, pondering if there was anything in this world worth trusting. "I will not reveal your secrets to anyone," Guojia continued. "I have no secrets," Lin Jun finally spoke, "and I fear many have misunderstood me." Guojia smiled with an almost enchanted expression, leaning closer to Lin Jun. He had not slept the entire night nor changed his clothes, his voice hoarse as he said, "Your secret, Lin Jun. Your beauty has remained unchanged all these years. Rest assured, I shall not disclose it to others. Your beauty has remained unchanged all these years." Lin Jun was struck with horror. What was Guojia implying? How could he possibly know of her unchanging appearance? They had only met in the last 2 years. Surely no one should have known. Throughout history, countless emperors and heroes have coveted immortality, yet none have succeeded. What did her decade-long, unchanged visage signify in Guojia's eyes? Guojia, having spent the night awake, appeared almost otherworldly, and despite Lin Jun's efforts to conceal her shock, her subtle expressions and trembling hands could not escape his keen gaze. With an inscrutable smile, he gazed deeply into her eyes. "Lin Jun, I am Yi-san. Do you remember me?" His words struck her like a thunderclap, shattering her very essence. Yi-san. She recalled a figure from long ago, though it felt like ages past. How many years had it been? Lin Jun struggled to remember, thinking back to when she had been pursuing Jiasu. He had been so young then. How old was he now? Yi-san must have been around 13 at that time. How could he have transformed into the present Guojia? Guojia watched Lin Jun's face for any sign of recognition, relieved to see she still remembered him. "It cannot be." Lin Jun stammered. "You truly are Yi-san? I cannot believe it. Like the wind that understands intent, do not let it be destroyed." Guojia continued, "Lin Jun, do you remember Jiasu and his wife? Could it truly be him?" Lin Jun questioned in disbelief. Why did you hide your identity back then? One must often use an alias when venturing outside, Guojia replied matter-of-factly. Such was the custom of the era, especially among those of talent, who often preferred to cloak themselves in mystery. She had been so careless. She had casually rescued a boy by the roadside without inquiring about his identity, driven solely by her compassion upon seeing him suffering in the snow. That act of kindness had saved Guojia. Lin Jun involuntarily began to reflect on the events of the past years, feeling a chill run down her spine. Indeed, if one were to consider it this way, everything began to make sense. Had she not rescued Yisan, he would not have died but would have been left with a lifelong affliction due to the cold. This was why the Guojia before her was not as frail as she had imagined or as history recorded, but rather someone capable of riding and running, because she had inadvertently altered his fate. Moreover, what other changes had occurred? Yes, Sun Yu. He had faced peril multiple times, and that was undoubtedly related to Guojia. If Guojia had been frail, their respective endeavors would have diverged significantly, leading to different outcomes. She had always hesitated to alter the course of history, maintaining her distance from Chaoyang. Had she known that she had already unknowingly changed it, what might her feelings towards Chaoyang have been? The alterations she had made to Guojia's fate over the years. How many changes, how many butterfly effects had ensued? At this realization, Lin Jun could no longer contain herself. She fiercely grasped the bed curtain and screamed, lamenting for Chaoyang's death, for her own carelessness, for her inadequacy. Guojia, taken aback by Lin Jun's intense reaction, hesitated on how to comfort her, repeatedly saying, "Do not fear, do not fear. You saved my life. I shall always remember it. I will never harm you." Guojia had noticed her resistance and wariness towards him over the past few days. Today, he had seized the opportunity to reveal his identity to make her feel secure and supported, yet he had not anticipated such an extreme response. "Had you revealed your true name sooner, I would never have saved you," Lin Jun exclaimed in fury. Guojia was momentarily taken aback by her words. What did she mean? Had she known about Guojia's existence long before, back when he was still Yisan? Yet, at the same time, a flicker of joy surged within him. Was everything that transpired not predestined by the heavens? He had always firmly believed that Lin Jun was a celestial being, untouched by time, capable of discerning the future and foreseeing Zhang Xiu's rebellion and Chaoyang's fate. He had pondered whether all that occurred in this world was truly preordained, inscribed in the annals of fate. Every decision he made, was it a reflection of his own heart or merely a path laid out by celestial beings? At this moment, however, Lin Jun's declaration provided him with clarity. There was nothing predestined. Lin Jun had been battling against it. Her choices, whether intentional or unintentional, proved that destiny was indeed in her hands. What of celestial beings? Chapter 85. The Unreasonable. After a month of recuperation, Lin Jun's leg injury had healed significantly. As long as she refrained from climbing walls or running, and instead walked normally, she faced no major issues. On the day of the talent recruitment assembly, she meticulously prepared herself, adorning a simple gray deep robe, her dark hair neatly tied back, appearing fresh and capable. She applied stone gray to enhance her features, ensuring she did not come across as overly youthful. In truth, the deep robe was an attire from the early Han Dynasty, long out of fashion, as most women now favored skirts. Wearing such an antiquated garment might invite disdain from other women, but she remained unconcerned, as the deep robe exuded a more neutral, dependable aura than skirts. Indeed, she intended to attend this assembly as a woman. Disguising herself as a man would only serve to conceal her identity temporarily. Should she encounter Sun Yu and the others again, it could lead to accusations of treason. This time, she would leave no opportunity for those who sought to harm her. Lin Jun knew that Guojia would undoubtedly be present at the event, so she decided to wait for him at the gate. When Guojia emerged and saw Lin Jun waiting, his expression was one of surprise. "What brings you out today?" "I'm afraid I cannot spare the time to accompany you." Lin Jun smiled. "Did you not promise not to deceive me? Placing the talent recruitment order so prominently, were you worried I might not find it?" Upon hearing this, Guojia's surprised expression faded, replaced by a grin. "That does not count as deception. You are unjustly accusing me. Come now, time is of the essence. You must not be late." With that, they both climbed into the carriage. During this time, Lin Jun had surmised that the talent recruitment order was intentionally placed by Guojia for her to see, yet she remained uncertain of his true intentions. What benefit could there be for Guojia in allowing her to make a public appearance? Contrary to her expectations, the carriage did not transport them to a mansion, but rather to a charming garden on the outskirts of the city. The garden is not only expansive but also adorned with winding streams and exquisite scenery. Tables and soft mats are arranged on the ground, with tea and wine brewing nearby. Given the splendid weather, this garden hardly resembles a place for seeking talents. It is, in fact, an ideal locale for literati to engage in poetry and prose. It seems that Cao Cao has put considerable thought into this talent recruitment, akin to modern companies that showcase their finest image and high-quality work environments to attract prospective employees. The gathering for this recruitment should serve a similar purpose. Several individuals are already present in the garden, and Lin Jun has been discreetly observing for a while. Yet she has not spotted the two familiar figures, such as Cao Cao and Sun Yu, who likely would not greet guests prematurely. The others are clustered in small groups, brewing tea and discussing matters, appearing to be exceptional talents at a distance. Numerous maidservants flit about, serving tea and water, so Lin Jun's presence goes unnoticed. A few individuals cast curious glances at her deep attire, but none suspect her to be among the candidates. Guo Jia and Lin Jun find a corner to enjoy their tea. As the appointed time approaches, more people gather, and the hierarchy among them becomes increasingly apparent. One can discern their status merely from their attire. Some donned golden-threaded robes while others were the most common cotton garments. Lin Jun cannot help but steal a glance at Guo Jia, who seems to have never worn extravagant clothing. Sun Yu, too, appears modestly dressed. Both of them, particularly Sun Yu, likely receive ample salaries but seem to live quite frugally. Chaoong, as the eldest son, possesses several fine garments. Yet it seems he has only worn them once or twice. She strives to refocus her thoughts and continues to observe the crowd. The most conspicuous among them is a man in his 30s, surrounded by dozens who seem to consider it a great honor to converse with him. His demeanor, whether innate or cultivated, bears an air of arrogance that makes Lin Jun uncomfortable. She prefers the humility of individuals like Sun Yu and Sun Yu. Although Guo Jia exudes confidence, he does not possess an air of superiority. Nevertheless, the man's behavior remains decorous. This is Kong Rong of Beihai. Guo Jia notes her lingering gaze on him and whispers a reminder. Kong Rong? Lin Jun instantly recalls him as the one known for sharing pears. This revelation evokes a profound sense of wonder within her. Before entering the training base, she had heard her parents recount the story of Kong Rong sharing pears, and as a child, she admired his humility in giving the larger pears to his brothers while keeping the smallest for himself. It was only during her specialized training that she delved into Kong Rong's history. Among the many tales, she remembers vividly his letters mocking Cao Cao and his son for coveting another man's wife. She also recalls his fondness for drinking and composing poetry with other literary figures, along with his peculiar assertion that a mother is merely a vessel and that once a child is born, she has no further obligation to them, and that a father is even less accountable, rendering filial duty unnecessary. In essence, he projects an image of a talented yet arrogant individual. And reflecting on his childhood act of sharing pears, Lin Jun senses a hint of self-serving ambition in him. However, it must be noted that his literary accomplishments are indeed remarkable, with numerous works that have survived the ages, and he has also been successful in educating future generations. As for his political capabilities, it is premature to draw conclusions. Most notably, he met his end at the hands of Cao Cao, who, in his later years, executed many, and rumors suggest he even drove Sun Yu to his demise. Yet Lin Jun's current view of Kong Rong remains uncertain. Could he be the one responsible for selecting talents? She inquires uneasily, for the adulation directed towards him is unprecedented in her experience. Rest assured, he is here seeking an official position as well, simply invited by Wen Ruo. Guo Jia clarifies. This reassures Lin Jun somewhat. If Kong Rong were to encounter her application, he would likely not spare her a glance, as those most arrogant in their talents tend to look down upon women. Sun Yu approaches slowly from the back of the garden, dressed simply. Yet his presence commands silence among the bustling crowd. He occupies a high position but is devoid of arrogance, generously sharing his rewards with his kin. Such a person surely contemplates his legacy. He signals for everyone to sit, surveying the area until his gaze falls upon Guo Jia and Lin Jun in the corner. Guo Jia offers him a distant smile, but Sun Yu's eyes fixate on Lin Jun with a cold intensity. Lin Jun, who has long admired Sun Yu, feels her heart sink. Indeed, he has never doubted her abilities. Rather, he has been reluctant to accept a woman in officialdom. Furthermore, Lin Jun's previous startling remarks before the assembly likely make his current discomfort with her presence in the garden all the more pronounced. Chapter 86. If he were me, does it document the eldest son and Xiahou Lin? Lin Jun, initially engrossed in Guo Jia's tales of romantic escapades, is abruptly drawn back by his words, feeling a pang in her heart. I don't believe so. I cannot recall, she evasively replies, knowing that the book contains few notable beauties, and Xiahou Lin hardly ranks among them. Indeed, she has little worth writing about, just a foolish girl, Guojia concedes. In Wanqing, the eldest son's gesture of yielding his horse to his father must have been recorded. Yes. Such filial piety and fearlessness in the face of death surely merits eternal remembrance. Lin Jun feels a tumult within her. I am weary. I wish to rest. In recent days, whenever Lin Jun thinks of Chaoang, it is not the image of the handsome, radiant youth that surfaces, but rather that of a decaying, foul corpse, mottled with death. The mere thought of this image sends waves of discomfort through her. Yet Guojia shows no intention of departing. You should find solace in this moment. He gently encourages. You may continue to witness the story that unfolds beyond the pages. You need not act or speak. Simply observe with ease. Lin Jun's anger ignites at his words. You tell me to find solace? She retorts incredulously. I know he is destined to die. Standing before him without intervening is no different from killing him myself. Lin Jun is furious, angry at herself for lingering, angry at Chaoang for dying because of her, and most infuriating of all, she is enraged by the flicker of relief she felt upon hearing Guojia's earlier words. She is relieved that she can continue on her mission. What does it matter if Guojia's health improves? When he reaches 38, the age he is meant to die, he will be killed. Lin Jun forcefully suppresses her murderous intent, too afraid to continue her thoughts, her mind a tumult of chaos. Fortunately, Guojia seems oblivious to the fleeting glint of malice in her eyes, continuing to soothe her. You have not failed to save him, Lin Jun. Your heart is too kind, but it has also clouded your judgment. I can no longer be rational. Her voice trembles. I often wonder, if he were me, what choices would he make? If he were me, he would never allow me to perish. He would surely have warned me early on, standing by my side to shield me from harm. He initially refused marriage for my sake, and when I fabricated reasons to be his legitimate wife, he truly sought a solution. He treated me with such sincerity, yet I have been so ungrateful towards him. Guojia chuckles softly. If the eldest son were you, Lin Jun, his ambitions are vast, and his sense of duty is formidable. His conviction in achieving great things is undeniable, or he would not have risked his life to save his father. At this point, he suddenly raises his wide sleeves and coughs twice, before continuing. But meeting you changes everything, Lin Jun. If he were you, he would undoubtedly save you. This situation is indeed a twist of fate. Noticing Lin Jun's sigh, he adds, at this moment, the Lord is the most self-reproaching individual, Lin Jun. As for we strategists, it is truly a source of shame. We received hints that day, yet brushed them aside with laughter. Had we taken them to heart, this battle would not have ended in defeat. Lin Jun recalled the troubling matter that Guojia had temporarily resolved, and she pondered about the others involved. Would Guojia inform her of their identities? Would he speak the truth? Present at that gathering were Wen Ruo, whom you know, and Sun Yu, who is slightly older than Wen Ruo and his nephew. There were also Cheng Yu and Zhong Yao. Guojia suddenly spoke slowly, as if he possessed the ability to read minds. How could he be so direct? Is it true? Lin Jun instinctively inquired. Guojia's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a wicked arc forming as he chuckled. Lin Jun, when you saved my life back then, I vowed to repay you. I have already dealt with Xiahou Lin. Do you still worry that I would deceive you about these matters? Lin Jun's expression stiffened at the mention of Xiahou Lin. Was it Guojia who orchestrated the affair at the temple? Was it truly acceptable for him to harm a colleague's niece? A tightness gripped her heart, and she felt a chill from Guojia's current demeanor, prompting her to ease the tension. She awkwardly remarked, "You were much cuter as a child. You were so small back then." She gestured to illustrate Guojia's diminutive size as a child. However, Guojia clearly did not appreciate her attempt at levity, his expression darkening sharply. Since Lin Jun awoke, they had conversed for nearly an hour. Despite her emotional fluctuations, Guojia remained composed. Yet this single comment changed his demeanor. "Rest well," he said sternly before departing. Lin Jun breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing back onto the bed, a wave of discomfort washing over her. That little rascal, Yi San, had grown so much, becoming cunning and calculating. He was no longer the boy with the awkward voice she once knew. What of her? She had achieved nothing, failed to save anyone, and instead had stirred up a plethora of troubles. All those years felt wasted. What should she do? One Xiahou Lin had perished. Yet several more had emerged. Sun Yu, Cheng Yu, Zhong Yao, who had ensnared her. Whoever it was would be far more formidable than Xiahou Lin. And there might not be just one adversary. Flee? Where could she run? Jiangdong was hardly a safe haven. Sun Tzu was currently sweeping through with Zhou Yu, soon to restore order. Should she seek refuge with Liu Bei? Though he was embroiled in a mutual struggle with Elbu and would soon face displacement, following him might still allow her a glimpse of Zhao Zilong. If she remained in Chao's camp, she might never encounter the legendary general known for his perpetual victories. And how disappointed Xia He and the others would be. There was still hope. Once the storm passed and her injuries healed, she would disguise herself and seize the opportunity to escape. While Chaoang and Guojia might recognize her altered appearance, others would not. Guojia had kept vigil over Lin Jun throughout the night, utterly exhausted. After bathing, he slept soundly until the afternoon, rushing to the Chao residence. Although it was a day of rest, Cao Cao had summoned many high-ranking officials for a meeting. As Guojia entered the compound, he heard the sharp cries of a woman. Recognizing it as Lady Ding in a fit of rage, he shook his head inwardly, realizing his request for Chaoang's body had yielded no results. Though Chaoang had died, 2 women were still in a frenzy over him. Would he receive such treatment upon his own demise? He entered the meeting hall to find everyone present, save for the Lord, and thus understood he had arrived late. Skipping pleasantries, he took a seat near the table. Several piercing gazes immediately turned towards him, but Guojia merely offered a gentle smile in their direction. Cao Cao strode in, visibly agitated, waving his hand forcefully at the attendant beside him. What are we waiting for? Drag her away. This is a meeting, and we cannot allow such chaos. Chapter 87. Only talent matters. Cao Cao took his seat at the head of the table, and the assembly, aware of his loss of face, refrained from showing any outward signs of discontent, bowing respectfully before settling down with their tea, pretending as though they had heard nothing. The uproar outside gradually receded, and Cao Cao's anger subsided slightly. He pressed his hands on the table and addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, today was supposed to be a day of rest, yet I have summoned you here against my will due to urgent matters. After a brief pause and a sweeping glance at his audience, he continued, You may have heard that Yuan Shu has proclaimed himself emperor. What worries the Lord? A burly man rose to bang the table, exclaiming, That scoundrel Yuan Shu has grown bold enough to openly declare himself emperor. The rightful emperor resides in Sudu. This man was Su Chu, a formidable general under Cao Cao. What you say is quite true, Cao Cao nodded. Yuan Shu has brought this upon himself and cannot survive for long. However, as you said, the rightful emperor is in Sudu. And if we do not mobilize to eradicate Yuan Shu, we risk incurring the wrath of the world. A civil official in his 30s then stood to speak, My lord. The journey to confront Yuan Shu is long, and with our forces stretched thin, we risk inviting trouble from others. Your words echo my concerns, Cao Cao replied, nodding to Sun Yu, his brow furrowing. We cannot engage Yuan Shu, yet we must. Do any of you have good strategies? Sun Yu rose to propose, my lord. I have a plan called Drive the Tiger and Swallow the Wolf. Cao Cao eagerly responded, Do share. To attack Yuan Shu is to uphold the emperor's name, Sun Yu explained. You can issue a decree in the name of the emperor, commanding Liu Bei of Shuzhou to march against Yuan Shu. Liu Bei prides himself as a royal uncle, and he would not dare refuse such a summons. If he departs, Shuzhou will become vulnerable, and Elbu Station nearby will certainly seize the opportunity to attack. A brilliant plan. Cheng Yu clapped in approval. This is truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Cao Cao's face lit up with joy. What a clever stratagem. Sun Ruo is indeed my talented advisor. Sun Yu humbly replied, Gentlemen, please do not praise me. This is merely my duty. Cao Cao laughed. You are aware it is your duty. I shall formally appoint you as the Minister of Personnel. Why do you hesitate? Sir, my contributions are modest, and I do not dare take the position, Sun Yu replied. For now, I shall serve in an acting capacity until you find a truly capable person. Before Cao Cao could continue persuading him, Sun Yu added, My lord, we must welcome the emperor to Sudu. There are numerous vacancies in various official positions, and we need to actively recruit talented individuals. Otherwise, matters at court will accumulate, which would not be beneficial to you. Cao Cao sighed. I am aware of what Wen Ruo speaks. The edict for talent has been issued for quite some time, yet few have responded. If any of you know of capable individuals, please recommend them swiftly, he urged. At that moment, Guojia rose to say, Kong Rong from Beihai has arrived in Sudu. He is known for his wisdom and can recommend other talents. So his arrival may alleviate both your and Wen Ruo's concerns. However, as soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, as if frozen. After a long pause, Cao Cao finally said, Kong Beihai has come? To Sudu? Is that true? I have not seen him present a name card. Guojia smiled. Indeed, my lord. I spotted him at the tavern yesterday. He seems to have been here for some time. Su Chu exclaimed angrily. And Kong Rong? Wasn't he just a few days ago brotherly with Liu Bei? How has he come to seek refuge with us? Guojia soothed. General Su, do not be upset. Kong Beihai has come from afar, inspired by the emperor's renown. He is well regarded for his wisdom, and we must treat him well. Treat him well? Su Chu retorted. He was driven here by Yuan Shao. Besides, he is seeking the emperor, not my lord, so why should I? Zhong Kong. Cao Cao called out to Su Chu, who calmed down, realizing it was not a grave matter. Yes, Su Chu replied, complying with Cao Cao's command, and fell silent. Feng Xiao, what do you think we should do to receive Kong Rong? Cao Cao inquired of Guojia. My lord, from my perspective, we must treat him well to secure the hearts of the people, Guojia replied with composure. The talented individuals of the realm are watching. If you do not accept Kong Rong due to past grievances, they will not come to you either. Feng Xiao, Cheng Yu interjected, unable to hold back. Kong Rong alone may be manageable, but his usual companions are of the same ilk. If he brings them to court for official positions, would you accept them? If you accept them all, the court. You understand, Guojia confidently replied. We can accept them. There are many vacant positions in the court. We can select suitable candidates among these upright individuals. However, at the same time, our endeavor to recruit talents must not cease. Currently, the search for capable individuals has stagnated. Sun Yu remarked solemnly that waiting for the villagers to recommend the filial and upright is an annual affair, and most of those recommended lack true merit. Thus, Jia advised, urging the lord to recruit talents based solely on ability. Guojia inclined his body, expressing his agreement. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into fervent discussion. Only talents? Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, repeating the phrase. Indeed, Guojia nodded, regardless of whether one has been recommended for filial piety, as long as they possess virtue. Regardless of status or background, any talent can be accepted by the lord. No. A voice rose to interject, belonging to Chen Kun, who had remained silent until now. With dissatisfaction etched on his face, Chen argued, a government official with slightly lacking abilities can still make amends through other means. But if their character is flawed, wouldn't that bring calamity to the common folk? Guojia gracefully countered, is it true that apart from those with virtuous names, the rest are all morally deficient? As long as one governs with virtue during peaceful times and possesses ability in times of need, everything can be managed. Minor flaws can be rectified. Yet if one lacks the talent for governance, they may never acquire it throughout their lifetime. Chen Kun attempted to speak further, but was halted by Cao Cao. Enough. Both of you have valid points. This matter requires further contemplation. We shall discuss it later. As Chen Kun and Guojia resumed their seats, Chen's face was flushed with indignation, while Guojia wore a smile, even winking at the ever-familiar expression of resignation on Sun Yu's face seated nearby. Following this, the assembly deliberated over mundane matters, and the military leaders expressed their grievances regarding supplies until nightfall, when they dispersed. On the darkened streets, Guojia strode briskly, intercepting the path of a tall figure. Do not approach her again, Guojia said coolly, tilting his head slightly. Heh. The figure responded non-committally, chuckling softly. She is shrouded in too many mysteries. The past can simply be erased, Guojia declared. From now on, I will oversee her actions. You need not interfere. The figure replied, Feng Xiao, those involved are often blinded. You are too deeply entangled. Yet, under the moonlight, Guojia's eyes shone brightly. Thank you, but I see clearly. I hope so, for if not, not only I cannot tolerate it, but others will not either. Moreover, a person like you should not concern yourself with another's worn-out shoes. The figure's smile vanished as they brushed past Guojia. Chapter 88. The Edict for Talent Recruitment. Lin Jun sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun while reading a scroll, her dog napping contentedly beside her. It was indeed a tranquil moment in the passage of time. Had the best-laid plans come to fruition, she would be faithfully accompanying Jia Su until he reached 70. Although this plan remained unrealized, fate had presented her an unexpected opportunity to marry Sun Yu, which, had she accepted, would have settled her future. Yet, she relinquished that chance. Not only that, but she also foolishly attempted to alter Chaoang's fate. This ended in failure, plunging her into an awkward predicament. Why had her mentors chosen her back then? She was merely 17, having spent the last decade in relentless training, oblivious to the nature of emotions. Did they truly believe she was the most rational among the candidates? They must be sorely disappointed. With a swish, The scroll in Lin Jun's hands was snatched away, rousing her from her reverie. What are you thinking about? Guojia smiled gently, glancing at the scroll before his expression changed. Are you reading mountain water annotations? Are you planning to leave? What? Lin Jun blinked in surprise, genuinely taken aback. How could Guojia deduce her intentions from her reading? Where do you intend to go? He seemed to ignore her denial, pressing on. The moment you step out of the gate, they will seize you, even if you disguise yourself as a man. What are you talking about? I have no intention of going anywhere, Lin Jun insisted, feigning indifference, and then casually inquired, why can't I even leave the estate? Can they recognize my male disguise? After working under Wanrua for so long, do you think they wouldn't recognize you? Guojia shook his head. Or do you believe that after your remarks, they would still allow you to leave this capital? Lin Jun fell silent. I once promised to help you fulfill your wishes. I could not do so then, but I can now. Guojia's voice was deeply enticing. Lin Jun, stay by my side and live a stable life. This was the best season of the year. With sunshine, gentle breezes, swaying willows, playful dogs, and a life free from worry. Everything around her seemed to whisper that she had attained the finest that this era could offer. Without betraying her original intentions or the nation's teachings. I have no desire to leave, she finally laughed, as if mocking Guojia's suspicions. I merely picked a scroll to read. Yet Guojia's countenance revealed no trust in her words, only a calm demeanor. You must consider this carefully. If you find a way to leave my residence, I cannot stop you, but I will be unable to guarantee your safety. Fuming, Lin Jun retorted, are you threatening me again? I am injured. No one can harm me now. I am fully aware of your abilities and theirs, Guojia interrupted, his voice soft yet shattering her faint hope. Lin Jun ceased to argue with him, dragging her injured leg back to her room. Guojia stood alone, examining the mountain water annotations he had taken from her. Xiao Tao, carrying a stack of documents, passed by and overheard their conversation, indignantly exclaiming, Sir, why do you still keep her? If she doesn't wish to stay, so be it. She walks around with a long face. It's quite disheartening. The eldest son has died. It's not your fault. Why must she take her anger out on you? Guojia smirked slightly. Let her blame me. As long as she does not blame herself daily, that suffices. Such nobility, sir. Xiao Tao remained unconvinced. You go to great lengths to cheer her up, yet she remains ungrateful. It will pass. She has her burdens. In time, it will be resolved. Guojia collected the scrolls and inquired, where did these documents come from? From the Sun residence, Xiao Tao replied. Very well. Just leave them in a heap, Guojia instructed, then reconsidered. Wait, better place them on my desk? Understood, Xiao Tao replied and withdrew. Seizing the moment when Guojia and Xiao Tao were absent, Lin Jun began to peruse the documents on his desk. As she flipped through the pages, she regretted having revealed so much of her past to Guojia. Now he was determined to prevent her from leaving. They had met over a decade ago. How could she fabricate lies to deceive such an astute and perceptive individual? To be anything less than truthful was simply futile. To leave or not to leave. She must depart. She felt guilt for not saving Chaoong. If she continued to live with Guojia, who was so deeply intertwined with him, what would he think if he knew? Moreover, Guojia's mind was inscrutable. He was not someone she could rely on for a lifetime. At this moment, though she possessed skills, she lived at the very bottom of society, vulnerable to anyone, even Xiahou Lin. It was precisely for this reason that she had to cling to Guojia. She scanned Guojia's documents, her sole channel to the outside world, hoping to glean the latest movements of various generals and strategists, seeking a suitable opportunity to escape from Shudu. Or perhaps, she stared blankly at the characters on the bamboo scroll, a wild idea slowly forming in her mind, or rather, to stand above the crowd, rendering herself untouchable. The scroll bore the words of Cao Cao's edict for talent recruitment. Lin Jun gazed at the final passage, her heart racing uncontrollably. You, my sons, assist me in bringing forth the hidden talents among the lower ranks. As long as they are capable, I shall employ them. The implication was clear. You must help me discover those talented individuals who have been overlooked, for I shall appoint them all. The following passage appears to be written by Sun Yu. In essence, it conveys a message to the Lord. We have nearly exhausted our recommendations for talented individuals, and some are unwilling to come, which leaves us at an impasse. Perhaps we should hold a talent-seeking conference. Anyone who demonstrates their abilities there could be considered for recruitment. Lin Jun read these lines repeatedly, her mind clear as she quickly related it to her own predicament. If she could merely step forward, standing in a position of prominence, Those who wished to interrogate or harm her would find it far more challenging to act. But how could she make her presence known? She contemplated the phrase "only talent is recruited," falling into deep thought. This talent-seeking conference might indeed be her avenue for escape. Sun Yu had long ago mentioned that Cao Cao would be averse to women mingling in the military camp. Yet, times have changed. Her previous disguise was an act of deception, whereas this application was legitimate. Cao Cao, as a discerning lord who values talent, might he accept a woman in governance? Lin Jun knelt before Guojia's desk, immersed in contemplation. Chapter 89. The talent-seeking conference. After a month of recuperation, Lin Jun's leg injury had improved significantly. As long as she refrained from climbing walls or running, and merely walked normally, she was no longer impeded. On the day of the talent-seeking conference, she meticulously adorned herself, donning a simple gray robe, her hair elegantly tied back, exuding an air of freshness and competence. She accentuated her features with stone gray, ensuring that she did not appear overly youthful. Although the robe was an ancient style from the early Han Dynasty, now rarely worn in favor of skirts, Lin Jun chose this antiquated garment, caring little for the potential disdain from other women, as its androgynous nature felt more reliable than the skirts. Indeed, she intended to attend the talent-seeking conference as a woman. Disguising herself as a man could only deceive for a time. Should she encounter Sun Yu and the others again, she risked incurring a charge of deceiving the sovereign. This time, she would leave no opportunities for those who wished to harm her. Lin Jun knew that Guojia would undoubtedly be present, so she decided to wait for him at the gate. When Guojia emerged and spotted her, his expression was one of surprise. "What brings you out today? I fear I cannot spare time to accompany you." Lin Jun smiled. "Did you not promise you wouldn't deceive me? You placed the talent-seeking order in such a conspicuous spot. Were you afraid I might overlook it?" Guojia's surprise faded, replaced by a chuckle. "That hardly constitutes deception. You wrong me. Come, the time is drawing near. You must not miss your appointment." With that, they both climbed into the carriage. During this time, Lin Jun had discerned that the talent-seeking order was intentionally placed by Guojia for her to see. Yet she remained uncertain of his true intentions. What advantages could there possibly be in allowing her to expose herself? The carriage did not take them to any estate as Lin Jun had anticipated. Instead, it brought them to a refreshing and elegant garden on the outskirts of the city. This garden was not only spacious but also featured winding streams and beautiful scenery, with tables set and soft cushions laid out, where tea and wine were prepared. Given the delightful weather, it resembled not a talent-seeking venue but rather an idyllic setting for poets and scholars to engage in literary discourse. Even a writer devoid of inspiration would find their creativity flowing here. It seemed that Cao Cao had invested considerable thought into this talent-seeking event, akin to modern companies showcasing their finest image and high-quality workplaces to attract potential employees. Several individuals had already gathered in the garden, and Lin Jun observed for a while, noticing that the two prominent figures she recognized, Cao Cao and Sun Yu, would likely not appear before the guests. The other attendees clustered in small groups, brewing tea and discussing matters, appearing, from a distance, as if each was a rare talent. Numerous maidservants flitted about, serving tea and water, ensuring Lin Jun's presence went unnoticed. A few glanced at her robe, but none suspected that she was there to apply for a position. Guojia chose a corner for them to enjoy tea. And as the time approached, more people congregated, revealing a growing disparity in their social standings. A glance at their attire indicated their varying statuses. Some wore intricately embroidered robes, while others donned the most commonplace cotton shirts. Lin Jun could not help but steal a glance at Guojia, who, like Sun Yu, seemed to favor modest clothing. Both men, particularly Sun Yu, likely received substantial salaries but appeared to live frugally. Chaoong, on the other hand, possessed a few exquisite garments befitting his status as the eldest son, though it seemed he had only worn them once or twice. She struggled to refocus her thoughts, continuing to observe the crowd. Among them, the most ostentatious was a man in his 30s, surrounded by dozens, as if conversing with him were the pinnacle of honor. This man bore an air of arrogance, which unsettled Lin Jun. She preferred the humility of Sun Yu or Su Yu. Guojia, while confident, lacked that haughty demeanor. Yet, the man's conduct was otherwise quite proper. This was Kong Rong from Beihai. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, Guojia whispered a prompt, "Kong Rong?" Lin Jun immediately recognized the name associated with the fabled tale of him giving the largest pair to his elder siblings. It stirred within her a sense of wonder, as she recalled her parents recounting the story of Kong Rong's humility in sharing the best fruit. During her training, she had read more about his history, recalling his scathing letters to Cao Cao and Cao Pai, as well as his fondness for drinking and composing poetry with fellow literati. He had made some peculiar claims about familial relationships, suggesting that once a child was born, the mother had no further connection and the father even less. Overall, he struck her as a talented individual who was rather self-important. Reflecting on his childhood story of sharing pears, Lin Jun sensed a hint of pretentiousness in his character. Nevertheless, his literary achievements were considerable, with numerous works still extant. As for his political capabilities, it was too soon to judge. Most crucially, he met a tragic end at the hands of Cao Cao, who executed many in his later years, allegedly even forcing Sun Yu to his demise. Yet, Lin Jun remained uncertain of her current stance on Kong Rong. Could he possibly be responsible for selecting the talents? She asked anxiously, for the reverence with which the crowd regarded him was unlike anything she had witnessed in this era. Fear not. He is merely seeking an official position. Invited here by Wen Ruo, Guo Jia reassured her. With that, Lin Jun felt somewhat at ease. If Kong Rong were to see her applying, he would likely dismiss her without a glance. Those who prided themselves on their talents often looked down upon women. Sun Yu approached from the back of the garden, dressed simply, moving with a quiet grace that caused the bustling assembly to fall silent. Though he held a high position, he never boasted of his accomplishments, generously sharing his rewards with his kin. Did he know that his name would linger in history? He gestured for everyone to take their seats, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on Guo Jia and Lin Jun in the corner. Guo Jia offered a distant smile, but Sun Yu's gaze remained fixed on Lin Jun, icy in its intensity. Lin Jun's admiration for Sun Yu faltered as she realized that he had never doubted her capabilities, but rather opposed the notion of women in governance. Given her previous outspokenness, he likely resented her presence in the garden. Chapter 90. Unveiling the arm, Lin Jun struggled to muster a smile for Sun Yu, yet it did little to soften the coldness in his gaze. Do not be afraid, Guo Jia whispered reassuringly. I will persuade Wen Ruo on your behalf. No need, Lin Jun replied, shaking her head. I have my own plan. Guo Jia, resembling a beautiful maiden, covered half of her face with her sleeve and chuckled lightly. Very well, if you are unable, I shall assist you. Upon hearing Guo Jia's words, Lin Jun felt increasingly uneasy and couldn't help but inquire, why did you bring me here? And why do you wish to help me? Guo Jia turned her head, her gaze intense. You only need to remember that I will not harm you. If you continue to call me elder sister, I will feel more at ease. Lin Jun pursed her lips in response. The moment Guo Jia heard Lin Jun mention this, her expression darkened. Any reference to the fact that Guo Jia was once significantly younger than her would elicit such a reaction. The two whispered to each other, completely oblivious to what Sun Yu was saying on stage. Suddenly, most of the people around them stood up and approached the front, which made Lin Jun anxious. Regretting not paying attention, go and join the queue, Guo Jia urged her. All right. Lin Jun quickly pulled out her prepared invitation card and briskly mingled into the crowd. However, she found it difficult to blend in. As soon as she approached, the group of scholars and warriors parted ways, seemingly ashamed to associate with her. Avoiding even a glance in her direction, Lin Jun had long been mentally prepared for such treatment and chose to ignore it, standing orderly behind the front of the line. Yet, the disdainful attitude of the crowd exceeded her expectations. They formed a cluster at the back, unwilling to stand behind her. Which young lady is queuing for whom? Someone finally spoke up. Have your young master come personally? Chao Gong is eager for talent. Who is so ungrateful as to send a maid to queue? Lin Jun understood their misunderstanding but did not wish to provoke trouble, pretending not to hear. However, upon noticing her indifference, someone else recognized that she had come with Guo Jia and pointed angrily at Guo Jia. Who are you to act so high and mighty? You cannot even stand up and send your maid to queue for the invitation. If you truly possess talent, why not follow in the footsteps of Kong Rong and skip this step? At this moment, Lin Jun observed that the renowned Kong Rong was not among the crowd pushing to submit invitations, but remained calmly seated, enjoying tea, likely having had his position arranged in advance by Sun Yu and others. This young master has it wrong. I have accompanied her to submit the invitation. Guo Jia replied with a smile while still seated. Lin Jun sighed inwardly. Guo Jia's words were too ostentatious, pushing her further into the flames. As anticipated, upon uttering those words, nearly everyone present erupted in outrage. What? A woman submitting an invitation? Are my eyes deceiving me? Is there truly such absurdity in this world? What a scandal! Whose daughter is this, causing such a ruckus here? What talent does she possess? Needlework? The complaints were numerous, and Lin Jun struggled to absorb them all. Unable to hold back, she retorted, if you do not wish to associate with a woman like me, you may all return home. Save yourselves the trouble of contesting for a place. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, smiling as he approached and took his place behind Lin Jun. Noticing his refined features and piercing gaze, Lin Jun politely smiled at him, and he returned the gesture with a fist salute. His elegant appearance and extraordinary demeanor suggested he was not an ordinary person, prompting Lin Jun to take note of him. Seeing someone finally standing behind Lin Jun, the others ceased their complaints, gradually forming a queue behind her, as if someone was eager to distance themselves from what they deemed a virus. Lin Jun turned to observe the slowly moving line and realized that they were indeed merely submitting invitations and registering names, essentially signing up. It amused her to think that in this era, such a beautiful garden was chosen for what was essentially a registration process. With so many people submitting invitations, it was likely that some would attempt to take advantage of the situation. Cao Cao would certainly not accept everyone. After this registration, there would surely be some form of examination. Alas, this was the plight of an era devoid of recommendations. It was no wonder that so many had surrounded the renowned Kong Rong earlier. If one had Kong Rong's endorsement, there would be no need to queue or undergo any examination. Lin Jun squinted as she observed the person ahead of her, write down Li Rin of Puyang before departing. Taking a deep breath, she elegantly stepped forward. She presented her invitation card to the official responsible for collecting them, only to be met with an extremely awkward expression. The official fidgeted with his hands and repeatedly glanced at Sun Yu on the stage. Gathering her courage, Lin Jun met Sun Yu's gaze once more. She noticed him slightly shake his head. Disheartened, she realized that regardless of the circumstances, Sun Yu was unwilling to accept women. Yet, she had no other choice. Lin Jun thrust the invitation card into the official's hands and boldly approached the table, picking up a brush to register her name. Sun Yu finally descended from the stage, and Lin Jun was astonished to find that the look in his eyes had transformed into one of pity. Miss Lin, he spoke softly. Lin Jun's heart sank further. He hadn't even called her by her courtesy name. Sun sir, she replied respectfully. I have previously mentioned to Miss Lin that remaining by Feng Zhao's side would be more suitable for you. He will not overlook your talents. Why must you throw yourself into the fray? Sun Yu lowered his voice, drawing the curiosity of those behind Lin Jun, who leaned in to eavesdrop. Lin Jun chose not to respond, slowly rolling up her wide sleeves, revealing her smooth and delicate arms to the entire garden. She was completely unbothered, but those present, including Guijia, were left speechless. What was this young lady attempting to achieve by submitting an invitation and exposing her arms before a group of men? As Lin Jun rolled up her sleeves, she gracefully waved her arms in front of Sun Yu. Onlookers assumed she was merely adjusting her sleeves to write. Yet Sun Yu undoubtedly noticed the deep scar on her arm. It was a reminder of the time she had risked her life to save him during the rebellion in Yinzhou, a scar left from that incident. She was subtly reminding Sun Yu, do not forget, I have saved your life twice. Although Lin Jun had willingly saved him, using this as leverage to compel Sun Yu to accept her invitation was far from her intention. Yet, at this moment, she had no alternative but to resort to such measures. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Jun gently lifted the brush. As she hoped, Sun Yu did not utter another word of objection. Chapter 91. The written examination. Ha ha, can there truly be such absurdity in the world? Someone behind her laughed loudly. Lin Jun had long anticipated Kong Rong's mockery. She felt no embarrassment, but rather a sense of satisfaction in having predicted the outcome. Kong Rong finally rose from his exalted position and sauntered to the front, casting a scornful glance at Sun Yu. Sun Ling Jun, is today's talent recruitment gathering merely a farce? Certainly not. Sun Yu replied calmly. If it is not a farce, why do you not prevent this foolish woman from making a mockery of herself? Allowing her to register her name will only bring humiliation to those who have already registered, Kong Rong argued passionately, causing an uproar among the crowd. He did not even glance at Lin Jun while relentlessly challenging Sun Yu. Lin Jun had expected him to merely voice some objections and had prepared her rebuttals. However, he escalated the situation to the level of Cao Gong's insult towards those submitting invitations. In such circumstances, she felt it inappropriate to speak further. Any additional words would only backfire. Despite being provoked, Sun Yu remained composed. Mr. Kong, you may be mistaken. Where is the misunderstanding? Is this woman not here to submit her invitation? Kong Rong insisted. Perhaps Mr. Kong has not reviewed the talent recruitment decree we issued? Sun Yu replied. It states that anyone with talent, regardless of their identity, background, or past, is welcome to apply. There is no stipulation prohibiting women from submitting invitations. Lin Jun gazed at the serene countenance of Sun Yu, feeling a slight astonishment. She had not anticipated that he would speak on her behalf, or rather, take the blame for her. Kong Rong could have easily seized the opportunity to criticize the talent solicitation order that Sun Yu had issued for its flaws. In an effort to stifle Kong Rong's discontent, she smiled and said, "Mr. Kong, why must you be so agitated? I have merely submitted a name card. If one truly lacks talent, they will naturally not be selected. So why concern yourself?" Lin Jun's tone was polite and earnest, her demeanor humble, appearing far more magnanimous than the haughty Kong Rong. "Indeed, are we to fear being outshone by a woman?" A young man standing behind Lin Jun suddenly exclaimed, striding to the front and inscribing his name. Lin Jun cast a discreet glance at his name, Chun Ding, and understood the poise he exhibited. He was somewhat of a notable figure, having aided Cao Cao in subduing Lu Bu. Rumor had it that he had a penchant for seafood and had voluntarily requested a governorship in a coastal town post-war, resulting in fewer appearances in the limelight. The others swiftly followed suit and wrote down their names, which caused a flicker of irritation to cross Kong Rong's face. While currying favor with Kong Rong might yield a recommendation opportunity, it would be counterproductive to undermine Sun Yu's standing. In truth, Sun Yu's official rank and reputation far surpassed that of Kong Rong across the realm. At that moment, Lin Jun could not help but admire Chen Deng, who had just extricated Sun Yu from an awkward situation. Not only had he left a good impression on Sun Yu, but he had also provided a measure of relief for him, which would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. She found herself gazing at this talented young man, and when their eyes met, they exchanged smiles. At some point, Guo Jia had approached Lin Jun's side and pointed at her exposed arm. Realizing her oversight, Lin Jun quickly lowered her sleeve. This favor owed to Sun Yu had now been repaid, and she would not exploit it further. "You have performed admirably," Guo Jia complimented her, adding that it was unnecessary to be so courteous to him. "Perhaps it is best I refrain from displaying my talents at this juncture." Lin Jun mused, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating that revealing her true capabilities later would make it all the more difficult for him. Approximately 100 individuals had inscribed their names and submitted their name cards. Once no one else stepped forward, Sun Yu declared loudly, "I have received everyone's name cards. To assess your true talents, General Chao will arrange 2 examinations. The first will be a literary test, scheduled for 3 days hence. The second will be a martial test, set for 5 days later, with both tests to be conducted here in this garden." Upon hearing Sun Yu's announcement, a stir rippled through the garden. A martial test as well? Most of those present were scholars, and the prospect of a martial test left them somewhat flustered. The martial officers, too, expressed their dissatisfaction at the prospect of a literary examination. "There is no need for concern," Sun Yu reassured them. "For both tests, only the best results will be considered. The scope of this assessment is broad, aimed at discovering each of your areas of expertise, so that the most suitable official positions may be assigned in the future." At the mention of Sun Yu arranging official positions, many among the crowd calmed down. Lin Jun stood in a corner, quietly observing. Although many reacted strongly, there were also individuals who remained unperturbed, indicating that a significant number of genuinely talented individuals had come to this talent solicitation meeting. 3 days later, the candidates returned to the garden as promised. This time, more desks had been set up, arranged in a denser and more orderly fashion, each equipped with writing materials, prompting Lin Jun to reminisce about her own examination experiences from years past. For her, a written examination was preferable to an oral one. If it were an interview, the likelihood of encountering a group of clever individuals as interviewers was high. Should she encounter someone skeptical of her abilities, they might deliberately challenge her, leading to a poor evaluation, which would be troublesome. The chief examiner this time was not Sun Yu, but an official whom Lin Jun did not recognize. He addressed the assembled candidates, stating, "This examination consists of 3 questions. You may select 2 questions in which you are most proficient to answer. You must not omit any question, nor may you answer more than 2. The time allotted is 1 hour. Is this clear to everyone?" Seeing that no one raised any objections, the chief examiner waited for the hour to commence, then unveiled a wooden board displaying the examination questions. To her surprise, the literary examination questions of this era differed significantly from those of the Tang and Song dynasties. The imperial examinations typically featured fill-in-the-blank and essay questions, such as completing a passage from Mencius or discussing a quote from Confucian classics. However, Cao Cao's test questions were particularly pragmatic. The translated questions were: 1. Describe terrain that is prone to ambushes during a military march. 2. Propose solutions to alleviate shortages of supplies. 3. The principles of stabilizing the realm. As Lin Jun contemplated the questions, she cautiously took hold of the delicate answer sheet, which felt as though it might tear with the slightest pressure. She had already devised a strategy for which 2 questions to tackle. Regarding the scenario of ambush-prone terrain, she had only ever encountered it in books. Even if she could recall some details, it would merely be theoretical knowledge. Thus, she chose the latter 2 questions. The issue of supplies was self-evident, and she could speak at length on the principles of stabilizing the realm, starting with the subjugation of Lu Bu, followed by the conquest of Ma Teng, and then resisting Yuan Shao to secure Jingzhou. Surely, if Cao Cao were to see her answers, he would be satisfied with them. This was Lin Jun's objective. Chapter 92. Rejection? How could the Lord personally review each of your submissions? Guojia chuckled lightly, having discerned Lin Jun's intentions. Lin Jun wrote swiftly and submitted her answers before returning home with Guojia. In recent days, to ensure her safety, the two had been inseparable. She had initially planned to move out of Guo's residence after obtaining an official position, but upon hearing Guojia's remarks, she grew somewhat anxious. Will he not review them? This is a significant matter concerning the selection of officials. Surely he must personally inquire? I suspect even one Ruo will not personally grade the papers. Guojia reflected. It is likely that Zhong Yao and the others will handle the preliminary screening. Preliminary? Lin Jun quickly inquired. And then it will be submitted to Mr. Sun for review? Most likely, that is the procedure, Guojia affirmed. Lin Jun continued, then Zhong Yao is also aware of my identity. What kind of person is he? How will he perceive me? He is usually rather reserved, and I have little personal rapport with him, Guojia said, shaking his head. However, he is closest to Sun Yu, and Sun Yu has shown considerable interest in you. Therefore, if Zhong Yao were to review your answers, it should not pose a significant issue. The renowned strategists were intrigued by her. Should Lin Jun laugh or cry at this revelation? She rose to leave, only to be halted by Guojia's call. Wait, you have yet to inform me how you answered the questions. Lin Jun then relayed the questions and her responses to Guojia. Regarding the 3rd question about the principles of stabilizing the realm, she spoke somewhat cautiously, hoping to avoid raising any suspicions in Guojia. To her surprise, Guojia fell into deep contemplation after hearing her words and, after a long pause, remarked, No, you have chosen the wrong questions. Why? Lin Jun felt a twinge of defiance. The instructions were simply to select 2 questions to answer from the 3 provided, focusing on those she was most skilled in. Guojia shook his head and explained, the reason they placed describing ambush-prone terrain first is that it is the easiest to answer. You should have chosen that question and then selected the one you are best at from the latter 2. By neglecting that question and opting for 2 challenging ones, disregarding your identity, it would be difficult for you to pass. Surely not. Lin Jun's expression changed almost immediately. How could she have boasted of her talents in front of those disdainful scholars and warriors, only to fail due to a lack of ability? That would be utterly humiliating. But I should have answered the last 2 questions without any errors, right? She reassured herself. Lin Jun, do you not yet understand? Guojia gazed at her intently, analyzing her responses meticulously. First, regarding your 2nd question on how to resolve the supply shortage. This question should be addressed from the angles of taxation and reallocating military personnel to cultivate land, rather than your response concerning agricultural techniques, which is rather peculiar and lacks credibility. And for the 3rd question, he continued, it asks about the principles of stabilizing the realm, not the principles of conquering the realm. You should have addressed aspects such as recruiting talent, appeasing the populace, strengthening the military, and expanding arable land, among others. Your responses have strayed too far from the mark. Lin Jun inhaled sharply. Had she indeed veered off course with both questions? At this moment, she found herself yearning for a trace of recognition from Zhong Yao, perhaps even a flicker of interest that might lead to her selection. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. Ultimately, the answer sheets would be submitted to Sun Yu, a man known for his unwavering sense of justice. Upon encountering a paper that veered off into the realms of Siberia, it would undoubtedly be deemed unworthy. Guojia, noticing the hint of melancholy in Lin Jun's expression, chuckled softly, do not be disheartened. It is merely an answer sheet. The inadequacies of your responses do not reflect your true talents. Lin Jun lowered her gaze, feeling despondent. Is it certain that I won't pass? That day, Kong Rong from Beihai lost face because of me. Upon learning of my failure, he will surely mock me. My humiliation is one thing, but it will also drag down Mr. Sun's reputation. Guojia smirked, rest assured. No one would dare ridicule Wen Ruo. Besides, this is only the 1st round of the literary examination. If you fail, there will be another opportunity, will there not? What of the martial examination? Lin Jun frowned. As a woman, Merely participating in the literary test has already caused enough controversy. To enter the martial examination, I cannot even entertain the thought. Guojia raised an eyebrow. Lin Jun, why do you belittle yourself so? Whatever happened to the courage you once displayed when you disguised yourself as a man to infiltrate the military camp? At his words, Lin Jun fell into a momentary reverie. Indeed, where had that fearless spirit gone? In her youth, she had bound her chest, donned makeup, and trained vigorously alongside men. She had sought out Cao Cao, mingled with the women in his courtyard, and even boldly ventured into the Cao residence to assist Lady Bian with childbirth, all while outsmarting Cao Ong to conceal her identity. Perhaps it was the urgency of wanting to meet renowned figures in this new era. Or perhaps it was the restlessness of a decade spent in seclusion that had stifled her once fearless heart. Now, as time passed, she felt increasingly constrained, living in constant fear. I was too reckless then. I made many mistakes, she murmured softly. You now have two choices. Guojia extended two long fingers. 1. Step forward and confront the challenges before you. 2. Remain by my side, and I shall ensure your safety for a lifetime. Lin Jun regarded Guojia. His usual demeanor was flippant, teasing, or laden with hidden meaning, embodying the essence of a cunning young master. Yet, at this moment, a serious glint shone in his eyes. Lin Jun gently turned her head, unwilling to contemplate the implications of his promise of safety, nor to reflect on his brilliant yet fleeting existence. 7 days later, Lin Jun rose early and sat by the edge of her bed, donning her attire after some time. She had pondered for several days, and would continue to do so for many years to come, questioning whether her decision today was right or wrong. After rummaging through her belongings, she finally unearthed a set of martial attire, arranging her hair into a masculine topknot, though she refrained from altering her features to appear more masculine as she had before. When had she last dressed in this manner? Guojia, always quicker in his preparations, beamed at her as she emerged, her figure exuding vigor. He circled around her with curiosity, inquiring, how did you tie your hair back then? High and all gathered at the back? Lin Jun recognized he referred to a ponytail, reminiscent of the time she had enlisted, battling Jia Su while dressed in that manner. Nevertheless, after so many years, she preferred a more subdued presence. She chuckled. Back then, you had to tiptoe just to grab my hair. Whenever Lin Jun mentioned Guojia's short stature and younger age, he would display a hint of displeasure. This time, however, he appeared prepared, merely pursing his lips. Yes, no longer necessary. Lin Jun was uncertain whether he meant he no longer needed to grab her hair or that he no longer needed to tiptoe. She simply knew she disliked the current strange atmosphere. Turning her head, she said, let us go. Time is slipping away. As they traversed the path, Lin Jun felt a twinge of uncertainty. Perhaps the setback in the literary examination had sown seeds of doubt within her. She confided in Guojia, perhaps my skills are not as remarkable as you envision, and my leg injury has yet to heal. Just do your best, but do not strain your leg. Guojia advised, you should pass with no issue. Guofeng Xiao, can you truly foresee everything? Did you predict my failure in the literary examination? Lin Jun expressed disbelief, yet subconsciously, she began to trust Guojia, feeling as though his words would come to fruition. Of course, there are mistakes, Guojia replied calmly, however. I did not harbor expectations for your literary examination. Why? Lin Jun pressed. If you knew I had issues, why not guide me? Lin Jun, while you possess talent, your understanding of politics is lacking, Guojia stated bluntly. I am unaware of the questions and cannot teach you comprehensively in such a short time. Before Lin Jun could voice her frustration, he continued, even with the best preparations, if the examiner holds a bias against you, success is unlikely. Hence, it is wiser to forego preparation and rely solely on the martial examination. The two arrived at the refreshing garden once more. The numerous tables that had been set up previously had been removed, and a designated area had been created for the contest. Lin Jun registered her name and awaited her turn, soon noticing that the number of participants was significantly lower than before. Many seemed to have forfeited. This was understandable, as most applicants were scholars. Sun Yu had previously stated that for the martial examination, excelling in just one discipline would suffice. Thus, those lacking in martial arts would likely refrain from embarrassing themselves. Indeed, as Guojia had remarked, he himself was too apprehensive to participate in such competitions, fearing a humiliating defeat. Lin Jun joined the line of other candidates, most of whom had recognized her when she submitted her name previously. They merely pretended not to notice her now. They did not wait long before the chief examiner strode into the arena. Fate had a peculiar way of intertwining paths, for it was none other than Xiahou Yuan. Lin Jun sighed inwardly as she recognized the familiar figure. He had been the one to recruit her, train her at Xuanzhou, and even accompany her on missions to eradicate bandits outside Yenzhou. He was also related to Xiahou Lin. If he had forgotten the male Lin Jun herself could hardly believe it. She had come to enlist with her name unchanged. It would not be long before Xiahou Yuan noticed. What would he think upon discovering that the petite Lin Jun he had once welcomed into the army was, in fact, a woman? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Guojia, who was standing against the wall, seeking shade from the sun. He smiled and nodded at her, providing a modicum of reassurance. Guojia was indeed astute and discerning people. If he told her to trust him, perhaps she could allow herself to feel secure. In truth, Xiahou Yuan was primarily responsible for the recruitment and training of new soldiers. Lin Jun had encountered him multiple times during her 2 enlistments. It was not mere coincidence. Xiahou Yuan stepped forward, his voice booming as he encouraged the scholars and warriors present, particularly the former, praising them for their courage and determination, declaring that such traits were the essence of victory. He then announced the format of the competition, which would consist of 3 events, the first being equestrian skills, the second archery, and the third a contest of strength. The first 2 events would not be ranked. Participants would simply pass or fail. Only those who succeeded in both would qualify for the third contest. At first glance, the format seemed rather harsh. However, upon reflection, it also afforded a way out for those who were purely literary scholars. If one could not even succeed in writing or shooting, what chance would they have in a contest of strength? It would likely result in an unbalanced match. It was better to eliminate them early on. The first event of equestrian skills required participants to ride around the garden 3 times within a specified time. For Lin Jun, this was a trivial task. Although she had not been assigned a horse during her years in the military, riding had been a crucial skill during her training at the base. The art of horseback riding, akin to that of cycling, becomes ingrained in one's memory once learned, never to be forgotten. Lin Jun stood quietly in line as soldiers were called forth one by one to mount their steeds. It wasn't long before her name resounded through the air, and with a composed demeanor, she stepped out of the ranks and approached the warhorse. In this era, warhorses were equipped only with reins, devoid of saddles or stirrups. Yet, this posed no challenge for Lin Jun. She grasped the horse's mane and effortlessly vaulted onto its back, gracefully settling into the saddle as if gliding through the air. "Bravo!" came the distant applause from Guojia, sending a shiver down Lin Jun's spine. In such a vast courtyard, he was the only one to offer praise. However, what concerned her more were the piercing gazes directed at her from behind, particularly from Xiahou Yuan, who had turned his attention toward her upon hearing her name. This was not the moment for apprehension. Lin Jun reminded herself of this mantra as she took the reins and galloped around the arena. In a matter of 3 laps, she completed the task with poise, finishing in less than half the allotted time, leaving no room for criticism from any observer. Her childhood training, where she had fallen countless times while learning to ride a horse taller than herself and without a saddle, had prepared her well. Xiahou Yuan continued to scrutinize her with a furrowed brow. The second trial involved archery, with remarkably low expectations. Each participant was provided a bow and 10 arrows, tasked with hitting a target situated 20 meters away. Lin Jun's first arrow struck true, and a soldier promptly informed her that she had passed. No further shots necessary. This reinforced her suspicion that the initial trials were merely designed to eliminate those who were overly proud yet lacking in skill, offering them a graceful exit. After exiting the field, she joined the other successful candidates, who no longer pretended to overlook her, now regarding her with the gaze reserved for the extraordinary. In that moment, Lin Jun was reminded of Sun Xiaomei from Eastern Wu, known in the operas as Sun Shangxiang. As the sister of Sun Quan, she had been married off to Liu Bei, who was over 20 years her senior, becoming a political pawn. History records little about her beauty, yet it notes her martial prowess, often carrying weapons into her chamber, causing her husband Liu Bei to regard her with trepidation. In this patriarchal era of the 3 kingdoms, how could a woman hope to secure her position relying solely on beauty? And how trustworthy were men to depend upon? As Xiahou Yuan approached her, Lin Jun met him with a gracious smile, awaiting his words. Chapter 94. The Great Melee. Rather than remain passive, Lin Jun resolved to take the initiative. She had encountered General Xiahou before and bowed respectfully, meeting his stern gaze with unwavering composure. Xiahou Yuan scrutinized her features, his expression fraught with confusion. As the uncle of Xiahou Lin, was he aware of the circumstances surrounding her demise? Did he know of her past with Chaoong? If he did, how would he regard her? "I have heard rumors that you have forsaken your post and returned home," he remarked, stroking his beard. I did not expect the woman who answered the call to be you. Thank you for your concern, General. I have been residing within the city, Lin Jun replied, realizing that Sun Yu had orchestrated this arrangement. It has been 3 years since I joined the ranks under your invitation. Xiahou Yuan's gaze grew complex, perhaps due to Sun Lingjuan's discovery of her intentions, leading to her departure. You have not lost heart, and now you wish to return? Lin Jun longed to be a man, if only to showcase her ambitions. A woman must do what is expected of her, he retorted coldly. Today, I shall judge you solely on your abilities. Whether you progress or not is beyond my concern. In due time, I shall answer to the Lord for any lapse in my duties. Lin Jun quickly realized that by presenting herself as a woman, she risked implicating Xiahou Yuan in a breach of conduct for having enlisted her. She hastily replied, There is no need for such concern, General. Should I be granted the opportunity, I will explain to the Lord and accept full responsibility. Xiahou Yuan merely scoffed, unwilling to engage further. Despite her animosity toward Xiahou Lin, Lin Jun felt a twinge of remorse for her uncle. Had she not appeared, Guo Jia would not have acted against his niece, and perhaps Chao Ong and Xiahou Lin would have enjoyed a stable union. Xiahou Yuan maintained a dignified demeanor, never blurring the lines between personal and public matters, his loyalty to Cao Cao unwavering despite the tragedy involving Xiahou Lin. Yet, even with his generosity, he had once taken a chance on the young and frail Lin Jun. Now, however, confronted with her femininity, he exhibited the same resistance as Sun Yu. In their subconscious, women were expected to remain at home, tending to domestic duties, and the notion of serving in an official capacity was scandalous. If she truly wished to hold a position of authority, merely passing the martial examination would not suffice. But did she have any alternatives? Only about 40 candidates remained following the first 2 trials, eagerly awaiting Xiahou Yuan to announce the rules for the third. Lin Jun had anticipated a one-on-one contest, but was taken aback when he declared a free-for-all among the 40 contestants. The rules were simple. First, anyone who stepped out of bounds would be eliminated. Second, no one was allowed to take a life. The arena could accommodate over 200 individuals, and 40 should fit comfortably, yet if they began to fight, it would become exceedingly cramped. Upon announcing the rules, the participants exchanged glances, forming alliances. Indeed, in such a brawl, the solitary contender would be the first to be ousted. As long as they banded together, even the weakest might prevail. Xiahou Yuan, under the guise of testing their responsiveness, teamwork, and leadership, had devised this chaotic format, but Lin Jun suspected it was a deliberate trap set for her. Who would willingly ally with a woman? Not only would they refuse to ally, but it was entirely possible that the men would conspire to toss her out at the onset. What happened to the notion of impartiality? Before the contest commenced, Lin Jun began to pace the arena, seeking a potential ally. To her dismay, she discovered that wherever she went, the men quietly distanced themselves from her. She attempted to seek out Chen Ding, the man she had once rescued, only to find he had been eliminated in the second trial. She was destined to fight alone. As the contest drew near, Guo Jia approached her discreetly, his hands tucked within his sleeves. Have you thought of how to respond? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jun bit her lip and replied, I shall linger at the edge of the arena. Anyone who approaches will be met with force. Surely, after a few encounters, they will refrain from targeting me. Your reasoning is sound, Guo Jia nodded. But remember, you must be ruthless. The chief examiner's prohibition against taking lives is quite lenient. Others will not hesitate to strike hard. Most of these individuals are here for the literary examination. Succeeding in the martial trial is a bonus, and they won't force the issue if they fail. If you intimidate a couple of them, others will likely steer clear. Understood, Lin Jun affirmed. Also, I have noted a few individuals with formidable skills. You must be particularly cautious of the one clad in a deep gray robe near the southwestern corner. The time had come. Prepare yourselves, bellowed Xiahou Yuan, abruptly cutting off Guo Jia's warning. Lin Jun hurriedly sought a strategic position along the edge, simply remarking, It's nothing. I will be cautious. Leaving Guo Jia behind, she dashed toward a distant corner where an ancient tree stood, offering a refuge. Should any opponent prove too strong, the tree would provide a barrier against being swiftly dispatched. To her dismay, she arrived too late. Several others had already claimed the advantageous spot near the tree. Begin. Xiahou Yuan struck the war drum, signaling the start of the contest. Lin Jun endeavored to maintain her distance from the others, minimizing her presence in the fray. The current situation in the arena has become quite clear. Apart from her solitary presence, all others are grouped in pairs or larger clusters of 4 or 5. each faction vying for power. Just as she was devising ways to ensure her own safety, she noticed a shift in the dynamics within the arena. In the northwest corner, a team had taken control, and upon careful counting, Lin Jun realized they were exactly 10 in number. Did they truly believe that their numerical superiority guaranteed victory? The thought elicited a faint smile from her. The rules dictate that the contest concludes when only 10 participants remain. If even one individual is determined to win, that group of 10 must be defeated, or else the remaining contestants will have no chance. This explains why the majority form alliances of 2 or 3, never exceeding 4, providing themselves and others a glimmer of hope. To force someone into a corner often invites retaliation. Lin Jun was secretly elated to see such foolishness among the 10. As chaos ensues, it is inevitable that they will be eliminated, perhaps taking a few others down with them. The arena would then be much more spacious, facilitating her escape or other maneuvers. Chapter 95. Ruthlessly beating scoundrels. Before Lin Jun could fully savor her thoughts, a sly voice echoed through the arena. This is a man's battlefield. What business do women have here? Are you merely here to amuse us? She immediately fixed her gaze on the speaker, a man with a horse-like face and elongated eyes, exuding an air of lewdness. His words dripped with innuendo, his gaze lingering on Lin Jun's long legs. Yet, she could hardly blame him. Her attire was indeed more revealing than customary for women of her time. Even without traditional skirts, such fitted trousers were uncommon. With her long and straight legs accentuated, it was inevitable that she would capture the attention of men. As soon as the horse-faced man spoke, all eyes in the arena turned toward Lin Jun, a result she desperately wished to avoid. Observing the man's unsteady movements, she discerned he was merely a troublemaker, more interested in causing a scene than in winning. Thus, she resolved to engage him. Remaining silent would only invite further harassment. My dear sir, if you seek amusement, come forth. Lin Jun's voice rang out, clear and teasing, halting the murmurs of the crowd. As she spoke, she beckoned softly to the horse-faced man. His grin widened, though he remained stationary, aware enough not to be foolish. He turned to his companions and said, "Let us go together." His companions, though less brazen, shared a glint of mischief in their eyes, indicating familiarity among the trio. They likely possessed some skill in literary and martial tests, having accidentally advanced to the final round, with no intention of passing, but rather to toy with the only woman present. Perhaps they sought to exploit her vulnerability, justifying their arduous journey of horseback riding and archery. With this in mind, the horse-faced man, flanked by his 2 companions, advanced towards her from the center of the arena. Lin Jun slowly maneuvered to a more open area, scanning the other groups. Fortunately, no one moved. They seemed to be biding their time, observing the unfolding events. 3 inept individuals were manageable. The trio began to encircle her, closing in from the front, left, and right. The horse-faced man charged directly at her, arms outstretched, intent on seizing her waist. An opportunity presented itself. Lin Jun felt a surge of exhilaration as she sprinted forward, her hands grasping his arms like an eagle's talons, her nails nearly embedding into his flesh. The sound of bone cracking echoed softly yet distinctly in the ears of everyone present. The 2 others, who had been poised to attack her, froze in shock as Lin Jun struck one in the knee, sending him sprawling to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Whether their cries of pain were genuine or feigned mattered little. They gradually rolled out of the arena, moaning. The horse-faced man was equally incapacitated, thrown aside by Lin Jun. In mere moments, she had dispatched 3 men. The crowd gaped at her, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Lin Jun yearned for the spotlight. Her purpose at the recruitment event was to make a striking impression, deterring any hidden adversaries from daring to harm her. In this moment, a simple applause followed by a boastful proclamation of who else desires amusement would have been immensely satisfying. However, she reconsidered. There were skilled fighters present, and it was prudent to refrain from provoking them further. Instead, she opted to clap her hands and retreat to a corner, crossing her arms in a posture that conveyed non-aggression, subtly indicating that she would only defend herself and would not initiate harm. The others, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the situation and chose to ignore her, focusing on their own skirmishes. As Lin Jun had anticipated, the largest group of 10 was the first to crumble, swiftly overwhelmed and eliminated. Observing the shifting alliances, she noted how 2 initial trios, engaged in battle, unexpectedly united, casting out the remaining 4. Despite their protests and curses, those 4 were undeniably eliminated. Lin Jun remained in her corner, a silent observer, though a light sheen of sweat formed on her brow. Thankfully, no one sought to ally with her. Given her nature, she would likely have been betrayed by any supposed ally. In the arena, there are no absolute enemies, only temporary allies and foes, with allegiances shifting in the blink of an eye. This contest tested not only physical prowess but also adaptability and control over the unfolding chaos. Naturally, those with formidable strength would always find allies, lessening their fears of betrayal. Lin Jun held her breath, counting the remaining participants. 15, 14, 11, 10. At last, she was safe. Her display of skill at the outset had intimidated the others, dissuading them from targeting her. While they eliminated the weaker contestants one by one until only 10 remained, Xiahou Yuan struck the drum once more, declaring the contest concluded. "Well done." "A round of applause," he exclaimed, congratulating all present for successfully passing the martial trials. Lin Jun finally heard the words she had longed for, her heart lightened by the acknowledgement. Xiahou Yuan had been fair, fulfilling her hopes. Shortly thereafter, an officer announced that due to the incomplete grading of the literary tests, the 10 victors of the martial trials would return home to rest, awaiting a formal summons from Minister Sun Yu in 10 days. Guojia approached Lin Jun, a broad smile on his face. "Congratulations. The tale of the Lin woman single-handedly defeating 3 men will surely spread throughout Yuzhou this afternoon. Is this a good thing for me?" Lin Jun pondered aloud. "Indeed, but," Guojia replied, "if you do not take further action, it won't be long before your exploits fade into obscurity." "I am well aware, Fengxiao," Lin Jun murmured. "You need not be so circuitous in your counsel." "My apologies." Guojia feigned remorse. "I am simply accustomed to speaking in such a manner." Chapter 96. The depths of the court. The 10-day wait was neither short nor long. Lin Jun utilized this time to prepare various essentials for her upcoming role: paper, ink, clean bamboo scrolls, and several tailored garments. Yet the more meticulously she prepared, the more anxious she became. On the 8th day, she could no longer restrain herself and inquired of Guojia whether there had been similar occasions in the past for selecting talents. When Xiahou Yuan announced that 10 individuals had passed, did it imply they were qualified for official positions? Certainly not, Guojia replied with an air of certainty, lightly tapping Lin Jun's head as if admonishing a foolish child, scolding, "With such a wooden head, you'll surely suffer if you ever become an official." Lin Jun felt indignant and retorted, "I simply do not understand your procedures." "Not understanding the process, do you possess any common sense?" Guojia shook his head. "Lin Jun, Sudu is now under the emperor's feet. This is about appointing official positions. Can it be decided solely by General Xiahou?" Lin Jun mused internally. "The present is the present, and 2,000 years later is another matter. In my era, while it may not be said that a single examination determines the fate of the world, there were certainly many matters decided by such tests. Although she had spent a longer time in ancient times, her worldview had been shaped in the modern era. I understand now. What further procedures are there? The palace selection?" Lin Jun brazenly continued to ask. Palace. Guojia widened his eyes. This usually composed individual seemed to lose his calm around Lin Jun. "How dare you say such rebellious words? Let me ask you, among the 10 who passed the martial test, what do you think of their abilities?" "Very mediocre," Lin Jun candidly responded, noting that among them were those who merely muddled through. Truly capable individuals likely numbered no more than 3. "Then why do you think the passing count for this martial test is set at 10, rather than 5 or 3? Guojia inquired further. Lin Jun had pondered this question for several days. Originally, only about 40 individuals participated in the final martial test. Selecting 10 from them seemed excessively lenient, and given the presence of many who were merely skimming by, it would be better to choose 3, ensuring the selection of the most skilled. This was because there was an overlap with those who passed the literary examination. After a moment, she replied, "Indeed, that does not seem overly foolish." Guojia appeared pleased, as if he had found a promising pupil. The talent-seeking meeting claims to seek both literary and martial skills, but truly strong generals, like the fallen General Dian and the current General Su, remain in the countryside. It is unlikely to find them through such public postings. Thus, they deliberately expanded the number of candidates. Officially, it claims that passing either the literary or martial examination suffices, yet when it comes to actual selection, both sides' performances are scrutinized. The third martial test assesses more than mere brute strength, Lin Jun speculated thoughtfully. Guojia laughed. Our Lin Jun is truly clever. You see through it all. Lin Jun had prepared herself mentally. Those in the court did not speak idly. Their words, even the most insignificant, might carry profound implications. Previously, Under the protective aura of Chaoong and the favor of Sun Yu, she could speak freely without regard for others' opinions, as no one dared to challenge her. But now it was different. Apart from the unpredictable Guojia, who clung to her out of gratitude for saving his life, she had no allies left. In other words, no one was unconditionally safeguarding her anymore. Moreover, the court had become even more intricate and treacherous than before. In Yinzhou, although there were fewer official positions, Cao Cao was akin to a local emperor, wielding absolute authority, and the entire city was united in purpose. Even if there were minor frictions among subordinates, the overall development was scarcely affected. However, the situation had changed. Cao Cao, in name, served the emperor while effectively wielding power over the lords. Though the emperor lacked real authority, he was still the reigning monarch. Those old ministers who had followed from Luoyang were no fools. They had previously risked their lives to save the emperor, providing him with food and clothing. Now, they were willing to fight fiercely against Cao Cao to reclaim the emperor's power. This time, the court had roughly divided into two factions, the emperor's supporters and Cao Cao's faction. Individuals like Guojia, though nominally associated with the court, had their positions procured by Cao Cao and were essentially servants of the Cao family, having never truly served the emperor. In fact, among Cao Cao's closest civil and military officials, only Sun Yu was a genuine Han official. The others, to put it plainly, were Cao Cao's retainers. However, this was not to say that Cao Cao's retainers lacked status. In comparison to Han officials of the same rank, their actual power was considerably higher. These individuals thrived alongside Cao Cao, sharing both glory and misfortune. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, despite being a Han official, was actually dispatched by Cao Cao to counterbalance the old Han officials. The more peaceful life in Sudu became, the more the emperor's authority would grow day by day. Even someone as seemingly fearless as Guojia spoke very cautiously on the emperor's influence, lest he attract public scrutiny. By the time Lin Jun grasped this layer of complexity, she realized that the emperor's influence was still but a drop in the ocean compared to Cao Cao's. However, as time progressed and Cao Cao's focus shifted to Yi City, the emperor's influence began to gradually expand, leading to the later historical events where the emperor wrote blood edicts on his sash, conspiring with his ministers to assassinate Cao Cao. The rise of the emperor's power during this period was closely tied to the influx of numerous talented individuals from across the realm to Sudu. For instance, Kong Rong from Beihai bore a grudge against Cao Cao and was known for his arrogance, looking down upon Cao Cao as a mere eunuch's offspring. It was certain he would align with the emperor's faction. The urgency with which Cao Cao sought talent was also to strengthen and consolidate his own power, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with individuals like Kong Rong. Thus, setting aside other considerations, he had to ascertain which side the newcomers supported in this talent-seeking endeavor. Sun Yu's next summons would be to assist Cao Cao in navigating this hurdle. However, Lin Jun speculated that this talent search was indeed unusual, genuinely seeking capable individuals. Those who responded were likely unconventional and talented warriors, and if they were recruited, they would undoubtedly be loyal to Cao Cao, the talent scout. On the 9th day, the list of those who had passed the literary and martial examinations was posted. Lin Jun initially thought that apart from Chen Deng, she did not recognize anyone among the group. Moreover, since she had already been announced as passing by Xiahou Yuan, it seemed irrelevant whether she looked at the list or not. Ultimately, driven by the strategy of knowing both herself and her adversaries, she decided to join the crowd to familiarize herself with the names, aiding her in future encounters. To her astonishment, the 2 rows of names on the list left her utterly stunned. The first place in the literary examination was naturally Chen Deng, as she had anticipated. Yet the first place in the martial examination, the bold and powerful characters of Lin Jun stood prominently, sparking a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. She was the top performer in the martial examination. Xiahou Yuan had actually placed her in first position. The previous 2 rounds had merely determined pass or fail, and the 3rd round had concluded with a mere brawl, leaving 10 individuals. There had been no opportunity for ranking. Yet the one who wrote this list seemed fearful that others might misunderstand, deliberately adding the title of first place before Lin Jun's name, clearly indicating she had been ranked. What happened to the promise of impartiality? As she counted again, she was shocked to discover that 5 individuals on both the literary and martial lists were repeated. Half of them were the same. It seemed that as long as these 5 did not encounter significant political issues, they were assured of being selected. For someone with her results, even if she were a man, it would likely be a tough battle to pass. I heard Lin Jun is a woman? An onlooker exclaimed, astonished. What kind of talent-seeking meeting is this, allowing a woman to achieve the highest rank, and a martial one at that? Truly remarkable. Another person, eager to try his luck, remarked, "Had I known this, I would have applied as well. Perhaps I could have made it onto the martial list too. How could that little lady's flowery fists and embroidered legs possibly compete?" As Lin Jun listened to the incessant chatter of the surrounding crowd, she found it somewhat amusing. However, to avoid drawing unwanted attention and inciting chaos, she tugged at Guojia's sleeve and whispered, "Let us depart." Yet Guojia waved his hand, signaling her to wait. He remained fixated on the list affixed to the wall, his gaze unwavering as if he could decipher the intricacies of the black characters on the white paper. Lin Jun felt a twinge of confusion. With Guojia's intellect, he must have memorized the few dozen words on that list long ago. What could he possibly still find to observe? Finally, Guojia turned his head, revealing his signature gentle smile. The crowd of onlookers had grown increasingly dense, pressing the two of them into the center, making it nearly impossible to escape. The throng tightened around them, causing Lin Jun to nearly press against Guojia's chest, forcing her to brace her arm between them. Guojia leaned down, burying his face in her hair, and for a fleeting moment, she felt the warmth of his breath. Just as she prepared to voice her objection, Guojia urged softly, "Don't move, listen closely." Listen closely? To what? Lin Jun quickly realized, straining her ears to catch the chatter of the curious crowd. What does a woman count for? The identities of the applicants this time are quite extraordinary. One voice declared with feigned profundity, "Extraordinary? What do you mean by that?" Another retorted, irritated by the vague insinuation, "What are you so flustered about?" The first voice replied impatiently, "Just hear me out. Did you see that Huang Hong, who ranked third? He's got blood on his hands. And what's so remarkable about that? In this day and age, many have committed murder. What's the big deal?" Came the dissenting voice from the crowd. "He killed 13 people in one night. Just think about it." The first voice continued. "It said it was out of revenge for his wife. A wealthy man took her while he was away, and in one night, he slaughtered over 10 people from that man's household. How coincidental," exclaimed a small figure from the back. "That Fenghan on the list? He is a notorious abductor, fleeing from his crimes. Ha ha. What sort of talents is this Chao Gong seeking?" The crowd erupted in excited laughter. Abductors, murderers, and even women. Ha ha. Lin Jun felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Had she really been conflated with this raucous crowd of criminals? Yet a few voices of reason emerged, exclaiming, "That Lin woman is formidable. She can even take down murderers." Of course. Guojia suddenly interjected loudly, startling Lin Jun's already fragile heart. "You haven't seen the scene of the competition, have you?" He continued, raising his voice. He was adept at weaving words to captivate others. With his charming appearance and slightly more elegant attire than the common folk, he easily convinced the enthusiastic spectators. The crowd pressed closer to them, forcing Guojia and Lin Jun to stand even nearer. Guojia quickly shielded Lin Jun from the surging tide of onlookers and earnestly cautioned, "Be careful. Don't jostle my sister." The crowd erupted in laughter, jeering incessantly. Lin Jun felt a sense of helplessness. Was it her duty as a strong woman to shield this delicate scholar? Ignoring the jests, Guojia redirected the conversation, vividly recounting. That Lin woman became the target from the moment she entered. Everyone wanted to eliminate her from the competition. Immediately, 3 burly men attacked her from different angles. His tale was a mix of truth and embellishment, yet the crowd listened with rapt attention. She seized one man's arm, twisted it back, and with a crack, she broke it. The crowd gasped. How could a woman be so ruthless? Lin Jun sighed at the double standards. When speaking of murderers and abductors, no one condemned them, yet her single act of self-defense was deemed cruel. Guojia continued, "But that's not how it should be viewed. If she hadn't been driven to desperation, how could she have honed such remarkable skills? Despite being a woman, she is truly admirable." In that moment, Lin Jun understood why Guojia lingered so long among the masses, to shape public opinion. His eloquence and education transformed the crowd's perception of her from a ruthless woman to an innocent, resilient, and exceptionally talented individual. As the crowd swelled, they only released Guojia after he had entertained them thoroughly. On their way home, Lin Jun remarked with a smile, "Feng Xiao, forgive my candor. Even if you charm this crowd today, their deeply ingrained notions of male superiority and female inferiority cannot be easily swayed." "Male superiority?" Guojia echoed, seemingly lost in thought. "Isn't that the norm in your hometown? Can women truly hold office?" Lin Jun hesitated before responding. "Some can, but it's quite rare." "You still haven't answered my question." Guojia replied, "Lin Jun, for years, the common people have lived under oppression and turmoil, longing for change. That's why they revel in such spectacles. If their own wives were to rise in stature, they would resent it. But should it be someone else's wife, the louder the commotion, the better. And they might even lend their support. Lin Jun shivered at his words. Men desired to see other women in revealing attire while expecting their own wives to dress conservatively. By the way, Guojia suddenly tugged at Lin Jun's sleeve. Did you not say you were going to buy some bones to make soup for the dog? Sure. Lin Jun quickly gestured for silence, reproaching him in a hushed tone. Are you mad? Speak so loudly, and someone might overhear you. Then you'll be in trouble. In an era where even the poorest could barely afford corn, the capital city was no exception. If someone were to hear Guojia mention buying bones for dog soup, it could tarnish his reputation. After all, Sun Yu had once spent his entire fortune to support his clan. Guojia chuckled at Lin Jun's reaction. I said dog meat. No one will catch on. Besides you, who would name a dog dog meat? What else could it be? Lin Jun countered. Could someone really name their child dog meat? A child? Guojia smiled subtly, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes as he murmured. Perhaps someone might. Lin Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed improper for a man and woman alone in the marketplace to discuss children. She quickly shifted the topic. So, have any women with children come seeking you recently? Why would women and children seek me? Guojia asked, perplexed. Perhaps, because of your past? Lin Jun hesitated, her words slow and deliberate. Observing Guojia's expression darken before she fell silent. It wasn't her fault. History books mentioned Guojia had children, after all. The next day, Lin Jun adorned herself as if presenting a name card, accompanied by Guojia to the designated garden. Guojia cautioned her that he had matters to attend to and could not accompany her fully, yet he assured her that in such an important situation, no one would dare to harm her. As she watched Guojia's figure recede, Lin Jun felt the cruel hand of fate. The more feudal the society, the greater the disparity between individuals. No matter how strong she was, lacking an official title or status as a woman often left her at the mercy of fate. And Guojia, though seemingly weak, wielded the power to dictate the lives of others with his words. The 15 individuals who made the list arrived punctually. Sun Yu was absent, replaced by an unfamiliar official who ushered them onto a carriage, stating only that the location for the summons had changed. Lin Jun carefully concealed the dagger hidden within her outer garment, cautiously joining the others in the carriage. It had been quite some time since the last abduction. Had they given up? Or was it that Guojia had meticulously protected her, leaving no opportunity for harm? Today, no. Today's summons from Sun Yu was significant. It was unlikely they would attempt anything during such an occasion, especially with others present. She hoped that after today, she would no longer need his protection. Lin Jun sat in the jolting carriage, lost in thought. It was unclear how far they had traveled, but she sensed the ground becoming increasingly stable before the carriage finally came to a halt. A few individuals awaited them outside, engaged in light banter with the official who had brought them. Stealing a glance, Lin Jun noticed that these figures, though middle-aged, were devoid of facial hair. Upon closer inspection of their attire, she gasped. These were eunuchs. She had arrived at the imperial palace. Uncertain if the others had noticed this detail, she discreetly observed her companions. The other successful candidates appeared composed and aloof, embodying the demeanor of reclusive sages. Lin Jun made an effort to suppress her inner excitement, focusing her gaze downward. The leading eunuch, seeing that they had all disembarked, softly instructed, "Please line up and follow us to meet the Minister of Rights." Quickly, Lin Jun fell into line, positioning herself at the center. In the hallowed grounds of the palace, even if those around her were dissatisfied with her gender, they dared not voice their grievances. The eunuch counted the number of people and, upon confirming their presence, gestured for them to proceed. As Lin Jun walked, she pondered the reason behind their sudden summons to the palace. Where were they being taken? Who sought to meet them? Was it Cao Cao? Or perhaps the emperor? Such notions seemed implausible from a political standpoint. Recently, she had been influenced by Guojia's teachings, approaching issues from a political perspective. Lost in her thoughts, the procession unexpectedly encountered an official approaching them. Clad in a black official robe, he strode confidently while stroking his long beard. Guan Yu. Lin Jun startled at her own thought, nearly stumbling, but quickly regained her composure. No, this was not Guan Yu. The length of his beard had misled her, resembling the iconic portrayal of Guan Yu from television. However, despite his tall stature, he was rather slender, certainly not the robust figure of Guan Yu. Alas, she had been far too easily startled of late. As Lin Jun reassured herself and looked back at the man, she found herself caught in his piercing gaze. He was observing her as well. Who was he? With that long beard, could he be one of Chao Wei's notable figures? It dawned on her. Cheng Yu. Her vision had been obscured when searching for Chaoong. Cheng Yu had been present that day. As they passed each other, Lin Jun soon lost sight of Cheng Yu. Yet she could still feel the intensity of his gaze burning into her back. What to say of Cheng Yu? He was indeed one of Cao Cao's renowned strategists, part of the famed five, Sun Yu, Guo Jia, Jia Su, and Cheng Yu. These individuals were celebrated in later generations for their extraordinary intellect and contributions. Among them, Sun Yu and Guo Jia were the most revered, followed by Jia Su and Sun Yu. Cheng Yu, however, was somewhat overshadowed, or rather, he had faded into obscurity. Several factors contributed to this. Firstly, his age. When he first appeared, he was already a middle-aged man. Jia Su was similarly older, yet he possessed an air of mystery. Secondly, his appearance. He too was known for his beautiful beard, yet Guan Yu's fame eclipsed his own. Lastly, historical accounts suggested that Cheng Yu had resorted to cannibalism during times of dire food shortages before Cao Cao unified the north. As Lin Jun recalled, during the arduous campaigns against Zhang,